I've actually transmigrated. Yi Xiao snapped his eyes open and stared ahead in disbelief. A vast expanse of bare skin filled his vision. Before him stood a crowd of completely naked people. What the hell, where have they dumped me? Where is this? Why does it feel a bit chilly? Yi Xiao abruptly lowered his head, his face instantly burning, and his hands unconsciously clamped together between his legs. Yi Xiao swept his gaze over the people around him and was slightly astonished. Why do these people all look so dazed and ignorant? Something's not right. Suddenly a stream of information flashed through Yi Xiao's mind, startling him. Innate human race. I actually transmigrated into an innate human. Could this be the Great Desolation? Were we just created by Nuwa? With that thought, Yi Xiao finally lifted his gaze toward the very front. At the head of all the innate humans stood a woman with a human head and a serpent's body emanating a sacred aura. In her hand, she held an indescribable vine. With each sweep of it, numerous innate humans were born. Yi Xiao roughly counted. When the number of people reached 3,000, the human-headed, serpent-bodied woman finally ceased her movements. So this is the legendary goddess Nuwa. The human race was truly created by her. Yi Xiao muttered to himself when suddenly he felt a terrifying pressure descend upon him. His entire body collapsed to the ground in a kneel, and all the other innate humans likewise prostrated themselves. Immediately afterward, Nuwa's voice resounded. I am Nuwa. To mend the heavenly Tao, I have specially created a race named humans. May the heavenly Tao bear witness. As she spoke, an awe-inspiring aura erupted from Nuwa's body, instantly drawing the gaze of all the mighty beings of the Great Desolation. Soon, endless golden light descended upon Nuwa. That was merit. Boundless fortune flowed into her body, and her aura began to soar at a frightening pace. Late Quasi-Sage. Quasi-Sage peak. With one final step, she transcended, becoming the second saint-level powerhouse of the Great Desolation. After attaining sainthood, Nuwa left behind a single decree, that for 10,000 years no race was permitted to bully the humans, then vanished. The 3,000 innate humans, Yi Xiao included, still stood there in a daze, as though thoroughly frightened by everything that had just unfolded. Only after a long while did Yi Xiao finally regain his senses. Hiss! Nuwa has become a saint, yet just her aura alone almost crushed us to death. This Great Desolation is far too terrifying. Worst of all, I've become an innate human. No backing, no strength. I could fall at any moment. How am I supposed to survive the days to come? A hint of despair rose in Yi Xiao's heart. He had read many novels about the Great Desolation and knew the fate of the human race all too well. In this Great Desolation, where myriad races stood side by side, humans were at the very bottom. Any random minor demon could wipe them out. If the humans failed to become strong, they would later become sacrifices in the war between the Wu and the demons, nearly being exterminated. Though they had been created by Nuwa, she did not concern herself with the life and death of the human race. It was evident from what had just happened. After becoming a saint, she simply left. Perhaps the only advantage for Yi Xiao was this innate body. An innate physique possessed a long lifespan, incomparably better than his previous life, and it could cultivate. That could be considered good news. Forget it. Since I've come, I might as well make peace with it. Since I've arrived in the world of the Great Desolation, I'll fight with everything I have. I just don't know if I have the standard equipment of a transmigrator. Yi Xiao muttered, and in the next second delight surfaced on his face. Ding Host has transmigrated into the Great Desolation. The All Heavens Conquest system is initiating binding. Binding successful. Ha ha ha, I really do have a system. Yi Xiao laughed loudly within his heart. Excellent. With the system here, at least my survival is somewhat guaranteed. System binding complete. Rewarding 1 novice gift pack. Will you receive it? Receive. Yi Xiao did not hesitate in the slightest. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 Unknown World, the 9-turn Mystic Art, and 3 9,000-year Peaches of Immortality. A 9,000-year Peach of Immortality. 1 bite could grant a mortal eternal life, and a cultivator who consumed it could greatly enhance their cultivation, ascending to immortality in a single step. As for the 9-turn Mystic Art, it was the cultivation method said to have been practiced by Pangu himself. The current top-tier technique of the Great Desolation, the 8-9 Profound Art, was merely a castrated version of the 9-turn Mystic Art. With this 9-turn Mystic Art, Yi Xiao finally possessed a true foundation for survival in the Great Desolation. Together with the Peaches, Yi Xiao would be able to obtain impressive combat strength in a short time. As for that Unknown World system, what is this Unknown World? This system is the host's strongest auxiliary. The host may gain war points by killing enemies from other planes. War points can be used for lotteries or to purchase other items. Unknown worlds will appear around the Great Desolation. The system hopes the host will strive to obtain war points. As the system's voice faded, a semi-transparent system mall appeared in Yi Xiao's mind. One look left, Yi Xiao once again shocked, his heart pounding wildly. Pangu's blood essence. 10 million war points per drop. Supreme Innate Spiritual Treasure, 1 million war points. Innate Supreme Treasure, 10 million. Hiss. War points can actually be exchanged for Supreme Treasures and Panga's Blood Essence along with all sorts of cultivation methods. As long as I have enough war points, I can obtain all of these. However, a faint worry surfaced on Yi Xiao's face. He was concerned that the appearance of these unknown worlds around the Great Desolation might disturb its development. If it was an ordinary world, it might still be manageable, but if a world stronger than the Great Desolation appeared, things would turn dire. As Yi Xiao pondered this, he suddenly felt a cool sensation on his face and snapped out of his reverie. He suddenly realized he was surrounded by a group of innate humans. Among them, a female innate human was staring at him in puzzlement, her fingers still resting on his cheek. Seeing so many people crowding around him, all of them stark naked, Yi Xiao felt immensely awkward. "Tribe mate, what's wrong with you?" The innate humans, seeing Yi Xiao motionless, thought something had happened to him, which led to the scene just now. Yi Xiao forced a strained smile. "I'm fine. I was just thinking. Everyone don't crowd around here." "If not here, then where do we go?" someone asked in a bewildered voice. These people had only just been created, their minds were utterly blank. Aside from Yi Xiao, no one understood it. Nuwa had not taught them how to survive, so naturally they knew nothing. In this perilous Great Desolation, it was foreseeable that if these innate humans explored on their own for even a single day, casualties would be inevitable. Though Nuwa had decreed that no race was allowed to harm humans, many ferocious beasts without intelligence roamed the Great Desolation, and they cared nothing for such orders. The many innate humans looked at one another, faces full of confusion. In the end, they unconsciously focused all their gazes on Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao had originally intended to refuse. Yet a sudden thought rose within his heart. "I possess a system. My future is destined to be one of waging war across the myriad heavens. Fighting alone will not be feasible. Although the human race is still insignificant for now, its potential is beyond question. In addition, with the system in my possession, it is not impossible for me to lead the human race to grow as powerful as the Wu and Yao races, or even surpass them." Yi Xiao drew in a deep breath before speaking slowly. "Since we are all of the human race, we must choose a leader to guide our people towards civilization. I, Yi Xiao, have the confidence to lead everyone to a better life. The position of chieftain of the human race can belong to no one but me." After speaking, Yi Xiao swept his gaze across the surrounding innate humans. There was little change on the faces of the humans present. More than anything, they were simply bewildered. For instance, regarding the name Yi Xiao had given himself, they currently only knew that they were called humans. Humans have always held a certain awe toward the unknown, and these innate humans were no exception, especially in this era of ignorance and naivety. Before long, someone spoke up. "I think this is fine. None of us have names, yet Yi Xiao already has one. That shows he is smarter than we are. I agree that he should be our chieftain." "I agree as well, but you must also give me a name." "Me too." Among the many innate humans, men and women were evenly divided, and they were all filled with longing for names. Delight surged in Yi Xiao's heart, and he immediately said, "Very well. However, the most important thing right now is not names, but finding a place for our people to dwell. Once we have found a dwelling place, I will then teach everyone how to choose names. For now, follow me." With that, Yi Xiao waved his arm grandly, took the lead at the very front, and advanced in a chosen direction. In the Hua Emperor Palace, Nuwa, who had been stabilizing her cultivation, suddenly opened her eyes. "Yi Xiao, among the humans I created, there is actually one this intelligent." Nuwa was somewhat surprised, but only slightly so. She then closed her eyes once more and ceased to pay attention. At the same time, all the myriad races of the Great Desolation learned that Nuwa had created the human race and attained sainthood because of it. For a time, the myriad races grew extremely curious about the humans. Yet constrained by Nuwa's decree, they only dared to watch from a distance. The human race was already beset by peril on all sides. In the Zixiao Palace, among the 3,000 red dust guests, the many Quasi-Saint experts who had obtained Hongmeng Purple Qi also turned their gazes upon the humans. Among the 3 pure ones, Taishang Laozi in particular took note. Just as Yi Xiao was leading the innate humans forward, the Taishang Saint riding a green ox appeared in the skies above. This human race created by junior sister Nuwa is anything but simple. This poor Taoist senses that my opportunity for sainthood is related to the humans. I must observe them carefully. Time passed unknowingly, and dusk gradually fell. Yi Xiao still had not grown accustomed to walking naked. He felt a chill over his body and a constant sense of shame. The 3,000 innate humans followed behind him, filled with both confusion and expectation regarding the road ahead. At that moment, Yi Xiao suddenly halted and, looking ahead, laughed. "I've finally found it." He strode forward quickly and pulled from the ground a vine entwined with a leaf. Very soon, a crude pair of trousers was fashioned. "What is that?" Everyone stared at Yi Xiao in curiosity. Without answering, Yi Xiao tied the vine directly around his waist. This thing can preserve modesty and ward off the cold. You have all seen what I did. Make one for yourselves. Once you are done, we will continue our journey. Just as Yi Xiao's words fell, an abnormal phenomenon suddenly appeared in the sky. The scene was very familiar to him. This is merit. I never expected that making a pair of trousers would also draw merit. Yi Xiao watched as a vast amount of merit descended. Most of it merged into the crude trousers. The Viniand leaf garment underwent an earth-shaking transformation in an instant. The green hue turned to gold, and it even radiated a strange divine glow. Its appearance improved by several grades, and its defensive power increased manifold. A smaller portion of the merit fell upon Yi Xiao himself. He felt a warm current surge through his body, filling him with strength as though he would never grow tired. He even had the distinct sense that if he wished, he could break through several cultivation realms on the spot. Yet Yi Xiao did not do so, for he knew too well the great drawbacks of using merit to directly increase one's cultivation. Exhilarating. Savoring the power within his body, Yi Xiao suddenly punched a thick tree. The trunk snapped with a resounding crack, leaving the 3,000 humans utterly stunned. Chieftain, amazing. Chieftain, you're incredible. The chieftain's trousers are truly beautiful. I want to make a pair too. In the air above, a flash of surprise crossed Taishang Laozi's eyes. This human actually obtained so much merit. Is the human race so favored by the heavenly Daowei? Below, the 3,000 humans all imitated Yi Xiao, fashioning simple trousers, and some even managed to create rough garments. The appearance of the human race changed dramatically. At last, there was a faint sense of civilization about them. Yi Xiao meanwhile stared at the tree he had felled with a single punch, sinking into deep thought. If making trousers brings merit, then building houses will certainly do so as well. The humans are the protagonists of heaven and earth. Right now, whoever can create what the humans need will receive vast amounts of merit. By doing this, I have essentially seized the merit that should have belonged to Ziyishi. And I do not wish to rely on merit for cultivation. It seems that from here on others must take on these tasks. Yi Xiao rose to his feet and summoned the first 2 innate humans ever created. Chieftain, the 2 said, their voices tinged with excitement. Yi Xiao smiled. From this moment on, the 2 of you shall be called Swirenshi and Yukashi. Next, I will teach you how to build shelters and kindle fire. Yes, chieftain. The 2 did not truly understand what Yi Xiao meant, but they trusted him completely. In just a short time, Yi Xiao's status in the hearts of the 3,000 humans had risen at an astonishing pace. A chieftain so full of wisdom and strength. Who would not like him? First came Swirenshi. Yi Xiao taught him how to drill wood to make fire, bringing forth the first flame for the human race. Soon after, merit descended from the heavens, once more much as before. A great amount of merit fell, landing upon the flame and upon Swirenshi. The flame became a flame of merit, named the human race's kindling fire. Under Yi Xiao's reminder, Swirenshi absorbed the merit to strengthen himself instantly, becoming a powerful cultivator. Chieftain, I've reached the Tai Golden Immortal Realm, he exclaimed, his voice trembling with excitement. Yi Xiao was greatly astonished. To think you directly reached the Tai Golden Immortal level, truly worthy of being called merit. However, this Tai Golden Immortal Realm of Swirenshi's is somewhat inflated. He cannot be compared with ordinary Tai Golden Immortals. He does not yet know how to wield the power of that realm and can only use brute force. But that is precisely what the humans need right now. The Tai Golden Immortal Realm was not considered especially powerful in the Great Desolation, all the more so since Swirenshi had achieved it through merit. Yet this was exactly what the humans needed at the moment. Yi Xiao had already spotted several ferocious beasts earlier and had to carefully avoid them each time. Now with Swirenshi as a Tai Golden Immortal, they at least no longer needed to fear the beasts. Once this stage had passed, Yi Xiao also planned to formally begin his own cultivation. With the aid of the system, the rise of the human race would undoubtedly be swift and unstoppable. With the arrival of a massive amount of merits, the nesting clan also ascended to the status of a Tai Golden Immortal, stepping into immortality. As long as they do not provoke other races within 10,000 years, the human race should not encounter any major incidents. The human race at least gained the ability to survive. Moreover, there are currently only 3,000 humans just beginning to develop, and they will not face powerful enemies in the short term. Thus, Yi Xiao could also settle down to develop the human race with peace of mind. The human race has taken root at the foot of Kunlun Mountain. Although it is dangerous here, they currently lack the capability to migrate to other places. Most of the humans are ordinary innate bodies, unable to defeat even the weakest immortals, relying only on their physical strength to battle fierce beasts. When hungry, they kill fierce beasts to satiate their hunger. With a place to reside, the human race has truly taken root at the foot of Kunlun Mountain. Yi Xiao began to enter seclusion, practicing the techniques provided by the system, striving to become powerful as soon as possible to lead the human race toward greatness. Time swiftly passed, and several years went by. The human race has undergone tremendous changes. Yi Xiao is the leader of the human race, but he does not intend to interfere with their normal development. He only needs to control the overall direction. After several years, the human race has completely shed its barbarism and moved towards civilization. The original 3,008 humans now each have their own names, and some have even formed families. In these years, the number of humans has increased significantly. Although Yi Xiao as the leader has been in seclusion for cultivation, he remains the most respected leader among all the clansmen. Years have passed, and Yi Xiao has also undergone significant changes. He appears more spirited with a surge of magical power filling his body, no longer just an ordinary innate human, but a genuine earth immortal. Mastering the first turn of the 9 turns mystic art has elevated his realm directly to the peak of earth immortal with combat ability comparable to that of a celestial immortal. Such a cultivation speed would be unimaginable in other worlds, but here in the primordial, at the lowest level are the fierce beasts followed by the human immortals. Next come the Earth Immortals, Celestial Immortals, Profound Immortals, Golden Immortals, Tai Golden Immortals, Deluo Golden Immortals, and then the Quasar Saints and Saints. Mastering the first turn of the 9 turns mystic art has elevated his realm directly to the peak of Earth Immortal with combat ability comparable to that of a Celestial Immortal. Such a cultivation speed would be unimaginable in other worlds, but here in the primordial chaos, it is hardly noteworthy. Yi Xiao is acutely aware of his insignificance, daring not to feel the slightest arrogance. He even plans to continue his seclusion, striving to break through to the profound immortal level before re-emerging. But at this moment, the entire primordial chaos began to tremble violently. Soon after, a tremendous sound echoed from the direction of Mount Buzhou at the heart of the primordial chaos. Boom. What happened? Could it be that a powerful force has arrived? Yi Xiao was startled and immediately got up to investigate. Such a huge commotion startled the entire primordial chaos, with countless individuals displaying expressions of fear as they looked towards Mount Buzhou. The gazes of numerous powerful beings instantly converged on Mount Buzhou. Ding! The insect clan world has descended, wishing the host to obtain war points soon. What? Yi Xiao was greatly alarmed, his pupils contracting sharply. The insect clan world. Could it really be the insect clan I imagined? Yi Xiao inhaled sharply. The insect clan is an exceptionally powerful race. If the primordial chaos world is considered the pinnacle of Eastern mythology, then the insect clan world represents another type of pinnacle. The primordial chaos world is indeed powerful, but there are quite a few worlds that can compete with it. The insect clan world could very well be one of them. Now that the insect clan world has arrived, and the insect clan is an extremely aggressive race that thrives on plunder, in an instant Yi Xiao could already envision the impending war. Thinking of this, Yi Xiao felt a pang of fear. System, didn't you say it would descend around the primordial chaos? Why does this not seem right? Ding. The insect clan world indeed did not descend within the primordial chaos. There is a buffer zone between the two worlds. If the primordial chaos cannot withstand the insect clan's attack, then the insect clan will invade, wishing the host good luck. I hope the strength of the insect clan world is not too overwhelming. Currently, there are only 2 saints in the primordial chaos. It would be better if more saints are born. Yi Xiao murmured, his gaze piercing through the void towards Mount Buzhou. Such a tremendous commotion has startled all the powerful beings in the primordial chaos, and some powerful figures have already headed towards Mount Buzhou. The first to arrive was the powerful figure of the witch clan from beneath Mount Buzhou, Dijiang. With Dijiang's arrival, many strong figures of the witch clan followed closely. Why is there a spatial passage here? Dijiang looked at the scene before him in confusion. Due to the previous commotion, a semi-transparent spatial passage had appeared in the air above Mount Buzhou. The aura of space is extremely dense, immediately attracting the attention of Dijiang, a Quasi-Saint powerhouse. Dijiang tentatively struck out with a palm, but the spatial passage showed no signs of disturbance, not even a ripple. This left Dijiang even more astonished. After all, he is the most adept at manipulating space, and in the primordial chaos, no one can match him except for the saints. Even he could not make a dent. Big brother, this spatial passage did not react at all to your strike. Could it be the work of a saint? The witch clan does not respect heaven or earth, and they are even less reverent towards saints, saying whatever comes to mind. Listening to Gong Gong's words, Dijiang shook his head slightly. It shouldn't be. This method doesn't seem like something a Quasi-Saint could accomplish. He himself is already at the late stage of Quasi-Saint, not far from the peak, and he is very clear about this. However, he does not understand why a saint would create such a passage. With only 2 saints in the primordial chaos, Nuwa has always disliked trouble. As for Hongjun, why would he create such a passage? Where does this passage lead? He does not understand. Just as he finished speaking, strong figures from the demon clan also arrived. The demon clan occupies the heavenly court, and they have many powerful beings. The leaders of the demon clan Dijun and Donghuang arrived with a large group of great demons and immediately confronted the witch clan. However, the main focus remains on the spatial passage. In addition, there are other cultivators. For instance, the great immortal Zhen Yuan Daoist Hongjun, old ancestor Ming, he the three pure ones, the two Quasi saints from the west Dong Wang Gong, and other powerful beings from the primordial chaos have all arrived here. So many powerful beings have gathered together, their gazes intensely focused on the spatial passage. At the same time, on the other side of the spatial passage, a similar situation was occurring in the insect clan world. The insect clan world also experienced a tremendous upheaval with a spatial passage appearing. Countless powerful insects were awakened, bearing their terrifying fangs and emitting shrill sounds towards the direction of the spatial passage. Gradually, the powerful beings from both worlds learned about some of the circumstances on the other side through the spatial passage. Countless insect warriors opened their crimson eyes, filled with a desire for invasion. The insect clan survives through plunder. They had just annihilated one world, and now it seems another has appeared, which is simply like manna from heaven. Yet all of this did not occur first. Before the two worlds met, the wills, or representatives of the two worlds, had already completed their first confrontation. In a world as powerful as the primordial chaos, there is generally a heavenly Tao, or perhaps a formidable will. The primordial chaos possesses a heavenly Tao, but it is unknown who oversees the insect clan world. The sudden appearance of a powerful world is hard to overlook. The heavenly Taos of both worlds have already engaged in a contest at the very moment of the spatial passage's arrival. Both heavenly Taos desire to devour one another to strengthen themselves. The temptation of one heavenly Tao by another is immensely powerful. The benefits of such absorption are vast. However, the strengths of the two heavenly Taos seem evenly matched, resulting in no clear victor. On the primordial chaos side, Hongjun, the spokesperson of the heavenly Tao, naturally understood this information immediately. He suddenly opened his eyes, gazing at the many unaware powerhouses gathered at Mount Buzhou. Hurry to the Xiao Palace. This voice echoed in the minds of the powerful from several factions. This included future saints, such as the three pure ones, the powerful beings from the witch and demon clans, and Zhen Yuanzi from the underworld. They quickly made their way to the Xiao Palace. At the same time, the most powerful queen of the insect clan emitted a terrifying sound wave. By the decree of the Supreme, will all queens of the clan come to meet me at once. How all queens of the insect clan with strength above that of saints began to move. If someone from the primordial chaos were to see this, they would undoubtedly be astounded. For the insect clan possesses a total of 9 powerful beings at the saint level. Meanwhile, primordial chaos has only 2. The power disparity is evident. At the Xiao Palace, Nuwa had already arrived early. Many renowned powerhouses from the primordial chaos had gathered. Apart from Nuwa and Hongjun, the others were quite curious. The fire ancestor, which Zhu Rong directly asked, "May I ask, Tao ancestor, is the purpose of gathering us related to that spatial passage? What exactly is that spatial passage?" Donghuang Tai, Yi, and others who usually had disputes with the witch clan still echoed, "Please enlighten us, Tao ancestor." The three pure ones had not expected them to be so impatient and turned to Hongjun. Hongjun opened his eyes and briefly scanned the crowd. He then looked towards the direction of Mount Buzhou, saying, "The heavenly Tao has issued a warning. A spatial passage has appeared between our primordial chaos and the insect clan world. This poses a calamity for the primordial chaos concerning the future of all beings here. The purpose of gathering you here is to address this matter." What? Many powerhouses were startled by Hongjun's words. They had initially thought it was the work of a saint, but did not expect the situation to be so severe. "Master, may I ask how strong this insect clan world is? Could it be that the insect clan intends to invade our primordial chaos?" At this moment, the voice of the supreme old man rang out. Hongjun slightly nodded and continued, "The insect clan harbors ill intentions and possesses great strength. According to the heavenly Taos probe, the insect clan has at least 9 powerful beings at the saint level." Silence. An absolute stillness enveloped the Xiao Palace in that instant. All quasi-saints were aghast, finding it hard to believe. How is this possible? Our primordial chaos has only 2 saints, yet the insect clan is even stronger. If the insect clan attacks, what can our primordial chaos use to resist? This. Many powerhouses wore grim expressions, already envisioning a scene of despair. Below saints all are but ants. This statement was universally acknowledged. If it were only a difference of 1 or 2 saints, it would be manageable, but facing at least 9 saints means a disparity of 7. How could they not panic? Many of them had pursued the status of a saint without success, while the insect clan had 9. Some even felt their Tao hearts begin to waver. A voice imbued with Tao rhyme emanated from Hongjun, instantly awakening everyone. Hongjun's face showed a hint of disappointment, stating, I did not expect you all to be so timid. Our primordial chaos is profoundly rooted. Why fear an insect clan? You need not worry, the spatial passage has barriers. The insect clan will require a millennium to invade our primordial chaos. In this millennium, we can still give birth to 5 more saints, so you need not fret about insufficient saint combat power. The purpose of gathering you all here is not to witness your current demeanor. Hongjun's words served as a powerful tonic to all their hearts. At this moment, the supreme old man said, what the master says is true. Our primordial chaos is not lacking. We possess the primordial purple energy. As long as we become saints within a millennium, we can withstand the insect clan and even counterattack. In a world comparable to primordial chaos, think of the opportunities it holds. As the words of the old man echoed, the previously grim faces of the many powerhouses revealed looks of desire. The figures of the Western Precinct, Jane and Junti, were particularly moved. Their eyes unconsciously Dijun and Dong Huang Tai of the Demon Clan also exuded brilliance. We initially thought primordial chaos was everything, but did not expect other worlds to exist beyond it. Our Demon Clan cannot only focus on this corner of primordial chaos. Elder brother, we shall become the emperors of all realms. A mere insect clan poses no threat. Dijun felt a surge of ambition. Haha, what my second brother said is correct. Perhaps the appearance of the insect clan offers us brothers a chance to attain sainthood. Ha ha ha. The voices of Dijun and Dong Huang echoed throughout the Zhixiao Palace, and even the witch clan, who usually clashed with them, surprisingly refrained from retorting. Even Dijiang praised, it's rare for you two to possess such insight, but our witch clan is the strongest. The insect clan is but a trivial matter. Let them witness the might of our primordial chaos. The attitude of the witch and demon clans immediately restored confidence among the many powerhouses. Calculating this way, they had little to fear. Seeing this, Hongjun's expression improved considerably. He then said again, the struggle between worlds is extraordinary. If our primordial chaos can swallow the insect clan world, we will elevate ourselves on all fronts. You are among the strongest of our primordial chaos. If you can achieve great merit, you may be granted a position as a saint. The heartbeats of the many powerhouses quickened at this statement. Hongjun had mentioned the positions of saints during his teachings at the Zhixiao Palace. Aside from himself, there were only 6 left. Now, if they could eliminate the insect clan world, primordial chaos could gain additional saint positions. This moment caused everyone's breaths to quicken. Dijun and Dong Huang were most fixated on the saint positions and had even begun plotting for the primordial purple energy of Hongjun. Now that the Tao ancestor had personally spoken, this promise was far more reliable than the primordial purple energy from Hongjun. After all, that was a gift from the Tao ancestor to Hongjun, and they feared that killing Hongjun would lead to retribution. At the very least, they would offend Jin Yuanzi, a powerful being. If they could obtain a saint position through merit, that would be the best outcome. The others felt similarly, their minds already plotting. You have a millennium to prepare. Go and make your arrangements. The 3 pure ones remain. The Tao ancestor spoke, and everyone departed, leaving only the 3 pure ones. Senior brother, what does the Tao ancestor mean by this? We are at least registered disciples. Now that powerful enemies are descending, what shall we do if we cannot attain sainthood? Zhuan looked at Jia Yin somewhat helpless. They were also disciples of Hongjun, yet he did not allow them to stay, which left them feeling quite displeased. However, all they could do was watch in frustration. Jia Yin quickly said, Junior brother, be cautious with your words. I think the master has left the Sanqing behind to inform us of the path to sainthood. We only need to observe the Sanqing. Zhuan replied, what you say is correct, but it is also time for us to prepare. Master, may I ask how we can attain sainthood? Yuan Shi Tianzun said anxiously. Lao Zitong Tian and the others also perked up their ears to listen. Hongjun frowned slightly. This was something he had not intended to disclose, as they would know it themselves. But time waits for no one. The opportunity for sainthood lies with the human race. The opportunity for Yuan Shi and Tong Tian to attain sainthood lies with Taishang. Thank you, Master. The Sanqing bowed simultaneously. Lao Zi had already made a decision in his heart. No wonder he felt a connection with the human race, as his opportunity for sainthood was indeed among them. At this moment, Hongjun continued, you all have 1,000 years. You must attain sainthood within this time, or else the Honghuang will face great calamities. Additionally, killing the insect race will also earn great merits. Those below sainthood can venture beyond the realm to slay the insect race. Hongjun only said this much. He was the spokesperson of the heavenly Tao and knew the secrets of the insect race. Yes, Master. The Sanqing and Nuwa bowed, and then left the Purple Cloud Palace together. Everyone understood that these insect races were simply opportunities for merit. The more enemies they killed, the greater the benefits they could obtain in Honghuang. Although the insect race was powerful, did Honghuang really just want to resist the invasion of the insect world? They did not believe so. A world that does not belong to Honghuang has opportunities that are immeasurable. If Honghuang could devour the heavenly Tao of the other side, then it would become even stronger. At that time their Tao could also reach further. And for others it might mean more positions of sainthood. Of course the insect world on the other side must have the same thoughts. The powerful beings of the insect race were gathering under the command of the 90-year insect race leaders preparing to attack Honghuang. To slay the powerful beings of Honghuang, devour the heavenly Tao of Honghuang, and become the next 90-year monarch. In the heavenly court, Hongjun and Donghuang Tai summoned the 10 great demon saints of the demon race as soon as they returned from the Purple Cloud Palace to prepare for battle. Various supplies were taken out from the treasury. The demon race was making serious preparations. Elder brother, when shall we venture beyond the realm? My heavenly court should also have saints to be effective. Jun's eyes flashed with brilliance. This matter is not urgent. The insect race has powerful saints, and we cannot act recklessly. You should have the young ones ready for battle at any time. I will first visit the Lady Nuwa. The Wu clan, the 12 ancestors of Wu, were also prepared. They had even set up the 12 heavenly god-slaying formation originally intended for the demon race, now repurposed to deal with the insect race. They also desired a position of sainthood. Besides them, other powerful beings of Honghuang were making preparations as well. The old ancestor of the Ming, he imitated the saintess Nuwa and created the Azura clan, instantly becoming a major force in Honghuang. Donghuang Gong also gathered some powerful beings of Honghuang, forming a small team. Hongjun, on the other hand, was in closed-door cultivation at Wu Zhuangguan, aiming to break through to sainthood. These powerful beings were all waiting for information about venturing beyond the realm. After all, without a saint to lead the way, they were also worried about being wiped out. The human race was not as tense, but it was still quite lively. After Yi Xiao emerged from closed-door cultivation, he sought out the 3 ancestors of the human race, among whom the Zi clan had not yet cultivated. Yi Xiao outlined the development plan for the human race over the next few hundred years. First, regarding population, there was a strong encouragement for childbirth. Only with increased numbers could the human race continue to discuss development. Then came various modernization reform ideas, encompassing many aspects. The human race officially began developing according to Yi Xiao's plan. Although the scale was still small, it was bustling with activity. As for Yi Xiao himself, he continued to focus on closed-door cultivation. The peak of Earth Immortal was still too weak in Honghuang. He dared not venture far, let alone going beyond the realm. Now the human race did not require him to manage too much. First, he possessed no inheritance, and the 9-turn mystic art was not something everyone could cultivate. The first inheritance of the human race could only wait for Lao Zi to attain sainthood and pass it on. In the future, he would purchase stronger inheritances through the system. Yi Xiao aimed to break through to Golden Immortal before emerging from closed-door cultivation. The idea was beautiful, but reality was cruel. The cultivation environment in Honghuang was excellent, but continuous breakthroughs through mere cultivation were still very difficult. The Pan Tao had already been exhausted, and he could only rely on meditation to increase his magical power. After 100 years, he had barely cultivated the 9-turn mystic art to the 2nd level. His cultivation had reached the peak of Celestial Immortal. Continuing closed-door cultivation was no longer feasible. He needed some opportunities. Therefore, Yi Xiao ended his closed-door cultivation. With a flash, Yi Xiao appeared above the tribe. 100 years had passed, and the number of people in the tribe had increased significantly. All around were the figures of the human race. 100 years have passed in the blink of an eye. Time flies so quickly. I wonder how many people the human race has now. Yi Xiao flashed and appeared in front of Yu Chaoshi. Clan leader, you have emerged from closed-door cultivation. Yu Chaoshi exclaimed with delight. I will call the 2 of them over immediately. Yi Xiao waved his hand. No need. How has the development of our human race been in this 100 years? Yu Chaoshi replied, Clan leader, according to your instructions, we encourage childbirth and have now reached a population of 100,000. However, in this 100 years, we have also lost quite a few. Now only 60,000 remain, as many old brothers have died in the jaws of fierce beasts. Yu Chaoshi's expression was somewhat dejected. In this 100 years, the population growth had also driven demand. The territory and living resources had greatly increased. The human race naturally needed to expand. In the process of expansion, encountering dangers was inevitable. With only 2 Tai Golden Immortals, the human race was still somewhat stretched thin. Moreover, due to various unforeseen circumstances, the human race had still lost many people. Fortunately, the outcome was good. The human race was becoming increasingly strong. Yi Xiao nodded slightly upon hearing this. A population of 60,000 exceeded his expectations. He had expected around 30,000 to be good. It seems that the physique of the human race in Honghuang is indeed quite formidable. In 100 years, the population increased 20-fold. 100 years, and yet only 5 or 6 generations have passed. With these 60,000 people, it is estimated that in a few hundred years the population of the human race will reach tens of millions. The explosive period for the human race is about to arrive. Clan leader, there is something I do not know whether to say or not. At this moment, Yu Chaoshi suddenly spoke. Yi Xiao replied, speak freely. Yu Chaoshi said our human race is still too weak compared to the myriad races of Honghuang. Besides you, me, and the Sui Ring clan, there is not even a single immortal. I wonder if the clan leader has any solutions. Upon hearing Yu Chaos words, Yi Xiao chuckled lightly and said, I do have cultivation techniques, but they are not suitable for the human race. The time for the human race to cultivate is approaching. Just hold on a little longer, and we will rise. Yu Chao sighed, but he had unconditional trust in Yi Xiao. Tribe leader, I believe in you. By the way, over the years our human race has also found some celestial fruits. Let's see if you need any tribe leader. Let's go take a look. Yi Xiao followed Yu Chao to check the place where the celestial fruits were stored. He wasn't too hopeful. After all, the vast majority of the human race was just ordinary people. Even if they found some celestial fruits, they might not be useful to him. After all, in the primordial times, heavenly materials and earthly treasures all had guardians. It was difficult for the human race to obtain any precious celestial fruits. However, there were exceptions. Before long, Yi Xiao held 2 bright red fruits and exclaimed in surprise, there are actually dragon blood fruits. Although they are not fruits born from innate spiritual roots, these dragon blood fruits possess a vast amount of dragon blood power, which is immensely beneficial for my cultivation of the 9 turns mystic art. Yu Chao joyfully said, as long as it is useful for the tribe leader, that's great. I obtained these fruits from 2 powerful demon clan warriors who fought to a standstill. Yi Xiao smiled and said, these dragon blood fruits are greatly beneficial for my cultivation. In the future, we can also collect other celestial fruits, and our human sons will be able to make use of them when they embark on their cultivation journey. However, in the future, do not actively provoke powerful beings from other races, though our human race is still too weak now. Yu Chao replied, tribe leader, I understand. Do you want to meet the others, eh? Of the 3,000 companions from back, then only a little over 1,000 remain, and some have left the human race to seek fame elsewhere. Yi Xiao thought for a moment and decided against it. Not for now, I'll refine the dragon blood fruits first. With that, Yi Xiao's figure flashed and appeared once again in his secluded meditation space. He sat cross-legged, and after a brief adjustment of his breathing, Yi Xiao took out a dragon blood fruit and bit into it. Boom! The moment the fruit's flesh entered his stomach, a tremendous amount of blood energy surged wildly within Yi Xiao's body. Yi Xiao's physical body endured the impact of the blood energy every second, undergoing transformation. 9 turns mystic art refined for me. Yi Xiao shouted, immediately operating the 9 turns mystic art to assimilate the blood energy. The progress of the 9 turns mystic art's cultivation began to increase rapidly, and Yi Xiao's cultivation level was also slowly rising. Before long, Yi Xiao's cultivation level broke through once again. I actually reached the Xian immortal realm so quickly. The effects of this dragon blood fruit are astonishing. If it were Pangus essence blood, I would probably directly reach the Tai golden immortal or even the Deluo golden immortal. Yi Xiao was quite pleased. He had only digested less than a third of this dragon blood fruit and already experienced such effects, which was truly delightful. With this opportunity, he would have a chance to reach the golden immortal realm in a short time. Yi Xiao did not dare to waste time and immediately immersed himself in refining and cultivating. In the primordial realm, time was vast and uncaring. For cultivators, many springs and autumns had passed in the blink of an eye. Yi Xiao took a full 100 years to completely digest 1 dragon blood fruit. His cultivation also reached the peak of the Xian immortal realm. The second dragon blood fruit took slightly less time, but it still took 80 years. In total, it took 180 years. Several hundred years had passed since the birth of the human race. Yi Xiao finally grew from an ordinary person to a powerful being in the early golden immortal realm. After nearly 200 years, the human race welcomed its first explosive growth phase. The population reached an astonishing 80 million. The entire human race was divided into several large and small tribes, and these various tribes composed the entire human civilization. On this day, Yi Xiao was consolidating his recently achieved golden immortal realm. Suddenly, an incredibly terrifying aura of a powerful being emanated from within the human territory, instantly awakening Yi Xiao. What is this? The aura of a sage. Indeed, the commotion when Yuhua attained sagehood was also like this. Yi Xiao murmured, then quickly left his seclusion and headed to the human territory. At this moment, purple chi came from the east for 30,000 miles. The voice of the Grand Supreme Elder emerged from within the human race, resonating throughout the entire primordial realm. I am the true lineage of Pangu, the Grand Supreme Elder. Today I establish the human teaching, establishing the Golden Core Tao system to teach the human race. May the heavenly Tao witness this. Countless virtues descended from the sky and fell upon the elder. This was the heavenly Daos acknowledgement of the human teaching and also the elder's opportunity to attain sagehood. As the terrifying aura swept across the entire primordial realm, the third sage finally came into being. Yi Xiao silently watched all this from a distance, unable to help but sigh in his heart. Indeed, beneath the sage all are but ants. Yi Xiao, my young friend. The voice of the Grand Supreme Elder suddenly resonated in Yi Xiao's mind, and then an old man riding a green ox appeared unexpectedly before Yi Xiao, almost startling him. I pay my respects to the sage. Yi Xiao quickly reacted and respectfully said, "Thank you, sage, for leaving a legacy of cultivation for our human race." The elder gazed deeply at Yi Xiao and smiled. "Ha, my young friend, need not be so formal. This is an opportunity for me, and also for the human race. My young friend has quite good talent, reaching the golden immortal. In just a few hundred years a great Tao is in sight. If he had not already chosen a disciple, he would have wanted to take Yi Xiao as his disciple. You are too modest, sage." Yi Xiao did not dare to compare his talent to these great figures of the primordial realm. The Grand Supreme Elder slightly shook his head and said again, "Forget it. Since I have established the human teaching, I must fulfill my promise and impart the golden core Tao to the human race. However, I have other matters to attend to and plan to take on a disciple to assist in this." As he spoke, the elder waved his hand lightly, and a human man appeared before them. The man, upon seeing Yi Xiao, was slightly excited and said, "Disciple Xuandu, paying respects to the tribe leader." Yi Xiao was slightly taken aback, not expecting Xuandu to not be of innate human lineage. He then smiled and said, "That is excellent. Xuandu, you should cultivate with the Grand Supreme Elder and never forget the etiquette of our human race. Cultivate diligently and contribute to our tribe in the future. Xuandu is the eldest disciple of the Xianmen and is destined for greatness." Yi Xiao did not want Xuandu to become an indifferent person. This was a seed planted early on. Disciple obeys. The Grand Supreme Elder said nothing more and was about to take Xuandu away. At that moment, two loud voices echoed through the primordial realm belonging to Yuanshi, Tianzuan, and Tongtian Jiaozhu. These two, inspired by the Grand Supreme Elder establishing the human teaching, subsequently founded the Zen teaching and the cutoff teaching. Another wave of purple chi came from the east for 30,000 miles, and the primordial realm gave birth to two more powerful sages. After Yuanshi, Tianzuan, and Tongtian Jiaozhu attained sagehood, they immediately descended upon the human race. Big brother, thanks to your foresight in discovering the method to attain sagehood, we have finally become sages. The Tongtian Jiaozhu said this. After all, the human race has only existed for a mere 200 years, and yet someone has reached golden immortal. This human truly deserves to be the next protagonist of the world. After all, the human race has only existed for a mere 200 years, and yet someone has reached golden immortal. This human truly deserves to be the next protagonist of the world. Their talent is indeed remarkable. Yuanshi Tianzun thought to himself, already planning to take Yi Xiao as his disciple. Unaware of Yuanshi Tianzun's intentions, Yi Xiao humbly replied, "You flatter me, sage. Why, I am merely fortunate." At that moment, Tongtian Jiaozhu's gaze was fixed on Yi Xiao, a glimmer of approval flickering in his eyes. He gently stroked his fingers, sensing the faint Tao rhythm emanating from Yi Xiao, and had already made a decision in his heart. This child's heart is pure, their Tao heart steady. They do not covet extravagance, nor do they fear pressure. Quite good, quite good. Tongtian Jiaozhu murmured to himself, a flash of brilliance in his eyes. As I establish the Jie Jiao, I currently have only 3 direct disciples, Duo, Baojin Ling, and Wu Dang. This excellent talent is precisely what I lack, and today is a fortuitous opportunity for recruitment. With his thoughts settled, Tongtian Jiaozhu no longer hesitated. A gentle radiance emanated from his saintly aura, and his deep yet soft voice resonated through the heavens, reaching Yi Xiao's ears. "Young friend, I am Tongtian of the Pangu Orthodoxy. Observing your excellent nature, I find our paths in alignment. Would you be willing to join my sect and become my disciple?" As soon as his words fell, Yuanshi Tianzun's expression changed slightly, and he immediately interjected, his tone carrying an undeniable firmness. "Third brother, calm down. Although this young friend's aptitude is average, their character is quite commendable. In my opinion, it would be more appropriate for him to join my Chan Jiao and take me as his master." Hearing this, Tongtian Jiaozhu raised an eyebrow, looking at Yuanshi Tianzun with a hint of seriousness in his tone. "Second brother, your Chan Jiao already boasts 12 golden immortals and numerous direct disciples, all of whom possess exceptional talents. Why must you compete with me? I have just founded Jie Jiao and have only 3 direct disciples, so I am quite lacking. This child has a connection with me. He should naturally belong to me. Not suitable, not suitable." Yuanshi Tianzun shook his head repeatedly, his expression solemn. "The teachings of my Chan Jiao are profound and emphasize character and virtue. This child aligns perfectly with our sect's principles. How can we yield simply because you have fewer disciples? In an instant, Yuan Shi Tianzun and Tong Tianjiao Zhu began to argue in front of all beings, and the two primordial saints quarreling over a young, unrenowned cultivator, each holding their ground, created a scene that would surely astonish any external cultivators who witnessed it. In truth, their fierce competition stemmed not only from their admiration for Yi Xiao's outstanding character, but also from a deeper, indescribable sense of kinship they felt towards him. It was a connection that seemed to arise from the very source of the Tao, as if a bond between master and disciple was destined to exist. This inexplicable pull made the usually proud Yuan Shi Tianzun and the easygoing Tong Tianjiao Zhu eager to accept Yi Xiao as their disciple. Standing to the side, Lao Zi had his eyes slightly closed, exuding a calm and unperturbed aura. In truth, he also harbored the intention of taking a disciple. Yi Xiao's qualifications and character had caught his eye as well. However, Lao Zi was known for his tranquility and non-contention, preferring not to compete. Thus, he simply stood quietly watching as Yuan Shi and Tong Tian argued, never interjecting. Caught in the eye of the storm, Yi Xiao's heart was already stirred with waves of shock and astonishment. He gazed in awe at the two saints before him, thinking to himself, I never expected that as a mere human I could attract the attention of two primordial saints from the Panga orthodoxy. Now that the human race is weak, having a saint as a backing is indeed a great opportunity that would be invaluable for the development of humanity. But whom should I choose as my master? All three of the three pure ones are protective of their own, and regardless of whose sect he joins, he would receive careful protection. However, Yuan Shi Tianzun has always been strict about background and roots when it comes to selecting disciples, and Chan Jiao only accepts those with exceptional talent and strong roots. On the other hand, Tong Tianjiao Zhu is entirely different. A Jie Jiao advocate's inclusivity does not concern itself with background and emphasizes fate and opportunity. Moreover, Tong Tian is renowned for his favoritism towards his disciples. Weighing the two options, Yi Xiao felt more inclined towards Tong Tianjiao Zhu, but he was also troubled. Yuan Shi Tianzun is a saint of high status, and if he chooses Tong Tian directly, it is bound to offend this Chan Jiao saint, which may bring him many troubles in the future. Just as Yi Xiao was in a dilemma, Tong Tianjiao Zhu seemed to see through his thoughts and immediately spoke up, breaking the deadlock. Second brother, our dispute leads to no resolution. Oh, why not be fair and let this child choose for himself? Whomever he wishes to join, he shall be their disciple, and neither of us shall raise any objections. What do you say? Yuan Shi Tianzun pondered for a moment before nodding slightly. That's fine, let him decide for himself. However, Yuan Shi Tianzun was the first to throw out a tempting offer to sway Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao, if you join my Chan Jiao and take me as your master, I will impart my core teachings to you and grant you a piece of innate spiritual treasure to aid your cultivation. An innate spiritual treasure is a highly coveted item in the primordial world, something countless cultivators yearn for. Yuan Shi Tianzun felt that this condition would surely entice Yi Xiao. However, Tong Tianjiao Zhu was not the least bit intimidated and spoke loudly, offering even better terms. Second brother, an innate spiritual treasure is nothing. My Jie Jiao is not lacking in such things. Yi Xiao, if you take me as your master, not only will I teach you the supreme techniques of Jie Jiao and grant you an innate spiritual treasure, but I will also directly make you my fourth direct disciple. Tong Tianjiao Zhu's words were sincere and full of intent, and coupled with Jie Jiao's inclusive path, it perfectly aligned with Yi Xiao's own thoughts. At this moment, all his concerns vanished, and Yi Xiao had already found his answer in his heart. He no longer hesitated and stepped forward, first bowing to Yuan Shi Tianzun. Thank you, sage, for your kindness, but I already have someone in my heart. I hope you will not take offense. Yuan Shi Tianzun, upon seeing Yi Xiao's choice, felt a tinge of regret, but kept his promise, nodding lightly. No harm done. Oh, perhaps we are simply not fated to be master and disciple. Yi Xiao sighed in relief and immediately turned respectfully to Tong Tianjiao Zhu, performing a grand bow. Disciple, Yi Xiao wishes to take Tong Tianjiao Zhu as my master and will diligently follow your teachings, devoted to my cultivation and not failing your instruction. Seeing Yi Xiao join his sect, Tong Tianjiao Zhu was overjoyed, his aura softening a bit. He gently assisted Yi Xiao to his feet. Good. From today on, you are my fourth direct disciple of Jie Jiao. You must cultivate diligently and break through to the Quasi-Saint realm as soon as possible. Seeing this, Lao Zi smiled slightly. Congratulations, third brother, on acquiring such an excellent disciple. Thus, Yi Xiao was taken by Tong Tian to Golden Ao Island. The primordial world has already seen 5 saints, and the situation for the Western figures of Zhuanti and Jane is somewhat pitiful. Senior brother, I knew that the Tao ancestor had imparted the method of becoming a saint to the 3 purities. How many years has it been since then, and the 3 purities have all become saints? The Tao ancestor is truly biased. Zhuanti looked at the vanishing signs of sanctification beneath Kunlun Mountain, feeling quite melancholic, yet somewhat helpless. Jane immediately said, Junior brother, be cautious with your words. He quickly glanced at the sky, and upon seeing no unusual activity, he continued, "Junior brother, this may not necessarily be a bad thing. Although our master may not have much regard for the two of us, the way the three purities became saints has provided me with some ideas. Perhaps we too can imitate the three purities and establish a sect, thus attracting the heavenly Tao to bestow merit and achieve sanctification." Xiao Yan's lips curved into a slight smile. "Exactly. The heavenly Tao is lacking, but it would be better for the two of us to establish the Western sect to supplement the heavenly Tao. This should surely lead to our sanctification." Zhuanti, hearing this, began to gesture with his fingers as if calculating something. After a moment, a brilliant light flashed in his eyes. "Senior brother, you are right. The path to sanctification involves no more than merit verification and vows. We possess no ultimate treasures to pave the way, and without great merit we can only use grand vows to move heaven and attract the recognition of the heavenly Tao, thus seizing that fleeting chance for sanctification." Jane nodded. Unlike the three purities, they did not have the merit of opening the heavens. Perhaps this was the only way to achieve sanctification. To achieve sanctification through grand vows requires using their own Tao foundation as a guide, making heavy promises to attract the heavenly Tao's vast merit. Of course, this method has its drawbacks. If they cannot fulfill their vows in the future, they will surely face divine retribution and their souls will scatter. Gazing at the endless desolation of the West, he ultimately gritted his teeth and nodded. "For the billions of living beings in the West, for the two of us to testify to the Tao of primordial unity, even if the risks are immense, it is worth a try." The two immediately stood atop the Western Spirit Mountain, bathed in heavenly light, facing the vast heavenly Tao, and bowed deeply. Jane was the first to speak, his voice solemn and resolute, reverberating through heaven and earth. "Heavenly Tao above, I, Jane, today vow upon the foundational Tao of the West to make a grand vow to ferry all suffering beings in the West, to establish the Western sect, to spread my great Tao, welcoming all who are fated regardless of their forms or origins. All may enter my teachings and cultivate. If this vow is fulfilled, I wish to witness the Tao to achieve the status of a saint, to protect the West and maintain order in the primordial world." With the emergence of the grand vow, the heavens and earth changed color. On the land of the West, the previously exhausted spiritual veins trembled slightly and wisps of spiritual energy began to gather. The heavenly Tao responded, descending a gentle golden light that enveloped Jane. Zhuanti followed closely, his voice booming as he made an even grander vow. "Heavenly Tao above, I, Zhuanti, today together with senior brother Jane, make a great vow with great compassion and wisdom to enlighten all beings in the primordial world, to act on behalf of the heavenly Tao, to resolve countless tribulations, to open convenient doors so that the teachings of the Western Tao may spread throughout the three realms. I vow to offer my own blessings and cultivation as a sacrifice. If I achieve the position of saint, I will uphold the order of heaven and earth and protect the West." The two grand vows shot up to the heavens, resonating with the entirety of the primordial Tao. Purple chi came from the east for 30,000 miles. Heavenly flowers fell like rain. Golden lotuses erupted from the earth, and vast merit poured down from the heavenly Tao like a golden torrent, flooding into the bodies of the two. Jane, with his naturally compassionate disposition, felt the grand vow move heaven and earth. Under the overwhelming merit, the barriers of his quasi-saint status began to loosen. Faint signs of becoming a saint appeared. Zhuanti followed closely behind, his grand wish merging with the heavenly Tao, gaining merit and cleansing the mundane, also breaking free from his shackles. The two felt an indescribable excitement at the changes happening to them. However, as time passed, they did not perceive the opportunity for sanctification. "What is happening?" Zhuanti expressed confusion. He had made so many grand vows, yet the merit seemed insufficient. Jane gritted his teeth. "Perhaps it is because we both aim to become saints simultaneously, requiring more merit. If that is the case, then we have no choice but to give it our all. As long as we can achieve sanctification, there will be plenty of time in the future." Zhuanti responded, "Senior brother is right." Thus the two exchanged glances and continued to make grand vows. In the end, they made a total of hundreds of grand vows before finally gathering the merit needed for sanctification. Purple chi came from the east for 30,000 miles, and the two from the west finally became saints. Thus the primordial world gained 2 more saints, bringing the total to 7. Golden Ao Island. This was the place where Tong Tian had previously discovered the path to immortality. Though the 3 purities had not yet split up, Tong Tian had already regarded this as his dojo. Tong Tian sat at the main seat with his 3 personal disciples, Duobao, Jinling, and Wudong, standing beside him. Yi Xiao, meet senior brother, and the 2 senior sisters. Yi Xiao cupped his hands and smiled. I did not expect my junior brother to be a member of the human race with such extraordinary talent. Duobao's current cultivation greatly surpassed Yi Xiao's. After all, he was Tongshan's eldest disciple, nearing the level of a great Luo Jingxian. Wudong and Jinling were both in the late stage of Tai Jingxian and were rather interested in Yi Xiao, the young human disciple. After chatting for a while, Tongshan's voice rang out. All right, you brothers and sisters will have the chance to chat more in the future. From now on, you must focus on your cultivation. In the future, you will likely enter the outer battlefield to fight against enemies, which will greatly benefit your cultivation. Don't let it be a case where your skills are insufficient and you perish outside, then I won't be able to protect you. Hearing this, their brows furrowed slightly. Yi Xiao thought to himself, outer battlefield. It seems the primordial world is about to engage in a great war with the insect race. I wonder when he'll be able to go to the outer battlefield. I really want to go to the outer battlefield now to slay some insect race and gain war value, so I can exchange for items to assist my cultivation as well as suitable legacies for the human race. Unfortunately, his current strength is too weak, probably not even qualifying as cannon fodder. At this moment, Duobao said, Master, what kind of enemies are there in the outer battlefield? How strong are they? Surely they can't be stronger than us in the primordial world. Tong Tian replied, you are mistaken. The enemies in the outer battlefield are not weaker than the primordial world, and there are even many saints, otherwise I would not give you such instructions. All right, go and cultivate diligently. When you reach the level of Great Luo Jinshin, you may go out and have a look. With that, Tongshan's figure flashed and vanished before them. After Yi Xiao and the three of Duobao bowed, they also left. He did not return to the human race, but remained at Golden Ao Island. After all, the human race currently has the Golden Core path, and they would soon enter a period of explosive strength, so he need not worry about returning. He planned to wait until his strength increased, first visit the outer battlefield, and then return to the human realm to take a look, while also making some other plans. On Golden Tortoise Island, Yi Xiao began to study the items given by the Master of Heaven. There were 2 items in total, one being the cultivation method of the Jie sect, Sanqing Immortal Art. This not only included the method of cultivation, but also numerous formations and divine abilities. Techniques such as the 36 Celestial Generals and 72 Earthly Fiends, along with others like Zhongdi Jingguang, were all part of it. Next was the treasure given by Tong Tian, the Binding Dragon Rope, a top-quality, innate spirit treasure. This was originally for Zhao Gongming, but now it belonged to Yi Xiao, as Zhao Gongming and the others had yet to join the Jie sect. This innate spirit treasure is quite good. If I cannot defeat an opponent, I can use the Binding Dragon Rope to trap them and escape. If their cultivation is not more than 1 major realm above mine, it would be difficult for them to break free. It's indeed a good means of preserving my life. As for the Sanqing Immortal Art, it is the unique method of the Jie sect and cannot be passed on to the human race. I can only cultivate it myself. Just as my 9 Revolutions mystic art has hit a bottleneck, and without any opportunities it would be difficult for me to improve in a short time. Thus I can cultivate this Sanqing Immortal Art, while also concealing my 9 Revolutions mystic art. The 9 Revolutions mystic art is a technique cultivated by the Panga Great God, and it would not be an exaggeration to call it the number 1 art of the primordial era. Even the 3 pure ones formed from Panga's primordial spirit do not possess it. If anyone finds out that I can perform the 9 Revolutions mystic art, it would surely cause unrest. So if I can hide, I will. Yi Xiao's execution ability is quite high, and he immediately began to cultivate. Cultivating the Sanqing Immortal Art requires no auxiliary, means it mainly depends on comprehension. In this primordial world, there is no need to consider whether the spiritual energy or celestial energy is dense. Perhaps it is because the innate human race possesses extraordinary talents, or perhaps because Yi Xiao is a transmigrator, his comprehension is quite good, making the cultivation of the Sanqing Immortal Art very effortless. In just a few decades, Yi Xiao had cultivated it to the golden immortal level, matching his own cultivation. Yi Xiao did not stop continuing to cultivate, knowing well that he was currently too weak. When he felt tired from cultivation, he paused to practice various divine abilities. Some abilities were not very effective in combat, and with his golden immortal cultivation, he couldn't defeat many people, so abilities suited for escape were the best choice. For instance, Zhongdi Jingguang. Yi Xiao was actively engaged in cultivation. Time flew by, and soon it was the 300th year since Yi Xiao's transmigration, nearing 300 years since the invasion of the insect race. The insect race's army had been waiting in the outer battlefield for a long time, eager to invade the primordial world directly. Finally, Hongjun issued commands to the saints. Quickly, the 6 saints summoned the strong from the myriad races of the primordial world. The witch and demon clans, along with countless powerful cultivators from the primordial world, gathered at Mount Buzhou preparing for battle. Looking around, the place was densely packed with cultivators. The higher level ones were at the Quasi Saint level, and the lowest were already at the Tai Golden Immortal Realm. Those with lower realms had no qualification to be here. And these were just the vanguard troops sent to test the strength of the insect race. Let's set off. With the command from Laozi, countless mighty beings from the primordial world followed the saints into the spatial passage heading to the outer battlefield. Boom. As soon as everyone appeared in the outer battlefield, a horrific energy attack surged from the void. So strong. This is likely the method of a saint. The cultivators of the primordial world felt a chill in their hearts, not expecting an attack from a saint as soon as they emerged. However, they were not worried, for they also had saints on their side. The other saints remained stationed in the spatial passage, with only Laozi stepping out. Laozi snorted coldly, saying, "It's difficult for saints to determine a victor. Let those below saints compete." He then waved his hand, instantly neutralizing the insect race's strong attack. Perhaps his words had some effect, as the saint from the insect race did not continue the attack. Many powerful beings from the primordial world let out a sigh of relief. They came to slay enemies, not to watch a duel between saints. Only by continuously defeating enemies would they have the opportunity to attain sanctity. Laozi turned to the mighty beings and said, "The outer battlefield is a vast arena, boundless. You can cooperate or act independently. If you achieve military merit, there will be great benefits when returning to the primordial world. But remember, no one is allowed to act against those from the primordial world. If anyone dares to fight among themselves, there will be no mercy." After saying this, Laozi looked at the members of the witch and demon clans. Clearly, he was not at ease with these two factions, as they had always been adversarial. The others were better and dared not oppose the saints. However, members of the witch and demon clans were brash. Sometimes they wouldn't care if you were a saint. Especially the witch clan, who sometimes dared to scold the Dao ancestor. Dijiang, Dijun, and the others naturally noticed Laozi's gaze. Though they felt displeased, they did not voice their dissent at this moment. "Rest assured, saints, we can distinguish between light and heavy matters." Laozi nodded, and then flew directly back into the spatial passage. The 6 saints did not leave. Instead, they occasionally emitted the aura of saints, preventing the insect race's 9th-tier saint from acting rashly. This marked the first collision between the two worlds. Both sides engaged in mutual probing. The saints were like nuclear bombs, only intervening at critical moments. Those below the saints were their pieces in the game of strategy. Even though they all wished to devour each other, they understood that the opposing side was not easy to deal with. Thus, they had to find alternative methods to crush a world. Aside from annihilating the opposing side's high-end combat power, the other method is to destroy their backup forces. After the saints departed, the many powerful beings of the primordial world wasted no time and immediately began to act. On their first outing, no one acted alone. Soon the mighty beings of the primordial world encountered a massive force of the insect race. Is this the insect race? They really are a bunch of bugs. They'll go test the waters first. A great witch from the witch clan showed disdain and contempt, wielding a large axe and charging in. This person was none other than Xing Tian. "These bugs are quite strange. Be careful." Dijiang warned, prepared for battle at any moment. Roar. An insect race strongman let out a furious roar, and a terrifying sound wave rampaged, hinting at the possibility of shattering the void. It seemed to be issuing a command. In the next moment, countless insect warriors charged towards Xing Tian. There were many of various ranks. Xing Tian swung his axe, and the terrifying axe light, like a life-taking scythe, instantly slaughtered numerous low-tier insect race members. Insect race beings below the great Luo golden immortal level would be crushed into powder by the terrifying energy as soon as they approached the axe light. Only the 7th-tier insect race, also at the great Luo golden immortal level, managed to block Xing Tian's attack. So weak. Kill. After a successful strike, Xing Tian became even more excited and charged forward again. Meanwhile, the powerful beings of the primordial world watched Xing Tian's performance and also noted the situation with the insect race. This race is quite peculiar. They all seem fearless, charging forward en masse, which is rather terrifying. The low-tier insect race is manageable, but if the high-tier insect race behaves the same way, it would not bode well for our primordial clans. Dijun murmured as he looked at the battlefield. Not only that, said the ancestral witch Emperor Jiang of the witch clan, the physical bodies of these insect tribes are incredibly powerful. Even a similarly ranked Honghuang cultivator would require the aid of spiritual treasures to destroy them. Only our witch clan or the dragon clan and other physically strong races can easily annihilate them. Dong Huangtai curled his lip, unwilling to admit it, but the truth was undeniable. No wonder this world rivals my Honghuang. It truly is formidable. Moreover, there are various types of insect tribes, and it seems each possesses its own unique means of attack. In addition to their physical bodies being a means of attack, they also seem adept at soul attacks. Since the witch clan has no primordial spirit, they have no soul, rendering the insect tribe's soul attacks ineffective against them. In a sense, the witch clan seems to be the nemesis of the insect tribes. Dong Huangtai and other powerful beings from Honghuang felt the fluctuations of souls in the space, their expressions subtly changing. While they were not afraid of soul attacks at the level of the great Luo Jinxian, what about the higher-ranked insect tribes? Soul attacks are terrifying means of assault. often a single oversight in battle can lead to total defeat. This means that in future battles against insect tribes of equal rank, they will also need to be on guard against soul attacks. This is somewhat troubling. After discovering the terrifying aspects of the insect tribes, the originally elated powerful beings of Honghuang began to feel some concern. However, none of them retreated. Indeed, while the insect tribes are powerful, they are not weak. Warriors of the Witch Clan, follow me to slaughter. Upon realizing the Witch Clan was the nemesis of the insect tribes, Emperor Jiang immediately ceased observation and commanded the strong of the Witch Clan to charge. Hundreds of powerful beings from the Witch Clan above the Tai Jingxian level surged forward in a frenzy. Some wielded weapons, instantly slaying numerous insect tribes. Others fought barehanded, directly tearing the insect tribe's powerful beings into shreds. With the involvement of the Witch Clan, the powerful beings of Honghuang also joined the battlefield. The outcome of this encounter was clear: the insect tribes were completely annihilated. Honghuang did suffer some losses, but the gains were far greater. After the war, many powerful beings began to clean up the battlefield. The shells of these insect tribes can be refined into spiritual treasures, quite good. They can also be refined into pills to enhance cultivation. Even direct refinement can raise one's level. These insect tribes are indeed treasure-filled everywhere. Using these insect corpses for cultivation, the speed will probably surpass our sitting meditation. We're going to be prosperous. This extraterritorial battlefield truly is a blessing for our Honghuang. I must kill even more. In no time, the Honghuang cultivators collecting the spoils were bursting with excited laughter, filled with hope for the future path. Emperor Jiang, Emperor Jun, and other Quasi-Saint powers also had a glint of excitement in their eyes. Killing enemies on the extraterritorial battlefield yields good spoils, and returning to Honghuang also brings rewards from the heavenly way. This is truly a double benefit. Perhaps in the future, they may even achieve the status of a Hunyuan Great Luo Jingxian. It's all uncertain. Each one felt even more exhilarated. As for the threats posed by the insect tribes, they seemed insignificant in light of these benefits, even forgotten by many. Compared to these gains, such threats are nothing. Little do the natives of Honghuang know that in the myriad worlds, the greatest way to progress is not through cultivation, but by invading and devouring other worlds. These individuals can not only feast on two fronts, but can also indulge in many more, feasting to their heart's content. A world comparable to Honghuang, just a little bit is enough to fill them up. As for whether they can become saints, this is no longer a question, but an inevitability. Moreover, this is just the first world connecting with Honghuang. Many more will follow. As long as the people of Honghuang can persevere, their future achievements are boundless. At this moment, they were still too early in their happiness. These are merely the most basic benefits. Even more exciting rewards lie ahead. At this moment, the great witch Xing Tian collected the corpses of the 7th-tier powerful beings of the insect tribes, holding a dark golden orb in his hand. Ancestral witch, what is this? I feel that if I devour it, my realm will greatly improve. Xing Tian's voice was already loud. Once this was said, all the powerful beings of Honghuang turned to look. That is such pure energy. Jin Yuanzi's eyes flashed, immediately recognizing what it was. How could such a good thing erupt from the bodies of the insect tribes? If the energy is sufficient, I might have a chance to break through to sainthood. Once this idea emerged, Jin Yuanzi's heart began to stir, wishing he could annihilate all the high-tier insect tribes right away. If the energy is sufficient, I might have a chance to break through to sainthood. Once this idea emerged, seeing this, Emperor Jiang appeared before Xing Tian with a smile, saying, you're lucky. I didn't expect this insect tribe to burst forth with primal energy after death. This is indeed a good thing. Just refine it directly, and see if you can break through to become an ancestral witch. Yes, ancestral witch. Xing Tian responded excitedly, and immediately swallowed the primal energy. There was no need for refinement. The primal energy melted immediately, beginning to transform into Xing Tian's strength. His vitality and realm were simultaneously enhanced. In just a few dozen breaths, Xing Tian's aura surged significantly. The many Honghuang cultivators looked on with red-rimmed eyes. This was a gaze of envy. Emperor Jun and Dong Huang exchanged glances, their hearts ablaze with excitement. Second brother, our demon clan is about to rise. This energy orb can not only enhance our cultivation, but also forge many powerful beings, making us the #1 force in Honghuang. Big brother, that's absolutely right. Since the insect tribes possess such good things, we need not hold back. My brother and I will directly lead the demon clan's warriors to slay the insect tribes and collect their primal energy. With the blessing of the Dong Huang Bell, as long as we don't encounter the 9th-tier strong ones of the insect tribes, we can retreat unscathed. Even if we truly encounter a saint-level powerhouse, my brother and I together can hold out for a while. Emperor Jun hesitated for just a moment before making up his mind. Let's go for it. Fortune favors the bold. For the sake of the demon clan, let's go. Under the leadership of Emperor Jun and Dong Huang, the demon clan quietly slipped away from the main force, beginning to search for traces of the insect tribe army on the extraterritorial battlefield. The extraterritorial battlefield is vast, rivaling both Honghuang and the insect tribe world. It is a perfect battlefield among the myriad realms. Xing Tian ultimately did not break through to become an ancestral witch, but he was much closer to it. Slowly, the cultivators of Honghuang also noticed the missing demon clan. It goes without saying that the demon clan had been tempted by the primal energy of the insect tribes and had gone hunting alone. Seeing this, Zhun, Yuanzi Ming, Hedong Wang Gong, and many other quasi-saint powers of Honghuang also began to take action, no longer caring about what dangers might lie ahead. Ha ha ha! A boisterous and wild laughter suddenly erupted on the battlefield beyond the realm, shaking the surrounding chaotic currents violently. A demon king of the beast race clad in dark golden scales stood proudly in the void, its once fierce, beastly eyes now bursting with indescribable joy and radiant light. This demon king has finally broken through. It howled towards the sky, its voice sweeping across a radius of 10,000 miles, drawing the attention of countless cultivators and insect tribes engaged in battle, their eyes filled with astonishment and envy. Just moments ago, this demon king was merely at the pinnacle of the Tai golden immortal realm, not considered a top-tier combatant on the brutal battlefield beyond the realm, even deemed a mere cannon fodder of the beast race. Such a level could only strive to survive amidst the slaughter. Yet fortune favored him. In the chaotic battle, he fought fiercely and managed to slay a peak Tai golden immortal elite of the insect race. That insect race powerhouse was as massive as a small mountain, its shell incredibly tough. In its dying counterattack, it severely injured the demon king, shattering its scales and breaking its bones, but in the end it was obliterated by the demon king's life essence, smashing its core. At the moment the insect race powerhouse fell, a pure majestic source energy, filled with the essence of life and laws, surged forth from its broken body, suspended in the air like the quintessence of heaven and earth. The demon king instinctively lunged forward and swallowed the entire mass of source energy. The instant the source energy entered its body, a violent yet pure power surged through its limbs and bones, and the previously elusive threshold of the Deluo golden immortal realm shattered like paper under the infusion of this power. The demon power within surged wildly, the perception of laws rapidly heightened, and the barriers of its realm climbed, without obstruction, stabilizing at the early stage of the Deluo golden immortal realm in mere moments. From the late stage of the Tai golden immortal to the Deluo golden immortal, a chasm that countless cultivators struggled to cross throughout their lives, yet he effortlessly crossed it with just a mass of insect race essence, becoming a bona fide demon lord. This scene vividly captured the attention of countless primal cultivators around. After a brief silence, the entire battlefield beyond the realm erupted into chaos. Deluo golden immortal. He truly broke through. He devoured just a mass of insect race essence and directly crossed a great realm. How is that possible? Impossible. A demon holding a celestial sword flashed with desire, gripping the sword hilt so tightly that his knuckles turned white, his eyes filled with disbelief. He froze in the midst of battling the insect race, almost struck by the insect's sharp claws. Ha ha, the time for my beast race to rise has come. Men follow this heavenly emperor to kill. Emperor Jun's frenzied laughter echoed, each strike capable of wiping out numerous insect race foes. Dong Huang Tai, he rotated the Dong Huang bell in his hand, capturing a peak Deluo golden immortal insect elite within it, subsequently crushing it to death. A source energy filled with life force and law essence was held in Dong Huang Tai's hand, which he then directly tossed into his mouth. This mere Deluo golden immortal insect race source energy actually advanced my cultivation by over 10,000 years. Splendid. Dong Huang Tai, he tasted the sweetness, subsequently increasing his speed of action significantly. Devouring and refining the essence of insect race beings below his realm would quickly nourish his power and solidify his foundation, achieving rapid cultivation. If he were to devour the source of an insect of the same realm, it could directly dislodge the boundary barriers, causing a rapid increase in cultivation, easily breaking through a minor realm. This rate of improvement was exponentially faster than sitting in closed-door meditation or comprehend. What originally required hundreds or even thousands of years to advance in cultivation could now be easily achieved by slaying an insect and devouring its essence. Such temptation was enough to drive any cultivator to madness. The atmosphere on the battlefield beyond the realm twisted completely. The slaughter once aimed at resisting the invasion of the insect race had suddenly taken on a different flavor. Countless primal cultivators had bloodshot eyes, rushing towards the insect race army, like madmen, unleashing their magical treasures and techniques recklessly, all to slay the insects and seize the source energy that could rapidly empower them. This madness was not limited to the ordinary primal cultivators. Even the Quasi-Saint powers standing atop the primal pyramid with their endless lifespans ultimately could not resist this extreme temptation. Deep within the battlefield, the master of Honghuang Temple Zhen Yuanzi, clad in a plain Taoist robe and wielding a land map, despite being at the peak of Quasi-Saint cultivation, could not hide the urgency and fervor in his expression. With a wave of his hand, he obliterated a swathe of the insect army, his gaze rapidly scanning the battlefield, his divine sense extending for miles, not missing any trace of the insect race, completely devoid of his usual calm detachment. The insect race essence can actually nourish Quasi-Saint cultivation. Devouring a mass of Quasi-Saint initial stage insect race essence surpasses 1,000 years of closed-door cultivation. But alas, not all insect race beings possess source energy. Only those elite insect race beings of the same realm have it. But this is enough to excite the entire primal world. I fear that once this war ends, the myriad races of the primal world will go completely mad. Zhen Yuanzi's heart was in turmoil, the previously calm interior beginning to stir with tumultuous, not only him, but Donghuang Tai, Emperor Jun, the Witch race, and the Eastern Prince. One by one, renowned Quasi-Saint powers of the primal world searched frantically for traces of the insect race. Whenever they discovered an insect, regardless of strength, they would attack, without hesitation, to eradicate it solely to seize those precious source energies. At this moment, no one cared whether such frantic slaughter of the insect race would attract the saint-level powers deep within the insect race, or provoke an apocalyptic war between the two races. In the face of the ultimate temptation that could rapidly elevate their realms and challenge higher cultivation, all concerns and fears were cast aside. On the entire battlefield beyond the realm, cultivators from the primal world, whether small soldiers or great powers, were completely engulfed in this madness triggered by the insect race essence. The battlefield beyond the realm had entirely devolved into a hunting ground for power, with nothing left but endless slaughter and greedy howls. Of course, the primal cultivators could devour the insect race's essence to enhance their cultivation, and the same applied in reverse. Insect race powerhouses would immediately consume the corpses of primal cultivators they killed, transforming them into pure source energy within, thereby enhancing their strength. Some even digested them directly, subsequently hatching a multitude of insect race cannon fodder within to aid in battle. Both sides were bloodied with rage. This was a life-and-death war where the dead would become stepping stones for the victors. The many powers of the primal world wished to continue, but the insect race seemed determined to deny them that opportunity. Upon sensing the appearance of so many Quasi-Saint powers, the insect race also began to make, even as the battlefield outside the realm fell completely into a hunting ground. The practitioners of the primordial era and the insect race slaughtered each other, using each other's essence to enhance their cultivation. The chaotic aura of heaven and earth suddenly came to a halt. A terrifying and vast pressure far beyond that of a Quasi-Saint slowly spread from the depths of the outer realm. Zhen Yuanzi, who was frantically slaughtering the insect race, suddenly paused. He tightened the fingers gripping the earth book, and the fiery light in his eyes turned serious. The spatial power around Di Jiang became chaotic. The unique perception of the ancestor witch of the witch race allowed him to sense the danger immediately. In the distance, Di Jun and Donghuang Tai exchanged glances, both seeing the seriousness in each other's eyes. Having just indulged in the joy of devouring essence and a surge in cultivation, they now felt quite displeased. They wanted to seize more essence energy, but did not expect a high-level insect race to appear so soon. It seemed that picking up cheap gains was no longer possible. Soon the void outside the realm rumbled and split apart. Several enormous figures blotting out the sky and sun slowly stepped out from the void. The leading insect race figures had dark purple divine patterns on their shells, each inch of their bodies exuding a terrifying aura of late Quasi-Saint level, not inferior at all to top primordial experts like Zhen Yuanzi, Di Jun, and Di Jiang. They lacked the frenzy and chaos typical of ordinary insect races, instead exuding a cold and stern will. It is the Quasi-Saints of the insect race. At that moment, everyone realized who the newcomers were, and Zhen Yuanzi and other late Quasi-Saint experts immediately prepared for battle. These beings were not the cannon fodder commonly seen on the battlefield, nor were they ordinary elites. They were the true high-ranking members of the insect race, the rulers of millions of insects. As soon as they appeared, they directly locked onto the late Quasi-Saint experts of the primordial side. The ants of the primordial world die. Your flesh and blood will surely be rich. After devouring you, we shall surely advance further, perhaps even reach the realm of Hongyuan. A cold and murderous voice echoed out. Immediately 3-5. Nearly 10 Quasi-Saint level insect royal figures surged towards Zhen Yuanzi, Di Jiangdong, Huang Tai, Di Jun, and the others. The pattern of the battlefield outside the realm changed dramatically in an instant. The slaughter among ordinary practitioners became mere background noise. The true decisive battle had risen to the ultimate clash at the Quasi-Saint level. Zhen Yuanzi snorted coldly as the laws of the earth surged around him, the earth book hovering above his head, transforming into a heavy and boundless barrier of heaven and earth. A mere insect race dares to encircle me. He took a step forward, confronting 3 Quasi-Saint level insect royal figures heated. With a punch, the ground rumbled and the space collapsed. As a veteran Quasi-Saint of the primordial era, Zhen Yuanzi's profound laws allowed him to stand firm against 3 insect race powerhouses without losing ground. In fact, he pressed forward step by step, aiming to take advantage of their unpreparedness to slay a late Quasi-Saint insect and seize its essence. In no time, Zhen Yuanzi actually forced the 3 insect race Quasi-Saints into retreat. Meanwhile, Di Jiang, controlling the path of space, flickered uncertainly in the void. He single-handedly fought against 4 late Quasi-Saint insect race figures, tearing the space apart with both hands, each strike landing on the vital points of the insects. The witch race's physical form was incredibly tyrannical, making them nearly invincible within the same realm. Even fighting against 4 Di Jiang remained ferociously unmatched, his roar echoing through the chaos as he shattered the insect race's shells, causing their essence to leak out. Unexpectedly, Di Jiang directly killed a Quasi-Saint insect with a single punch, collecting its essence. Donghuang Tai, he held the Donghuang bell, its ringing resonating through the 9 heavens. Ding! With the sound of the bell, time and space froze. The 3 insect royal figures were instantly stunned by the bell's sound. Seizing the moment, Donghuang Tai struck with the true fire of the sun, sweeping in all directions, directly incinerating the insect race's essence and forcing the 3 insects to evade in embarrassment. Di Jun, meanwhile, commanded the starry sky, a ray shadow, gathering the power of countless stars into himself. He fought against 2 alone, transforming starlight into blades that sliced through the insect race's hard shells, each strike precise and aimed at their core essence. In a moment, the late Quasi-Saint experts of the primordial era fought against 3 or 4 opponents each. Their individual combat power overwhelmingly suppressed the insect race's same-level experts. On the battlefield, laws collided, starlight exploded, the ground trembled, and space shattered. Countless low-level insects caught in the aftermath instantly turned to ash. However, the insect race's numbers were simply terrifying. Even though the primordial experts were all valiant, they could not withstand a war of attrition, and many wounds began to appear on their bodies. If this continued, not to mention slaying insects to seize their essence, it would be difficult for them if the insect race's main force arrived. Just then, at the deepest part of the abyss outside the realm, a pair of cold and motionless eyes akin to world-destroying stars slowly opened. An overwhelming pressure surpassing all Quasi-Saints and truly belonging to a saint suddenly descended. Primordial practitioners who kill my insect race's kin and plunder essence deserve to die 1,000 deaths. Such potential, if not eradicated, will surely lead to great trouble in the future. A cold voice devoid of any emotion reverberated deep within the souls of everyone. Following that, 3 colossal figures of the insect race, seemingly piercing through the chaos, slowly stepped out of the abyss. Insect race saints. And 3 of them. Run! Zhen Yuanzi and the others hesitated for no moment and immediately fled. In front of the saints, they understood their own strength very well, let alone facing 3. If there were only 1, they might still be able to hold their ground together. But the 3 insect race saints immediately locked onto Zhen Yuanzi, Di Jiang, Donghuang Tai, and Di Jun. Slay. With this command, the 3 forces of saintly laws transformed into colossal hands of destruction, disregarding the distance of space, directly suppressing the several late Quasi-Saint experts of the primordial era. When the saints made their move, heaven and earth lost their color. Even a peak Quasi-Saint like Zhen Yuanzi was like an ant in front of the saints, utterly powerless to resist. The shadow of death instantly enveloped everyone. Donghuang Tai gripped the Donghuang bell tightly, exerting all his strength to block this attack. Di Jun's face turned pale as he stood behind Donghuang Tai, channeling his power. Zhen Yuanzi closed his eyes and sighed lightly. The divide between Quasi-Saints and saints was an insurmountable chasm. Di Jiang roared, beginning to burn his essence, blood, his body rapidly expanding, attempting to clash Heaton. Yet the saying that beneath the saints all are ants applied everywhere, they could not withstand it. At this critical, presumptuous, 3 clear shouts echoed from above the 9 heavens of the primordial world. Taiqing Dao Tianzuan, Yuqing Yuanshi Tianzuan, and Shangqing Lingbao Tianzuan. The figures of the 3 clear ones flew out from the spatial passage and descended onto the battlefield outside the realm. The 6 saints had been watching the outer battlefield. With the enemy mobilizing saints, they naturally could not stand by idly. Taiqing Daoist held the Taiji diagram, the yin and yang flowing, stabilizing the chaotic void. Yuanshi Tianzuan with the Panga banner above his head caused the chaotic energies to roll, obliterating all falsehood. Tongtian Jiaozhu stood on the embryonic form of the extermination sword array, the sword energy soaring, tearing through the insect race's saintly might. It's just a bunch of young ones fighting. You saints actually come down personally. Do you think there is no one in my primordial world? The three clear ones stood side by side, three distinct, yet originating from the same source auras of saints soared into the sky, confronting the three insect race, saints from a distance. Saint against saint. The primordial world against the insect race. The war escalated to the highest level of conflict in the realm of heaven and earth. In the void beyond the realm, chaotic currents surged endlessly. Above the battlefield in the void, six exalted figures stood proudly against the heavens, their holy might overwhelming. These were the three supreme beings of the Sanqing and the three ninth-tier powerhouses of the insect race. Each sage could tear apart the heavens with a mere gesture, and a stomp could shatter stars. The power of their laws was terrifyingly immense, causing any ordinary quasi-saint who ventured too close to be instantly reduced to ashes. Below, the likes of Zenyuanzi Dijuan Dongwang, Tai Dijiang, and Mingyi, all quasi-saints of the primordial era, wore solemn expressions. They looked up at the battlefield capable of annihilating the world, their hearts filled with shock and helplessness. In the primordial realm, they were all formidable figures who could easily annihilate entire clans with a wave of their hands, controlling the lives and deaths of countless beings. Yet in the face of the sage battle, their once proud powers felt utterly insignificant. The distance between quasi-saints and sages seemed but a step, yet it was a chasm between mortals and saints, akin to the gap between ants and true dragons. In the battle of sages, the rest are but dust. Our presence here is not only unhelpful, but we may also be caught in the aftermath. Zenyuanzi waved his sleeve, and the shadow of the earth book faintly appeared, shielding the nearby cultivators as he spoke in a deep voice. Dijuan gazed at the collapsing void, a flicker of trepidation in his eyes. The means of the insect race's sages are treacherous. If they launch a sneak attack, we will undoubtedly perish. Before his words finished, a sage's law swept from afar, instantly splitting the void to reveal a bottomless abyss. Several Deluo Jinxian cultivators, unable to evade in time, were completely obliterated, without even a scream. Everyone's hearts tightened, and they dared not linger any longer. Retreat. Back to the spatial passage. Dijiang shouted, the power of space fluctuating as he hurriedly led the witch race cultivators in retreat. Dongwang Tai and Dijuan exchanged glances, no longer hesitating. Dijuan wielded the river map and Luo book, while Dongwang cradled the Dongwang bell, with the demon army swiftly following as they fled towards the spatial passage connecting the primordial realm and the outer realm. Within the spatial passage, several primordial sages stood guard, the only safe haven at that moment. The quasi-saints, along with their respective followers, retreated to the vicinity of the passage, their minds settling slightly, yet they still dared not relax in the slightest. Dongwang Tai looked at the sage figures traversing the void, his fists clenched tightly, his expression terrifyingly grim, the demonic aura around him surging as if it might become tangible. Those who are not sages are ultimately but ants. No matter how great your magical powers or divine abilities, without entering the realm of saints, you will ultimately be crushed by the great Tao. I, the Emperor, command the heavenly court and dominate all demons, holding the innate supreme treasure. How can I remain beneath others for long? This insect race in this realm is merely the whetstone for my ascendance to sainthood. I must become a sage. Each word resonated in Dongwang Tai's heart, and at this moment his determination to become a sage was deeper than ever before. Previously, his goal was to assist his elder brother Dijuan in creating the strongest heavenly court, establishing the most powerful force in the primordial realm. Now, due to the emergence of the insect race, his inner thoughts were quietly shifting, perhaps even unbeknownst to himself. Not just him, other mighty figures of the primordial realm felt similarly. This was quite normal. In the past, the primordial realm had no external enemies, leading to intense internal strife. Now, with the emergence of an external enemy, the powerful beings of the primordial realm turned their attention outward. In the void above, the battle of the six sages unfolded rapidly, just as it ended abruptly. The Sanqing, Laozi Yuanshi Tianzuan, and Tongtian Jiaozhu had only recently attained the status of sages, their foundations still not fully stabilized. However, as the true successors of Pangu, they bore part of the inheritance of the great god Pangu, their depth and foundation far beyond that of ordinary sages. Laozi wielded the Taiji diagram, his Tao techniques unfathomable, and he possessed the primordial realm's top divine ability, transforming into the three purities. Once this divine ability was unleashed, he could instantly transform into three sage avatars to fight, with one capable of single-handedly battling for sages. Even without activating this ability, he could steadily suppress a sage of the insect race. Yuanshi Tianzuan held the innate supreme treasure, the Panga banner, when it unfurled chaotic sword energy tore apart any obstacles, and his path of slaughter was unmatched in ferocity. Tongtian Jiaozhu wielded the four swords of extermination. The extermination sword array unfolded, the killing intent soaring into the sky, and the sword shadows crisscrossing. Merely the sword energy was enough to make any sage of the insect race wary. The three insect race sages had initially believed they would hold the upper hand, but after engaging in battle, they were horrified to discover that the treasure's divine abilities and foundational Tao of the primordial sages were far beyond their capabilities. If they continued to entangle in battle, not only would they gain no advantage, but they could also be severely injured or even perish. At that moment, a humming sound echoed through the void, seemingly a retreat signal from the insect race's world. Retreat. The three insect race sages no longer lingered. Their figures flickered and vanished into the chaotic fog leading to their great world. Thus, the first holy war between the two realms temporarily came to a close. This battle, though brief, established the might of the primordial realm and truly made the higher-ups of the insect race recognize the horror of the primordial realm. Though the insect race had superior numbers, each sage of the primordial realm possessed supreme treasures, heaven-defying inheritances, and profound divine abilities. It was as difficult as ascending to the heavens for the ninth-tier sages of the insect race to suppress them. Conversely, if the sages of the primordial realm were to unleash their full strength, the insect race sages might not be able to withstand it. Of course, everyone was aware that since the insect race could open a vast world, they must have hidden cards yet to be revealed. Today was merely a preliminary test. If all their hidden cards were revealed, it would not be an easy task to kill the enemy. After all, sages are undying and indestructible. Killing a sage is incredibly difficult. Though the outcome of this battle was uncertain, it allowed the mighty beings of the primordial realm to finally feel at ease. The insect race cannot destroy the primordial realm. If this is the case, then the battlefield beyond the realm is not a place of despair, but rather a treasure land where one can reap merits and plunder resources. Insect race deaths would release primal energy, a resource so extraordinary that it would drive all primordial cultivators mad. At the entrance of the spatial passage, the figures of the Sanqing descended slowly. Laozi's expression was calm as he surveyed the other mighty beings of the primordial realm, his voice steady. Let's consider the first skirmish concluded for now. You shall return to the primordial realm to rest, reorganize your teams, and sort out your achievements. During this time in the battlefield beyond the realm, the saints had also grasped the general means and weaknesses of the insect race. The primal energy holds little use for sages, but to say they are not moved would be a lie. Laozi's Tao is natural, desireless, with few disciples allowing him to maintain his calmness. Yet Yuanshi Tianzuan and Tongtian Jiaozhu were already filled with greed in their hearts. Both of them had established their own sects with numerous disciples under them. Yuanshi had 12 golden immortals in the Changjiao, and Tongtian currently had 4 personal disciples. The primal energy has a heaven-defying effect on the cultivation levels of cultivators. If they could acquire it in large quantities, it would greatly enhance their disciples' strengths, leading to the flourishing of their sects. Had it not been for the concern that all insect race sages might join the fray, the two would have already plunged into the battlefield beyond the realm to slay insect race elites and plunder primal energy. The two saints of the West, Jin and Zhuanti, had a glint of greed in their eyes. The West was barren and lacked resources, leaving them constantly worried about enlightening sentient beings and strengthening their domain. The primal energy of the insect race was like a timely gift to them, more precious than any heavenly material or earthly treasure. Many mighty beings of the primordial era bowed and saluted, saying, "We will obey the saint's decree." Although some practitioners fell during this expedition beyond the domain, resulting in significant losses, the gains were even more astonishing. With the vast amounts of primal energy obtained from the insect race, their own cultivation would greatly benefit, and they needed to return to the primordial realm to consolidate their gains. At the same time, they would reorganize their forces in preparation for the next journey beyond the domain to reap even greater benefits. In a twist of the void, a large number of practitioners suddenly appeared, returning from the battlefield beyond the domain, including the likes of Xinyuanzi Dijuan, Dongwang Tai, and Emperor Jiang among the mighty beings of the primordial era. As soon as they landed, before they could begin to converse, suddenly, from above the sky, golden light radiated, and the vast power of merit descended from the heavens, enveloping the entire Buzhou mountain. This was the merit recognized by heaven and earth, the heavenly reward for protecting the primordial realm and resisting external enemies. Thick pillars of merit descended, precisely landing on each practitioner who participated in the battle beyond the domain, bathing them in golden light, cleansing their physical forms and nourishing their souls. Among them, the most dazzling and thickest pillars of light fell directly upon Xinyuanzi Emperor Jiang Mingi Dijuan, Dong Wangtai, and others. They had fought bravely on the battlefield, slaying the strongest of the insect race, thus earning the most merit. Daijin's eyes burst with a fiery light as he could no longer contain himself, immediately sitting cross-legged to circulate his cultivation method, madly absorbing the merit surrounding him. As the merit entered his body, his cultivation surged rapidly like riding a rocket. The barrier of the late stage of Quasi-Saint shattered, and his aura climbed steadily, faintly showing signs of breaking through to the peak of Quasi-Saint. Seeing this, the other mighty beings wasted no time in excitement, and quickly sat down cross-legged, fully absorbing the merit. Wow, this is the power of merit. It's so mysterious. My injuries are healing, and my cultivation is rapidly rising. I never expected to experience the benefits of merit. I feel like I'm about to break through my realm. Cheers erupted one after another, resonating throughout Buzhou Mountain. Practitioners from the demon race, shaman race, and scattered mighty beings were all immersed in the immense benefits brought by the merit. Some broke through minor realms, significantly increasing their magical power. Others burst through the bottlenecks of Tai Golden Immortal, stepping into the ranks of Deluo Golden Immortal, experiencing a transformation. Many practitioners using the power of merit filled in the gaps in their cultivation, and their Dao hearts became more stable. After this battle, the overall strength of all participating practitioners was elevated by at least a significant tier. Not only did they harvest vast amounts of primal energy from the insect race beyond the domain, but upon returning, they also received the heavenly reward of merit, marking a double delight and filling their coffers. The golden light soaring above Buzhou Mountain and the spectacular phenomenon of merit could not be hidden at all. Within a short time, it spread to every corner of the primordial realm. Soon after, the practitioners returning from the battlefield began to spread the news far and wide. The message spread like a tornado that swept across the heavens and earth, instantly igniting the entire primordial realm. Insect races have appeared on the battlefield beyond the domain. Slaying them can yield primal energy. Resisting external enemies, the heavens bestow great merit. The more achievements, the greater the merit. Dijuan Tai is absorbing merit and is about to break through to the peak of Quasi-Saint. Countless practitioners, aided by merit and primal energy, are leaping realms and experiencing transformations. In an instant, the entire primordial realm was completely stirred. Many lower-tier practitioners were still unaware of the miraculous uses of primal energy, but the name of merit was known throughout all races in the primordial realm. It was the most precious reward from the heavens. Among the 6 saints of the primordial realm who did not rely on vast amounts of merit to prove their paths and ascend to the pinnacle of the great Tao. With merit in hand, one need not worry about their realm, and with a pure Tao heart, they might even touch the sacred realm with sufficient accumulation, achieving immortality. Such temptation was enough to drive any practitioner mad. In an instant, the myriad races of the primordial realm stirred into action. Birds and beasts, mountain spirits, and ancient clans, heavenly practitioners. Any clan with a shred of ambition and strength began to prepare for battle with great resolve. Weaker clans, aware that they could not venture outside alone, frantically sought allies among the great clans, hoping to follow the main forces into the domain and share in the spoils. The biggest winner this time was undoubtedly the demon race. From the establishment of their heavenly court, they had exerted pressure on the primordial realm, yet many ancient races remained unconvinced and unwilling to submit, hiding away. However, upon hearing that the demon race had achieved great victories on the battlefield beyond the domain, gaining immense merit and primal energy, their power surged. Those races that had previously watched from the sidelines or resisted could no longer hold back, and actively sent envoys to the southern heavenly gate requesting to join the heavenly court of the demon race. In an instant, the demon race's momentum surged, and their territories expanded, with the number of powerful beings under their command multiplying several times, truly becoming the foremost power in the primordial realm. As the saying goes, men die for wealth, and birds die for food. This saying also applies in the primordial realm, where strength is revered. Under the dual temptations of primal energy and heavenly merit, the myriad races of the primordial realm went completely mad, sharpening their knives and waiting to open the battlefield beyond the domain once more to seize their fortunes and gamble for the opportunity to become saints. Wuzhuang Temple. In the temple, the ginseng fruit tree was deeply rooted and lush, exuding 1,000 auspicious rays. Zhen Yuanzi returned from beyond the domain and immediately invited the Red Cloud Taoist, who had been in seclusion for many years, out. Dressed in red, the Red Cloud Taoist had a gentle demeanor but carried an unshakable sense of melancholy. He bore the primordial purple energy, destined to become a saint, yet according to the original text, he had no chance of achieving sainthood. He was a figure with the opportunity for sainthood but lacked the fate to achieve it. Even now, his cultivation remained at the late stage of quasi-saint. When Xinyuanzi relayed the experiences from the battlefield beyond the domain, the existence of the insect race, the miraculous uses of primal energy, and the grandeur of the heavenly merit, Red Cloud listened with increasing brightness in his eyes, and his melancholic mood was instantly stirred into a storm. He suddenly stood up, his voice filled with uncontainable excitement and anticipation. I, the impoverished Taoist, possess primordial purple energy and a foundation for becoming a saint, yet I have always been unable to prove my path to sainthood. Now, with the invasion of the insect race and the war between realms, the heavens have opened the door wide and merit is within easy reach. The appearance of the insect race may not be a calamity, rather, it is the opportunity for sainthood that I have long awaited. As he spoke, Red Cloud suddenly lifted his head, his gaze fiery red, tightly grasping Xinyuanzi's hand, speaking earnestly, my friend, whether I can become a saint in this life hinges on this moment. I need your help. Xinyuanzi and Red Cloud were close friends, and upon seeing him like this, Xinyuanzi understood everything in his heart. Without the slightest hesitation, he nodded firmly, his tone resolute. Rest assured, Red Cloud, when we next enter the battlefield beyond the domain, I will do my utmost to protect you, assist you in slaying the insect race, plunder the primal energy, and accumulate merit. First, I wish you success in becoming a saint. The battle on the outer battlefield seems to have lasted only a short time. It is inherently difficult for a fight between strong opponents to conclude swiftly, unless one party possesses absolute strength to crush the opponent, directly suppressing them through disparity in realms or ambushing them for a quick strike. Otherwise, it is not uncommon for two cultivators of the same rank to battle for thousands or even tens of thousands of years, causing the heavens to collapse and the rivers to run dry. For over 100 years, Yi Xiao had been in deep seclusion within the depths of Janeo Island. He originally planned to advance to the Tai Golden Immortal Realm before emerging. Unexpectedly, 100 years passed in the blink of an eye, and his realm still remained at the Golden Immortal level. The only progress was from the initial stage of Golden Immortal to the mid-stage. The 9 turns mystic art he relied on was stuck at the second turn with no advancement at all. His primary cultivation method, the Supreme Clarity Immortal Art, matched his cultivation level, but the slow progress of his realm left him somewhat frustrated. In the cave, the spiritual energy was thick. Yi Xiao slowly opened his eyes, a flash of golden light flickering within, soon covered by a layer of helplessness. A light sigh echoed in the quiet cave. The higher the realm, the greater the difficulty in breaking through. It took a full 100 years to only break through a minor realm. If I simply sit in meditation and engage in solitary cultivation, trying to touch the threshold of the Tai Golden Immortal, it would probably take at least several thousand years, if not tens of thousands. Thinking of this made him feel anxious. The insect race has descended into the primordial world for hundreds of years, and the outer battlefield is filled with chaos, yet I have never even been to the outer battlefield. It feels quite uncomfortable. As long as I can go to the outer battlefield with the system by my side, slaying the alien race should allow me to constantly improve. Breaking through should be as easy as pie. No, I can't continue this arduous cultivation any longer. Although my cultivation is only at the mid-stage of Golden Immortal, my physical body is supported by the 9 turns mystic art along with various divine techniques and secret arts. My true combat power is not inferior to an ordinary Tai Golden Immortal. However, compared to the prodigies of the 3 teachings, there is still a considerable gap. But as long as I don't seek death and avoid provoking beings of the Tao level, I should be able to survive and kill enemies in the outer battlefield without too much trouble. With this thought, Yi Xiao no longer hesitated. He made up his mind and rose to leave the cave to meet the Tontian Patriarch, actively requesting to go to the outer battlefield. However, just as he stepped out of the cave entrance, a majestic yet gentle voice echoed through the void, reaching his ears. It was the Tontian Patriarch instructing him to immediately report to the main hall. Yi Xiao felt a stir in his heart, thinking it was just as well. He quickly concealed his aura, riding a light cloud speeding toward the main hall. Before long, Yi Xiao arrived outside the hall of the Jia sect. He adjusted his robe and walked into the hall, immediately seeing the situation within. He was the last to arrive. The eldest senior brother Daobao Daoist, the second senior sister Jinling Xingmu, and the third senior sister Wudong Xingmu had already been standing quietly in the hall waiting for the Tontian Patriarch's instructions. Yi Xiao immediately displayed a humble smile and stepped forward to bow. Greetings, senior brother and senior sisters. I pay my respects to master. Wudong Xingmu, with a lively disposition, was the first to speak upon seeing him arrive, her eyes sparkling with amusement. Junior brother, your cultivation speed is truly impressive. You have only spent 100 years to break through a minor realm, much faster than when I was in seclusion. Hearing this, Yi Xiao's smile immediately took on a hint of bitterness, the corners of his mouth slightly drooping in helplessness. Others thought he was exceptionally gifted, but he knew in his heart that this pace was still insufficient. During this 100 years, the development of the human race has been far more rapid than his cultivation, Their population had already surpassed 100 million, flourishing at the foot of Kunlun Mountain. Moreover, thanks to the demon race and shaman race being attracted by the common external enemy of the insect race, they had yet to notice the rapid development of the human race. Otherwise, given the current size of the human race, it would definitely draw the attention of the demon race, and Yi Xiao would have to worry about the safety of humanity. Even though the Saint Laozi had passed down the Golden Core Tao to pave the path of cultivation for humanity, cultivation ultimately requires time to settle. It cannot be achieved overnight solely by relying on methods. For the human race to give birth to a top-tier powerhouse capable of standing alone, it will require an exceedingly long period. The shortcut to breaking this deadlock lies in the outer battlefield and within Yi Xiao himself. On the main seat, the Tongtian Patriarch sat on a cloud bed, his robe flowing the Tao rhythm, circulating around him, his gaze warmly fixed on Yi Xiao, carrying a hint of approving amusement. It seems you haven't been slacking off in the past 100 years. After a slight pause, his gaze swept over the 4 individuals below, and he continued, I presume you all know about the outer battlefield. Daobao Daoist with a stout appearance nodded gently. Jinling Xingmu with a solemn expression and restrained battle intent also nodded. Wudong Xingmu likewise indicated her understanding. Only Yi Xiao stood there looking bewildered and completely uninformed. The insect race had descended at his instigation, but during this 100 years, he had focused entirely on seclusion, completely unaware of the battle situation in the outside world. Seeing this, Wudong Xingmu stepped forward gently and explained the matters of the outer battlefield to him, and only then did Yi Xiao understand. I didn't expect there were so many benefits to slaying the insect race. In that case, I must go to the outer battlefield even more. The greater the storm, the more valuable the fish. After Wudong Xingmu finished speaking, the Tongtian Patriarch spoke again, his voice steady, resonating throughout the hall. Although the outer battlefield is fraught with danger, it also presents immense opportunities. If operated properly, you can comprehend the laws amidst the battles and temper your Tao heart, making it not difficult to achieve the quasi-saint status in the future. As the Tongtian Patriarch spoke, his gaze focused on Daobao Jinling and Wudong. Daobao is already a great Luo Golden Immortal, though not sufficient to oversee the second side. He can still go. Jinling and Wudong are also at the pinnacle of Tai Golden Immortal, and if they act cautiously, they can also go for training. I will grant you some life-saving means. Imprinting them into your souls, and survival in the outer battlefield should not be difficult. As he finished speaking, the Tongtian Patriarch gently pointed with his finger. 3 streaks of azure sword energy imbued with Tao rhythm shot forth, directly entering the 3's foreheads, merging into their souls. Following that, with a wave of his sleeve, several brilliant magical treasures slowly descended, landing in the hands of the 3. Daobao Jinling and Wudong were visibly excited, their faces filled with respect and joy, bowing quickly to express their gratitude. Thank you, Master. I will definitely not disappoint you, Master. Master, I also want to go. The moment he spoke, the entire hall fell silent. Daobao Daoist's calm face slightly froze, his previously lowered eyes suddenly raised, showing obvious surprise as his gaze landed on Yi Xiao. He truly did not expect that this junior brother, who was only at the mid-stage of Golden Immortal, would actively propose to go to the outer battlefield. Nonsense. The Tongtian Patriarch furrowed his brows, somewhat displeased, saying, Yi Xiao, do you know what you are saying? The outer battlefield is extremely perilous. Even great Luo Golden Immortals must tread carefully, and there is always the possibility of a 9th-tier insect race powerhouse striking. Upon hearing this, Yi Xiao did not show any signs of retreat. He faced the gazes of the crowd, standing tall with a serious expression without a hint of backing down. He slightly raised his head and fixed his gaze on Tongtian, his eyes resolute. Master, I understand. My cultivation is shallow, only at the mid-Golden Immortal stage, far inferior to senior brother and the 2 senior sisters. In the battlefield beyond, I am indeed a weakling. However, I have been in seclusion for 100 years and my progress has been painstakingly slow. If I continue to remain idle on Gold Turtle Island, I do not know when I will break through to the Tai Golden Immortal stage. The insect race is rampant and the wilderness is in turmoil. I do not wish to waste my time. I only want to go to the battlefield to hone my skills and seek breakthroughs between life and death. At this point, Yi Xiao's determination grew even stronger. Moreover, I am the leader of the human race. Among the myriad races of the wilderness, only our human race treads on thin ice. I bear the future of the human race on my shoulders. Currently, our population is in the hundreds of millions, yet we lack strong protectors. As the leader of the human race, I have been taken under your wing, Master, and I only wish to become stronger as soon as possible to protect my people and bring glory to our sect. The battlefield beyond is the quickest path for my growth. His words were resolute, and Yi Xiao's seriousness was accompanied by a sense of responsibility. Upon hearing this, Daobao Daoist's surprise gradually faded, replaced by a hint of approval. He did not expect Yi Xiao to possess such courage. This mindset surpassed many of his peers, and he felt inferior. However, he remained silent. 1. He had no ability to protect Yi Xiao. 2. He still needed Tongxin's permission. Jin Ling and Wudong silently observed Yi Xiao, suddenly feeling that they had underestimated him. Tong Tian was initially somewhat angry, feeling that Yi Xiao was overestimating himself. A mere golden immortal wanted to meddle in the battlefield beyond. It was simply courting death. Even a disciple of a saint should not act this way. He simply could not keep up with everything. Yet Yi Xiao's words made Tong Tian view him with renewed respect. Indeed, my judgment of you was not mistaken. Not only do you possess decent talent, but you also have such loyalty and responsibility. However, do you know that in the battlefield beyond, the insect race is numerous and ferocious? Even a slight misstep can lead to the downfall of a great Luo golden immortal. You, a mere mid-golden immortal, even if your physical body is strong, how confident are you in surviving? Even with the life-preserving means I can provide you, they are limited, and you have only one life. Are you truly determined to proceed in this manner? Hearing this from Tongtian, Yi Xiao felt a sigh of relief in his heart. Fortunately, Master did not oppose it. Entering the battlefield beyond, I will be like a fish in water. Yi Xiao looked firmly at Tongtian. Master, I have already made my decision. The path of cultivation is inherently perilous. If I cannot face even this level of danger, how can I speak of the great Tao in the future? Moreover, I also have some confidence. At this moment, Jin Ling said, Master, since junior brother has this determination, why not let him join us? Although our strength is limited, we can still protect junior brother a bit, unlike if he were alone. Yes, Master, I will take good care of junior brother. Wudong echoed the sentiment. Dao Bao did not speak up or oppose. Seeing this, Tong Tian slightly nodded, then flicked his finger. A faint azure sword energy imprint flew into Yi Xiao's forehead, nourishing his spirit and becoming a life-saving card in critical moments. Immediately after, a shimmering protective jade pendant slowly descended into Yi Xiao's hands. This jade pendant contains 3 attacks from me, and each strike can withstand a blow from a saint. Use it wisely. Yi Xiao held the jade pendant in both hands, feeling its warm touch. Filled with gratitude, his eyes slightly moist as he bowed deeply again. Thank you very much for your kindness, Master. Tong Tian said. All right, you all go back to prepare. We will set off together to the battlefield beyond in 3 days. Yes, Master. The 4 responded in unison. Time was limited. Yi Xiao did not return to the human race, but quietly awaited the journey to the battlefield beyond. Once he entered the battlefield, he could grow at the fastest speed. At that time, he would not need someone to lead him into the battlefield as he did now. After adjusting himself to the best state and ensuring there were no oversights, the time had come. The 4 from the sect of the Intercepting Teachings followed Tong Tian and left Gold Turtle Island. Passing through the chaotic energy flows, the outline of the battlefield beyond slowly unfolded before their eyes. The spiritual elegance of Gold Turtle Island and the tranquility of the wilderness were no longer present, but what lay before them was a scene of shattered stars and remnants of broken continents. The fissures in the void resembled jagged scars crisscrossing, with the gale howling past, stirring up a storm of stardust and chaotic malevolence, each fragment sufficient to crush an ordinary golden immortal. In the distance lay the depths of the battlefield beyond, where the insect race could appear at any moment. Yi Xiao followed Tongxin's side, with Dao Bao, Jin Ling, Zhao Gongming, and the 3 Xiaos as the core disciples of the Intercepting Teachings, making a party of 6 arriving at the battlefield beyond. This place was no longer desolate. The wilderness had established a temporary gathering point here. It could be considered the base of the wilderness in the battlefield beyond. Surrounding the base were formations that appeared to be the handiwork of saints. Clearly, during this period, the saints of the wilderness had implemented numerous measures. The strength of the insect race has already been assessed. The next step is to launch an attack. The wilderness has not adopted a habit of solely defending. The base of the wilderness was vast, comparable in size to some worlds. At this time, countless cultivators from the wilderness had already gathered at the base. Those with lower cultivation levels had even only reached the Xian immortal level. Undoubtedly, these were ordinary troops, or perhaps cannon fodder. The majority were golden immortals and Tai golden immortals. These were the main forces from various factions. Meanwhile, the great Luo golden immortals and quasi-saints represented the strongest fighting force of the myriad races, the backbone. Many factions had to go Allen, such as the witch and monster races. The witch race's space ancestor Emperor Jiang brought all 11 remaining ancestors along with many witch warriors. The monster race's heavenly court, aside from the 2 brothers Emperor Jun and Dong Huang Tai, he also had Fushi the monster emperor and the monster master Kunping. Additionally, there were 10 monster saints and the monster army. Besides that, numerous forces gathered together. There were Zhun Yuanzi, Hong Yun Ming, He Dong Wang Gong, and other powerful beings from the Purple Cloud Palace along with their respective forces. Moreover, there were the dragon race. However, the dragon race could no longer be considered a top-tier race in the wilderness, at best ranking as second-tier. Countless reclusive rogue experts also gathered, some alone, some in small groups, their eyes filled with barely perceptible excitement and fighting spirit. There were also the disciples of several saints, the 12 golden immortals under Yuanshi Tianzuan, the 4 from the intercepting teachings, while the human teachings and Nua's side had no one coming for the time being. Among the saints' forces, the most numerous were the 2 saints from the west, a group of bald heads that looked quite impressive. Within the base, the 6 saints of the wilderness stood guard like 6 pillars holding up the heavens, firmly suppressing the violent atmosphere of the battlefield beyond, giving all cultivators from the wilderness a sense of reassurance. Sigh. When will our human race be able to gather a great army for the outer battlefield? His gaze swept over the numerous powerful beings from various races before him, each cultivator occupying their own area, exuding a formidable and intimidating aura. Yi Xiao stood among the crowd, feeling a surge of emotion, filled with anticipation for the moment when the human race would step onto the outer battlefield and shine. Currently, the human race, in terms of foundation, cannot compare to the ancient races that existed since the dawn of the world, and in terms of top-tier combat strength, it is far inferior to the flourishing undead races, appearing indeed weaker and outnumbered. However, Yi Xiao knew in his heart that the human race is the destined protagonist of the primal world ordained by the heavens, and it is destined to master the universe and lead the great trends of the world. The comprehension, resilience, and growth rate of human cultivators far exceed that of the vast majority of races in the primal world. Their potential is unfathomable, yet they lack a stable opportunity for development. Unfortunately, the various saints are engaged in a power struggle, each with their own calculations, combined with the prolonged war between the undead and the bug races, leading to upheaval in the world and flames of war spreading in all directions. The human race has always been caught in a difficult position, struggling to survive, without any chance for stable growth, which is why they have yet to truly rise, relegated to a corner. This was the original trajectory. But now it is different. Since Yi Xiao has arrived in this primal world, he will not allow the human race to continue in such a constrained manner, nor will he let them be swept away by the tides of the times. With him here, the fate of the human race will surely undergo a revolutionary change, and this outer battlefield is an excellent opportunity. Within the base of the outer battlefield, powerful beings from all realms of the primal world have gathered in great numbers with a mix of auras, yet each radiating strength. However, with so many cultivators, they will not swarm out all at once. Doing so would not only easily disturb the bug race, but also unnecessarily share opportunities, leading to a loss. The outer battlefield is vast and boundless, far exceeding the understanding of ordinary cultivators, so vast that it is unimaginable, filled with areas to explore. Most powerful beings choose to act alone, while some races form their own troops. This way, the opportunities, origins, and resources obtained from slaying the bug race will belong to them, leading to greater gains. After a brief adjustment, the teams of various races began to exit the base's defensive line, one after another, dispersing like streaks of light across the outer battlefield, searching for the whereabouts of the bug race. The current situation is relatively calm, with no large-scale battles erupting among the powerful beings in the outer battlefield. It seems that the heavenly principles of the two worlds have not yet fully initiated a comprehensive war, maintaining a certain degree of restraint. Both sides desire to use the other's strength to enhance their own foundation. If a full-scale war were to break out, perhaps at this moment the base would already be besieged by overwhelming numbers of bug races. Even among the bug race, top-tier existences reaching the 9th tier, comparable to the saints of the primal world, would personally launch strong attacks. Such a rare tranquility now is likely due to the last intervention of the 3 pure ones who severely wounded the bug race, with supreme divine might bringing great intimidation to the bug race, preventing them from easily taking action and igniting a full-scale war. Of course, there may also be other deeper reasons, but with Yi Xiao's current perspective, no one can yet see through it. After a brief rest and adjusting his condition, Yi Xiao followed Taoist Duobao, along with the Holy Mother of No Desire and the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit, as they stepped out of the base. Stepping out of the base's protective range, the desolate atmosphere of the outer battlefield rushed toward them with the spiritual energy in the air, mixed with a faint and strange fishy odor, instinctively raising their vigilance. The four suppressed their auras and advanced slowly. Not far ahead, they keenly sensed the unique fluctuations of the bug race approaching. What is that? The Holy Mother of No Desire raised an eyebrow, her voice low as her gaze fell upon a sunken valley not far. There a massive bug race was coiled in the center of the valley, its body as stout as a mountain, its shell gleaming with a cold hard sheen, and beneath it lay a multitude of tightly packed flesh spheres, sending shivers down one's spine at a glance. Each flesh sphere had a slender thread extending from its surface, all connecting to the body of the giant bug, seemingly delivering energy incessantly. Yi Xiao and the others focused closely using their vision to probe, and they noticed that beside those flesh spheres numerous newly hatched bug rays were slowly crawling. Their strength was not strong, mostly at the realms of human immortal to golden immortal, with a few golden immortals and Tai golden immortals. Though their power was weak, their numbers were vast. Be careful, that is the ruler of the bug race. Its cultivation has reached the great Luo golden immortal realm, and it is hatching new bug race right there. Daoist Duobao's expression was solemn as he conveyed the message to Yi Xiao and the others through sound transmission, warning them not to be careless. The hierarchy of the outer bug race is quite clear, ranging from the first tier to the 9th tier, corresponding perfectly to the realms of the primal cultivators from human immortal to saint, with distinct levels easily understandable and showcasing a significant power disparity. However, within the bug race, in addition to the realm, there are more detailed classifications of bloodline levels. These include ordinary bug race warriors, bug race elites, bug race rulers, and the highest-ranking bug race sovereigns. The bloodline level determines the talent and potential of the bug race. In the outer battlefield, the most common are ordinary bug race and bug race warriors. These two types of bug race are the most numerous and the weakest, lacking the bug race's original essence, yielding limited gains upon defeat. In contrast, the bug race elites, rulers, and sovereigns carry the precious original essence energy of the bug race within them, which is not only of high value, but also greatly beneficial for the cultivation of primal cultivators. Among all bug races, the sovereigns hold the most esteemed bloodline, possessing the greatest strength, while also wielding a terrifying ability that primal cultivators greatly fear. That is the ability to autonomously hatch bug race lower than themselves in bloodline level, without needing to rely on nests or other external conditions, continuously producing bug race forces solely from their own essence. In simple terms, as long as a bug race sovereign exists, it is equivalent to possessing a terrifying army that can expand infinitely. If left unchecked, it won't be long before they can cultivate vast numbers of bug race, posing a tremendous threat to primal cultivators. All these detailed intelligence regarding the bug race have been painstakingly gathered by primal cultivators at great cost, and have long been recorded and disseminated in the outer realms. Any cultivator who enters the outer battlefield can freely consult this information, familiarizing themselves in advance, allowing them to be well prepared for what lies ahead. Senior brother, what should we do now? Should we continue to search for other bug races, or should we choose this one? The Holy Mother of Golden Spirit transmitted her voice. Daoist Duobao's expression was grave, yet he was confident. The outer battlefield is too vast. Encountering a bug race sovereign is not so easy. This time we are fortunate to have encountered this great Luo golden immortal bug race sovereign, and it is not too far from the base, relatively safe. So I have decided to test my skills against this bug race sovereign. I shall handle this sovereign immortal of the great Luo realm. The two junior sisters shall restrain the insectoid legions, and we shall divide the primordial essence of this insectoid sovereign equally. How does that sound? As Duobao Daoist's voice transmission faded, Wudong and Jinling both tensed visibly. A sovereign immortal level insectoid sovereign was an exceptionally formidable adversary, even within the low-tier zones of the extraterritorial battlefield, especially now as it continuously spawned new insectoids. The longer the battle dragged on, the more perilous the situation would become. Should Duobao fail to defeat it, they would be overwhelmed and besieged, with catastrophic consequences. Yet recalling the extraordinary means bestowed upon them by their master Tongtian Jiaozhu, they steeled their resolve. Fortune favors the bold, and let us fight. In unison, the two sisters transmitted, Senior brother, we agree. And Yi Xiao, observing their expressions, instantly realized they intended to exclude him from the engagement. He harbored no resentment. After all, his cultivation was modest, and thus transmitted respectfully, Senior brother, senior sisters, I shall refrain from joining the fray. I shall stand watch nearby and eliminate lower-rank insectoids. Duobao gave a slight nod and transmitted, brother, safeguard yourself well. Once the three of us have slain this insectoid sovereign. Little brother, you're still so young. We'll share some spoils with you later, Wudong and Jinling transmitted in turn. Yi Xiao merely smiled faintly, said nothing, and slowly retreated, then concealed himself in a secluded spot, masking his aura completely. Almost the instant Yi Xiao vanished into concealment, Duobao Daoist struck first. In golden radiance erupted around him as he unveiled his full cultivation without restraint. The overwhelming aura of a sovereign immortal surged outward, warping the surrounding space itself. He summoned no mighty artifact. Instead, his hands flashed through rapid incantations, drawing countless motes of spiritual light that coalesced into razor-sharp energy beams, lancing toward the insectoid sovereign nestled within the mountain pass. Wretched beast, surrender your life. Ni's low, resonant command echoed across heaven and earth. And the insectoid sovereign, coiled within the pass, instantly sensed mortal peril and erupted in furious rage, daring to ambush one such as itself. It abandoned its brooding eggs entirely. Its colossal body convulsed violently, unleashing a piercing, ear-splitting shriek. Its mountainous form heaved, its obsidian-black carapace gleamed with an eerie glacial coldness, and from its maw gushed torrents of viridian corrosive venom surging toward Duobao Daoist. Wherever the venom struck, the ground dissolved instantly into deep craters. Even granite shattered into viscous necrotic sludge, testament to its terrifying potency. Unfazed Duobao Daoist swept a veil of spiritual light around himself, effortlessly deflecting the venom, then blurred forward, closing distance to engage the sovereign in close combat. Fists met chitinous claws in thunderous impacts. At the sovereign immortal level, each collision sent shockwaves rippling across the land. Boulders exploded, outward mountainsides trembled, and the sheer intensity of the clash was awe-inspiring. Duobao Daoist's profound cultivation manifested in steady, deliberate technique, relentless, precise, and unyielding. The insectoid sovereign roared in fury, yet remained beyond immediate subjugation. The moment Duobao Daoist pinned down the sovereign, the newly hatched insectoids, sensing their sovereign's injury, released shrill, dissonant sonic waves. Swarms of larvae surged forth en masse from the mountain pass, countless undulating like a living tide. Among them were common rank 1 and rank 2 insectoids, but also swarms of elite rank 3 and rank 4 warriors numbering in the tens of thousands, stretching endlessly across the horizon as they charged toward the four cultivators. If allowed to consolidate, these hordes would not only disrupt Duobao Daoist's assault, they might entrap the entire group. En Wudong Xingmu and Jinling Xingmu exchanged a glance, already prepared, and simultaneously launched themselves forward. These are resources indeed, and kill. En Jinling Xingmu bellowed, her golden radiance flaring brilliantly as a lethal artifact materialized in her grasp, cold, sharp, and devastating, as she brought it crashing down upon the insectoid host. In an instant, she obliterated vast ranks of low-tier insectoids surging at the vanguard. Wudong Xingmu meanwhile moved with spectral grace, darting unseen through the swarm, weaving intricate incantations, with her hands launching barges of binding and annihilating energy that ensnared and shredded clusters of insectoids. Their synergy was flawless. One assaulted with overwhelming force, the other wove defensive and restraining patterns, effectively halting the torrential advance, permitting not a single insectoid to breach their line. The swarm shrieked incessantly, hurling itself forward in waves, yet never broke through. Corpses piled high, the air thickened with a rancid metallic stench. On the battlefield, Duobao and the two sisters fought with fierce momentum, dominating the flow of battle. Hidden behind a rocky outcrop, Xiao observed the chaos, not with fear, but with quiet, calculating intent. His cultivation was too modest for direct confrontation, a futile gesture against such power. Yet opportunistic strikes, hunting stragglers overlooked by the trio, or those who slipped past the sisters' defenses, were perfectly suited to his station. It offered both cultivation refinement and access to primordial insectoid essence, truly a win-win. And at last, I may accrue battle merit. Suppressing his rising excitement, Xiao shifted his position with painstaking care, using boulders and battlefield smoke as cover, until he circled silently to the flank of the engagement. Here, far from the cataclysmic aftershocks of the main clash, lay an ideal hunting ground. And true to expectation, the insectoid host began fracturing under the relentless onslaught of Wudong and Jinling. Some swift rank 3 and rank 4 warrior insectoids seized fleeting gaps in the sisters' defense, dodging through fissures in the line and scattering in all directions. These were predominantly rank 3 and rank 4 beings, equivalent to celestial immortals and profound immortals in cultivation hierarchy. Tai golden immortals were beyond his reach, great Luo sovereign immortals utterly outmatched him, but celestial and profound immortal level insectoids. He felt no hesitation whatsoever. He struck decisively. Knees gaze locked instantly onto a lone rank 4 warrior insectoid. Its carapace shimmered a deep crimson, razor-edged limbs flashed as it fled blindly, terrified by the carnage ahead, desperate only to escape. Xiao hesitated no longer. He burst from behind the boulder. Channeling his chi into his fists, he relied not on elaborate techniques, but on the peerless physical resilience forged by the ninefold mystic art, driving a devastating blow straight toward the insectoid's skull. A heavy muffled thud, and the insectoid had no time to evade. Xiao's fist struck true at its vital point. Its body locked rigid midair, then plummeted lifelessly to the ground. Ding! And congratulations, you have slain a rank 4 insectoid warrior, awarded 100 battle merit points. Continue your efforts. Battle merit conversion scale 10, 20, 50, 100 in corresponding respectively to 9 cultivation realms. A 4th tier insect warrior only costs 100 points of war value. Yi Xiao silently murmured to the system, you are too stingy, aren't you? At this rate, when will I ever accumulate enough war value to purchase a drop of Panga blood? Please host, do not be stubborn. With your cultivation level, no matter how many 4th-tier insect warriors there are, it won't be enough for you to kill. Just enjoy it. Yi Xiao was speechless upon hearing this. He rolled his eyes, but had to admit that the system was not wrong. Given his current cultivation level, let alone confronting the insect royal of the great Luo Golden Immortal Realm, even a perfectly intact 5th-tier insect warrior would not be a guaranteed victory for him. Right now, being able to take advantage of the momentum of Duo Bao and the others to kill these severely wounded and panicking insects was already a tremendous benefit. Since the individual war value is low and the quality is lacking, then let's make up for it with quantity. Keep killing, aiming to slay an elite insect. Strive to take down an elite-level insect warrior, which can also help elevate my cultivation. Without hesitation on the battlefield, there were numerous scattered insects that had slipped through the cracks. Some were lucky enough to escape death after being struck by the treasures of the Holy Mother of Golden Spirits, fleeing in panic. Others were entangled by the spells of the Holy Mother of Non-Existence, floundering after breaking free. These insects were all injured, their power greatly diminished, making them easy prey for Yi Xiao. He was like a hunter lurking in the shadows, patiently waiting and striking decisively. 1, 2, 3. Countless scattered insects fell at Yi Xiao's hands, and the war value continued to rise. In just a short while, Yi Xiao had slain hundreds of 3rd-tier insects and dozens of 4th-tier insect warriors. The war value skyrocketed, directly reaching 60,000 points. Yi Xiao moved extremely cautiously, always staying at the edge of the battlefield, neither approaching the main battlefield nor straying too far, specifically targeting isolated and injured insects. He was well aware of his positioning, not seeking glory nor being reckless, but calmly picking up the spoils. Before long, Yi Xiao had slain many insect warriors, far exceeding his expectations. Meanwhile, the fierce battle in the center of the battlefield continued. Duo Bao Daoist and the insect royals' clash grew increasingly intense, with golden light and dark insect light intertwining and clashing, the roar echoing endlessly. Although the insect royal was being suppressed by Duo Bao Daoist, it remained exceptionally fierce, occasionally spewing deadly poison and swinging its huge claws in counterattack, making it difficult for Duo Bao Daoist to completely slay it. The Holy Mother of Non-Existence and the Holy Mother of Golden Spirits were still desperately trying to hold back the tide of insects. Countless insects surged forward, and although the two had slain many, the swarm continued to pour out from the valley, never-ending. The area of the outer battlefield had already transformed into a place of brutal slaughter. Yi Xiao, concealed in the shadows, continued to harvest the insects that slipped through while keeping a close eye on the main battlefield. After all, the main battlefield was critical to their battle. If Duo Bao Daoist were to be inadvertently injured by the insect royal or surrounded by the swarm, then his chances of picking up spoils would be greatly reduced. As time passed, the intense battle turned the earth into a patchwork of wounds, with mountains collapsing and dark green poison and golden mana intertwining, emitting a nauseating odor. Duo Bao Daoist remained vigorous, with golden light circulating around him, his Daoist energy flowing smoothly, showing no signs of fatigue. However, the situation for the insect royal across from him was rapidly deteriorating. In order to hatch insect warriors, this royal had consumed a vast amount of its original mana, continuously infusing it into hundreds of insect eggs. It had yet to replenish that mana. Now engaged in a life-and-death struggle with Duo Bao Daoist, who was also at the great Luo Golden Immortal Realm, it was pouring out all its moves, with its original energy draining rapidly. Every attack and defense further exacerbated its consumption. Gradually, the insect royal's movements began to slow down. Its originally pitch-black and glossy carapace was now covered in a layer of dullness, and its sharp howls carried a hint of weak tremor. The power of its massive claws was greatly diminished, the poison it spewed was no longer thick, and even the insect aura it emitted had become erratic. It was evident that this insect royal, due to the continuous hatching of numerous insect warriors and the relentless battles, had completely exhausted its mana and was running out of steam. Duo Bao Daoist, being astute, saw through the insect royal's weakness at a glance. A flash of brilliance appeared in his eyes, knowing that the moment for victory had arrived. Damn beast, your original energy is nearly depleted, and you are at your last gasp. Die. Duo Bao Daoist shouted, unleashing the full power of the great Luo Golden Immortal, holding nothing back. He quickly formed Madras with both hands, gathering spiritual energy into a brilliant golden beam, carrying the might to suppress all evils, and directly smashed down towards the insect royal. The insect royal sensed the deadly crisis and let out an ear-piercing scream. It expended the last remnants of its mana, trying to twist its massive body to evade, determined to make a final counterattack. But at this moment, its body was stiff, mana exhausted, and even the simplest dodge had become extremely difficult. The golden beam crashed down, striking hard on the insect royal's head. A deafening cracking sound resonated. The insect royal's incredibly hard carapace shattered on impact, and its massive body was violently slammed to the ground, kicking up clouds of dust. It struggled to rise, its 8 insect legs flailing wildly, but could no longer support its heavy body, only able to twitch in agony on the ground. Duo Bao Daoist flickered and instantly appeared before the insect royal. He concentrated a refined golden light in his palm and unhesitatingly pierced it into the insect royal's vital point. This great Luo golden immortal realm insect royal was completely silenced. At the moment of its death, a pure and majestic source energy, radiating a dazzling glow, slowly rose from its corpse. This was the unique origin belonging to the great Luo golden immortal realm insect royal, containing a vast amount of energy and auras of loss. Duo Bao Daoist's face lit up with joy as he raised his hand to gather this incredibly precious royal source into his possession. This source was sufficient to advance his cultivation further, even touching the threshold of a higher realm. Even if it were divided into 3 parts, it could still push him forward. The source energy of the insect royal was incomparable to that of elites and kings. With the complete fall of the insect royal, the entire battlefield situation collapsed instantly, and the swarm that had been charging frantically lost its command and connection to the source. Thousands of insect warriors immediately fell into chaos, no longer having a unified offensive, their roars becoming disordered. They had already suffered heavy casualties at the hands of the Holy Mother of Non-Existence and the Holy Mother of Golden Spirits, and with the death of their royal, they had completely lost their fighting spirit. It was uncertain which insect turned to flee first. In the next moment, all remaining insect warriors erupted in a rout, abandoning their resistance and frantically fleeing in all directions, desperate to escape this bloody battlefield. You wish to flee? Stay where you are. Jinling Xingmu let out a cold snort, sweeping her divine artifact in a wide arc. A fierce spear wind erupted forth, instantly shredding countless insectoid creatures who had failed to escape in time. Wudong Xingmu followed closely behind her, hands weaving spell seals without pause. Dark chi lashed outward like whips, binding and crushing swaths of fleeing insectoids. Yet the insectoid horde was simply too vast. Even with both cultivators unleashing their full might, legions still breached their defenses, scattering wildly into the desolate gullies and jagged boulders of the extraterritorial battlefield. The sight sent Yi Zhao's heart surging with elation. This was no rout. It was an offering, war merit delivered straight to his doorstep. With the slain Deluo golden immortal enemy, Gan Yi Zhao no longer needed to conceal himself. He erupted into motion, lunging toward the insectoids fleeing directly toward him. Terrified beyond reason, these creatures fled blindly. Combat awareness and defensive reflexes plummeted to their nadir. A third-rank insectoid panicked and disoriented bolted past Yi Zhao. Yi Zhao blurred forward. His fist crashed into its chitinous body, detonating it instantly. 50 points of war merit surged into his account. Several fourth-rank insectoids clung together in chaotic flight, their formation shattered. Yi Zhao activated the earth-soaring golden light artifice, circling behind them with blinding speed, then struck with ruthless precision, cutting each down one by one. He hunted, he harvested, relentlessly. The battlefield's periphery had become Yi Zhao's personal arena for amassing war merit. Insectoid after insectoid fell beneath his fists. First rank, second rank, third rank, fourth rank. War merit surged like a tidal wave, unstoppable and unceasing. 100,000, 150,000, 200,000. Gradually the insectoid tide receded, until not a single one remained. Only mounds of insectoid corpses littered the ground, and the air hung thick with the cloying stench of ichor and blood, pervasive, unyielding. Yi Zhao halted, breathing heavily, his robes splattered with foul viscous fluids, disheveled yet undimmed. Yet his eyes burned with extraordinary brilliance, his heart raced with exhilaration. Calming his mind, he silently communed with his system to review his final tally of war merit. In that instant, a luminous numeral bloomed within his consciousness, a staggering 400,000 points of war merit. Such a sum should certainly allow me to acquire formidable treasures from the system. Yi Zhao suppressed his euphoria and gently reigned in his aura. Not far away, Duo Bao Daoren and the two Xingmu had finished dividing the sovereign insectoid's primordial essence, and now flew toward him. Junior brother, how did your harvest fare? Jinling smiled as she asked. Yi Zhao replied with a light laugh. Thank you for your concern, senior sister. I fared reasonably well. This was no exaggeration. 400,000 war merit constituted his greatest gain, and then there were the countless insectoid corpses. All prime-grade materials. They could be refined into artifacts or pills. Though Yi Zhao himself held little interest in low-tier insectoid-derived artifacts, humanity desperately needed them. And the more the better. Insectoid blood could be refined into potent elixirs their carapaces and bodies forged into divine weapons, even battle armor. Humanity would inevitably arrive upon the extraterritorial battlefield. Yi Zhao's preparations were foresight incarnate. The sole regret: he had acquired no primordial essence himself. Just then Wudong Xingmu chuckled. "Junior brother, my harvest was quite fruitful. I shall use this Deluo Golden Immortal Insectoids essence for my own breakthrough. But here, take this sovereign level Tai E Golden Immortal Insectoids essence. It is yours. I too have 2 Tai E Golden Immortal Elite Insectoid essences. Take them as well," Jinling Xingmu added with a gentle smile. With a flick of their wrists, 3 radiant streams of primordial essence hovered before Yi Xiao. They had left the insectoid corpses untouched, beneath their notice entirely. These 3 essences were a fortuitous windfall. None had anticipated that sovereign-born insectoids would possess such essence. Yi Zhao's pulse quickened, warmth stirred deep within his chest. Tai E Golden Immortal Essence was invaluable, even to Wudong and Jinling themselves, yet they bestowed it upon him without hesitation. How could he not feel moved? "Junior brother, accept them now. The essence I allotted to them is more than sufficient for their breakthroughs. Once the 2 senior sisters complete their ascension, I shall personally hunt further primordial essences for you, so you may swiftly close the gap between us." Yi Xiao had not expected Duobao to say this. Yet it was hardly surprising. Duobao at this juncture remained utterly loyal to the Jie sect, and showing favor to his junior brother was only natural. The emergence of the insectoid race heralds the arrival of other mighty realms. Heaven and earth will not fracture inwardly, nor will elder brother transform into the Hu sect. At this thought, Yi Xiao ceased all hesitation and accepted the 3 streams of insectoid primordial essence. "Many thanks, senior brothers and sisters." Duobao smiled faintly and waved his hand. "We must not linger here. This battle has surely drawn the insectoid's attention, and refining such primordial essence demands considerable time. Shall we first return to base for recuperation?" "As senior brother commands," Yi Xiao replied. "Agreed," Jinling Xingmu said. "My junior sister and I also intend to enter seclusion for our breakthrough, to Deluo Golden Immortality and beyond." With consensus reached, the 4 departed swiftly. Cultivators stationed at base watched their rapid return with quiet bewilderment. Somewhere within the base, Tongtian Jiaozhu suddenly opened his eyes, and a subtle approving smile curved his lips. "Excellent. Truly excellent. These disciples of mine possess remarkable aptitude, especially Duobao and Yi Xiao. So long as they do not fall, they shall surely become pillars of the Jie sect in ages to come. Wait, Yi Zhao's physical body seems unusually extraordinary. I must inquire about this given the chance." Yi Xiao remained blissfully unaware that Tongtian Jiaozhu's gaze had already settled upon him. After parting ways, Yi Xiao secured a secluded cave abode for cultivation. 3 streams of Tai E Golden Immortal Primordial Essence. What realm might they elevate me to? Without delay, he drew forth 1 stream, the elite grade variant. Seated cross-legged upon his meditation cushion, he held the essence between thumb and forefinger. A faint violet luminescence pulsed softly in his palm, utterly devoid of any insectoid trace, yet brimming with dense energy and a delicate thread of nascent law resonance. He inhaled deeply, then opened his mouth. The essence dissolved into a streak of light and vanished down his throat. Instantly, a torrent of savage, unbridled energy flooded his entire being. His golden immortal foundation establishment was already rock solid, yet the power contained within this elite tier Tai E Golden Immortal Insectoid essence far exceeded his expectations. His meridians swelled to bursting, threatening rupture. Golden crimson immortal energy rampaged through his body, colliding and merging with the invading essence. Fortunate indeed that he cultivated the 9-fold mystical body art. His physique forged to unparalleled resilience alone prevented him from exploding under the strain of assimilating such overwhelming essence across a full major cultivation tier. Yi Xiao grunted, low beads of sweat glistening along his temples, while ambient spiritual energy roiled violently around him, drawn inward by irresistible force, coalescing into visible spirals that enveloped his form completely. Gritting his teeth against searing agony, he activated the supreme clarity immortal artifice, guiding the tempestuous energy to scour and refine his meridians anew. The barrier between the early and mid stages of the golden immortal is not particularly strong, and under the impact of primal energy, it is easily shattered like paper. The magical power within his body became more refined, and under the tempering of energy, his physical body tightened slightly, as if every inch of flesh and blood had been cleansed. After an unknown amount of time, the torrent of energy gradually calmed down. Yi Xiao slowly opened his eyes, and a flash of golden light flickered in his gaze. He broke through to the early stage of the golden immortal. Feeling the surging celestial essence within him, Yi Xiao's lips curled into a faint smile. A surge of primal energy had allowed him to break through a small realm with some surplus left to stabilize his cultivation. However, he did not stop. Instead, he took the opportunity to forge ahead once again, taking out a second elite-level insect clan primal source to continue refining. With the experience from the first time, this attempt went much more smoothly. As the energy entered his body, it no longer rampaged, but followed the trajectory of his magical power, advancing steadily. After stabilizing in the mid-stage of the Golden Immortal, his cultivation began to increase steadily, and under the enhancement of the second primal source, his realm gradually loosened. A faint celestial light circled around him, and his aura was several times stronger than before. Within the cave of the Celestial Master opened his eyes again, surprise flashing in his gaze. Oh, that kid Xiao actually broke through to the Tai Golden Immortal. And why does this fluctuation in his physical body feel somewhat familiar? How strange. The Celestial Master pondered for a moment before closing his eyes again. 10 years passed in the blink of an eye. As the last trace of energy was completely digested, Xiao slowly stood up and stretched. The spiritual energy cyclone in the cave gradually dissipated, and his aura was steady and robust, standing firmly in the late stage of the Golden Immortal. 2 elite primal sources actually pushed me directly from the early stage to the late stage. Xiao murmured to himself, his eyes filled with delight. The effects of the insect clan primal source far exceeded ordinary heavenly materials and earthly treasures, even surpassing them in potency. First, it'll solidify my cultivation, then make a strong push to break through to the Tai Golden Immortal. In the following days, Xiao began to familiarize himself with the power he had gained. About a month passed before Xiao finally stopped, then took out the king-level insect clan primal source energy. This primal source was entirely different from the elite level. It was a dark golden color with complex patterns flowing on its surface, emanating an even more immense energy. Just holding it in his hand, Xiao felt invigorated and extremely comfortable. This was the primal source of the Tai Golden Immortal of the insect clan, with energy that was pure and larger. Once he refined this primal source energy, Xiao would be able to break through his realm. Xiao took a deep breath, suppressing the excitement in his heart, and began to refine it. He dared not be the slightest bit careless. The power of the king's primal source was far more violent than that of the elite level. The moment the energy entered his body, Xiao felt as if countless energies surged into him at once. His meridians felt a tearing pain, and his body was pierced as if by thousands of steel needles, with blood seeping out of his robes. His face turned pale, but he gritted his teeth and persisted, circulating all his magical power, employing the supreme celestial technique to forcibly suppress the primal source's ferocity. No, this energy is too immense. Our relying solely on the supreme celestial technique is not fast enough. What should I do? I've got it. Without missing a beat, Xiao simultaneously activated the 9 turns mystic art. He had previously cultivated the 9 turns mystic art to the second layer, but had not made any progress. Now was the perfect time. As both techniques operated simultaneously, Xiao's cultivation was rapidly increasing, and the strength of his physical body was also rising at a frenzied pace. Although the third layer of the 9 turns mystic art corresponded only to the celestial immortal, its actual combat power was far greater. With his physical cultivation combined with his Tai Golden Immortal level, Xiao could definitely be invincible below the Daluo Golden Immortal. Of course, he had yet to achieve a complete breakthrough. The leap from Golden Immortal to Tai was a qualitative one, involving not only the accumulation of magical power, but also an understanding of the Tao. While absorbing the primal source energy to temper his body, Xiao contemplated the Tao, gradually grasping its true essence. Time quietly flowed by in the tranquility of his seclusion. 1 year, 2 years, 3 years. Within the cave, the spiritual energy remained abundant, and the energies of heaven and earth were continuously absorbed, replenishing the power Xiao had consumed. With the tempering of the primal source, his physical body underwent constant transformation, from the initial muddled flesh and blood to gradually forming scabs, and finally, to smooth skin faintly glowing with a treasure-like radiance. By the 5th year, more than half of the primal source energy had been refined. Xiao's 9 turns mystic art successfully broke through to the 3rd layer, and his cultivation reached the peak of the Golden Immortal, just 1 step away from the Tai Golden Immortal. I'm finally about to break through. Let's begin. Xiao's voice was somewhat excited. He was about to transform from an ant into a character of cannon fodder level. Although still weak, this was a significant advancement. The last remnants of the king's primal source began to boil, transforming into Xiao's magical power, which furiously assaulted the barrier of his realm. Once, twice. After dozens of attempts with a dull sound echoing, Xiao finally succeeded. A dazzling golden light erupted from Xiao's body, shooting upwards and piercing the top of the cave before appearing above the base. A formidable pressure far beyond that of the Golden Immortal swept across the entire cave. Although this commotion was considerable, it did not attract much attention. After all, there were countless strong individuals here, and with the resources from the outer battlefield, someone could break through at any time. In fact, many had already broken through to the Daluo Golden Immortal. The anomaly of a Tai Golden Immortal's breakthrough was nothing to write home about. Inside the cave, Yi Xiao slowly stood up, feeling the surging power within him, his eyes filled with ecstasy. After a full 20 years of seclusion and refining 3 primal sources, he had broken through from the early stage of the Golden Immortal to the early stage of the Tai Golden Immortal. This speed could be considered astonishing throughout the entire primordial world. He raised his hand and gently clenched it. The wind from his fist howled, causing the space to tremble slightly as a power sufficient to crush an ordinary early-stage Tai cultivator surged within him. This is the power of the Tai Golden Immortal. Yi Xiao murmured to himself, a confident smile curling at the corners of his mouth. With my current strength, I no longer need to hide under the Daluo Golden Immortal. Perhaps I can attempt to venture out alone. After saying this, Yi Xiao walked out of the cave. 20 years had passed, and there had been tremendous changes in the base. Yi Xiao's divine sense swept across, and he was surprised to find that the base had actually expanded, and by quite a bit. It seems that the cultivators of the primordial world contributed a lot of strength, gaining some advantages in the outer battlefield. I wonder when the system will bring the next world. Why do I feel inexplicably expectant? Yi Xiao quickly shook his head, dismissing the thought. According to the system's usual behavior, it probably wouldn't be long now. He should focus on continuing to seek opportunities for breakthroughs. Otherwise, when the next world arrives, he might just be a slightly larger piece of cannon fodder. The 2 senior sisters have yet to emerge from their seclusion. Otherwise they would have sent word by now. I wonder where Master has gone, and the senior brother must have gone out again. It seems I truly have to venture out on my own. With this thought, Yi Xiao's heart stirred with a hint of excitement. Going out alone might be a bit dangerous, but the benefits are numerous. Currently, apart from the life-saving measures given by Master, I only have the dragon binding rope as a usable spiritual treasure. I have yet to acquire any offensive magical artifacts. With 400,000 war points, I wonder if I can exchange for a decent magical artifact. Without hesitation, Yi Xiao focused his thoughts and directly communicated with the system. Bring up the system mall for me. In the next moment, a pale blue light screen unfolded in his sea of consciousness, densely displaying various techniques, elixirs, magical artifacts, and materials. He quickly scanned the magical artifact section. Previously, he had always relied on bare hands for combat. Although his physical body was formidable, he lacked the killing tools. While he could eliminate weaker opponents, facing those of the same realm or slightly stronger would be much safer with magical artifacts. However, with 400,000, he probably wouldn't be able to purchase anything too powerful. In my past life, I read novels where those impressive magical artifacts were all growth type. I wonder if there are any. System check for growth type magical artifacts. Yi Xiao directly filtered the conditions. Ordinary innate spiritual treasures, while powerful, have fixed grades and are easily replaced later on. Higher grade ones are beyond my means. Only growth-type magical artifacts can accompany him on his journey to become stronger until he reaches the pinnacle. The light screen flickered, revealing several magical artifacts. Daluo Immortal Sword, grade, upper grade, postnatal spiritual treasure. Characteristics: growth type, capable of devouring various magical artifacts. Origins and rare metals, can continuously improve its grade until it surpasses innate treasures. Note: the sword embodies the power of slaughter, suitable for body cultivators and sword cultivators. Price: 400,000 war points. Upon seeing the introduction of this immortal sword, Yi Xiao's eyes instantly lit up. Although it is only an upper-grade postnatal spiritual treasure, it possesses infinite potential for enhancement, almost as if it were tailor-made for him. 400,000 war points is not much at all. Yi Xiao even suspects it is a secret benefit from the system. Too precise. Exchange. Without a moment's hesitation, Yi Xiao directly chose to exchange. A 3-foot-long azure immortal sword quietly floated, its body slender, the patterns ancient and unadorned with flashy radiance, yet it exuded an aura of extreme sharpness. On the blade, vague Grand Dao runes circulated. Merely holding it made Yi Xiao feel an overwhelming presence of slaughtering power. The instant it appeared, Yi Xiao felt an influx of information in his mind. The Daluo Immortal Sword had recognized its master. What a good sword! Yi Xiao's heart surged with joy as his fingertips lightly brushed past the blade. The Daluo Immortal Sword seemed to possess a spirit, emitting a faint sword cry intricately linked with his mind. This is the benefit of growth-type magical artifacts. Once they recognize their master, they become almost like an extension of one's own body. With you, my combat power will at least increase by 30%. Yi Xiao gripped the Daluo Immortal Sword in his hand and waved it casually. Swish! A slight crack tore through the void, which instantly healed. With just a casual strike, he possessed the ability to cut through the void, something only Deluo-level beings could achieve in this outer battlefield. This alone was enough to demonstrate the might of the Deluo immortal sword. Yi Xiao did not linger, his figure flickering as he turned into a streak of azure light, silently departing from this safe zone, flying deeper into the outer battlefield. As he progressed, Yi Xiao encountered many new sights. Outside the base, numerous fortresses had been established along the way belonging to different races. The expansion of the Honghuang might be attributed to this. Of course, the most important factor is the Saints. In these past 20 years, the Saints from both worlds have engaged in not just one battle, but 3. The Saints of Honghuang have fought fiercely, causing the 9th-tier insect clan powerhouses to refrain from acting recklessly. Among them, 2 stood out for their formidable performance: Laozi and Tongtian. 1 can transform into 3 pure beings, a single saint equivalent to 4. Their combat power is incredibly strong. Tongtian, on the other hand, possesses the Extermination of Immortals sword formation and the Extermination array diagram, capable of rivaling 4 saints. When these 2 take action, they can easily hold back more than half of the 9th-tier insect clan powerhouses, causing considerable dread among the insect clan 9th-tier elites. Even the strongest insect clan powers do not hesitate to intervene, aiming to personally eliminate the 2 saints. Fortunately, Hongjun personally intervened to block the strongest insect tribe, resulting in a stalemate between the 2. Both the Honghuang World and the insect clan world unintentionally follow a rule: saints do not engage, while those below saint level may act freely. Neither side wishes to engage in an early decisive battle. As such, more and more people from Honghuang are arriving at the outer battlefield, and the insect clan is also doing the same. Although the insect clan is numerous, their quality is slightly inferior. The entire outer battlefield is divided into 3 sections, with the left and right sides belonging to the territories of the 2 great worlds, while the central area constitutes the core battlefield. The powerful beings from both races compete fiercely in the core battlefield, each achieving victories and defeats. Understanding this situation, Yi Xiao did not rush into the core of the battlefield, but instead flew to the periphery. He would not go to the core battlefield for now, where battles erupt constantly, often involving Deluo and quasi-saint level combat, which Yi Xiao cannot yet participate in. If he were to encounter a powerful insect clan powerhouse, it would be disastrous. The periphery, however, while occasionally housing strong races, poses a significantly lower danger. Moreover, there are countless insect clans here, allowing Yi Xiao to practice and grow. The bodies of the insects can also provide some resources for humanity. On the edge of the outer battlefield, the heavens and earth grew ever darker, with rifts in the void appearing everywhere and energy turbulence becoming increasingly violent. From time to time, he could see large insect corpses or the remnants of Honghuang cultivators, the stench of blood rising to the sky. This is the brutality of the outer battlefield. Anyone could perish. Even a saint could encounter formidable opponents. Occasionally, when he came across 1 or 2 teams of Honghuang cultivators hunting insects, Yi Xiao kept his distance, avoiding any interaction. Not knowing how long he had advanced, a sudden series of violent energy explosions echoed in the void ahead, with a fierce aura of slaughter rising to the heavens. Yi Xiao's eyes narrowed as he immediately concealed his presence, hiding behind a fragment of a shattered star, quietly extending his divine sense. Before him lay a vast void battlefield teeming with figures engaged in a frenzied battle. On one side, there were countless insect clans. Flying insects, beetles, mantis insects, giant force insects. A multitude of varieties with wildly violent auras. At the forefront was a towering insect clan, its body reaching 1,000 zhang, covered in black armor, with a single horn atop its head. Its aura clearly reached the peak level of Tai Golden Immortal, radiating a tremendous aura of malice. It was an elite of the insect clan at the Tai Golden Immortal level. On the other side stood the coalition of the myriad races of Honghuang. The 2 leading groups were particularly prominent. One group comprised demon race cultivators, each clad in feathered garments, exuding a powerful demonic aura, including tiger demons Dapeng and giant bears, all exuding formidable presence. The other group consisted of Wu clan warriors. Burly in stature and powerful in the flesh, they relied solely on their physical strength to charge into battle, each punch capable of shattering an insect clan warrior. A powerful figure from the Witch clan, possessing the battle strength of a Tai Golden Immortal, stood firm against the attacks of the insect race, his physical body comparable to a low-grade, innate spirit treasure, undamaged. A demon god from the Demon clan, also at the level of a Tai Golden Immortal, wielded a demon spear, fiercely fighting alongside the Witch clan expert against an elite from the insect race. In addition to the Witch and Demon clans, there were several smaller races with varying strengths, most of them at the level of Golden Immortal to Tai Golden Immortal, currently fighting desperately to fend off the insect race's charge. No, to be precise, they were under siege by the insect army. Their numbers were few, but their strength was decent. This insect army had no monarch, the strongest only at the Tai Golden Immortal level, and the battle was extremely intense. This is truly interesting. I never expected the witch and demon clans to unite in battle. This is quite remarkable. Yi Xiao was greatly surprised. After all, the witch clan members had fiery tempers, and the demon clan was not much better. These two races were natural enemies, previously always at odds, yet now they had joined forces, exhibiting such remarkable coordination. It seems that the saying holds true: where there is hustle and bustle, there is profit. Where there is commotion, there are gains. The emergence of the insect race surprisingly prompted the witch and demon clans to shake hands and become allies, which is indeed quite extraordinary. The insect race, fearless of death, had a numerical advantage and was charging wildly. Although the witch and demon clans were powerful, they were entangled in fierce combat, and the scene was chaotic. This situation was a battlefield specifically designed for Yi Xiao. This is the place. If fishing in troubled waters is my specialty. As he blended into the battlefield, he could secretly slay the insect race, harvesting war value, while also seizing the opportunity to ambush the Tai Golden Immortal level elite insect, obtaining primal energy, truly killing two birds with one stone. Let's get started. Yi Xiao no longer hesitated, gripping the Deluo Immortal sword tightly, charging out from behind the remnants of the stars, plunging directly into the chaotic battlefield. The sudden appearance of a figure immediately drew the attention of nearby cultivators. The witch and demon clan cultivators, upon seeing a stranger, recognized him as a being from the primordial era. Though somewhat displeased, they had no time to pay attention to Yi Xiao, continuing to focus on slaying the insects. Yi Xiao blended in among the primordial cultivators, quickly rushing towards the nearest elite insect at the Golden Immortal level. With a swing of the Deluo Immortal sword, a green sword aura erupted, instantly reaching its peak speed. The insect didn't even have time to react before its head was severed, its massive body plummeting from the sky, with Yi Xiao quietly collecting the primal energy. Clean and decisive. Not a trace of hesitation. This scene left many people momentarily stunned. His strikes were swift, the sword aura sharp. Although he only exuded the aura of a Tai Golden Immortal, he possessed the strength to instantly slay insects of the same rank, clearly not an ordinary loose cultivator. Though unaware of Yi Xiao's identity, no one dared to speak out. After all, in this realm, strength was paramount, and at most they were only Tai Golden Immortals. It was evident that this newcomer was of that level. However, Yi Xiao's actions also put the two peak Tai Golden Immortal experts of the witch and demon clans on guard. That person is not simple. We must be quick to resolve this. The primal energy from the insect race should be shared between us. The witch clan expert relayed this through sound transmission. Agreed. The demon god did not hesitate and immediately concurred. The two swiftly unleashed their full power, no longer holding back, fearing that Yi Xiao would snatch away their spoils. Their instincts were correct. Yi Xiao had indeed planned to find an opportunity to take down the elite insect at the Tai Golden Immortal level. Their actions left him somewhat speechless. Forget it, I'll just continue to fish in troubled waters. Even a mosquito's leg is still meat. With this thought in mind, Yi Xiao took action again, wielding the Deluo Immortal sword, weaving through the battlefield, avoiding entanglement with the powerful insects, specifically targeting the isolated Golden Immortal level insects. The Deluo Immortal sword radiated sharpness. With a single strike, an insect met its end. His speed was astonishing, moving freely in the chaotic battlefield. At the Golden Immortal level, whether elite or below, they simply could not withstand a strike from Yi Xiao. In the early stage of the Tai Golden Immortal realm, combined with the third layer of the Nine Turns mystic art, although Yi Xiao was merely fishing in troubled waters, he seemed to have become the sole war god on this battlefield. The speed at which he slaughtered insects was the fastest in the field. What left other cultivators speechless was that for every insect he killed, the most they could see was the blood on the ground, i.e. everything else was collected by Yi Xiao. Even some slightly stronger insects had their blood collected by Yi Xiao. This was rather baffling. They had never seen anyone like him. Just how poor could he be? Yi Xiao was like a ghost moving at the edge of the battlefield, appearing wherever there were fish slipping through the net. He neither robbed the achievements of the witch and demon clans, nor provoked the elite insect, yet quietly slayed a large number of insects. Slaying a Golden Immortal insect, war value 20, slaying a Tai insect, war value 50 slaying. The system prompt echoed in Yi Xiao's spiritual sea, with war values surging like a tide. More and more cultivators from the demon and witch clans gradually also noticed Yi Xiao's unusual nature. This person was powerful, yet he had slain an extraordinary number of insects, and each strike seemed perfectly timed, as if he could predict the movements of the insects. Who exactly is this guy? A demon clan cultivator wondered. From his appearance, I haven't seen him before, but judging by how he collects spoils, could he be from a very impoverished race? I guess that's about right. He seems like someone who has never seen the world. This race probably only has him as a Tai Golden Immortal coming to the outer battlefield to find resources for his race. There are quite a few cultivators like this. However, not everyone is fortunate. Someone said this, their face carrying an expression of admiration, as there were indeed people among them who shared similar experiences. As time passed, the number of insects on the battlefield dwindled, and Yi Xiao had already slain thousands of insects. Among them, several elite insects at the Golden Immortal level were the most valuable, with primal energy and flesh becoming Yi Xiao's spoils. There were also over a dozen primal energies at the Celestial Immortal and Mystic Immortal levels, all elite tier, with not a single Monarch level among them, which was absent from this insect army. Additionally, a substantial amount of war value was accrued. A Celestial Immortal grants 50 points, a Mystic Immortal 100 points, and a Golden Immortal 10,000 points. The number of Golden Immortal insects that died at Yi Xiao's hands was no less than 30, and those below Golden Immortal were in the thousands. In such a short amount of time, Yi Xiao had once again accumulated war value, breaking the million threshold for the first time. To reach a million war value so quickly, it seems a drop of Pangus blood isn't so expensive after all, just 10 million for a drop. Once my strength increases further, could I become a wholesaler of Pangus blood? In the primordial realm, if one were to speak of what is most precious aside from the sanctified position, there are probably only two things left: the blood of Pangu and the innate treasures. There are still a few pieces of the latter, but the blood of Pangu is utterly absent. Perhaps the witch clan possesses some, but certainly not much. As for the three pure ones, they have none at all. Yi Xiao shook his head, casting aside these distractions as his gaze swept across the still chaotic battlefield. The insectoid race had suffered severe casualties, with only about 20 to 30% remaining. Although the witch and demon clans also paid a significant price, victory was already assured. He had amassed over 1 million war points, which was quite sufficient. That's enough, it's time to retreat. As he spoke, Yi Xiao took a step back, preparing to leave, but an unexpected incident suddenly occurred at that moment. In the center of the battlefield, a violent surge of energy erupted. Roar! The elite insectoid, besieged by the powerful members of the witch clan and the demon gods, let out a piercing and frenzied howl. Its entire carapace was shattered, dark green blood gushed forth, and its aura had plummeted to its lowest point. Yet the closer it was to death, the more violently it retaliated. It no longer defended itself, its spines erupted wildly, resembling countless sharp spears that swept forward recklessly, seeking death. The witch clan's warrior roared angrily, his body radiating brilliant golden light as he maximized his physical strength, striking with a punch that distorted the very void. The demon god wielded a demon spear, the tip bursting forth with overwhelming demonic flames, aimed directly at the elite insectoid's brow. Both had made their true moves, prepared for a decisive strike to end this menace. But no one expected that in its moment of desperation, the elite insectoid would suddenly twist its body, paying the price of half its shattered form, to forcibly break through the blockade set by the two. Trying to escape, the faces of the witch clan warrior and the demon god changed simultaneously as they pursued. However, both had fought for too long, their energy severely depleted, and their speed faltered for just a moment. The elite insectoid was completely oblivious to the fact that it had charged into the presence of Yi Xiao, who was preparing to quietly retreat. In its eyes, Yi Xiao was merely a minor character in the early stage of the Tai Golden Immortal. Compared to those two hard nuts it had been battling for half the day, this person before it seemed much easier to handle, someone it could crush with ease. Almost instinctively, the elite insectoid charged directly toward Yi Xiao. Moi. Yi Xiao paused, a hint of astonishment crossing his face. He had initially planned to flee, yet this elite insectoid had come right to him. I wasn't planning to deal with you, but since you've come to me, I'll gladly accept. Yi Xiao's lips curled slightly, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. He had not intended to incur enmity with the witch and demon clans, but how could he refuse a gift that had come to him? Human cultivator die? The elite insectoid let out an incomprehensible roar, its voice akin to grinding metal, painfully grating. Its body, comparable to a low-grade innate spirit treasure, though damaged, still exuded earth-shattering force. A pair of gigantic pincers tore through the void, wielding enough power to crush stars, coming straight at Yi Xiao's head. This strike could directly turn a Tai Golden Immortal of the same realm into minced meat if they were careless. In the distance, the witch clan warrior and the demon god both narrowed their eyes at this scene. They were not worried about Yi Xiao's safety, for they knew his combat prowess was not weak. This is bad. That damned elite insectoid is seeking its own death. Let's hope it doesn't nullify our efforts. With that, the two flew away at their fastest speed, aiming to subdue the elite insectoid Tai Golden Immortal as quickly as possible. The next second, a scene that left everyone dumbfounded unfolded. Facing the terrifying pincers that could crush a Tai Golden Immortal, Yi Xiao did not dodge or evade. The third layer of his 9 turns mystic art rumbled to life, his blood and chi surged like an ocean, and golden blood energy soared into the sky, instantly elevating his physical strength to a terrifying level. Boom! Yi Xiao did not retreat, but advanced instead, his right hand clenched into a fist, unleashing his physical power without reservation. With one punch, he met the elite insectoid's pincers heated. A thunderous sound shook the heavens. The third layer of the Nine Turns mystic art was still somewhat lacking, but it barely managed to withstand this strike. Yi Xiao's arm throbbed with pain, but more than that, he felt a rush of exhilaration. What a... The Witch Clan warrior's pupils constricted, disbelief etched across his face. How could this body be stronger than our Witch Clan? The Witch Clan warrior was engulfed in storms of shock. The Witch Clan was born with divine bodies that were nearly invincible among those of the same rank. Yet this primordial cultivator before him possessed such formidable physical power. The demon god was equally astonished. A Tai golden immortal in the early stage. How could he possess such a terrifying body? What is this child's origin? Not only them. All the cultivators from the witch and demon clans present were left dumbfounded. The elite insectoid itself was taken aback as well. It had intended to crush a soft target only to run into an iron wall. The power that erupted from Yi Xiao's punch caused excruciating pain to its already damaged body. The elite insectoid, furious and humiliated, retaliated wildly. Its spine shot out, its tail stinger stabbed, and it spewed dark green corrosive beams, unleashing a torrent of deadly attacks toward Yi Xiao. It's over. Yi Xiao's expression was indifferent. He gripped his right hand, and the Daluo immortal sword instantly unsheathed. The pressure of a top-grade acquired spirit treasure quietly enveloped the area. Buzz! The immortal sword quivered lightly, the azure sword energy sharpened to an extreme level, as if it could cleave apart the very fabric of this world. Yi Xiao stepped forward, his figure moving so swiftly that only a shadow remained. Empowered by the Nine Turns mystic art, the Daluo immortal sword unleashed its ultimate sword energy. With one swing, it reached an unparalleled speed. Swish! The azure sword energy easily tore through the elite insectoid's carapace, deeply embedding itself within its body. Roar! The elite insectoid let out an excruciatingly shrill scream. Its body, comparable to a low-grade innate spirit treasure, crumbled like paper under Yi Xiao's sword. In disbelief, it looked down at the terrifying sword wound that exposed its bones, its eyes filled with reluctance and fear. It was an elite-level insectoid of the Tai Golden Immortal. Even among those of the same realm, it would take considerable effort for Witch Clan warriors and demon gods to injure it. Yet this human, merely in the early stage of Tai Golden Immortal, had broken through its defenses with one sword. How could this be possible? Impossible. You are just a Tai Golden Immortal in the early stage. The elite insectoid let out a reluctant howl. Yi Xiao's expression remained cold, showing no mercy. Who said that a Tai Golden Immortal in the early stage cannot slay you? With his words falling, Yi Xiao twisted his wrist. The Daluo immortal sword suddenly whirled. Pop! With a soft sound, the elite insectoid fell instantly, its source energy becoming Yi Xiao's spoils of war. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying the elite insect clan of the Tai Golden Immortal. War points 10000. Obtained elite insect clan source energy 1. Yi Xiao was overjoyed. He initially only wanted to fish in troubled waters and gain a little something. As a result, he unexpectedly stumbled upon a tremendous gain. A head worth over 1 million war points along with this source energy, which was enough for him to achieve a significant boost. This round was a bloodbath profit. But on the battlefield there was silence. Everyone stared blankly at the figure standing with a sword. The powerful members of the witch and demon clans, as well as all the cultivators from both groups, were all stunned with an eerie silence in the air. They watched in disbelief. The elite insect clan who had forced both of them to work together and suffer heavy losses was actually slain by a cultivator at the early stage of Tai Golden Immortal with a single strike. Clean and decisive. Without any dragging. Did I not see wrong? A demon clan cultivator swallowed hard, his voice trembling. That is an elite-level insect clan powerhouse. He was killed in an instant. A witch clan warrior's eyes widened in shock. What kind of monster is this? Is this person a direct disciple of some saint? At the early stage of Tai Golden Immortal, he slayed an elite insect clan. Such combat power is simply defying the heavens. On the other side, Yi Xiao put away the Daluo immortal sword, casually collecting all the source energy and remains of the insect clan without wasting a single bit. He looked up at the astonished experts from the witch and demon clans in the distance and smiled faintly. Sorry, just a casual move. As his words fell, Yi Xiao did not linger any longer, his figure flickering as he transformed into a streak of blue light, breaking through the sky and vanishing from the battlefield, leaving behind dumbfounded witch and demon cultivators. That seemingly casual remark left everyone unable to calm down for a long time. Just a casual move. The Witch Clan expert had a complex expression staring in the direction Yi Xiao had left silent for a long time. Regardless of their power or any other aspect, they had nothing to say, only allowing Yi Xiao to leave gracefully. However, they grew increasingly curious about Yi Xiao's true identity. The insect clan has been wiped out, and it is not advisable to linger here. We should return to the base to recuperate. This person's strength is unfathomable, definitely not an ordinary loose cultivator. We should investigate first, and if we meet him again, next time we must not let him participate in the battle. The Witch Clan expert said solemnly. Understood. The witch and demon cultivators responded in unison. The scene of Yi Xiao slaying the elite insect clan with a single strike had been deeply etched in their hearts. They dared not underestimate this mysterious cultivator who acted ruthlessly and collected spoils cleanly. Were they dissatisfied? Of course. Anyone would be unhappy if their hard-earned gains were snatched away. But dissatisfaction aside, in the face of absolute strength, they could only admit it begrudgingly. To obstruct him, that would be seeking death. Even the elite insect clan of Tai Golden Immortal was slain with a single strike. If they went up, it would only add more corpses. The Witch Clan was reckless, but not foolish. The outer battlefield was vast and boundless, filled with an atmosphere of slaughter and blood. The insect clan poured out like a tide from the void cracks, invading every corner. At every moment, cultivators were falling and insects were being slaughtered. The flames of war had never been extinguished. After Yi Xiao left that battlefield, he did not return to the safe base. Instead, he continued to hunt the insect clan on the outer battlefield. He concealed his aura like a night hunter wandering at the edge of the battlefield. Whenever he encountered a solitary insect clan member, he would strike decisively. A single sword strike, clean and efficient. Slain Celestial Insect Clan War Points 50. Slain Xianxian Insect Clan War Points 100. Slain Jinxian Insect Clan War Points 1000. The system prompts echoed continuously in his spiritual sea. War points steadily increased like a snowball. Yi Xiao maintained his previous style. He did not seek out battles recklessly or take unnecessary risks. He specifically targeted solitary weaker insect clan members or small groups. After slaying them, he would take all the spoils without leaving a trace. Flesh, shells, source energy, and even the splattered juices were all collected without a hint of disdain. To others, this behavior seemed rather unrefined. But Yi Xiao did not mind. Even the smallest mosquito is still meat. Little by little it adds up, grains of sand accumulate into a tower, eventually becoming the capital for the rise of humanity. The outer battlefield was so vast, and the insect clan was endless. This was his place to soar, so he had no intention of returning to the base in the short term. First, he planned to raise his strength. After all, he had the life-preserving methods given by the Celestial Master. As long as he didn't court death, there would be no problems. Time passed little by little. 1 year. 2 years. 5 years. 10 years. Yi Xiao blended into the edge of the battlefield for 10 years, slaying many insect clans. Many were killed by him alone, but more were gained through his opportunistic actions. Just like the first time, he encountered several groups of prehistoric insect clan attacks during these 10 years. Following the same pattern, Yi Xiao operated several times, and the gains were quite substantial. The biggest harvest was obtaining the source energy of a royal-level Tai Golden Immortal insect clan. With so many opportunistic gains, Yi Xiao's name gradually spread in the outer battlefield and was entirely known within the prehistoric camp. At the outer battlefield within the headquarters of the prehistoric camp, it was bustling with activity, with people. Some cultivators had just returned from the battlefield covered in blood, their breaths weak. Others were gearing up to head to the front lines to hunt the insect clan. Have you heard? Recently, a shameless person appeared in the outer battlefield. Who is it? This person is named Yi Xiao. Oh, it is still unclear which faction he belongs to, but he loves to mix into the coalition and fish in troubled waters, seizing others' spoils. Yet this person possesses great strength just at the early stage of Tai Golden Immortal, yet he can contend with the peak insect clan Tai Golden Immortal of royal level. Several waves of people in the outer battlefield have had their spoils stolen by him. This person wields a green immortal sword. If any of you encounter him in the future, it is best to prevent him from joining the battle. Similar conversations were continuously taking place within the headquarters of the prehistoric camp. Although they were discussing cultivators below the Deluo Golden Immortal, Yi Xiao's name had also become well known in the prehistoric camp. At this moment, two graceful figures looked somewhat strange. Second senior sister, are they talking about junior brother? Has it only been 30 years and junior brother's strength has increased so quickly? One of the women transmitted this message. The other woman smiled upon hearing this. It should be our junior brother. Junior brother is naturally extraordinary, and the outer battlefield is filled with countless opportunities. It is normal for junior brother to possess such combat power. But he is a bit too bold to dare to go out alone at the early stage of Tai Golden Immortal. We need to go find him. Inside a cave residence at the main camp, Patriarch Tongtian's lips twitched. This brash young fellow. Never imagined he'd take such delight in provoking enmity. I truly underestimated him. Yet as a direct disciple of a sage, a touch of arrogance is only natural. Were any outsider to overhear these words, they would surely say Yi Xiao had learned precisely this attitude from Tontian. My disciple's ability to battle across cultivation realms likely stems largely from his extraordinary physical body. With that thought, Patriarch Tontian immediately summoned Jinling and Wudong, who were just preparing to depart the main camp. He harbored no covetousness toward Yi Xiao's fortuitous opportunities, only a profound desire to understand them. The two women who had just emerged from seclusion were indeed Jinling and Wudong, both having successfully ascended to the rank of Great Luo Immortal. Disciples, pay homage to our master, they intoned in unison. Tontian gazed upon them with quiet satisfaction and nodded with a gentle smile. Well done. You've achieved Great Luo cultivation far sooner than expected. I have summoned you both to retrieve Yi Xiao. Jinling smiled. Master, we were already on our way to seek out our junior brother. Then go without delay and return swiftly. What transpired within the Honghuang main camp remained entirely unknown to Yi Xiao himself. At that very moment, he had just eradicated a scattered swarm of insectoid cultivators and was searching for a secluded place to enter deep seclusion. Over the past decade, he had accumulated sufficient war merit to exchange for Pangu's blood essence, and even amassed a substantial surplus. 24 million war merit. Now is the time to ascend in strength. Yi Xiao murmured softly, suppressing his surging excitement as he scoured the land for an ideal retreat. 1 month later, deep within a concealed sector of the extraterritorial battlefield, Yi Xiao carved a hermitage 10,000 meters beneath the Earth's surface. Seated cross-legged inside, his heart raced with anticipation. System, open my personal interface, Yi Xiao silently commanded. Cultivator Yi Xiao. Affiliation, direct disciple of the Zhejiao sect, disciple under Patriarch Tontian. Cultivation arts, supreme clarity, immortal scripture, ninefold mystic art, third transformation. Cultivation realm, initial stage, Tai, golden immortal. War merit 240000. Spiritual treasures held, Great Luo immortal sword, Hideer post heavenly treasure. Special items none. 10 years. Finally, the war merit required to exchange for Pangu's blood essence had been fully gathered. Pangu's blood essence. 1 drop costs 10 million war merit. With 24 million, I may acquire 2 drops. Yi Xiao whispered to himself, fingers trembling faintly with exhilaration. Pangu's blood essence, the vital essence of the primordial deity Pangu, contained peerless sovereign power. Even a single drop constituted an ultimate treasure. For cultivators, 1 drop could propel a golden immortal directly into the Tai golden immortal realm. And for those with exceptionally solid foundations, even attainment of the peak Tai golden immortal stage lay well within reach. More crucially, the ninefold mystic art was the very cultivation method practiced by Pangu himself, rendering it perfectly harmonious with Pangu's blood essence. Indeed, this essence stood as the supreme complement to the art. A single drop eclipsed countless other resources. Yi Xiao's ninefold mystic art had stalled at the third transformation, the absolute limit of what his current body could endure. To advance further, Pangu's blood essence was indispensable. In other words, across all the Honghuang world, perhaps only he possessed the means to cultivate the ninefold mystic art to its ultimate perfection. For only he could obtain Pangu's blood essence. To ensure absolute safety, Yi Xiao immediately began arraying protective formations. He forcibly stilled the void itself. Countless runes erupted from his fingertips, interweaving into layers of formidable prohibitions. Sound-dampening arrays, concealment arrays, defensive arrays, illusionary arrays. Yi Xiao deployed every technique at his command, drawing fully upon the Zhejiao sect's profound array lore. Dense, overlapping formations wove a celestial net, encasing the entire region in an utterly sealed, impenetrable domain. Thus, even a Great Luo immortal would find it nearly impossible to detect his presence 10,000 meters beneath the earth. Only after completing this did Yi Xiao settle once more into meditation, closing his eyes and sinking his consciousness deep into the system. System, exchange for 2 drops of Pangu's blood essence. Ending. War merit consumed 2,000. Remaining war merit 4,000. Ding. Congratulations, cultivator. Pangu's blood essence too has been acquired. As the system's chime faded, 2 dense radiant droplets materialized in Yi Xiao's palms. Golden in hue and no larger than a thumb, each weighed as heavily as 10,000 jin, radiating terrifying energy and savage turbulent kiblut. Even the arrays Yi Xiao had erected trembled faintly beneath their oppressive aura. This was the breath of creation, the primordial essence of the 10,000 Tao. Such overwhelming Pangu's blood essence, truly worthy of being hailed as the ultimate treasure coveted by countless transmigrators. Yi Xiao murmured softly. He could distinctly sense within each drop an unfathomable reservoir of life essence, force essence, and Tao essence. Merely refining one drop would trigger a cataclysmic transformation of his physique, divine soul, and cultivation realm alike. Yi Xiao immediately transferred the 2 droplets into specially prepared vessels, both high-tier post-heavenly treasures barely sufficient for the task. He did not begin refining the blood essence immediately. Instead, with a flick of his wrist, the Great Luo Immortal Sword appeared in his hand. Great Luo Immortal Sword, you have served me loyally for so long. Now it is time for your own evolution. Yi Xiao gently caressed the blade, his eyes alight with expectation. Over the years, slaying insectoid cultivators had yielded abundant treasures, essences of the insectoid race, and vast quantities of immortal-grade metal, all suitable for the sword's consumption and likely sufficient for its ascension. With a mere thought, 5 streams of primal essence, each resonating with the power of an initial stage Tai Golden Immortal, materialized before him. In the Great Luo Immortal Sword emitted an eager resonant hum. A powerful suction surged from its blade, instantly devouring the 5 essences. Still insufficient. Continue. Nai Xiao gestured again, summoning 10 additional streams of essence alongside copious amounts of immortal-grade metal. Instantly, the Great Luo Immortal Sword soared from his palm, hovering above the trove. Once more, an immense gravitational pull manifested, a formless colossal maw beginning to consume the offerings. A golden tsunami of insectoid essence and immortal metal roared into the sword's core. And the Great Luo Immortal Sword erupted in violent resonance. Cracks fissured across its blade, only to be instantly sealed by surging primal energy. Its formerly plain, unadorned surface now glowed with a soft golden radiance. Eerie insectoid runes spiraled across its body, exuding an aura of unyielding dominance. Like a ravenous beast starved for eons, the sword devoured the torrential essence, its body vibrating intensely, emitting triumphant, jubilant sword chimes. The barrier of a high-tier post-heavenly treasure began to fracture under the deluge of boundless essence. Boom. And the entire hermitage convulsed violently. An unimaginably terrifying swordora pierced skyward. Though countless prohibitions sought to contain it, wisps of sword intent still bled through, nearly shattering Yi Xiao's meticulously woven arrays. The Great Luo Immortal Sword had reached a feverish, transcendent state, its rank ascending by an entire tier, low-tier, pre-heavenly treasure. It was done. Yi Xiao gazed upon the transformed sword before him, a rare, genuine smile spreading across his face. The Great Luo Immortal Sword's ascension alone boosts my combat prowess by at least 20%. It has advanced, and so should I. In the foreign battlefield, the only capital is strength. Yi Xiao, filled with excitement, took out a vessel and gently flipped it. The terrifying power of Pangus essence slowly materialized in his palm. A single drop contained enough power to drive even ordinary De Luo Golden Immortals to madness. However, Pangus essence is equally domineering and violent. Ordinary immortals, let alone refining it, would be crushed to ashes just by approaching it under the pressure of its cosmic might. Even with Yi Xiao's current cultivation level, refining it would be extremely difficult. Yi Xiao took a deep breath, his gaze resolute. Without the slightest hesitation, he opened his mouth and inhaled, swallowing the drop of Pangus essence that hovered in his palm. Boom. The moment the essence entered his body, Yi Xiao felt as if his entire being had been struck by a chaotic star. An indescribable violent force suddenly erupted from his dantian, rushing through his limbs and bones. Ugh! Even with Yi Xiao's firm will honed through countless life-and-death battles, he couldn't help but let out a muffled groan. Pangus essence not only contained terrifying energy, but also other things. For example, malevolence. Wild, domineering, barbaric, and unreasonable, Yi Xiao's physical body had already cultivated the 3rd turn of the 9 turns mystic art, far surpassing other cultivators of the same level, with bones like divine gold, flesh like spiritual liquid, and meridians wide and resilient. But in the face of this drop of Pangus essence, his physical body felt as fragile as a sheet of paper. Crack, crack. A series of fine yet clear cracking sounds continuously emanated from Yi Xiao's body. That was his bones beginning to shatter under the violent power of Pangus essence. Not just in 1 or 2 places, but every inch of his bones was crazily cracking. The excruciating pain surged like a tide, each wave more intense than the last, assaulting Yi Xiao's soul. It was the agony of his body being forcibly torn apart, reassembled, then torn apart again, and reassembled. Every inch of skin, every muscle fiber, every cell was being brutally crushed by the cosmic breath contained within Pangus essence. Yi Xiao's skin instantly burst open, with countless fine wounds, blood seeping out and staining his robe red. He looked like a blood-soaked figure. 9 turns mystic art activate for me. Yi Xiao clenched his jaw, blood oozing from his tongue forcefully, suppressing the unbearable pain that nearly caused him to faint as he focused his mind inward and desperately urged the 9 turns mystic art. The 9 turns mystic art is a supreme technique that proves the Tao through strength and achieves sanctity through the physical body. Only this technique can fully refine the power of Pangus essence. After activating the 9 turns mystic art, Yi Xiao attempted to wrap, guide, and refine the boundless power of Pangus essence with his magical energy. However, the power contained in Pangus essence rampaged through Yi Xiao's body like a wild beast that no one could control. Wherever it went, meridians tore apart, flesh melted, and bones shattered. Puff! Yi Xiao violently spat out a mouthful of blood, his body shaking violently, nearly collapsing onto the ground. He could clearly feel that his physical body was gradually approaching collapse. If he couldn't suppress this power, he would explode from the pressure of Pangus essence without anyone needing to lay a hand on him, resulting in his soul scattering. No. I am a man with a system. Isn't it just Pangus essence? Refine for me. Oh. Yi Xiao forcibly steadied his mind and pushed the 9 turns mystic art to its limits. The originally rampaging Pangus essence finally began to stabilize under the extreme operation of the 9 turns mystic art. The essence has a spirit, perhaps sensing a familiar aura. Threads of powerful energy began to become obedient, no longer violent. This energy quickly repaired Yi Xiao's shattered meridians, decayed flesh, and fragmented bones. Yi Xiao, enveloped in the energy of Pangus essence, began to undergo a metamorphosis, with his veins being reshaped. The strength of his physical body was rapidly increasing at a visible rate. Even his cultivation at the early stage of Tai Golden Immortal was gradually rising. Warm currents flowed within him, making Yi Xiao feel as if he were in a comfortable hot spring, contrasting greatly with the earlier sensation. Yi Xiao's physical body was like a giant furnace, frantically refining Pangus essence under his control. The furnace spun, radiating an endless devouring power, gradually transforming Pangus essence into his own foundation. This process was slow as a turtle and still very painful. Time slowly passed. Yi Xiao was completely enveloped in a layer of blood-colored mist, his aura fluctuating violently, sometimes erupting like a volcano, at other times weak like a dying candle. His body repeatedly oscillated between shattering and reassembling in agony. The sounds of bones shattering never ceased. Sweat mixed with blood continuously seeped from his body, pooling into a small puddle of blood on the ground. After an unknown amount of time, the Pangus essence, now violently refined, was finally completely absorbed and integrated into Yi Xiao's being. Boom! A far more substantial and domineering aura erupted explosively from Yi Xiao's body. The wounds all over his body healed rapidly at a visible speed. The shattered bones became even sturdier and harder, with a faint golden sheen enveloping their surface. Within his flesh it seemed to harbor a slumbering ancient beast. Yi Xiao slowly opened his eyes, a glint of gold flashing within. He could clearly feel that his 9 turns mystic art had finally broken through. From the 3rd turn to the 4th turn, his physical strength could crush early-stage golden immortal experts of the Witch clan. Even relying solely on physical strength without using magical power, he could collide head-in with Tai golden immortal experts who were not adept at physical combat. This is the power of Pangus essence. Yi Xiao clenched his fists, feeling the seemingly inexhaustible physical strength within him, and was filled with excitement. Just a single drop brought such a terrifying enhancement. If I refine another drop. Without hesitation, Yi Xiao immediately took out the last drop of Pangus essence and inhaled. The second drop of Pangus essence entered his body again. Boom! The same pain, the same sensation. However, Yi Xiao had already grown accustomed to this pain, appearing much more composed than before. Although it was equally painful, this was the inevitable path to becoming a powerhouse. Yi Xiao was firstly the leader of the human race, shouldering the prosperity of the entire race. Only secondly, a disciple of Jiejiao. Certainly he could rely on the saints, but he himself was the most reliable. No matter how powerful the myriad immortals of Jiejiao were, they couldn't last long. Thus Yi Xiao could only depend on himself. The shattered bones amidst the agony began to reassemble, grow, and become even harder and more domineering. Shatter once and grow stronger. This was a supreme metamorphosis born of desperation. It was also a frenzied gamble between life and death, pain and strength. 9th turn mystic art, 5th turn break for me. Yi Xiao roared furiously in his heart. Boom! Yi Xiao's aura erupted violently. 9th turn mystic art, 5th turn. Finally achieved. The physical body has been enhanced, and my cultivation should also rise. With so much energy accumulated within, I wonder what realm I can break through to. Midstage Tai golden immortal break for me. In an instant, the Qingyun immortal technique within Yi Xiao operated wildly, and the energy accumulated within him rapidly transformed into his cultivation. Boom! A loud roar erupted as he finally broke through to the initial stage of Tai Golden Immortal, instantly reaching the midstage. And this was not the end. The energy within continued to assimilate into his cultivation. Yi Xiao's cultivation surged forward without any bottlenecks, directly breaking through to the late stage of Tai Golden Immortal. Yi Xiao slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air. The hardships endured during this time were not in vain. I have finally broken through, and am not far from the Great Luo Golden Immortal. Although the Great Luo Golden Immortal may not be significant in the current wilderness, I possess the 9 turns mystic art. Once I break through to the Great Luo Golden Immortal, my combat strength will not be weaker than that of an ordinary early-stage quasi-saint. By then our human race will also be considered a powerful race. After that I will gradually enhance the overall strength of the human race. Yi Xiao clenched his fists tightly, feeling a lingering sense of crisis that had been present since his arrival dissipate significantly at this moment. At least he was no longer an ant. From a human without any cultivation to the current late stage of Tai Golden Immortal, it seemed not too difficult. I didn't expect that this retreat lasted a full 50 years, which was even harder than my breakthrough from Golden Immortal to Tai Golden Immortal. I wonder how the situation at the outer battlefield is now. Should I exit my seclusion? Yi Xiao's fingers moved, calculating the time, contemplating whether to leave his retreat. After a moment, Yi Xiao dismissed the thought. Forget it, I still have plenty of resources on hand. It's better to convert them into strength first. Without hesitation, Yi Xiao continued his cultivation. He still had a lot of source energy at the Tai Golden Immortal level, including 1 royal source, 2 king sources, and 6 elite Tai Golden Immortal insect race sources. Now that he was at the same realm, he wondered if these sources could help him break through to the Great Luo Golden Immortal. As for the source energy from insect races below Tai Golden Immortal, Yi Xiao no longer had any use for it. Yi Xiao sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and once again focused his mind within. He took out the royal level source energy and began to slowly refine it. The golden mana and the aura of the 9 turns mystic art activated simultaneously like 2 great nets tightly wrapping around that massive mass of insect race source. The source energy began to transform into gentle energy, gradually absorbed and refined by Yi Xiao. His cultivation once again began to rise steadily. Late stage of Tai Golden Immortal initial stage. Late stage of Tai Golden Immortal midstage. Late stage of Tai Golden Immortal late stage. Only 1 step away from the peak of Tai Golden Immortal. This step, though seemingly minor, was like a chasm blocking countless cultivators for thousands, tens of thousands of years, or even a lifetime from crossing it. That vast and boundless source energy was very docile, slowly flowing into Yi Xiao's limbs and bones, gradually pushing his cultivation to the late stage of Tai Golden Immortal. Everything was proceeding smoothly, but the subsequent path of cultivation did not unfold as he had expected. Yi Xiao's mind was highly focused, taking out the 2 king-level source energies he had obtained earlier. Yi Xiao operated the Qingyun Immortal technique at full speed to refine the source energy, gradually transforming it into cultivation. Time passed quietly. It was unclear how long had passed, but the swirling energy light around Yi Xiao gradually converged, ultimately being completely absorbed into his body. When the last trace of source energy was thoroughly refined and integrated into his cultivation, Yi Xiao felt a clear sensation of breakthrough within him. A force far more robust and weighty than before erupted explosively. Tai Golden Immortal Peak. His cultivation successfully broke through the barrier at the top of the late stage and steadily entered the realm of Tai Golden Immortal Peak. Feeling the powerful force within him that was almost overflowing, Yi Xiao's heart suddenly surged with an uncontrollable excitement. Great Luo Golden Immortal. As long as he took 1 more step forward, he would be able to step into the realm of the Great Luo Golden Immortal, which countless cultivators longed for, truly becoming a powerhouse in the wilderness. 3 flowers gather at the crown, transcending certain causal rivers with a lifespan that is nearly infinite. Yi Xiao suppressed the excitement in his heart, focused his mind, and prepared to press forward and break through the threshold of the Great Luo Golden Immortal in one go. He took out the remaining 6 elite-level source energies one by one. These sources of energy at this level were considerably lower than the previous king-level sources, but their quantity was substantial. The 6 elite-level source energies were all thrown into refining. The terrifying energy flowed crazily within him like a tsunami. With the aid of this energy, Yi Xiao repeatedly impacted the invisible barrier that lay between the Tai Golden Immortal and the Great Luo Golden Immortal. Once, twice, thrice. No matter how he urged the power within him, that seemingly thin barrier of realm remained immovable like an ancient divine mountain. His cultivation had already reached a peak, yet his realm remained stubbornly stuck at the Tai Golden Immortal Peak, showing no signs of loosening. The excitement on Yi Xiao's face gradually faded, replaced by a sense of seriousness and confusion. In the end, he had no choice but to stop his cultivation and slowly open his eyes. Yi Xiao furrowed his brows and murmured to himself, "What on earth is going on? Clearly the energy is already sufficiently rich. Why can I not break through to the great Luo Golden Immortal? Could it be that the source energy I have is still insufficient? No, that can't be right. With so many king-level and elite-level source energies combined, even if used to nourish an ordinary Tai Golden Immortal peak, it should be enough for a smooth breakthrough, even stabilizing the realm. It is absolutely impossible for there to be a lack of energy." Excluding the possibility of insufficient energy, Yi Xiao's thoughts raced, and another idea involuntarily surfaced in his mind. Could it be that my speed of cultivation has been too rapid, my foundation unstable, and lacking sufficient comprehension of the Tao, resulting in my realm being unable to progress? Upon this conjecture, Yi Xiao couldn't help but nod. His speed of cultivation was indeed astonishing. Since he stepped into the wilderness for cultivation relying on the system and various source energies, his cultivation skyrocketed like a rocket, rapidly advancing from an unknown individual to the current peak of Tai Golden Immortal. Looking across the entire wilderness, no one could match his terrifyingly absurd speed of cultivation. Even the legendary saints before attaining sainthood had a cultivation speed that paled in comparison. Of course, beings like the Sanqing and Nuwa, who are born as divine beings, inherently embody the Tao of heaven and earth. The moment they are born, when their consciousness awakens, their cultivation is at least at the Tai Golden Immortal level. The two cannot be compared. Understanding this point, Yi Xiao's confusion dissipated significantly, and he no longer stubbornly sought to force a breakthrough. He stretched his muscles and bones, feeling the profound cultivation of being at the peak of the Tai Golden Immortal and the terrifying physical strength brought by the fifth turn of the nine turns mystic art, a faint smile of confidence appearing at the corner of his mouth. Forget it, one cannot force what cannot be forced, just let it be. After all, I am already standing at the peak of the Tai Golden Immortal, and the 9 turns mystic art has reached the 5th turn, my physical strength unmatched. Even if I encounter a typical initial stage great Luo Golden Immortal Hedon, although I may not be able to defeat them, I am confident in retreating unscathed. I will take some time to settle down and properly digest the surge of cultivation and strength I've experienced to make up for any deficiencies in understanding. Meanwhile, I will search for more advanced source energy. The next time I challenge the great Luo Golden Immortal, I will surely succeed. Or perhaps I can focus on cultivating the 9 turns mystic art to the 6th turn first. After my physical realm undergoes another transformation, my cultivation might naturally break through to the great Luo Golden Immortal. 2 paths lay before him, each with immense feasibility. After contemplating, Yi Xiao let go of his fixation on the current realm and immersed his mind into the system. System, when will the next world arrive? The next moment, the cold, mechanical voice of the system slowly echoed in Yi Xiao's mind. Ding. The arrival time of the next world depends on the host, who can draw the next world through a lottery. The celestial roulette, consuming 10,000 war value, allows for 1 lottery draw, with the prize pool containing various heavenly materials and treasures, methods, and divine abilities, innate spiritual treasures, and acquired spiritual treasures, along with a very small chance of directly drawing the next world. Yi Xiao's eyes suddenly sparkled with brilliance. There's such a function. That means it's up to me to decide. In that case, let's see what I can draw with the 40,000 I have left. Draw them all. Ding. Confirming the consumption of 10,000 war value, the celestial roulette lottery begins. Confirmed. Thank you for your patronage. Upon hearing the first prompt, Yi Xiao raised an eyebrow. Starting with a thank you for your patronage, it seemed his luck wasn't too good. However, Yi Xiao didn't mind. Such minor setbacks did not affect his state of mind. Continue. Ding. Confirming the consumption of 10,000 war value, the celestial roulette lottery begins. Thank you for your patronage. Ding. Confirming the consumption of 10,000 war value, the celestial roulette lottery begins. Thank you for your patronage. Congratulations, you have obtained Qi Gathering Pills, 100 pieces. After 10 consecutive draws, 8 of them yielded only thank you for your patronage, with only 2 yielding some mediocre ordinary pills. Yi Xiao remained unfazed, calmly stating continue drawing. The light of the lottery continued to flicker in his sea of consciousness, prompting sounds ringing out and ding. Obtained low-grade pill. Qi Gathering Pill, 100 pieces. Thank you for your patronage. Ding. Obtained low-grade pill formula, blood condensation pill formula. Thank you for your patronage. Ding. Obtained acquired spiritual treasure, mysterious iron sword. Thank you for your patronage. As time gradually passed, Yi Xiao became immersed in the lottery, oblivious to everything happening in the outside world. Once all 40 draws were completed, the winning probability left Yi Xiao feeling somewhat pained. Ding. The celestial lottery has concluded. Total prizes obtained this time. Chi Gathering Pill 300 pieces Blood Condensation Pill Formula 1 A Mysterious Iron Sword 1 Flowing Cloud Robe 1 Low-Grade Attack Divine Ability 1 Thank you for your patronage 34. Yi Xiao looked at this string of rewards, unable to suppress a twitch of his lips. Out of 40 draws, 34 yielded only thank you for your patronage. But now is not the time to think about that. Yi Xiao suppressed the distracting thoughts in his mind, retracting his aura to the utmost, like a speck of dust completely blending into the ground. He hid deep within the secluded cave, yet his divine sense quietly extended, like fine threads cautiously observing the outside world through layers of formations. Within the demon clan's camp, two powerful auras of the peak Great Luo crossed the starry sky. The demon saint on the left with a wasp-like waist and 6 wings sprouting from his back was surrounded by a toxic gale. It was Qin Yuan. With a mere gesture, Qin Yuan released boundless poison that corroded upon contact, leading to instant death. Even a golden immortal would dissolve upon touching it, perishing on the spot. On the right was a creature resembling a red rat, but with dragon claws and phoenix wings, capable of spewing chaotic divine water wherever it passed. Mountains and stones melted away. It was one of the top 10 demon saints, renowned for its fierce attacks. Though named one of the top 10 demon saints, there were currently only peak Great Luo golden immortals. Fei Dan was battling a king-level insectoid at the peak Great Luo while retreating. In addition, there were 3 golden immortals from the Chan sect and the Great, which Xingtian, totaling 5 Great Luo golden immortals. 3 at the peak Great Luo, 2 at the early stage, along with a large group of prehistoric cultivators below the Great Luo. With so many powerful beings, they were currently being forced to retreat step by step. This was solely because their opponents were an endless army of insectoids flooding the starry sea like a black tide. The sheer number left Yi Xiao unable to suppress a gasp. At a glance, the starry sky was completely obscured. Countless insectoids swarmed, overwhelming in density with no end in sight. Each insectoid exuded a fierce, bloodthirsty aura, as if they were born solely for destruction, and even more alarming were the towering figures standing amidst the swarm, far larger than their kin. They were the rulers of the insectoids. Moreover, they were rulers at the Great Luo golden immortal level. Unlike the insectoid ruler that had been slain by Duobao during Yi Xiao's first encounter, this ruler had fully hatched a massive insectoid army. There were several insectoid warriors at the Great Luo golden immortal level. Each of them radiated the pressure of a Great Luo golden immortal. SSS, this insectoid ruler is truly terrifying. We were just lucky back then, or we would have been hunted down by it along with the rest of us brothers. The major forces of the prehistoric era will likely suffer significant losses this time. The strength of that insectoid ruler is immense. Oh, we should not linger here. Yi Xiao felt a desire to retreat arise within him, not out of cowardice, but from self-awareness. The insectoids cared not for casualties, fearless of death. The front lines of the swarm were turned to blood mist as the rear pushed forward, trampling over their fallen comrades. Layer upon layer, wave upon wave. It seemed endless. Roar. The Great Witch Xingtian was enraged, his towering body brimming with muscles like coiling dragons, each inch radiating the immense power capable of tearing apart the heavens and earth. A terrifying axe light akin to splitting heaven and earth swept forth. Poof, 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 poof. Massive groups of insectoids exploded on the spot, turning to a mist of blood, their souls utterly obliterated. Yet these casualties were merely a drop in the bucket for the endless sea of insects. The next moment, more insectoids howled, filling the gaps and ferociously charging toward Xingtian. So irritating. Xingtian roared, unleashing his witch power, the malevolent aura erupting skyward, forcibly shattering the nearby swarm. Yet the more he killed, the more frenzied the influx of insectoids became. On the other side, the demon Saint Qin Yuan flapped his wings. A vast expanse of pale blue toxic dust swept out, corroding the void as it passed, crackling with sound. The nearby insectoids instantly rotted away, their bodies disintegrating, collapsing in droves. But the sheer number of insectoids was too terrifying to completely eradicate. Fei Dan opened his mouth to spew forth a chaotic divine water. Wherever the water column passed, star fragments evaporated and swarms of insects were annihilated. Yet it was still a mere drop in the bucket. The 3 golden immortals from the Chan sect also exerted their full strength. Magical treasures emerged, divine light, sword, and Dao techniques rumbled, each strike annihilating numerous insectoids. But the insectoids clung to them like maggots, preventing them from catching their breath. Damn it, we can't kill them all. And there's still an insectoid ruler lurking behind us. What should we do? The Huanglong Jinren was merely a Tai golden immortal. After fighting for so long, he was already exhausted. Dao Xing Jinren looked speechless. Who knew this core battlefield would be so perilous? We just entered and encountered a Great Luo-level insectoid army. We must retreat at full speed. If we continue to drag this out, even if our powers are exhausted, we won't be able to finish off this tide of insects. Yi Xiao, who was preparing to find an opportunity to leave the cave, felt a jolt in his heart upon hearing the words, "center of the outer battlefield." I didn't expect to inadvertently enter the battlefield's core. Fortunately, I was lucky this time and did not encounter danger during my retreat. Yi Xiao thought to himself, feeling fortunate. I need to be more cautious next time. I can't stay here any longer. I must leave quickly. Otherwise, attracting a saint-level insectoid would be disastrous. Yi Xiao contemplated how to leave unnoticed when an unexpected incident suddenly occurred. On the battlefield, the insectoid ruler, seeing that his subordinates could not subdue the enemy finally, could not hold back any longer. Its massive body stirred, and a sharp claw slashed through the void, sending a terrifying blade toward the two great demon saints. The two demon saints changed their expressions slightly and immediately used their techniques to evade. The blade fortuitously struck the very location of Yi Xiao's retreat. Boom! Yi Xiao's retreat spot instantly exploded. The ground blasted open into a pit over 10,000 meters deep, revealing Yi Xiao's figure. The cave Yi Xiao had meticulously arranged for seclusion, complete with multiple protective formations, crumbled like paper before the insectoid ruler shattered instantly. Yi Xiao was extremely tensed. He had nearly been killed by this peak great Luo insectoid ruler. Gulp. Yi Xiao swallowed hard, cold sweat trickling down his back. In that moment of distraction, he nearly lost his life. He was not afraid of ordinary peak great Luo golden immortals, but this was a peak great Luo. Moreover, it was a ruler-level being far stronger than an average peak great Luo, making Yi Xiao naturally no match. Many times life and death hinge on a single moment, and Yi Xiao felt a pang of fear. Debris flew and dust swirled. Yi Xiao's figure was suddenly exposed before the eyes of both factions, revealing his Tai golden immortal peak aura without reservation. Several powerful divine senses locked onto Yi Xiao in the ruins of the cave like searchlights. My, there's actually someone hidden here, and they didn't die. Qin Yuan spoke first, his voice carrying a hint of surprise. Fei Dan surveyed Yi Xiao from top to bottom, sensing his peak Tai golden immortal cultivation, and could not help but twitch his mouth. No way, just a mere peak Tai golden immortal dares to hide in the center of the outer battlefield. You really aren't afraid of death. The Honghuang true man furrowed his brow, his eyes filled with astonishment. Who is this person? How can a Tai golden immortal possess such overwhelming power? The Daoxing true man and the Ling Bao Grandmaster beside him also wore expressions of shock. It was evidently their first time witnessing someone of the Tai golden immortal realm daring to hide and watch the battle in this core battlefield teeming with the Luo golden immortals. Who is this person? Huanglong true man spoke first, his voice laced with disbelief. The Daoxing true man's gaze sharpened as he scrutinized the tall figure among the ruins, slowly shaking his head. Ling Bao Grandmaster remarked. He doesn't seem to belong to the witch or demon races. He resembles a certain other race. The three of them exchanged glances, growing increasingly curious, and quickly associated him with a single name, Xuandu. When they looked at Yi Xiao again, their faces were filled with shock. A human. This person is actually a human cultivator. A human has actually reached the Tai golden immortal realm. Could he be the disciple of the third master? Ling Bao Grandmaster suddenly recalled. I heard that the third master took a human as his personal disciple, though I never expected it to be true. At this moment, a fierce aura abruptly locked onto Yi Xiao. The enormous head of Xing Tian slowly turned, its copper bell-sized eyes resembling two blood-red suns fixated on Yi Xiao. A deep, thunderous voice echoed across the battlefield. You hiding like a coward, do you intend to reap the benefits from this chaos? Yi Xiao, momentarily speechless, felt somewhat awkward. He truly hadn't intended to hide. In this situation, an explanation seemed unavoidable. It's a misunderstanding, it's all a misunderstanding. I was merely in seclusion here to cultivate, but when my cave was destroyed by the insect race, I had no choice but to reveal myself. This isn't a place for idle chatter. We should leave here first. Before Yi Xiao's words had finished, he noticed the space in front of him starting to distort, a phenomenon caused by a powerful being traversing through the void. Yi Xiao's expression changed slightly as he summoned the Deluo immortal sword. Soon after, a terrifying elite Deluo from the insect race appeared from the void, followed by dozens of insect warriors with the battle strength of Tai golden immortals. The elite Deluo sensed Yi Xiao's cultivation level, instantly opening its massive mouth and emitting an ear-piercing mocking laugh. You insignificant and humble prehistoric cultivator dare to hide under my nose. Truly ignorant of your own mortality. Since you've shown yourself, become food for my insect race and nourish our army. Before the words faded, the elite insect Deluo's eyes turned cold, and the dozens of Tai golden immortal level insects charged toward Yi Xiao alongside a large number of ordinary insects. In that instant, Yi Xiao became the focal point of the battlefield, forcefully pulled into the center of combat, becoming the most remarkable figure present. Since I can't avoid it, I shall charge out. Yi Xiao's eyes brimmed with battle intent, having just broken through. He wanted to find some opponents to test his newfound strength. With a powerful stomp of his foot, a crack resounded as the ground exploded, shards of rock and fragments of the void flying out in all directions. The thick cultivation of a peak Tai golden immortal surged within him, erupting like a volcano that had slumbered for eons. Golden vitality surged into the sky, transforming into a massive dragon of vitality that spiraled above his head. The fifth turn of the 9 turns mystic art was pushed to its utmost limit at this moment. Beneath his skin, his muscles bulged like a dragon, each inch containing the terrifying power to shatter stars. His bones rumbled like 1,000 thunderclaps, producing a deep and powerful sound. A physical strength that rivaled that of an ordinary Tai golden immortal radiated outward from Yi Xiao, enveloping the surrounding starry sky. Yi Xiao did not use any magical treasures or display any flashy techniques. So simply he unleashed a punch. This punch was plain and unadorned, without any extravagant phenomena. Yet it condensed all the physical strength from the fifth turn of his 9 turns mystic art, gathering all the cultivation of a peak Tai golden immortal infused with the battle intent in his heart. With this punch, the starry sky shook. Boundless fist energy transformed into a visible golden shockwave, erupting like the creation of the world. The front lines of the insect horde, unable to even let out a scream, were instantly obliterated into nothingness, leaving no trace, completely vanishing from the realm. Yi Xiao stepped forward, determined not to hold back, his figure darting like a golden lightning bolt, plunging straight into the midst of the insect army. Since I can't avoid it, I will charge until the heavens crumble and the earth shatters. Xing Tian watched as Yi Xiao, with his peak Tai golden immortal cultivation, faced the onslaught of the insect army, without sustaining any harm, even turning the tide against a large number of insects. The fierce look in his eyes diminished, significantly replaced by deep admiration. He was straightforward by nature and held the utmost respect for those with formidable physical strength and fearless bravery. Good. What a remarkable human lad. Such a physique is even stronger than that of my witch race's Tai golden immortal. I know the human race well. Oh, I never expected someone like you to emerge. Xing Tian spared no praise, his gaze toward Yi Xiao filled with admiration and a hint of battle intent. Just as Yi Xiao was about to respond, a warrior from the witch race in their camp fixed his gaze on Yi Xiao's figure, his pupils suddenly contracting as he pointed at Yi Xiao and exclaimed, "It's him. I recognize him. Years ago, he was the one frantically picking up scraps on the battlefield's edge, collecting countless primal energies and corpses, and no one could catch up to his speed. Goodness, I remember, he was only at the initial stage of the Tai golden immortal back then, and now, less than a century later, he's reached the peak of the Tai golden immortal." Upon hearing this, Yi Xiao's expression froze again. Am I really that famous? Why do I feel a bit? Yi Xiao never expected to encounter an old acquaintance here, and being called out for his past behavior made him slightly falter in his movements. In an instant, the cultivators from the prehistoric faction cast strange glances at Yi Xiao, as if to say, "Goodness, you claim you're not here to pick up scraps, but you're clearly a professional at it." These cultivators had spent quite some time at the base and had heard whispers about this, gradually recalling the events. Yi Xiao had done such things more than once or twice. He never expected to come to the core battlefield now to pick up scraps. One couldn't help but say this lad had quite the audacity. The insect race's powerful beings gazed at him with increasingly cold expressions, their killing intent palpable. A peak Tai golden immortal daring to pick up scraps at the battlefield of two major races and still alive. What a ruthless character. Today you've intruded into the center of the outer battlefield. Has picking up scraps become ingrained in your DNA? Countless eyes were fixated on Yi Xiao, filled with shock, curiosity, and respect. Yi Xiao stood amidst the tide of insects, his lips twitching, feeling utterly helpless. There was no way to explain it. No way to explain it at all. If it cannot be explained clearly, then there is no need to explain. The urgent matter is to leave this place first. At this moment, Yi Xiao was surrounded by dozens of sixth-order insectoid creatures and a large number of lower-grade insectoids. All around were the ferocious and howling insectoids, with dozens of sixth-order insectoids pouncing towards him, their sharp mandibles glinting with a chilling light, each possessing the terrifying combat power of a Tai golden immortal. Moreover, there were countless lower-grade insectoids aiming to completely overwhelm him. Huang Longjunren, Dao Xingjunren, and Lingbao Master were each engaged with their opponents, occasionally glancing over at Yi Xiao's situation. With dozens of sixth-order insectoids surrounding him, even an ordinary Deluo golden immortal would have to retreat. He has just broken through to the peak of Tai golden immortal. Can he withstand it? Don't worry, he should be a disciple of the third master, and he should have some means to save his life. Let's take care of our... Yi Xiao had been displaying remarkable bravery before, but in the face of the siege by dozens of sixth-order insectoids, no one believed he could win. He did not use any celestial essence or magical powers, nor did he summon the Deluo immortal sword. Relying solely on his body, which was at the 5th turn of the 9 turns mystic art, he boldly charged towards the insect tide. Roar! A 6th-order insectoid lunged first, its claws tearing through the void, carrying the power to shatter stars, and struck fiercely at Yi Xiao's head. Yi Xiao did not dodge or evade. His right arm's muscles suddenly bulged the veins like coiled dragons. Simple and brutal, he directly threw a punch. Bang! A deep, thunderous sound echoed across the battlefield as the claws of the 6th-order insectoid shattered on the spot. Its body as hard as celestial gold was blown apart like paper. The primordial energy spilled from the insect's corpse. Before it could dissipate, Yi Xiao swept it up with a wave of his hand, collecting the body along with it. Another insectoid seized the opportunity to launch a surprise attack from the side, its sharp mandibles stabbing directly at Yi Xiao's lower back. Yi Xiao shifted his foot slightly. His back seemed to have eyes, and he suddenly collided. Crack! The insectoid's mandible shattered in response. Its body turned into a mist of blood from the terrifying rebound force. The primordial energy was silently collected again by him. Ling Bao Master watched with bulging eyelids. He actually doesn't even use magical power. He is purely relying on his physical body to withstand 6th-order insectoids, and still so effortlessly. Dao Xing Jinren swallowed hard. I remember that human bodies are weak and small by nature. Is he still a human? Why is it that only I am so weak, even though we are both Tai golden immortals? On the battlefield, Yi Xiao charged through the midst of dozens of 6th-order insectoids and countless lower-grade insectoids like a tiger among sheep. With every punch, every palm strike, and every collision, the insectoids shattered and screamed. He had no flashy techniques. He merely crashed, smashed, slapped, kicked, and rammed. Each strike was the most primitive and violent crushing of the physical body. A 6th-order insectoid opened its massive mouth, spewing out corrosive black venom. Yi Xiao remained unfazed, charging straight into the venom. Hiss! The venom touched his skin, producing only a few wisps of white smoke before being directly evaporated by his robust blood qi. In the next moment, Yi Xiao grabbed with one hand, directly seizing the insectoid's head, exerting a slight force. Boom! The head exploded, and the primordial energy was collected again. The surrounding insectoids were filled with fear. They were fierce and fearless, but facing such an indestructible, unbeatable, and unpoisonable monster, they instinctively felt terror. Wherever Yi Xiao passed, insect corpses lay scattered, energy rolling. He was like a walking harvesting machine, killing while unceremoniously collecting the insectoid corpses and primordial energy. His movements were skilled, fluid, and seamless. If the humans saw their leader's actions, they would surely be unable to sleep, for feeling heartbroken. This motion was so familiar, it was pitiful. In the distance, the demon race's flying birds witnessed this scene, their wings suddenly trembling and the corners of their mouths twitching violently. Killing while collecting. This isn't fighting, but it's obviously restocking. His physical strength is formidable, fighting fiercer than the barbarians of the witch race. Great Witch Xing Tian watched in astonishment, his expression frozen on his face. He admired the strong, but this man who killed while frantically collecting wealth was someone he had never seen before. This kid. Just now he said he wasn't here to pick up scraps. Now he looks more like a professional scavenger than anyone else. Xing Tian's voice was deep and heavy, filled with complexity. A warrior of the witch race couldn't help but twitch his mouth continuously. I told you, wherever he goes he picks up something. Before he was picking up scraps at the edges, now he's directly charging into the core battlefield to collect. In his eyes, the insectoid army is probably not enemies, but walking primordial energy. The cultivators of the Honghuang camp watched in a daze. Enough. No need to explain, we all understand. Yi Xiao is the #1 scavenger of Honghuang. Soon they also began to engage with their opponents, perhaps influenced by Yi Xiao, as the cultivators of Honghuang started killing enemies while collecting a large amount of loot. For a moment they were quite happy about it. Yi Xiao felt a sense of helplessness. He never expected that his initial scavenging behavior would tarnish his reputation. He truly did not want this. But leaving the insectoid corpses and primordial energy here would be wasteful. It was better to collect them to increase his strength. This is called thrift, not scavenging. At this moment, a terrifying aura far surpassing all 6th-order insectoids suddenly erupted from behind the insect swarm. The 7th-order early-stage Deluo elite insectoid, who had not yet made a move, finally unleashed its true fury. It looked at its army being slaughtered like grass by a peak Tai golden immortal human, and even being picked up along the way. This was a blatant humiliation. Lowly human, you dare to slaughter my insectoid sons before me, and even dare to hoard the insectoid corpses. The pressure from the 7th-order powerhouse was immense, its roar accompanied by sound wave attacks that surged deep into the soul. The seventh order insectoid was enormous, its shell as black as ink covered in mysterious patterns, each inch emanating the oppressive force of Deluo. It took a step forward, directly crossing the void to appear before Yixiao. Its massive claws carried the might to destroy everything and struck fiercely towards Yixiao. In this strike it did not hold back. It aimed to smash this audacious human into a pulp. Be careful. Lingbao Master changed color dramatically and was about to intervene. Xing Tian also tightened his grip on the giant axe, ready to assist at any moment. But Yixiao did not allow them to help. A seventh order insectoid is comparable to a Deluo golden immortal. Just right to test where my limits currently lie. With that, Yixiao's peak Tai golden immortal cultivation erupted violently, his golden blood qi soaring into the sky, transforming into a golden dragon that pierced through heaven and earth. The fifth turn of the 9 turns mystic art was pushed to its utmost. A faint golden light appeared on his skin, his muscles taut, every inch of flesh and blood roaring with fury. Yixiao stomped fiercely with both feet, causing the ground to crack again, his figure soaring into the sky, not dodging or evading, directly facing the seventh order insectoid's claw. Looking for death. The seventh order insectoid saw that he not only did not retreat, but dared to take it, heat in its eyes filled with murderous intent. Bang! The claws and fists collided with a thunderous sound. Terrifying shockwaves erupted from their point of impact, sweeping wildly in all directions. Yixiao felt an overwhelming force bearing down on him, his arm slightly numb as his body was blasted backward like a cannonball, carving a deep pit of thousands of feet into the ground. Amidst the swirling dust, the seventh-tier insectoid powerhouse sneered, easily defeated. Yixiao spat out blood, as expected of a seventh-tier powerhouse, indeed different. However, such a level cannot defeat me. Come again. Yixiao showed no fear, as he did not sense a life-threatening crisis from this seventh-tier insectoid. At this level, it was impossible to kill him. With the strongest insectoids like Xing Tian holding off the others, Yixiao had nothing to fear. As the 9 turns mystic art operated, his injuries visibly healed at an astonishing rate. The 7th tier insectoid's pupils narrowed. A mere pinnacle of Tai can contend with a 7th tier. This child must not be left alive. Otherwise, this child may become a threat to our clan in the future. The 7th tier insectoid thought to himself, his killing intent surging as his enormous claws swept through the void, rushing again towards Yixiao. Yixiao relied on his far superior physical strength, sometimes taking hits hidden, sometimes engaging in close combat, and sometimes evading the fight. Overall, he appeared to be in complete control. But in reality, Yixiao held nothing back, not daring to be careless, as this was a cross-realm battle where a moment's inattention could lead to death. It was no joke. Bang! 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 The resounding clashes continued without end. Yixiao was blasted away time and again, only to charge out of the ruins repeatedly. His clothes were tattered, multiple wounds marred his body, and his injuries were increasing, but none were fatal. Of course, Yixiao did not lose his head, forgetting his main objective. While fighting the 7th tier insectoid, Yixiao pondered his escape route, retreating while engaged. He was now increasingly distant from the battlefield. The 7th tier insectoid grew more alarmed with each passing moment. He was a 7th tier Deluo. Slaying a Tai Golden Immortal was like crushing an ant. Yet the human before him, clearly only a pinnacle Tai Golden Immortal, possessed an absurdly strong body. His attacks merely caused minor injuries and could not inflict serious damage. What kind of monstrous body is this? How can a human possess such incredible strength? The cultivators from the primordial camp were equally astonished. A pinnacle Tai Golden Immortal, confronting a 7th tier Deluo, and still not on the brink of defeat. This is no longer a genius, this is a freak. Is the talent of humans this strong? I have never seen Senior Brother Xuandu make a move. Could he be the same? No humans are weak. It should only be Yixiao who is this abnormal. The face of the Yao clan's flying birth bird grew increasingly solemn. This person's future is limitless. If given time to grow, he will surely become a powerful figure. Over the years, humans have gradually developed, and even the 2 emperors have taken notice of them. It seems I must have a word with the 2 emperors. Great, great, great. The great witch Xing Tian, blood boiling, couldn't help but laugh heartily. So fierce. So strong, just to my taste. To battle a Deluo as a Tai Golden Immortal and create such a situation is unparalleled across the primordial realm. This person I Xing Tian have decided. On the edge of the battlefield, Yixiao and the 7th tier insectoid had clashed countless times. His breath was slightly disordered, his wounds multiplied, yet his gaze remained sharp as a blade. Deluo powerhouses are indeed formidable. Yet I have the 9 turns mystic art with its terrifying recovery. As long as I am not killed in one blow, I can continue to fight on. The 7th tier insectoid's heart had shifted from anger to fear. He looked at the human before him, who seemed like an indestructible golden demon, feeling a sense of powerlessness for the first time. I do not believe I cannot kill you. The seventh-tier insectoid roared, its entire shell glowing with a pitch-black light, ready to get serious. Yi Xiao's eyes sharpened, his internal energy surging wildly as the Deluo immortal sword trembled slightly, emitting a series of buzzing sounds. At the moment the seventh-tier insectoid's dark attack came crashing down, Yi Xiao forcefully stepped into the void. The power of the golden mystic art erupted. Instead of retreating, he advanced, actually meeting the opponent's attack, heating his figure abruptly folding in. A terrifying shockwave burst forth beside him. Yi Xiao seized this wildly violent rebound force, shooting backward like an arrow released from its bow. His speed was so fast that only a golden afterimage remained. Want to escape? The seventh-tier insectoid's pupils constricted, furious, feeling mocked. The seventh-tier insectoid let out a roar that shook the battlefield. The pitch-black energy coalesced in its mouth, unleashing a destructive beam aimed at the direction Yi Xiao was fleeing. Yi Xiao had long been on guard. His figure continuously shifted in midair, the Deluo immortal sword drawing intricate trajectories in his hand. The sword light intertwined, forming a thin layer of defense. Bang! The beam grazed his body, crashing into the distant starry sky, exploding into brilliant flames. Yi Xiao leveraged this wave after wave of impact to distance himself continuously. Within a few breaths, he completely escaped the main battlefield, disappearing from the perception of the seventh-tier insectoid. Oh! The seventh-tier insectoid shook with rage, its shell quaking violently. Chasing was already too late. Endless anger and frustration surged wildly in its chest. Its gaze turned, locking onto the primordial cultivators battling the insectoid army ahead. If I cannot kill you, then I will slay all your companions. Kill! With Yi Xiao's disappearance, the primordial cultivators became the targets for the insectoids to vent their anger. The fallen cultivators rapidly increased, and the battlefield became even more brutal. No, this cannot continue. Retreat at full speed. Xing Tian looked at the two Yao Saints and said, "Friends, let us first hold off this insectoid monarch," while the two Yao Saints nodded in agreement, no longer conserving their strength, and began their final battle. In the outer battlefield, a hidden place enveloped by shattered stars and chaotic streams. Here the winds were thin and energy was chaotic, ordinary cultivators would not dare approach. Yi Xiao suddenly leapt from the void, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Though he had sustained considerable injuries, his face bore an excited smile. Haha. So exhilarating. I never expected I could truly clash head-in with a Deluo Golden Immortal. Although I can't defeat them, I won't die either. The 9 turns mystic art is indeed formidable, worthy of being a technique that validates power. Once I break through to Deluo Golden Immortal, I can head straight to the core battlefield. That is the perfect place to acquire resources. Still, I must first stabilize my injuries. Without hesitation, Yi Xiao immediately drew forth a quantity of primordial energy and began absorbing it. While others used such energy solely to cultivate their cultivation base, Yi Xiao employed it directly for healing. Truly an extravagant indulgence. On the periphery of the extraterritorial battlefield, Golden Spirit Sovereign and Unfettered Spirit Sovereign had searched for Yi Xiao for several decades. During those decades, they traversed countless lands, cultivating as they sought, refining their arts while relentlessly pursuing his trail. Yet the extraterritorial battlefield was vast beyond measure. Even its outer fringes stretched across immeasurable distances, so immense that even a great Luo immortal could not possibly scour it entirely in a short span of time. Moreover, peril on the extraterritorial battlefield extended far beyond the insectoid hordes. It teemed with other hostile life forms. Thus the two sovereigns could only proceed slowly, methodically. Still, they were not wholly without news of Yi Xiao during those decades. Occasionally fragments of his deeds surfaced, heard from surviving Chaos-era cultivators, tales of opportunistic looting of alliances with human clans. Had they not heard such accounts, both would have long since feared Yi Xiao had perished. Worry had long etched deep lines upon Golden Spirit Sovereign's brow. It has been decades, and still no trace of brother Yi Xiao. Where then has brother Yi truly gone? Unfettered Spirit Sovereign stood silently beside her, her expression equally grave. Senior sister need not fret excessively. Brother Yi Xiao possesses extraordinary talent. If the deeds we've heard truly belong to him, he must now be at least a mid-tier celestial immortal of the Tai realm. At such a level, he should face little danger. Even on the periphery of the extraterritorial battlefield, he may well be sequestered in profound meditation somewhere at this very moment. At their realm of existence, a single period of secluded cultivation could easily span centuries, or even millennia, a perfectly ordinary occurrence. Yet Golden Spirit Sovereign remained uneasy. Let us hope so. I fear only that Brother Yi may have inadvertently strayed into the core battlefield. That would spell grave trouble. Unfettered Spirit Sovereign fell silent at those words. She too dreaded precisely that possibility. And indeed, Yi Xiao had accidentally breached the core battlefield, though he had since escaped. The two stood in quiet contemplation, thoughts churning like storm-tossed seas. Soon in unison, they reached a firm resolve. We can no longer wander aimlessly. Brother Yi likely entered the core battlefield. We shall depart immediately for the central battlefield. No matter how perilous the path, we will find Brother Yi Xiao. Unfettered Spirit Sovereign did not hesitate. Agreed. I shall accompany you. With determination sealed, they gathered their spiritual aura and prepared to soar toward the heart of the battlefield. At that very moment, a blinding divine radiance erupted from a desolate wasteland ahead, mere miles from where they stood. It pierced the heavens, cleaving sky and earth asunder. The vast shadow-draped expanse was instantly bathed in luminous clarity. An ancient, boundless, yet vibrantly alive aura began to unfurl, primordial, solemn, and thick with the pulse of creation. Golden Spirit Sovereign and Unfettered Spirit Sovereign both froze mid-step. Their eyes met, and in each other's gaze astonishment flared. What is this? A celestial omen of staggering magnitude. This is the auspicious sign heralding the emergence of a rare heavenly treasure, and judging by its intensity, it must be something extraordinary. Golden Spirit Sovereign frowned, faintly hesitating. Unfettered Spirit Sovereign remarked, how unexpected, to encounter a heavenly treasure within the extraterritorial battlefield. A rarity indeed. This treasure lies close, and this region sees few cultivators. Let us investigate first. Should it prove truly supreme, it will grant us greater means to venture into the core battlefield. Golden Spirit Sovereign ceased her hesitation. Let us go, see what awaits. If it proves but an ordinary opportunity, we shall not linger. Unfettered Spirit Sovereign nodded once. Let us go. In a flash, their forms dissolved into twin streaks of light, shattering through veils of chaotic mist as they sped toward the epicenter of the omen. Elsewhere, Yi Xiao snapped his eyes open, gazing northward. A heavenly treasure's emergence. The celestial omen is unmistakable. How can there be heavenly treasures here? Is this not a space forged by the system itself? No sooner had the question formed than the system's voice resonated within his mind. Ding. Indeed, the extraterritorial battlefield was forged by this system, but it is also a complete self-contained grand world. Its spatial expanse rivals, or even surpasses, that of ordinary grand worlds. Its laws are fully realized, allowing it to spontaneously nurture heavenly treasures and primordial spirit roots. The extraterritorial battlefield has never been merely a theater of war. It is equally a crucible of destiny. Given sufficient fortune, strength, and serendipity, not only primordial spirit artifacts or primordial spirit roots, even the chance to attain sagehood may arise. Yi Xiao paused, stunned. Well now, truly worth. Does this mean that if other worlds descend here in the future, their denizens too might seek opportunities within the extraterritorial battlefield, and thereby reverse their fate against all odds? This time the system offered no reply. Answering was no longer necessary. Yi Xiao's interest in the emerging heavenly treasure burned fiercely. He abandoned further recovery efforts and instead hastened toward the omen's origin, absorbing primordial energy on the move to mend his wounds. The omen's appearance stirred far more than Yi Xiao alone. Its radiant reach spanned 10,000 li in every direction. All who dwelled within that vast radius, cultivators, insectoid hordes, ferocious beasts, beheld it with crystalline clarity. Countless gazes converged upon that shimmering aurora. One thought echoed in every heart. Opportunity. A supreme opportunity. Instantly, the entire 10,000 li radius, centered upon the omen, erupted into chaos. Countless figures surged forward like a tidal wave converging upon its heart. Cultivators from every major Chaos-era sect mobilized at once. At that very moment, Tai Zhenren and Guang Chengzi of the Chan sect were purging insectoid hordes across a distant stellar domain. Upon witnessing the omen, their eyes blazed with fierce light. The emergence of a primordial supreme artifact. Hurry, we must not miss this. Even the demonic clan was roused. Rank upon rank of demon deities raised thunderous roars to the heavens, their demonic chi surging like a crimson tempest. Dragon clan elders too began advancing toward the site. Mighty dragons heaved themselves aloft, their scales gleaming like molten starlight beneath the celestial vault. Beyond them, scattered cultivators, disciples of the GS sect, myriad Chaos-era races, and even elite insectoid commanders all turned their courses toward the omen's source. Their realms varied widely. Celestial immortals of the Tai and Golden Immortal ranks, early and mid-tier Great Luo immortals. Even Daoxing Tianzuan and others whom Yi Xiao had previously encountered now advanced silently toward the spectacle. Among the insectoid host, numerous elites likewise stirred. Notably the 7th rank insectoid sovereign who had clashed fiercely with Yi Xiao. His legion, having failed to annihilate the Chaos-era cultivators, had not retreated to the core battlefield. Instead, they rampaged across the frontier, slaughtering Chaos-era cultivators in furious retribution. Many had already fallen to their wrath. The sovereign, A colossal apex-tier insectoid monarch lifted his massive head toward the distant radiance. Crimson eyes burned with raw avarice and savage fury. Such pure, refined energy. If I claim this treasure, I shall surely ascend to 8th rank. My warriors, follow me. Seize the prize. With a deafening roar, he abandoned his current prey and led his entire legion, swift as a black tide, toward the omen's blazing heart. The demon race cultivators were also stirred. One by one, the demon gods howled at the sky, their demonic aura soaring. Even powerful beings from the dragon race began to approach this direction. Giant dragons soared into the air, their scales shimmering under the starlight. Besides them, scattered cultivators, disciples from the Jie sect, and powerful beings from various tribes of the wilderness began to head towards the source of the anomaly. With varying levels of cultivation, some were Tai Xuanxian, some were golden immortals, and others were at the early or middle stages of Deluo. Even the Taoist supreme they encountered earlier noticed the anomaly and silently advanced towards it. On the insect tribe's side, many powerful beings were also alerted. For example, the 7th-tier insect tribe powerhouse, who previously battled with Yi Xiao after failing to encircle and annihilate many from the wilderness, did not return to the core battlefield. They were currently venting their anger by brutally slaughtering the wilderness cultivators, and many had already fallen at their hands during this time. The pinnacle 7th-tier insect monarch raised its massive head to gaze into the distance, its crimson eyes flashing with greed and ferocity. Such pure energy. If I can obtain this item, I will surely advance further and break through to the 8th tier. Men, follow me to seize the treasure. The Jinling Holy Mother and the Wu Dang Holy Mother had already followed the anomaly to its source. The sight before them left both women momentarily stunned before their faces erupted with incredible joy. In a patch of soil wrapped in chaotic radiance, an ancient tree whose age was unfathomable quietly took root in a block of vibrant soil. The trunk was ancient and sturdy, its branches resembling dragons, and its leaves displayed a chaotic hue, each shimmering with symbols of the Tao. When the breeze blew, the sounds of the Tao reverberated, enlightening those who heard it and dispelling all distractions. Even the air within 100 meters was permeated with rich spiritual energy. A single breath brought immense comfort, making one feel as if their cultivation was quietly advancing. The Jinling Holy Mother took a deep breath, her voice trembling slightly. It is the Wu Dao Ti tree, the true top-grade innate spiritual root. The Wu Dang Holy Mother's eyes sparkled with excitement. According to legends, a single leaf of the Wu Dao Ti tree can lead to enlightenment, and sitting quietly for a day is equivalent to 1,000 years of arduous cultivation. Such a spiritual root exists only in legends, surpassing even ginseng fruit's peaches of immortality and Hongjun Li. If we obtain this spiritual root, reaching the pinnacle of Quasi-Saint is merely a matter of time, and there may even be a chance to attain sainthood in the future. Both women were filled with excitement. They had merely intended to witness the anomaly and test their luck. Who would have thought they would encounter such a heavenly opportunity? However, before them lay a small problem. An ancient fierce beast, entirely black, resembling a giant lion, yet possessing 3 heads and 6 arms, emanated a violent aura, clearly possessing the combat strength of a pinnacle Tai Jingxian. It was the guardian of this place, having long regarded the Wu Dao Ti tree as its forbidden treasure. Opposite the fierce beast, 2 massive insect tribe warriors were engaged in battle with it. Their auras were similar, both being pinnacle 6th-tier elite insect warriors, their combat strength comparable to a Tai Jingxian. The 3 parties seemed to have been fighting for quite some time. The fierce beast bore heavy wounds, its aura disordered. The 2 insect warriors were also injured, their shells cracked and green blood splattered. They noticed the Jinling Holy Mother and Wu Dang Holy Mother appearing. The fierce beast and the 2 insect warriors paused simultaneously, all 3 stunned. No one had expected that someone would arrive at this moment. The Jinling Holy Mother's gaze turned cold as she said unceremoniously, "Such innate spiritual roots cannot be occupied by you vile creatures." The Wu Dang Holy Mother spoke indifferently, her tone carrying an undeniable dominance. "The Wu Dao Ti tree belongs to my Jie sect now." As the words fell, the 2 women almost simultaneously struck. 2 waves of Deluo Jingxian pressure swept down, overwhelming the scene. The guarding fierce beast fared well. It was the protector of the Wu Dao Ti tree. However, the 2 6th-tier insect warriors were thrown into panic. Feeling the pressure of the Deluo Jingxian, the 2 6th-tier insect warriors were immediately taken aback. Without any hesitation, they turned and attempted to flee. But Jinling and Wu Dang would not allow them to escape. The Jinling Holy Mother conjured an immortal sword, and with a tremor of the sword light, countless sword chi surged forth. The sword chi was incredibly fierce, slicing towards 1 6th-tier pinnacle insect warrior. The Wu Dang Holy Mother, on the other hand, summoned a black innate spiritual treasure, transforming it into a mountain-like shadow that crushed down towards the other insect warrior. Both were direct disciples of GS sect favored students under the Tongtian patriarch. Their cultivation was already at the early stage of Deluo Jinxian, and their battle prowess far exceeded that of their peers. Dealing with two pinnacle 6th-tier insect warriors was effortless for them. Shred. The sword chi easily tore through the insect warrior's shell, directly bisecting it. Blood sprayed out, and the insect warrior didn't even have time to scream before its life force was extinguished. Simultaneously, the other insect warrior was suppressed by the Wu Dang, Holy Mother's spiritual treasure. Its massive body was instantly crushed into a meat patty by the enormous mountain. In the blink of an eye, the two greatly threatening 6th-tier pinnacle insect warriors were easily slain by the two women. The ancient fierce beast at the pinnacle Tai Jinxian, upon witnessing this, felt fear but did not retreat. With all three heads raised to the sky, it roared and lunged towards the Jinling Holy Mother and Wu Dang Holy Mother. While creature, do you dare to act recklessly? The Jinling Holy Mother's gaze was indifferent as she immediately made her move. The sword light crisscrossed, and in just 3 to 5 exchanges, the ancient fierce beast was pierced through the forehead by Jinling's sword, its soul instantly obliterated. Its massive body slumped down near the Wu Dao Ti tree, no longer making a sound. Only the two of them remained before the Wu Dao Ti tree. The Jinling Holy Mother and Wu Dang Holy Mother let out a sigh of relief, their faces displaying joy. Finally peaceful again. Let us quickly harvest the Wu Dao Ti leaves to prevent any long-lasting troubles. All right. The two stepped forward, ready to reach out for the tea leaves infused with the symbols of the Dao. At that moment, several formidable presences suddenly descended, accompanied by the pressure of two Deluo Jinxian. Ladies, please wait before taking action. The voice was somewhat excited, yet carried an undeniable tone. The Jinling Holy Mother and Wu Dang Holy Mother's expressions changed slightly upon hearing this. A Deluo powerhouse is coming, and they are from the wilderness. The two women halted their movements and turned to face the newcomers. In the next second, 3 figures burst through the air and landed firmly before them. These 3 were none other than the Lingbao Grandmaster Daoist Supreme, who had just escaped the insect tribe's siege, and Huang Longjinren, who was at the pinnacle of Tai Jinxian. At this moment, the 3 of them gazed intently at the Wu Dao Ti tree, their eyes revealing unabashed greed and desire. It is indeed the Wu Dao Ti tree. The legendary top-grade, innate spiritual root, a single leaf, can lead to enlightenment and significantly boost cultivation. It seems our fortunes are quite favorable. We have encountered such a spiritual root, a great opportunity. Ha ha ha. The 3 seemed oblivious to Jinling and Wu Dang, their eyes only fixated on the Wu Dao Ti tree, filled with desire. It seemed they could already envision themselves consuming the Wu Dao Ti leaves, achieving quasi-saint status, and becoming the foremost disciple of the 2nd generation of the Xianmen. Upon witnessing the scene, the expression of the Golden Spirit Saintess turned icy, her gaze fixating on the 2 individuals at the great Luo Golden Immortal Realm Master, Lingbao Daoist. Daoxing, what do you mean by this? The Wudong Saintess stepped forward, blocking the Wu Dao Ti tree's path, her tone frigid. This item was first discovered by me and junior sister Jinling, and we personally defeated the ferocious beast and insect tribe guarding it to obtain it. This thing is ours. You best leave, or don't blame us for being rude. Upon hearing this, Daoist Daoxing smiled faintly, looking as if it were only natural. Your words are misguided. Heavenly treasures are unowned items, and those with fate shall possess them. Although you arrived first, you cannot monopolize such a precious treasure. Master Lingbao chuckled as well. Our masters are brothers. The Chan sect and the Jie sect are naturally on the same side. Since we are allies, why act so distant? The Wu Dao Ti tree is an exceptional innate spiritual root. A single leaf can lead to enlightenment. Moreover, there are numerous leaves on this Wu Dao Ti tree, so it's only fair for us 3 brothers to share a bit, right? The Huang Longjinren remained silent, but his excited eyes betrayed his inner thoughts. I have yet to break through to the great Luo Golden Immortal. This Wu Dao Ti is precisely what I need, and I must have it. How dare they so casually attempt to divide the Wu Dao Ti? Jinling and Wudong were instantly filled with rage. What a fine saying about those destined to obtain it. We have fought bloody battles to clear the obstacles while you arrive, so easily, only to wish to share the spoils. In this world, where is there such reasoning? The Wudong Saintess directly shouted coldly, you lot are quite bold. How dare you say such things? To share the treasure is impossible. The Wu Dao Ti tree belongs to my Jie sect. You should retreat soon. The words of the 2 women caused the smiles on the faces of the 3 from the Chan sect to gradually fade. Harmony. What if I want to take a piece for myself? Do not forget, this is not the primordial era, but an outer. As the words fell, Daoist Daoxing and Master Lingbao simultaneously stepped forward. The 2 great Luo-level auras erupted, directly pressing down upon the Golden Spirit Saintess and the Wudong Saintess. Hongjun did not forget to join in releasing his aura and preparing to strike at any moment. The situation instantly grew tense 3 against 2. The Golden Spirit Saintess took a deep breath, her eyes becoming incredibly sharp. Since you insist on robbing us, let us see your true abilities. The Wudong Saintess gripped the spiritual treasure tightly, her battle intent soaring. As disciples of the GS sect, we have never feared anyone. If you wish to rob us, you must first get through us. Daoist Doxing's eyes turned cold. If that is the case, I will not hold back. The great battle was on the verge of breaking out. Daoist Daoxing was the first to strike, a precious banner appearing in his hand as he waved it, unleashing boundless golden light that formed a barrier suppressing heaven and earth. Master Lingbao summoned a celestial sword, its sword light fierce, directly pressing towards the Golden Spirit Saintess. Hongjun, though slightly weaker in combat power, assisted the two from the side, restraining the two women. 3 against 2, the 3 golden immortals of the Chan sect surrounded the 2 from the Jia sect. In an instant, sword lights clashed and magical treasures exploded. All were disciples of saints, their abilities not vastly different. Various spiritual treasures and divine abilities were abundant, resulting in an intense stalemate. The 4 great Luo golden immortals saw Hongjun only daring to occasionally disturb the 2 women, creating opportunities for Daoist Daoxing and the others. While Jinling and Wudong might slightly outclass the 3 individually in a 2 against 3 scenario, it became increasingly difficult to maintain the upper hand over time. Moreover, they were somewhat hesitant as the relationship between the Chan sect and the Jia sect was a factor. On one hand, they had to be cautious that the Wudao Tea tree was not destroyed by the aftermath of their battle. Gradually, Wudong and Jinling found themselves struggling. At this moment, the calamity of sealing the gods had not yet begun, and the Chan sect and the Jia sect still appeared to belong to the same mystical gate, not having completely torn their faces apart. The 3 from the Chan sect also dared not strike with lethal force. Their moves held back, focusing on suppression and forcing back, unwilling to truly slay the disciples of the Jia sect and cause a great disaster. Yet precisely because of this, the battle situation remained deadlocked. Jinling was filled with anger. If this continued, others would likely arrive soon and the competition would become even fiercer. Distracted, Jinling was struck in the shoulder by a sword energy from Master Lingbao, causing her aura to become disordered. The Wudong Saintess saw this and urgently fought junior sister Jinling. She wanted to call Daoist Daoxing for support, but he was firmly entangled. Though not strong, he was extremely difficult to shake off. Seeing this, Daoist Daoxing revealed a smile of confidence. My fellow Daoists, why struggle so desperately? Hand over the Wudao Tea tree, and we can let you leave. Otherwise, if it comes to a fight to the bitter end, it will benefit no one. Master Lingbao also spoke coldly. Though you 2 are strong, you are no match for the 3 of us. Be smart and leave now to avoid suffering physical pain. The Golden Spirit Saintess gritted her teeth, holding firm, her gaze still fierce. As a disciple of the Jia sect, I have never backed down. Yuchan sect only knows how to bully the weak with numbers. Don't you fear being laughed at by the myriad clans of the primordial era when this gets out? Upon hearing this, Daoist Doxing's expression darkened. Since you insist on being obstinate, do not blame us for being rude. He and Master Lingbao immediately increased their magical power output. Even if they did not strike to kill, heavily injuring the 2 would still allow them to obtain the Wudao Tea tree. The Golden Spirit Saintess and the Wudong Saintess exchanged glances filled with disdain for the 3 from the Chan sect, and immediately decided that even if they were seriously injured, they would never allow the Chan sect to take the Wudao Tea tree. At that critical moment, an unexpected voice rang out. Oh, second sister, third sister, what are you doing? The voice was not loud, yet everyone heard it clearly. Daoist Daoxing, Master Lingbao, and Hongjun all simultaneously changed their expressions and turned back sharply. They saw Yi Xiao stepping slowly out of the void, his green robe fluttering, eyes filled with surprise. However, upon seeing the blood on the shoulder of the Golden Spirit Saintess and the slightly disheveled appearance of the Wudong Saintess, his expression changed instantly. He immediately released his pressure, the aura of a peak Tai Golden Immortal suddenly descending. At the moment, the Golden Spirit Saintess and the Wudong Saintess saw Yi Xiao appear. They were first taken aback, then their eyes burst with joy. Neither of them expected that their junior brother, who they had been searching for decades without success, would come to them voluntarily. The injuries caused by the earlier battle faded from their feelings in an instant, replaced entirely by joy. What shocked them even more was Yi Xiao's cultivation level. Junior brother Yi Xiao, you've actually reached the peak of the Tai Golden Immortal. That's wonderful. You came just in time. The 3 from the Chan sect want to seize the Wudao Tea tree that we discovered first. You help us hold back Huanglong, and we can handle the other 2. The Wudao Tea is ours, no one else can take it. The lively voice of the Wudong Saintess rang out, filled with confidence. Yi Xiao slightly nodded, signaling the 2 to remain calm, and then turned to Daoist Daoxing and the others. These three had witnessed Yi Xiao's combat strength before. If he intervened, they might not necessarily win. 3 against 3, the odds were not high, and it could be them who would lose. In that case, they would not only fail to obtain the Wu Dao Ti, but also suffer humiliation. Thus the three simply withdrew their spiritual treasures, showing smiles, as they looked at Yi Xiao. Though Yi Xiao was merely at the pinnacle of the Tai Golden Immortal realm, his battle prowess was terrifying, capable of surpassing ordinary Deluo Golden Immortals. Moreover, with the presence of the Golden Spirit Holy Mother and the Wudong Holy Mother, both Deluo Golden Immortals, in a 3-3 situation, they only had 2 Deluo, making it unlikely for them to gain any advantage, and they were very likely to suffer a crushing defeat. If a fight were to break out, they would not only fail to seize the Enlightenment Tea Tree, but would also allow other forces arriving later to reap the benefits. They were well aware of this calculation. Almost instantaneously, Daoxing Tianzun suppressed the greed in his heart, and was the first to retract the precious banner in his hand. Seeing this, the Lingbao Grandmaster and Huang Longjunren quickly restrained their own auras and returned their swords and treasures to their bodies. The battlefield, once filled with murderous intent, instantly fell silent. Daoxing Jinren squeezed out a seemingly kind smile and clasped his hands towards Yi Xiao. So it's fellow Daoist Yi Xiao. It hasn't been long since we last met, and your cultivation has improved again, truly commendable. I presume you're about to make a breakthrough, right? The Lingbao Grandmaster also laughed and said, it was all a misunderstanding earlier. Both our sects are one family. Since fellow Daoist Yi has arrived, there's no need for this battle to continue, lest we benefit others. Huang Longjunren opened his mouth, but said nothing, only feeling a deep trepidation towards Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao calmly scanned the three of them, then glanced at the Golden Spirit Holy Mother and the Wudong Holy Mother, inwardly scoffing at the words of Daoxing Jinren and Lingbao Grandmaster. Their audacity was quite remarkable. The Wudong Holy Mother stepped forward coldly and looked at Daoxing Jinren. When the three of you were attacking our sisters just now, why didn't you say we were one family? Now that my junior brother has arrived, and you can't win, you want to casually dismiss this as a friendly spar. There's no such good thing under heaven. The Golden Spirit Holy Mother also said coldly, indeed. You three used numbers to bully the few, intending to seize the supreme innate spirit root that our Jie Jiao discovered first. If you don't provide an explanation today, you won't be able to leave. Although the two of them did not know why the three were so wary of Yi Xiao, it was clear that Yi Xiao had done something they were unaware of. The smiles on Daoxing Jinren's faces stiffened and their expressions turned somewhat awkward. When they attacked earlier, they indeed showed no mercy, mainly because the Enlightenment Tea Tree was too tempting. Now that they were confronted face to face, it was hard for the three to maintain their composure. Daoxing Jinren cleared his throat and said awkwardly, indeed, we were hasty and careless in our actions. I hope the two of you can forgive us and not take it to heart. The Lingbao Grandmaster quickly agreed. Yes, we are all our own people. We can agree not to compete for the Enlightenment Tea Tree. The Wudong Holy Mother coldly laughed. Now you say you don't want to compete. Just now you weren't saying that. If my junior brother hadn't arrived in time, both our sisters would probably have been severely injured here. At this moment, Yi Xiao raised his hand, gently pressed on the shoulders of his two senior sisters, signaling them to remain calm. Senior sisters, let's take a moment to cool down. The Golden Spirit Holy Mother and the Wudong Holy Mother exchanged glances. Although they were still angry, they temporarily fell silent. Only then did Yi Xiao turn to Daoxing Tianzun and the others, slowly speaking. You three attacked my two senior sisters with 3 against 2, intending to seize the innate spirit root. This matter is inherently unjust. By rights, it wouldn't be wrong to keep you three here today. The three of them changed their expressions, slightly feeling a tightness in their hearts. At this moment, Yi Xiao shifted his tone. However, since the three sects are one family with external enemies arriving, we should stand together instead. This place is an outer battlefield. I sensed no less than a dozen powerful auras rushing this way while I was on my way here. Among them are several top-tier experts in the mid to late stages of Deluo Golden Immortal, and there may even be beings at the Quasi-Saint level. If we continue to fight amongst ourselves, we will only benefit outsiders in the end. Furthermore, when I was battling the 7th-tier insect race earlier, the three of you also lent a hand, showing me some goodwill. Given these 2 points, I can choose not to pursue today's matter with you. Hearing this, Daoxing Jinren and the others instantly breathed a sigh of relief. The thing they feared most was Yi Xiao taking action directly. Now that Yi Xiao was willing to relent, it was naturally a welcome outcome. Daoxing Jinren quickly said, fellow Daoist, Yi Xiao understands the greater good. We admire that. Yi Xiao waved his hand, his tone flat. I haven't finished speaking yet. Not pursuing your actions does not mean that the Enlightenment Tea Tree can be taken by you without any cost. This item was obtained through the blood and battle of my two senior sisters who slew the guardian beasts and the insect race. It has nothing to do with you from start to finish. Upon hearing that Yi Xiao still refused to part with the treasure, a hint of unwillingness flashed in the eyes of Hongjun, who was eager to break through the Tai pinnacle, couldn't help but speak. Fellow Taoist, Yi Xiao, we are all from the same sect. This enlightenment tea tree is a top-quality, innate spirit root with enough tea leaves for 99 pieces. Just give us a few pieces, no need for more. I only need one piece. Hongjun was likely the poorest among the disciples of the three sects. Even with the resources from the insect race in the outer battlefield, he still remained at the bottom. Perhaps he was just unlucky. At this time, Lingbao Grandmaster also said, indeed, we don't want much either. Just 3 to 5 pieces of enlightenment tea leaves for each of us, and we will leave immediately without entangling further. Dao Xingjinren nodded. If you are willing to share a few pieces, I assure you that in the future my disciples of the Changjiao will certainly repay this favor. Yi Xiao slightly raised the corners of his mouth, revealing a semblance of a smile. You three really know how to calculate your interests well. The enlightenment tea leaves can help one achieve sudden enlightenment and break through realms. How precious they are. Do you think it's possible to give them away for free? The Wudong Holy Mother immediately echoed, what my junior brother says is right. The Golden Spirit Holy Mother also added, what a beautiful thought. Yi Xiao slightly raised his hand, once again calming his 2 senior sisters, and then communicated with them telepathically. Senior sisters, the situation is special right now, and a large number of powerful beings are about to arrive. If we completely tear our faces with these 3 from the Changjiao and engage in a big fight, it will only waste time. By the time other forces arrive, it will be difficult for us to take the enlightenment tea tree away safely. Why not take a step back, give them a little benefit to send them away, and first resolve the immediate danger? This enlightenment tea tree has a lot of enlightenment tea, giving them some is not a problem, but they have to pay a price. The Golden Spirit and Wudong Holy Mothers, although displeased, understood that Yi Xiao spoke the truth. This was an outer battlefield fraught with danger where powerful beings gathered. If they were surrounded, even if their 3 battle powers were remarkable, it would be hard to protect the complete enlightenment tea tree. In the end, the 2 agreed to Yi Xiao's proposal. Seeing their expressions, Yi Xiao added, sisters, don't be anxious. As for the enlightenment tea leaves, each can only receive 1 piece, no more than that. The 2 immediately nodded in agreement with Yi Xiao's arrangement. Yi Xiao then turned to Dao Xing Tianzun and the other 2, slowly speaking. If you wish to comprehend the Dao tea leaves, it is not impossible. I can offer you an opportunity. First, the 3 of you must provide appropriate compensation for the earlier assault on my 2 senior sisters, whether it be spirit pills, magical treasures, or materials, to cover their losses and injuries. Second, I can give each of you a piece of the Dao tea leaves, but no more than that. If you agree, then hand over the compensation. Now take the tea leaves and leave immediately. If you do not agree, then we can only see the truth beneath our hands and find out who can ultimately laugh last. At worst, we can wait for other cultivators from the primordial era to arrive, or for the insect clan to come and compete based on our skills. As Yi Xiao's words fell, the faces of Dao Xing and the other 2 changed. 1 piece each. That is simply too little. Hongjun was fine. He only needed 1 piece to break through, but the other 2 had greater ambitions. What they sought was to become quasi-saints. Although the 3 teachings had yet to split, everyone knew that there was much discord among their respective masters. Thus the disciples were also engaged in both open and covert struggles, vying to be the first among the 2nd-generation disciples of the Xianmen. Lingbao Dafa Master frowned and said, Your Excellency, this act is rather stingy. We 3 have compromised and do not contend for the Dao tea tree, only seeking a few pieces of tea leaves, yet you offer only 1. This is unacceptable. Dao Xingjunren also said, at least 3 pieces each, otherwise we cannot accept it. Wu Dangxingmu immediately coldly remarked, 3 pieces. Why don't you go and rob for them? Giving you 1 piece is already out of respect for being part of the Xianmen. Oh, do not be greedy. Jin Ling Shengmu said, if you disagree, then let us continue to fight. I want to see if the 3 of you can gain any advantage from us 3. Yi Xiao's expression remained calm as he said again, I made it very clear earlier, 1 piece each. That is the bottom line. If you want more Dao tea leaves, it is not impossible. You can exchange them for equivalent innate spiritual treasures, innate spiritual roots, or rare materials. However, the trade must occur after we return to the Jiejiao base. Here you can only take 1 piece each. If you agree, then proceed as I say. If you disagree, then let us fight. Oh, we 3 will accompany you to the... As he spoke, Yi Xiao's peak Tai golden immortal aura was subtly released, a sharp battle intent, causing the 3 to furrow their brows. Jinling Shengmu and Wu Dang Shengmu simultaneously began to channel their powers, their magical treasures reappearing ready to strike at any moment. At this point, the 3 truly understood that Yi Xiao would not yield any further. They had already wasted a significant amount of time here. If they continued to entangle, once other powerful beings arrived, they might not even be able to obtain a single piece of Dao tea leaves. After weighing the pros and cons, Dao Xingzhen Ren ultimately gritted his teeth. Alright, I agree. Lingbao Dafa Master upon seeing this could only nod reluctantly. Yi Xiao calmly said, first present the compensation. Dao Xingzhen Ren did not hesitate, immediately taking out several bottles of healing elixirs and a few decent postnatal spiritual treasures, handing them to Jin Ling Shengmu and Wu Dang Shengmu. Jin Ling Shengmu checked them. Although the items were not top tier, they were sufficient to compensate for their previous losses. She snorted coldly, casually putting them away, and Wu Dang Shengmu did not say anything further. Seeing this, Yi Xiao then turned to look at the Dao Tea tree. This tree stood over 3 zhang tall, its leaves of vibrant green with a faint Dao rhythm lingering on the leaves, each piece of tea exuding a refreshing aroma. Just standing beside it brought tranquility to one's mind, and one could vaguely sense an understanding. A flash of excitement passed through Yi Xiao's eyes. This was a premium, innate spiritual root, a wonderful item that could lead one to comprehend the Dao. Had he possessed these Dao tea leaves earlier, he likely would not have been stuck at the peak of the Tai Golden Immortal. Now that he had the Dao tea, Yi Xiao was absolutely confident in breaking through to the great Luo Golden Immortal. Yi Xiao waved his hand. A gentle, yet incredibly firm force of power surged forth, gently enveloping the entire Dao tea tree. Yi Xiao did not directly uproot the tea tree, but instead lowered his gaze to the soil at the base of the tree, which radiated with colorful brilliance. Thus Yi Xiao's power surged again, wrapping the colorful spiritual soil within several zhang around the Dao tea tree. Then he flicked his fingers, and an ancient spatial ring flew out its mouth, opening with a powerful suction. Thus Yi Xiao's power surged again, wrapping the colorful spiritual soil within several zhang around the Dao tea tree. Then he flicked his fingers, and an ancient spatial ring flew out its mouth, opening with a powerful suction force. This was a spatial ring he had exchanged temporarily from the system, containing a small world capable of storing living beings, having spent all his previously acquired war value. Soon the entire Dao tea tree, along with the innate spiritual soil at its roots, was safely stored within the mustard seed pouch. Throughout the entire process, not a single leaf was damaged, nor was there any disruption to its spiritual essence. Seeing this scene, Dao Xing and the other two were filled with envy. This was an entire premium innate spiritual root, and moreover a Dao tea tree whose value far exceeded just being labeled as a premium innate spiritual root. Before long, Yi Xiao stored the mustard seed pouch and let out a sigh of relief. The Dao tea tree was final. Immediately after, he flicked his fingers again, and 3 pieces of the emerald green Dao tea leaves, swirling with a faint Dao rhythm, slowly flew toward Dao Xing, Tianzun, and the other 2. 1 piece each. Take good care of them. The 3 hurriedly reached out to take the Dao tea leaves. As soon as their fingertips touched the tea leaves, they felt an incredibly pure Dao rhythm surge into their bodies, making their meridians feel comfortable, and their cultivation appeared to have a slight loosening. Joy immediately appeared on the faces of the 3. Oh, just 1 piece had such miraculous effects. If they could get a few more pieces, breaking through their realms would be just around the corner. Unfortunately, Yi Xiao's attitude was firm, and they were not in a position to demand more. It seems we can only think of a way to exchange for some when we return. As this thought flashed through their minds, they quickly bowed to Yi Xiao and the other 2. Thank you, Dao friend Yi Xiao, and thank you to the 2 friends. Once we return, we will visit again. Farewell. The 3 carefully stored the Dao tea leaves, turned and transformed into 3 streams of light, swiftly leaving the area. Watching the 3 depart, Wu Dang Shengmu coldly snorted. They really got a bargain. Jin Ling Shengmu looked at Yi Xiao, her face filled with relief. Junior brother, thanks to you. If you hadn't arrived in time, it would have been difficult for us to safely take away the Dao tea tree today. Yi Xiao smiled and said, we're all on the same side. There's no need to be polite. Sisters, it is not suitable for us to linger here. A large number of powerful beings will arrive soon, so we should leave quickly. As soon as Yi Xiao's words fell, powerful auras surged one after another from all directions. In the next moment, dozens of powerful figures appeared in the surrounding void. In an instant, dozens of powerful figures appeared in the surrounding void. Each of them had fiery gazes fixated on Yi Xiao, and the other 2, their eyes brimming with greed and cup. Someone remarked, the item they just collected seems to be a tea tree, but what kind of spiritual root is it? Could it be the Enlightenment tea tree? It was taken by those 3. It is said that the Enlightenment tea tree can lead to sudden comprehension, even beneficial for quasi-saint powerhouses. Who are you 3? Hand over the spiritual root. In an instant, greedy voices erupted around, as dozens of powerful beings surrounded Yi Xiao and the others. Among them, there were nearly 10 beings at the Luo Golden Immortal level, while the rest were all Tai Golden Immortal cultivators. The expression of the unfettered Holy Mother turned cold. This group has arrived quite quickly. The Golden Spirit Holy Mother glared fiercely. What are you all? How dare you covet the possessions of my GSS? Yi Xiao remained calm, scanning the crowd with a steady gaze, his tone devoid of emotion. I am Yi Xiao, the fourth disciple of the Jie sect. Are you certain you want to obstruct us? Jie sect. You claim that to be true. Quickly hand over the spiritual root, or you shall not escape. A Deluo golden immortal sneered, showing no regard for Yi Xiao's words. Moreover, this is the outer battlefield. Even if you are a disciple of a saint, killing a saint here will have no consequence. Each of them was restless, ready to seize the opportunity. At that moment, two powerful auras once again emanated from the distance. Two figures stepped through the air. One held the heaven-subduing seal, while the other wielded the water and fire wheel, exuding immense power. It was none other than two of the 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect, the most formidable combatants, Guang Qingzi and the humorous Zhenren Tai. Upon their arrival and seeing Yi Xiao and the others surrounded, they glanced around at the many powerful beings, eyeing them hungrily, and faintly guessed what had transpired. The two frowned slightly, seemingly in thought. At this moment, Yi Xiao's gaze shifted, and he immediately sent a message to the two. Friend Guang Qingzi, friend Tai, I implore you to help clear a path for me and escort my two sisters out of this place. Afterwards, I will gift each of you a piece of enlightenment tea leaf. I promise I will keep my word. Guang Qingzi and Zhenren Tai were suddenly taken aback. Enlightenment tea leaves. Could the previous phenomenon be the enlightenment tea tree? The two exchanged glances, excitement evident in their eyes. Guang Qingzi's prowess was among the top in the 12 golden immortals, even ranking first. He was now at the mid-stage of Deluo, while Zhenren Tai was at the early stage. If it truly is the enlightenment tea tree, I could break through to the late stage of Deluo and have more confidence in entering the core battlefield. Guang Qingzi thought to himself, then confirmed through voice transmission, is your statement true, junior brother? Yi Xiao replied, it is indeed true. Excellent. In the next moment, Guang Qingzi, holding the heaven-subduing seal, stepped forward. I am Guang Qingzi of the Chan sect. Anyone who dares to obstruct junior brother Yi Xiao shall be my enemy. Zhenren Tai also released the aura of a Deluo golden immortal, coldly declaring, and I am Zhenren Tai. The sudden turn of events caused the expressions of the surrounding crowd to change dramatically. So they truly are members of the Jie sect. This is somewhat troublesome. Many ancient cultivators paused, bewildered. Yi Xiao seized the opportunity, stating in a deep voice, let's go. He protected the Golden Spirit Holy Mother and the Unfettered Holy Mother as they flew directly toward the distance. Stop them. We cannot let them escape. That is the enlightenment tea tree allowing us to reach the Tao directly. What does it matter if they are disciples of saints? Today we must share a piece of the pie, otherwise they will not leave here. Someone reacted first, roaring as dozens of powerful beings simultaneously launched attacks, overwhelming Yi Xiao and the others. Attack! Guang Qingzi shouted, and the heaven-subduing seal expanded in the wind, transforming into a size of several dozen zhang, crashing down. Zhenren Tai also summoned his treasure. The power of water and fire swept through the heavens, blocking numerous attacks. Yi Xiao, the Golden Spirit Holy Mother, and the Unfettered Holy Mother also struck back. Yi Xiao unleashed a flurry of sword light, dispersing several attacks from Tai Golden Immortals, as the Golden Spirit Holy Mother and the Unfettered Holy Mother joined the fray with their treasures. The five teamed up to battle against dozens of ancient cultivators. The battle erupted instantaneously. These individuals were not allies, and thus they fought with abandon, unleashing lethal moves from the start. Soon some were sent flying, heavily injured, or even directly killed. Blood stained the void and screams echoed as Yi Xiao and his companions pushed through, unstoppable. Having received the promise of enlightenment tea leaves, Guang Qingzi and Zhenren Tai attacked, without mercy, fully focused on clearing a path. In no time, the five carved out a bloody path, cutting down a Deluo golden immortal and over 10 Tai golden immortals before breaking through the encirclement. Leave the enlightenment tea tree. Behind them, many powerful beings remained undeterred, crazily pursuing them. At that moment, a wave of bloody and murderous aura surged from the distance. Roar! A thunderous insect cry resonated through the heavens. A large number of insect tribe powerhouses had arrived. Leading them was the 7th-level insect emperor, who had previously surrounded Yi Xiao and the others, comparable to the peak of Deluo Golden Immortal. Upon the arrival of the insect tribe, without further ado, they commanded their army to attack all the ancient cultivators present. Insect tribe. It's a 7th-level emperor. This is bad. The insect army has arrived. Flee. The many powerful beings who had been chasing Yi Xiao and the others suddenly changed their expressions, instantly falling into chaos. They could no longer care about pursuing Yi Xiao and the others, scattering in all directions to save themselves. However, they were surrounded by the insect army and could not escape. This insect army not only had a 7th-level emperor, but also 5 or 6 ordinary 7th-level powerhouses, making them incredibly formidable. The strongest cultivators present were merely at the mid-stage of Deluo, not daring to linger. An even more chaotic and brutal battle erupted instantaneously. Yi Xiao glanced at the chaotic melee, showing no sign of disturbance in his eyes. These individuals were seeking their own deaths and had no one to blame. We must go. The five no longer lingered, fiercely cutting through the insect swarm like a sharp arrow swiftly tearing open a gap. The five raced forward, not daring to stop for a moment. Only after they had completely distanced themselves from the battlefield and confirmed there was no danger did they finally let out a sigh of relief. Guang Qingzi and Junren Tai cupped their fists towards Yi Xiao. Friend Yi Xiao, we have escorted you to safety. As promised before. Yi Xiao smiled, flicked his fingers, and 2 pieces of enlightenment tea leaves flew out. Rest assured, I Yi Xiao keep my word. Guang Qingzi and Junren Tai received the enlightenment tea leaves as though they had received a treasure, their faces filled with joy. Thank you, friend Yi Xiao. They then did not linger, likely heading off to enter seclusion. Yi Xiao watched the retreating figures of the two, retracting his gaze and turning to look at the Golden Spirit Holy Mother and the unfettered Holy Mother, both of whom were beaming with excitement and delight. Junior brother, we succeeded. The enlightenment tea tree truly belongs to us. Yi Xiao nodded, his eyes revealing a hint of excitement. Sisters, let us return to the base first. All right, coincidentally, Master has something to discuss with you. On the UI battlefield within the Honghuang main camp, ranges of immortal mountains sprang from the earth. Through swirling mists, countless potent auras lay dormant within. Immortal light flowed and intricate formations intertwined, defending the entire camp as if it were forged of iron and stone. The air carried a faint, murderous chill, the iron-blooded atmosphere left by years of slaughter against the insect clans. After a century, Yi Xiao set foot upon this land once more and could not suppress a pang of emotion. 100 years to a Honghuang cultivator was but the blink of an eye. The layout of the main camp had changed little in 100 years. It was still dominated by the 2 Wu Yao tribes, followed by myriad other races, and finally the disciples of the 3 cultivations and the 3 teachings. Yet sweeping his gaze across this vast Honghuang main camp, Yi Xiao could not find a single figure belonging to the human race. Not even the lowest rank human cultivator could be seen. Humanity remained far too weak, so feeble that they lacked the qualification to tread this brutal UI battlefield. They could only curl up within the Honghuang realm, struggling to survive and breed in the cracks between great powers. Yi Xiao sighed softly. When he first entered Honghuang, he had been nothing more than one of the innate humans without cultivation. Had he not accidentally awakened a system and taken the path beneath Jiejiao's Tongtian Jiaozhu, he would long since have become a mound of earth. Now he had reached the peak of Tai Golden Immortal. His flesh and blood were unmatched in toughness, his combat might enough to rival a Deluo Golden Immortal. He had a system at his back and countless fortunes. He had even obtained the rare Wudao tea tree, and his holdings were so ample as to make many Deluo Golden Immortals and even quasi-saints envious. He had gained some confidence. It was time for the human race to truly rise. Yi Xiao decided that after returning to the main camp and meeting his master Tongtian Jiaozhu, he would return to the Honghuang realm. First, by using the Wudao tea and his accumulated foundation, he would break through to the rank of Deluo Golden Immortal. Second, and most importantly, he would cultivate the human race and forge a Tongtian great path for humanity. The 3 of them went straight to Tongtian Jiaozhu's mobile palace on the UI battlefield, no different from the Bo palace of the 3 realms of Honghuang. Equally a supreme symbol of Jiejiao. Master disciples Jinling Xingmu and Wudong Xingmu, accompanied by 4th junior brother Yi Xiao, come to pay respects. Jinling Xingmu stepped forward and bowed with reverence. Come in. It was Tongtian Jiaozhu's voice. The palace doors opened on their own. Yi Xiao felt a chill in his heart. After a century, his master's aura had grown even more unfathomable. It seemed as if that aura had merged with the very chaotic void, without beginning or end, omnipresent. Such was the majesty of a sage. The 3 stepped into the main hall of Bo Palace. From above in the hall, Tongtian Jiaozhu's gaze descended and immediately fixed upon Yi Xiao. A single glance was enough to shatter the calm. A tumultuous storm surged across his previously placid eyes. An astonishment he could not conceal appeared on his face. Peak of Tai Golden Immortal. Your cultivation has advanced so swiftly. You must have gained many fortunes recently. I have heard of some of your deeds. They are not bad, Tongtian Jiaozhu said. Yi Xiao offered an embarrassed smile. Master, I was merely forced by circumstance. May I ask why Master sent the 2 senior sisters to seek the disciple? Jinling Xingmu and Wudong Xingmu exchanged a smile. They had known Master would be astonished at their junior brother's cultivation. They did not know when it had begun, but their attitudes toward this junior brother had long since become unusual. Tongtian Jiaozhu laughed. Good. Truly the disciple of this poor Dao of such speed and cultivation, even in all of Honghuang, is unique. You have not disappointed me. Yi Xiao bowed. I am fortunate, all owing to Master's guidance and the assistance of my 2 senior sisters. Do not be modest. Tontian Jiaozhu waved his hand, his gaze still appraising Yi Xiao. Previously I noticed your corporeal body was exceptional. Now it seems I was not mistaken. What body-refining art have you cultivated? Tontian Jiaozhu's question came from pure curiosity, and the affectionate familiarity he felt toward Yi Xiao puzzled him greatly. Jinling Shimu and Wudong Shimu were equally curious. They had seen Yi Xiao clash with a Deluo Golden Immortal, and his strength might soon rival their own. Yi Xiao thought inwardly as expected. Some things could not be concealed nor needed hiding. He smiled at Tontian Jiaozhu and said, Master, I have indeed cultivated a supreme body-refining art. Oh, what body-refining art could bring your body to such a state? Tontian Jiaozhu's interest was piqued. Honghuang abounded with body-refining methods. The 8-9 profound art, the Vajra indestructible divine skill, and others all top tier. Yet he sensed that Yi Xiao's technique surpassed them, more terrifying and more ancient. Yi Xiao spoke slowly and clearly. This art is called the 9 turns profound art. Boom. At the words, Tontian Jiaozhu was struck as if by thunder. His whole body trembled, and the shock on his face was 100 times greater than when he first perceived Yi Xiao's cultivation. 9 turns profound art. The 9 turns profound art was practiced by Pangu, the primordial deity. I myself possess only an abridged version. How could you have it? This cannot be. Tontian Jiaozhu did not notice his voice trembling for an instant. He even wondered whether Yi Xiao might be Pangu's illegitimate offspring. Even the 3 pure ones born of Pangu's primordial spirit did not possess the complete 9 turns profound art. Yet Yi Xiao did. It seemed impossible, utterly unreasonable. Yi Xiao smiled and nodded. I was fortunate to obtain it. I have now cultivated it to the peak of the 5th turn. At the 5th turn his body rivaled a Tai Golden Immortal, even surpassing Deluo Golden Immortals who neglected bodily refinement. Tontian Jiaozhu looked at Yi Xiao with utterly changed eyes. It was almost unbelievable. He had thought Yi Xiao merely possessed prodigious talent and abundant fate. He had not expected Yi Xiao to harbor the 9 turns profound art. With it, Yi Xiao's future, reaching quasi-saint, was all but assured. More important still was the chance to vindicate the Tao through force and attain Hunyuan. For Jiejiao, this was heavenly fortune. Good. Tontian Jiaozhu repeated his approval, 3 times thoroughly delighted. Yi Xiao smiled faintly, then flicked his finger, a streak of light shot forth and settled before Tontian Jiaozhu. Master, this is the complete manual of the 9 turns profound art. I wish to offer it to you. Tontian Jiaozhu stared at the jade mirror before him and then comprehended Yi Xiao's intention. Good disciple. Your heart is enough. Tontian Jiaozhu did not refuse. I will accept the 9 turns profound art, and I will not let you suffer loss, he declared. This was the 9 turns profound art. After he cultivated it, his power would surge, or perhaps he might even slay a 9th rank insect clan. Tontian Jiaozhu raised his hand and waved. 24 fist-sized, perfectly spherical pearls floated forth, suffused with a chaotic luster and imbued with the power of the world. 24 precious orbs surrounded the void, each seemingly carrying within it a vast world. They were a set of innate spiritual treasures and of the highest quality. The master of the celestial church smiled slightly and waved his hand, causing the 24 orbs to directly fall into Yi Xiao's hands. Yi Xiao, these 24 stabilizing sea pearls were acquired by me by chance, and now I bestow them upon you. This treasure possesses boundless power, capable of both offense and defense, and can even evolve worlds. It is a supreme, innate spiritual treasure. Yi Xiao's heart trembled. Could it really be the stabilizing sea divine pearl? He knew that there were a total of 36 stabilizing sea pearls, and when combined they could rival innate supreme treasures capable of evolving into the 36 heavens with power beyond measure. They could serve as magical tools or as a dwelling for the human race. Yi Xiao immediately accepted them, saying, Thank you, Master. The master of the celestial church waved his hand dismissively, his tone leaving no room for argument. These stabilizing sea pearls are still inferior to the 9 turns mystic art. I have taken advantage of you. Alright, I plan to study the 9 turns mystic art, so I will not keep you any longer. Yi Xiao smiled, feeling that the master of the celestial church was truly straightforward and prepared to cultivate the 9 turns mystic art. However, he had another matter to discuss with the master and immediately said, Master, I still have one thing I would like. Yi Xiao exchanged glances with Wudong and Jinling, continuing, The 3 of us were fortunate to obtain a supreme innate spiritual root in the outer battlefield. As he spoke, Yi Xiao flipped his hand, revealing a piece of Wu Dao tea leaves. This is the master of the celestial church's pupils constricted, the Wu Dao tree. It is indeed the legendary Wu Dao tea. This is a great treasure. Consuming it under the sage level can lead to enlightenment and boost cultivation, and even has some effect on sages. You 3 are quite fortunate. The Holy Mother Jinling smiled and said, Master, this time it is all thanks to junior brother that we were able to obtain this Wu Dao Tea tree. Yi Xiao then asked, Master, do you need this Wu Dao Tea leaves? The master of the Celestial Church waved his hand and smiled, no need. Although this item is good, it has little use for someone of my sage level. It is better to keep it in your hands. You are about to break through to the great Luo Golden Immortal Realm. It is just right for you to use the Wu Dao Tea leaves to make a breakthrough. But what do you need from me? Yi Xiao recounted the events surrounding the acquisition of the Wu Dao Tea tree, finally saying, I suspect that the Master Uncle and Second Master Uncle might come to request the Wu Dao Tea leaves, so I hope Master will. Upon hearing this, the Master of the Celestial Church understood. You little brat, rest assured. Your two masters won't resort to stealing your things, but the Wu Dao Tea leaves are extremely precious. If they want them, they will need to offer something of equal value in exchange. Then thank you, Master. Yi Xiao clasped his hands, and then took his leave with Jin Ling and Wu Dong. Upon exiting the Bayou Palace, Yi Xiao said to the two women, Sisters, let us each take 10 pieces of Wu Dao Tea leaves, and keep the rest for exchanging the resources we need. What do you think? Jin Ling replied, That works. If possible, I would like a few 9 turns golden pills. Wu Dong said, I want the same. Yi Xiao nodded slowly. The 9 turns golden pills could be obtained from Taishang Laojuan, so it was feasible. He then took out 20 pieces of Wu Dao Tea leaves and handed them to the two women. There were a total of 99 Wu Dao Tea leaves. After giving away 5, there were 94 left. The 3 of them each took 10 pieces, leaving 64 pieces. The remaining 64 pieces would be kept for the people from the Chan sect and the human sect to exchange. Jin Ling and Wu Dong had no objections and unconditionally trusted Yi Xiao. The two women carefully tucked away their 10 pieces of Wu Dao Tea leaves and then prepared to enter seclusion. At that moment, they received a transmission from the Master of the Celestial Church, summoning Yi Xiao back. Yi Xiao re-entered the palace where 2 more individuals had already appeared. Who else could it be but the holy man Laozi and the primordial heavenly venerable? Yi Xiao instantly understood the purpose of their visit and immediately bowed, saying, Disciple, Yi Xiao pays respect to the two masters. There is no need for such formalities, nephew, said the holy man Laozi. At this moment, the primordial heavenly venerable got straight to the point. Third brother, you have taken in an excellent disciple. He has actually obtained the Wu Dao Tea, such a supreme, innate spiritual root. The master of the Celestial Church laughed heartily. Ha ha, it is indeed their good fortune. Yi Xiao is already here. You can discuss with him yourselves as long as my disciple is not mistreated. The primordial heavenly venerable also nodded and smiled at Yi Xiao. Nephew Yi, how many Wu Dao Tea leaves do you still have? I would like to exchange some with you for my master uncle. Yi Xiao clasped his hands, saying, Masters, I still have quite a few. How many would you like? Upon hearing this, Laozi and the primordial heavenly venerable's eyes lit up. Laozi flipped his hand, revealing a gourd. This is the 9 turns golden pill I refined. After consumption, it can cleanse the immortal body. Even a great Luo golden immortal consuming just one can increase their cultivation by 10,000 years. I will exchange this whole gourd of 9 turns golden pills for 5 pieces of Wu Dao Tea leaves. How about that? 9 turns golden pills. And a whole gourd at that. A gourd holds 10 pills. Yi Xiao immediately agreed, saying, I am willing. Then the primordial heavenly venerable spoke up. I will offer 10 pieces of low-grade innate spiritual treasures, 20 pieces of upper-grade acquired spiritual treasures, along with the first half of my personally created jade, clear refining artifact inheritance, and 3 celestial apricots, as exchange for 15 pieces of Wu Dao Tea leaves. How about that? This was indeed a generous offer, and Yi Xiao did not expect the primordial heavenly venerable to be so willing to part with such valuable items. It was a substantial expenditure, so Yi Xiao naturally had no reason to refuse. Thank you, Master Uncle. The trade was concluded on the spot, and all the items brought by the two saints for exchange were accepted by Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao immediately divided 5 pieces of Wu Dao Tea leaves for Laozi and 15 pieces for the primordial heavenly venerable. The remaining 64 pieces of Wu Dao Tea leaves were now reduced to 44. Laozi and the primordial heavenly venerable, having received the Wu Dao Tea leaves, showed satisfaction on their faces. They did not linger and nodded slightly to Yi Xiao before transforming into 2 streaks of light, coming quickly and leaving just as swiftly. Thank you, Master. Yi Xiao bowed to the Master of the Celestial Church. The Master of the Celestial Church waved his hand. This is what you deserve. Now I need to enter seclusion, so you may leave. Understood. Yi Xiao left with the exchanged treasures and rejoined Wu Dong and Jin Ling, both of whom were quite satisfied with the haul from this encounter. Sisters, I will only take 1 9 turns golden pill. You can divide the rest. As he spoke, Yi Xiao took out 1 9 turns golden pill from the gourd. He planned to use it to solidify his realm after breaking through to the great Luo Golden Immortal. I also don't want any celestial apricots. I only want the refining inheritance. The two women were taken aback. Junior brother, how can that be? We obtained the Wu Dao Tea tree together, so the treasures we exchange should of course be shared equally. This division is too unfair to you. Indeed, junior brother. This is far too precious. Please choose something else. Yi Xiao shook his head, his tone sincere. Senior sisters, without your aid, I would never have obtained the Enlightenment Tea tree. If you feel I am at a disadvantage, perhaps you could simply give me a few more leaves of the Enlightenment Tea. The two women exchanged glances, then stowed away their treasures. Then we shall not stand on ceremony. 10 leaves will suffice for our needs. The rest are yours, junior brother. Should we require more in the future, you may share with us again. Having spoken, they departed as streaks of light. Before Yi Xiao could protest, he stood frozen in place, a warm current surging through his heart. Truly, those senior sisters, how extraordinarily generous they are. Well then, perhaps one day I shall repay this immense kindness. Indeed, Wudong and Jinling treated him with exceptional warmth, gifting him all remaining Enlightenment Tea leaves, and not once mentioning the Enlightenment Tea tree itself. The Enlightenment Tea tree was the true treasure, capable of yielding infinite leaves. Their affection for Yi Xiao seemed to transcend the ordinary bond between senior sisters and junior brother. Yi Xiao shook his head with a faint smile. His senior sisters had treated him with unparalleled kindness. It is time to return to the human race of Honghuang. A flicker of anticipation gleamed in Yi Xiao's eyes. Yuanshi Tianzuan's legacy of artifact forging now offered a vital transmission for humanity. Earlier, the spatial ring he had acquired had exhausted all his war merit. Yet during the contest for the Enlightenment Tea tree, he had slain numerous insectoid cultivators, leaving him with 200,000 war merit points. 200,000 war merit could not purchase any truly profound cultivation legacy. He decided instead to hold off on acquisitions. For now, Laozi's golden core Dao method would serve humanity well for generations. He would consider the rest later. Calming his emotions, Yi Xiao sent a telepathic farewell to Tongtian Jiaozhu. Upon learning that Yi Xiao intended to return to Honghuang and nurture humanity, Tongtian Jiaozhu nodded in approval. The human race is destined to be the central protagonist of heaven and earth, its potential boundless. Should you encounter difficulty, send word at once. This sovereign shall stand behind you. Many thanks, master. Yi Xiao bowed, deeply, gratitude swelling within his heart. With such assurance from a sovereign, his path through Honghuang would unfold with far greater ease. Having taken his leave of Tongtian Jiaozhu, Yi Xiao transformed into a streak of light, departing the extraterrestrial battlefield's main encampment and entering a spatial conduit bound for Honghuang. Honghuang, Kunlun Mountain Bayering Palace. Laozi the sovereign had returned to his Honghuang abode. Gazing upon his disciple Xuandu, still at the peak of the profound immortal realm, he thought again of Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao's innate talent and celestial fortune were extraordinary. Xuandu paled by comparison. In every respect, talent, insight, fortune, Xuandu was thoroughly ordinary. After all this time, he had only reached the pinnacle of the profound immortal realm. This stark contrast stirred for the first time a faint pang of regret in Laozi's heart. He regretted not having personally taken Yi Xiao into the Rinjiao sect. Had Yi Xiao become his disciple, it would have brought him immeasurable honor. Alas, Yi Xiao was now a disciple of the Jijiao sect. Enough. Fate and opportunity follow their own ordained course. With a soft sigh, Laozi turned his gaze toward Xuandu Dafashi. Xuandu, your disciple is here. Xuandu Dafashi hastily bowed low. Laozi flicked his finger. 3 leaves of enlightenment tea floated forth. Receive these 3 leaves. Seclude yourself and cultivate diligently. Break through your current bottleneck without delay. Xuandu Dafashi did not yet comprehend the nature of enlightenment tea, but he knew anything bestowed by a sovereign must be peerless. Immediately he expressed his gratitude. This disciple thanks master for this supreme grace. Watching Xuandu's retreating figure, Laozi gave a gentle nod. Though Xuandu's innate aptitude was modest, his diligence and devotion to study were commendable. With the aid of enlightenment tea, Xuandu's ascension to the great Luo immortal realm was imminent. Xuandu did not enter seclusion immediately. His thoughts turned instead to humanity. I wonder how the human race fares now, and what realm has their chieftain attained? After all these years I remain only at the peak of the profound immortal realm. When then shall I be strong enough to protect them? These past years I have mastered the art of pill refining. Once I ascend to the Tai golden immortal realm, I shall return to the human race and refine potent elixirs for my kin. Once distant and indifferent toward humanity, Xuandu's character had gradually shifted under Yi Xiao's influence, retaining at the very least his roots and enduring loyalty to his people. Yushu Palace. Yuanshi Tianzuan had likewise returned to his abode, and immediately issued a decree summoning the 12 golden immortals of the Changjiao sect. Before long, Guangchengzi, Chijingzi Tai Jinren, Wenshu Guangfa, Tianzuan Puxian Jinren, Zihong Daoren. All 12 golden immortals assembled without exception. Your disciples pay homage to master. Yuanshi Tianzuan sat serenely upon his lotus throne, his gaze sweeping over the 12 golden immortals with solemn authority. Then with a sweep of his sleeve, countless leaves of enlightenment tea hovered into view. These are enlightenment tea leaves, capable of inducing sudden enlightenment and shattering cultivation bottlenecks. They are peerless treasures beyond measure. I expended considerable resources to acquire them. Today I bestow them upon you. To accelerate your cultivation, hasten your breakthrough to the great Luo immortal realm, and advance toward the exalted status of quasi-sovereign. The 12 golden immortals stared breathless, trembling with exhilaration. Enlightenment tea leaves. They had never imagined their master had secured so many. From Xiao himself. We thank Master for this incomparable grace. As one, the 12 golden immortals bowed deeply, their voices thick with fervent emotion. Especially Guangchengzi Tai Junren and 3 others, who already possessed 1 leaf each, now received a second, making their breakthrough all but assured. Yuanshi Tianzuan observed his disciples with quiet satisfaction. With these enlightenment tea leaves, the Changjiao sect's collective strength would inevitably ascend to new heights. Their prestige on the extraterrestrial battlefield would likewise swell. As a sovereign who prized reputation above all, Yuanshi Tianzuan nevertheless found his gaze clouded with complex emotion whenever Xiao came to mind. Why did I not compel Xiao to join my sect back then? Emerging steadily from the vast spatial conduit, Xiao alighted atop Mount Buzhou. Gazing across the land, he beheld Honghuang's boundless expanse, yet sensed a hush where once there had been clamor. Countless apex cultivators had long since departed for the extraterrestrial battlefield. Few great beings remained to guard Honghuang, leaving heaven and earth unusually still and serene. Xiao drew a deep breath. The unique spiritual energy of Honghuang flowed into his body, filling him with profound comfort and peace. He had departed as a peak golden immortal. Now he stood poised to attain the great Luo immortal realm at any moment. His form blurred, activating the golden light travel art, as he sped directly toward the human tribe settlement. Soon that familiar expanse of land unfolded before his eyes. From afar, Xiao discerned the tremendous transformation that had swept across humanity. Once scattered in mere handfuls, they now thronged the foothills of Kunlun Mountain. Across Kunlun's base, tribe after tribe rose like flourishing saplings, stretching beyond the horizon. Humanity had fully embraced the cultivation path with his divine sense. Xiao perceived numerous human cultivators hunting in the wild, and others deep in secluded meditation striving to break through. Their realms remained modest, but in merely a few centuries humanity had journeyed this far. Speaking of which, these matters are not closely related to him. Perhaps his greatest contribution lies in enabling the human race to acquire the Taoist fortune ahead of time, transitioning from ignorance to civilization. And some minor planning suggestions. By saying this, it seems he is somewhat unqualified as the leader of the human race. Nevertheless, he is still recognized as the greatest benefactor of humanity. In the ancestral land of the human race, the statue of Xiao stands there, having become a sacred site for humanity. In the present, humans cultivate the golden core path, which differs from the innate beings. Innate beings are born at least at the level above immortals. The starting point for humans is much lower, and even the innate humans do not possess any cultivation. Since the emergence of the golden core path, humanity has begun to ascend from the very bottom, refining essence into qi, refining qi into spirit, refining spirit back to emptiness, and merging with the Tao. Ultimately, one transcends tribulation to achieve the realm of immortals. To this day, the vast majority of the clan are still lingering in the realm of refining essence into qi, with a few exceptionally gifted ones refining qi into spirit. Even fewer have achieved the realms of refining spirit back to nothingness or merging with the Tao. There are only a pitiful few thousand beings above the immortal realm, mostly members from the original 3,000 innate humans. Many have perished over the years, yet there remain over 1,000 who constitute the pinnacle of the current human race's combat power. Most linger between the earth immortal and profound immortal realms, with a few reaching the golden immortal realm. However, there are no cultivators above the golden immortal realm except for Yu Chao and Sui Ren. The ceiling of the entire human race consists of these 2 peak Tai golden immortal ancestors. In just a few hundred years, the human race has progressed from a state of ignorance to one where everyone can cultivate, with cultivators found everywhere, which is truly a miraculous feat. No other race could possibly achieve this step. All of this is inseparable from the terrifyingly strong reproductive ability and resilience inherent in humanity. Xiao no longer concealed his aura. The aura belonging to a peak Tai golden immortal enveloped the ancestral land of the human race, gentle yet impossible to resist. Such a powerful aura. Which great being has descended upon our human race? Could it be an external enemy attacking? Quickly summon the ancestors. In an instant, countless human cultivators were startled, looking up at the sky with expressions of tension. At this moment, two figures flew out from the ancestral land, intending to confront Yi Xiao. These two were Yu Chao and Sui Ren. However, before they could release their own aura, they recognized Yi Xiao's face, and in that instant their bodies shook violently, their faces instantly replaced by boundless excitement. Yu Chao, Sui Ren, we pay our respects to the clan leader. Yi Xiao smiled, saying, you have worked hard all these years, please rise. Yi Xiao raised his hand gently, and a soft power lifted the three of them. Yu Chao and Sui Ren had steady auras, already at the peak of Tai Golden Immortal, with the backing of the Daoist fortune, just a step away from the great Luo Golden Immortal. Only the Zi clan member had slightly weaker cultivation, stuck at the peak of Golden Immortal. This was mainly because his merits had been seized by Yi Xiao first, resulting in his slow cultivation. Clan leader, you have finally returned. Our human race has made significant progress in these years. Sui Ren looked at Yi Xiao with a hint of pride. In his view, the rapid development of the human race is indeed remarkable. Yu Chao smiled, saying, clan leader, just returned. This is not the place for discussion. Let us move to another location. Soon everyone arrived at the great hall of the ancestral land of humanity. Yi Xiao directly inquired, how is the current state of the human race? Please elaborate to me in detail. Yu Chao immediately reported, returning to the ancestor, our human race is thriving, with a total population reaching a staggering 1.4 billion. The clansmen predominantly reside within a radius of several tens of thousands of miles around Kunlun Mountain, with no less than 100,000 tribes of various sizes supporting each other and maintaining order. If we continue to develop for another 100 years, our human population will exceed 10 billion. In terms of cultivation, everyone cultivates, but there are only a few thousand above the immortal realm. However, Yu Chaos' voice faltered slightly, revealing a hint of helplessness. The foundation of our human race is too thin, lacking depth, and the time of cultivation is still short. To this day, we have yet to give birth to a single strong being above the Golden Immortal. Sui Ren and I have been stuck at the peak of the Tai Golden Immortal for many years, unable to touch the great Luo realm. Yi Xiao listened quietly, understanding in his heart. He had noticed the problems of humanity long ago. There are many people, high talents, and terrifying reproduction. However, there is a lack of resources, opportunities, and top-tier Dao rhythms. Without sufficient treasures to support them, even the peak of the Tai Golden Immortal finds it as difficult as ascending to the heavens to break through to the great Luo Golden Immortal. This cannot be compared to those innate deities and powerful beings of the demon race. Others are born as Golden Immortals, Tai Golden Immortals, or even Great Luo, and even possess ancient powerful inheritances at birth. Moreover, they have accompanying spiritual treasures. And what about humanity? At birth, they only have a placenta. It is simply incomparable. Humanity can only take one step at a time, starting from scratch. But now that he has returned, these issues are no longer problems. Yi Xiao smiled slightly, his tone calm. Everyone need not worry, my return this time is for the sake of our human race. Now I can be considered to have achieved a level of cultivation, and I may break through to the great Luo Golden Immortal at any time with plenty of good things in store. As soon as he finished speaking, Sui Ren and the other two opened their mouths wide, excitedly exclaiming, is this true, clan leader? Are you really going to break through to become a great Luo Golden Immortal? Yi Xiao smiled and nodded, of course. Ha, that's wonderful. Zi laughed heartily, saying, once the clan leader breaks through, our human race will have a formidable being to stand guard. In the primordial world, having a great Luo Golden Immortal as a race is already considered a major clan. Our human race shall rise. Sui Ren and the other two could hardly contain their inner excitement, gesturing animatedly. It is easy to imagine how cautious they have been for the human race over the years. Now that a respectable, strong being is finally to appear within the clan, how could they not be happy? However, what makes them even happier is yet to come. Yi Xiao flicked his finger, and 6 pieces of enlightenment tea leaves appeared before the three. What is this? Upon seeing the enlightenment tea leaves, Yu Chao, Sui Ren, and Zi felt their cultivation loosen up. The confusion accumulated over years of cultivation suddenly became clear. Yi Xiao's gaze fell upon Yu Chao and Sui Ren as he spoke. These are enlightenment tea leaves. One piece can lead to sudden realization and increase one's cultivation by tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of years. You two are already at the peak of Tai Golden Immortal, just one step away from entering the Great Luo. You just lack a thread of enlightenment opportunity. From today onward, you two should regularly consume the enlightenment tea leaves in preparation for your breakthroughs. Our human race will not just have one Great Luo appearing. Yu Chao and Sui Ren trembled greatly, their faces displaying incredulous joy. Great Luo Golden Immortal. This was a realm they previously dared not even imagine. Now the opportunity for breakthrough is right before them, and they are immensely excited. Thank you, clan leader. We will not disappoint you. Then Xiao turned his gaze towards the Z clan. Although Z clan had the weakest cultivation, he was the busiest among them, dealing with most matters big and small within the clan. From the allocation of resources within the clan to the enlightenment of the young children, every matter related to the daily operations of the human race passed through his hands. He possessed no earth-shattering divine powers, nor did he have achievements that intimidated all races. Yet like the blood flowing within the human race, he quietly maintained the stable operation of the entire clan. In the wilderness, strength reigns supreme. However, for a clan to endure over the long term, it requires more than just brave warriors charging into battle. It also needs talents like Z clan, who can calmly manage internal affairs and coordinate the overall situation. In the wilderness, strength reigns supreme. However, for a clan to endure over the long term, it requires more than just brave warriors charging into battle. It also needs talents like Z clan, who can calmly manage internal affairs and coordinate the overall situation. Z clan is a congenital human clan with decent innate talent, yet he has been entangled in mundane affairs, lacking sufficient resources and opportunities, resulting in his stagnation in cultivation for many years. Such a talent Xiao naturally would not let go to waste. He waved his hand, and 2 leaves of enlightenment tea, along with dozens of 5th-grade insect clan primal energies and a 6th-grade elite insect clan primal energy, appeared before Z clan. What is this? Z clan felt the overwhelming energy and couldn't help but exclaim. Insect clan primal energy, Xiao replied calmly, obtained from slaying countless insect clan powerhouses on the battlefield beyond the domain. There are no side effects, and it can be directly refined, compensating for your insufficient foundational cultivation and aiding you in rapid advancement. Thank you, clan leader. No need for formalities, this is what you deserve. I will protect you, so begin your breakthrough now. Yes, clan leader. Z clan immediately sat cross-legged and began refining. In an instant, Z clan felt his body filled with immense energy, and the cultivation that had stagnated for years surged forth like a flood breaking through a dam, rushing through all obstacles. Peak Golden Immortal. Early Tai Golden Immortal. Mid Tai Golden Immortal. Z clan's realm skyrocketed as if he had boarded a rocket, showing no signs of stopping. He only stopped after breaking through to the late Tai Golden Immortal stage. He achieved several breakthroughs in just under 10 years. This was not due to Z clan's extraordinary talent, but rather the accumulation of resources combined with the effects of the insect clan primal energy. Z clan slowly stood up and bowed deeply to Xiao, stating, Z clan thanks the clan leader for the generous gift. Xiao nodded slightly, raising his hand gently to support him with a soft force. You have worked hard for the human race for many years. This is what you deserve, no need for formalities. Additionally, I plan to lead a group of warriors to the battlefield beyond the domain for training. Our human race cannot grow into a powerful race without undergoing the baptism of war. Go gather all the remaining congenital humans in the clan. I will help them raise their cultivation. Yes, clan leader. Upon hearing this, Z clan stood up and departed. Soon over 1,000 congenital humans were summoned to the ancestral land, each looking expectantly at Xiao. These congenital humans were created by Nuwa and are the elites of the human race. All of them possess the congenital Dao body, the existence closest to the Dao, making their cultivation smooth and easy. If these individuals can grow, then the human race will truly become powerful. Most of their cultivations are at the Earth Immortal to Mysterious Immortal level, still considered weak among the myriad races in the wilderness. Even so, each of them has a strong sense of belonging to the human race and yearns to grow stronger, wishing to contribute their strength to the human race. Xiao's gaze swept over the more than 1,000 congenital humans before him, and he felt a stirring in his heart. Without a moment's hesitation, he waved his hand, bringing forth all the remaining insect clan primal energy he possessed. A total of 30 primal energies, all of which were at the 5th grade level and used by him. He had utilized all 6th grade energies, and even if he had some now, they would not be suitable to bring out. They could not digest them, and one misstep could lead to them being overwhelmed. They had not cultivated the 9 turns mystic art. 30 primal energies from the golden immortal level floated before the 1,000 congenital humans. The ancestral land of the human race fell into a momentary silence. All the congenital humans widened their eyes, staring at the 30 primal energies. In Xiao's palm, their breaths momentarily halted. They could clearly sense that within each energy cluster lay immense power capable of allowing them to swiftly break through their realms. Observing their expressions, Xiao slowly spoke. Fellow clansmen, our human race was born in the wilderness, grew in the wilderness, and has endured countless hardships, surviving near-death experiences to reach today's breathing space. Since birth, our human race has been weak, with the myriad races in the wilderness eyeing us covetously. If we want to survive, if we wish to no longer be bullied, if we aim to stand tall between heaven and earth, we must strive for self-improvement. These 30 primal energies of the insect clan are all bestowed upon you for you to refine together. Once you all break through, I will lead you to battle on the battlefield beyond the domain, contributing powerful strength to the true rise of our human race. Do you dare? As his voice fell, the entire place fell silent. But the next moment, a thunderous cheer. Clan leader, we dare. The human race shall rise. Since their birth, and since they gained awareness of civilization, they had been eagerly anticipating the strength of their clan to grow. The human race must strive for self-improvement. Very well. In that case, you may begin to refine the primal energies. With Yi Xiao's words, over 1,000 humans began to simultaneously refine dozens of primal energies. Boom! The 1,000 congenital humans simultaneously felt an enormous pure energy surging into their bodies. That power filled their limbs and bones, meridians, and dantian like a vast ocean. Even if the 5th-grade insect clan primal energy was shared among them, it could lead to rapid breakthroughs. The previously weak cultivation of over 1,000 humans began to surge wildly at that moment. Clan members at the early Earth Immortal stage instantly broke through to the mid and late Earth Immortal stages, charging straight to the Celestial Immortal realm. Clan members at the early Celestial Immortal stage had their bottlenecks shattered, as if they were made of paper, racing towards the mysterious Immortal realm. Meanwhile, those at the mysterious Immortal level had already begun to challenge the barriers of the Golden Immortal realm. The numerous signs of breakthroughs caused the spiritual energy in the heavens and earth to wildly converge towards the ancestral land of the human race, forming visible spirals of spiritual energy that swept in all directions. Each congenital human closed their eyes to refine, clearly sensing that their cultivation was rising at an incredible speed. The realms that had been difficult to advance due to resource scarcity under the nourishment of the insect clan primal energy began to break through continuously like bamboo shoots after a spring rain. Time flowed by little by little. Unbeknownst to how much time had passed, a member of the clan suddenly opened his eyes, and a tremendous aura erupted from his body, a pressure belonging to the Golden Immortal realm sweeping across the surroundings. I have achieved Golden Immortal status. The innate human was trembling with excitement, roaring towards the sky, his voice filled with exhilaration. Golden Immortal. The true first Golden Immortal of the human race has appeared. With this individual's breakthrough, more and more innate humans successfully broke through after refining their source energy, achieving the Golden Immortal realm. In the end, among the 1,000 humans, a full 10th broke through to the Golden Immortal realm. Most of the remaining clansmen also reached the peak of the Celestial Immortal realm, with many others attaining the Profound Immortal stage. With over 1,000 innate humans, their cultivation levels surged, and their overall strength increased by more than 100-fold. Of course, these advancements were not enough to be proud of, as their strength was still insignificant in the vast wilderness. However, with their current realm, Yi Xiao felt a bit more confident in leading them to the battlefield beyond the realms. If time had not been pressing, he would not have brought the current humans to that battlefield. After all, the survival conditions there were far more brutal than in the wilderness. Even Golden Immortals were merely cannon fodder. For those below Golden Immortal, survival was a challenge. But there was still some time left. For a clan to endure for the long term, it not only needed powerful strength, but also a complete inheritance. For example, the inheritance of their own artifact forging alchemy formations, and so on. Yi Xiao received half of the Jade Void artifact forging inheritance from the primordial celestial master, and directly passed it to the innate humans for them to impart to the talented individuals within their clan. Having completed all this, it was time for Yi Xiao to attend to his own matters. Previously unable to break through, he had accumulated a period of time, and more importantly, with the divine item of the Tao Enlightenment Tea leaves, Yi Xiao felt very confident. Now that the human race was gradually getting back on track, he could finally immerse himself in seclusion and strive for a higher realm. Without hesitation, Yi Xiao swiftly left the ancestral grounds of the human race. A year later, Yi Xiao arrived at the eastern shore, constructed a cave dwelling, and began his seclusion. A piece of Tao Enlightenment tea leaf was held in his mouth, and his body was enveloped by mysterious Tao luck. In an instant, Yi Xiao's comprehension and affinity for the laws surged, and he soon entered a state of sudden enlightenment. Time flowed quietly by. On the path of cultivation, the great Luo Golden Immortal transcends the 3 realms existing outside the 5 elements, even surpassing a portion of the River of Fate, possessing boundless longevity. Below, the great Luo Golden Immortal One could only refine spiritual energy into magical power for use, and could only have a rough understanding of the laws. The great Luo Golden Immortal, however, possesses the qualification to utilize the laws. The degree of comprehension of the laws determines the power of a cultivator's divine abilities, which in turn decides their combat strength. Upon reaching the Quasi Saint realm, one would have achieved a profound level of mastery over the laws. And the saints, they are the masters of the laws. Thus it is said that beneath the saints all are but ants. To break through to the great Luo, one must condense the top 3 flowers. The blooming of 3 petals is the minimum. If there are no great opportunities in this life, one may forever remain at the threshold of the great Luo. 6 petals blooming is a common occurrence among beings in the wilderness, allowing entry into the Quasi-Saint realm, but difficult to reach the pinnacle. 9 petals blooming signifies a genius, and the peak of Quasi-Saint is not their endpoint. 12 petals blooming indicates one has the potential to become a saint. In the vast expanse of time, 50 years is but a fleeting moment. Within the ancestral land of the human race, 2 powerful auras soared simultaneously. Sui Ren was enveloped in flames, the innate divine fire transforming into a towering pillar of fire. Within the flames lay boundless vitality and destructive power. That was the fire of civilization belonging to the human race, the fire of inheritance, and the burning sky fire belonging to the powerful. Yu Chao appeared with a phantom surrounding him, an ancient and sturdy nest layered upon layers, sheltering all beings of the human race. His aura was as steady as a mountain, like an immovable pillar of heaven, continuously rising and growing stronger under the nourishment of the source energy. Both were in seclusion, and 60 years had already passed. Both had a deep foundation and had already reached the critical point of breakthrough. Coupled with the Tao Enlightenment tea leaves gifted by Yi Shao, they could comprehend the laws and gain insight into the great path. Now breaking through to a new realm was a matter of course. At the moment their powerful auras erupted, the signs of the great Luo Golden Immortal emerged above their heads. 3 flowers atop a giant peak. 6 petals blooming is a normal standard, with the opportunity to step into the Quasi-Saint realm in the future. When the 3 flowers fully bloomed, the aura they emitted became even more formidable. The overwhelming pressure caused the humans within the ancestral land to involuntarily prostrate themselves on the ground. After the initial panic, they began to rejoice, shouting, "Great Luo Golden Immortal! We have a member of the human race who has broken through to the great Luo Golden Immortal. It must be a few of the ancestors. Our human race has risen. Sui Ren has successfully broken through. He has become the first great Luo Golden Immortal in the history of the human race." At the same time, Yu Chao also followed closely behind, successfully breaking through to the great Luo Golden Immortal realm. In 60 years, the human race has given birth to 2 great Luo Golden Immortals. When the 2 great Luo Golden Immortals soared above the human race, the entire human race erupted with excitement. Great Luo Golden Immortal. It is the ancestor Sui Ren and the ancestor Yu Chao. They have broken through. The 2 ancestors have achieved the great Luo Golden Immortal. Our human race now also has a great Luo Golden Immortal. We have finally risen. Countless humans emerged from their dwellings, looking up and cheering, tears streaming down their faces in excitement. Once in the eyes of the myriad tribes of the wilderness, the human race was but an existence akin to ants, unworthy even to fetch shoes for some strong beings barely surviving in the crevices. But now, the human race has finally given birth to a great Luo Golden Immortal. Though not the strongest, they now have the qualification to stand on equal footing with the myriad tribes. The human race is no longer that weak group subject to bullying. The entire human habitation resounded with cheers that echoed through the heavens and the earth. At this moment, the fortunes of the human race erupted like a volcano, surging wildly, a golden dragon of fortune coiling above the human race, its scales distinct, the dragon's might magnificent, attracting the attention of the entire wilderness. On the vast land of the wilderness, countless powers, countless tribes, all felt the soaring fortunes and powerful aura of the human race at this moment. In the eastern sea, within the lair of the dragon clan, Zhu Long opened his eyes, a hint of surprise flickering in his gaze. The human race. That weak clan has actually given birth to a great Luo Golden Immortal. This human race's fortune is indeed formidable. Even such a weak human race is beginning to rise, while my dragon clan is destined to be tormented by the heavenly path's karma for eternity. Sigh. In the Western teachings, the benevolent corpse of Jiayin murmured, "The human race's fortune is soaring. They are truly the next destined protagonist." In the battlefield beyond the realms, within the main base of the wilderness, Nu Hua and Laozi opened their eyes almost simultaneously, a hint of brilliance flashing in their eyes, their auras growing stronger in that moment. A member of the human race has broken through to the great Luo, and their fortune is surging. Could it be that brat Yi Shao, the innate human? At this moment, all the ancient tribes turned their gazes towards the direction of the human race. How could a race that seemed almost non-existent have a Luo Jinxian? Moreover, 2 appeared at once. "No, I must go to the outer battlefield. I heard that breaking through there is as easy as drinking water." Because of the birth of these 2 Luo Jinxians, the human race officially entered the sight of the ancient tribes. The human race is about to step onto this grand stage of the ancient world. On the shores of the East Sea, Yi Xiao, who was in seclusion, sensed the surging fortune of the human race. As the leader of the human race, he benefits the most from this surge in fortune. Fortune is an enigmatic thing. When one lacks it, even drinking water could lead to choking. However, when fortune is abundant, even urinating by the roadside could yield a primordial spirit treasure. Yi Xiao is in such a situation at this moment. In the past 50 years, he had consumed 3 pieces of enlightenment tea leaves, but had been unable to break through the boundary. Yet in this instant, a multitude of information suddenly filled his mind, clarifying the previously obscure aspects. The Deluo Jinxian is within reach. Break for me. Yi Xiao roared, instantly shattering the boundary. Crack, boom. A terrifying, vast, and domineering aura far beyond that of Suiren and Youqiao erupted wildly from Yi Xiao's body. This aura was not that of a peak Tai Jinxian. It was the true Deluo Jinxian. With a single step, the heavens and earth changed color. Yi Xiao's aura surged at an astonishing speed, breaking through the barriers of the Deluo Jinxian realm with unstoppable momentum. Above the East Sea, boundless spiritual energy was stirred by this terrifying aura. Thousands of miles, 10,000 miles, 100,000 miles, 1,000,000 miles. The spiritual energy of the entire East Sea gathered frantically towards Yi Xiao's location as if summoned by him. On the surface of the sea, massive spirals of spiritual energy were stirred up. In the sky, the clouds rolled, forming gigantic vortices of spiritual energy. Endless spiritual energy surged into Yi Xiao's body like a flood breaking through a dam. He resembled an abyss, devouring all surrounding energy frantically. Such a terrifying phenomenon naturally attracted the attention of the powerful beings nearby. Deep within the East Sea, a pair of enormous eyes suddenly opened. Zhulong frowned slightly, his gaze piercing through layers of space to land on Yi Xiao's seclusion site. Why is it the human race again? The human race is truly favored by the heavenly Tao, producing yet another Deluo Jinxian. A clan with 3 Deluo is not considered a minor clan in the whole of the ancient world, right? A hint of annoyance flashed in Zhulong's eyes. Not long ago, he sensed the birth of 2 Deluo Jinxians within the human race. This had already surprised him, but how long has it been? Another human is about to become a Deluo. How magnificent was the Dragon Clan back in the day. But now the Dragon Clan is being eroded by the karma of the heavenly Tao. Not to mention breaking through realms, they must constantly expend their magical power to resist this karma. This is extremely painful, and the more painful part is that they cannot break through. As long as the karma of the heavenly Tao exists, they will be tormented day by day. Many members of the current Dragon Clan have already fallen, leaving only a few stragglers, no longer the powerful clan of Ur. This makes him even more curious about the human race. Zhulong, the younger brother of the ancestral dragon, has existed since the dawn of the ancient world, and his cultivation is at the peak of Quasissaint. He has witnessed the rise and fall of countless races in the ancient world over endless years. But a race like the human race, which suddenly rises overnight and continuously births Deluo, possesses such terrifying fortune, making Zhulong's heart stir with thoughts. Zhulong suppressed his curiosity and continued to observe. He wanted to see how far this human race could bloom. At this moment, on the shores of the East Sea, Yi Xiao's spiritual energy boiled and the aura of laws roared. After breaking through to the Deluo Jinxian, he did not stop, but instead began to condense the symbol of the Deluo Jinxian. The 3 flowers atop his head. Upon reaching Deluo Jinxian, one must gather the 3 flowers at the peak. The 3 flowers symbolize the past, present, and future. The past has passed, do not cling to the old. The future has yet to come, do not be lost in illusions. The present moment, do not be trapped in dust. When the 3 flowers merge into one, past, present, and future become one, allowing one to truly transcend the 3 realms, free from the 5 elements, not falling into reincarnation, and achieving immortality. Yi Xiao's mind calmed as the vast spiritual energy and the fortune of humanity empowered him, and the top of his head slowly began to change. First, a faint flower shadow began to gather. That was the flower of the past, chronicling his journey battling the insect race and protecting the human race. All his past experiences served as the foundation for his path to enlightenment. Next, the second flower shadow appeared, representing the present. Finally, the third flower shadow rose, symbolizing the future. The 3 flowers gathered at the peak, merging past, present, and future into one, indistinguishable from each other. After the 3 flowers appeared, the petals began to bloom. 3 petals, 6 petals, 9 petals. Still, it did not stop. The petals continued to unfurl, exuding a rich power of the laws. When the 12th petal finally unfurled and fully bloomed, the entire East Sea trembled. Boom! In this instant, Yi Xiao seemed to become the center of heaven and earth, with countless spiritual energies surging wildly, as if in worship. Deep within the East Sea, Zhulong's enormous eyes suddenly narrowed, and his heart surged with overwhelming waves. 12 petals. This person has actually bloomed 12 petals. In the ancient world, every person who blooms 12 petals is undeniably a primordial divinity or a powerful being of great renown. For example, Dong Huang Tai, Ed Jun, the 12 ancestor witches Zhen Yuan Zi Hongjun Ming, He and Kuan Peng are all top-tier being super existences at the peak of Quasi Saint. Moreover, there are the saints of the ancient world. Yet the weak human race has produced such a genius. He once again envied the fate of the human race. This person is overflowing with fortune. He is likely the leader of the human race with an unlimited future ahead. The outer battlefield has the insect race with boundless opportunities. Perhaps he will have a chance to become a saint in the future. My dragon clan has been trapped for too long, I must find a way. With the human race's overwhelming fortune, this person is exceptionally gifted. If I align with the human race, perhaps my dragon clan will also turn for the better. Make friends. I must befriend this person. A resolute thought suddenly arose in Zhu Long's heart. His gaze towards Yi Xiao shifted from initial surprise and curiosity to anticipation. With the 12 petals blooming atop Yi Xiao's head, the great Tao resonated, and his aura completely stabilized at the Deluo Jinxian realm. Moreover, he was among the most elite of the Deluo Jinxians, far beyond the recently broken Swerin and Yu Chao. He also possesses the 9 transformations mystic art, doubling his combat power. Now he is confident in fighting against the peak of Deluo without falling behind. Even if he is not victorious, at least he will not perish. Yi Xiao did not immediately exit his seclusion. Instead, he took out a 9 transformations golden pill to consolidate his cultivation, as he had no shortage of time. This 9 turns golden core is one of the treasures exchanged by the sage for the deodia sufficient to solidify one's cultivation. Yi Xiao inhaled deeply, and the 9 turns golden core flew directly into his mouth. Upon entering, the golden core dissolved instantly, unleashing an indescribable pure medicinal power that swiftly surged through his limbs and into the Danshan's Qi Si. A year later, Yi Xiao's cultivation was fully stabilized at the great Luo Golden Immortal Realm. Meanwhile, the Zhu Long waited for Yi Xiao in the East Sea for an entire year. As Yi Xiao emerged from his seclusion preparing to return to the human realm, Zhu Long's voice suddenly rang out, "Congratulations, young friend, on advancing to Great Luo. Flowers bloom at the 12th grade, and the future is promising. I am Zhu Long, who has been hidden in the East Sea for countless eons. Today, seeing your extraordinary fortune, I wish to befriend you. Do you have the courage to visit my dragon palace in the East Sea?" Upon hearing this, Yi Xiao was shaken. Zhu Long, the brother of the ancestral dragon from legend. At the peak of Quasi Saint realm, he wishes to befriend a great Luo golden immortal like me. Yi Xiao felt somewhat perplexed, but remained unafraid. He then cupped his hands towards the direction of the East Sea and said, "So, it is the esteemed Zhu Long. I am Yi Xiao, the 4th disciple of the Tongtian sect leader. It is an honor to meet you." "He, young friend, you are indeed a disciple of a sage. Rest assured, I mean you no harm." Zhu Long's voice echoed once more. Yi Xiao nodded. "Since the esteemed one has invited me, how could I refuse?" With that, Yi Xiao's figure flickered, and he plunged into the waters of the East Sea. Though submerged in the sea, the deeper he sank, the denser the spiritual energy became. Soon Yi Xiao discovered a dragon palace spanning the seabed, quietly suspended in the deep sea. The dragon palace was constructed entirely of deep-sea cold jade and colorful corals, with luminous pearls hanging from the eaves illuminating the dark depths of the ocean. Yi Xiao concealed his aura and stepped towards the grand entrance of the palace. "Young friend, Yi Xiao, please enter." Zhu Long's voice resonated from deep within the palace, imbued with a power that pierced through the water, clearly reaching Yi Xiao's ears. Immediately, a rainbow bridge appeared before Yi Xiao. He stepped onto the rainbow bridge, and in the blink of an eye, he entered the dragon palace. Zhu Long transformed into human form, smiling as he regarded Yi Xiao, his aura mysterious and unfathomable. Yi Xiao slightly bowed, maintaining a respectful, yet composed demeanor. "Junior, Yi Xiao pays respect to the esteemed Zhu Long." After speaking, Yi Xiao lifted his gaze to observe Zhu Long. As a peaked Quasi Saint, Zhu Long was but a step away from sainthood. Yi Xiao could not discern Zhu Long's realm, yet he sensed something amiss about him. "Is this the karma of the heavenly Tao?" Zhu Long said, "Young friend, need not be overly courteous. Please have a seat." Yi Xiao did not hesitate, and sat directly upon a throne, his gaze calm as he met Zhu Long's eyes without flinching. Zhu Long inwardly nodded. A great Luo golden immortal's composure before him, a peaked Quasi Saint, was truly commendable, his mind steady and unwavering, indeed a disciple of the Tongtian sect leader. No wonder he caught my attention. Young friend, blooming at the 12th grade, and the human race has produced 3 great Luo golden immortals in quick succession, truly astonishing. You flatter me, esteemed one. Yi Xiao slightly cupped his hands. "I am merely fortunate." Zhu Long fell silent for a moment, a hint of envy flashing through his enormous dragon eyes. Yi Xiao perceptively captured this envy. What exactly does Zhu Long intend? Could it be simply to befriend me? Yi Xiao pondered, unable to discern Zhu Long's purpose, so he straightforwardly asked Zhu Long, "Is there something else you wish to discuss?" Zhu Long immediately spoke, his voice heavy. "As a disciple of a sage, you must be aware of the past of my dragon. At the dawn of creation, the ancestral dragon emerged, ruling over countless scales, dominating the 4 seas and 8 wildernesses. The dragon clan was the first race of heaven and earth, exerting pressure over all, with none daring to oppose." Yi Xiao listened quietly, refraining from interjecting. He was well aware of the ancient dragon clan's glory. Before the great calamities of the dragon phoenix and Xilan clans, the dragon clan roamed freely, commanding the 4 seas, their fortune at its peak. Even the gods and demons of that era, including the 3 pure ones, would retreat in avoidance. However prosperity begets decline, it is the way of heaven. Zhu Long sighed deeply, and on the dark golden scales, faint traces of black energy began to appear. During the dragon and phoenix calamity, the dragon clan suffered severe injuries. The ancestral dragon passed away, and countless clan members perished. Since then, my dragon clan has been shackled by the karma of the heavenly Tao, never to find liberation. As he spoke, the atmosphere around Zhu Long became heavy, the traces of black energy, causing him visible pain. This is the karma of the heavenly Tao, which incessantly erodes the foundation, cultivation, and fortune of the dragon clan. Yi Xiao feigned surprise, his brow slightly furrowing. He naturally understood the karma of the heavenly Tao, which also afflicted the Phoenix and Xilan clans. However, he did not understand Zhu Long's purpose in sharing this with him. Did he wish for Yi Xiao to resolve the dragon clan's karma of the heavenly Tao? Yi Xiao expressed, "I am unable to fulfill such a request." Yi Xiao slowly nodded. "I did not expect the karma of the heavenly Tao to be so formidable. It is not merely formidable." Zhu Long chuckled bitterly and continued, "For countless eons, any dragon clan member attempting a breakthrough would be eroded by this karma. At best, their cultivation would regress, at worst, their souls would be extinguished. Even I, at this peak Quasi-Saint realm, am constantly shackled by the karma of the heavenly Tao. Oh, my Tao heart is tainted, and my path is obstructed." As he spoke, he slowly raised a dragon claw, revealing black karma coiling around it like maggots refusing to dissipate. "My cultivation may seem formidable, yet I endure the erosion of this karma every moment. I can bear it, but my dragon clan's young members may not be able to withstand it. If this continues, who knows how many eons will pass before my dragon clan may face extinction, vanishing from the world entirely." Listening to Zhu Long's words, Yi Xiao's conviction in his earlier conjecture grew stronger. It seems Zhu Long intends to cast a wide net, perhaps seeking something beneficial for the dragon clan. However, I have a bold idea. Yi Xiao felt a surge of excitement within. The human race is the third protagonist of heaven and earth. In the original heavenly calamity, the human race was the core, possessing immense fortune. Although the arrival of the extraterrestrial insect race has drastically changed the pattern of calamity, the human race's status as the protagonist has not been stripped away, and their fortune remains vast. As for the dragon clan, though bound by karma and descending into decline, even a withered camel is larger. Within the dragon clan, not only is there Zhu Long, a peak Quasi-Saint, but also several dragon kings at the great Luo golden immortal level, with formidable physical bodies and combat power far exceeding their peers. Currently, the human race has just begun to rise with a shallow foundation. Achieving notable feats on the extraterrestrial battlefield may be somewhat challenging. If this can lead to a binding of the dragon clan and the human race, it would mean that the human race would gain an absolutely reliable ally on the extraterrestrial battlefield. More importantly, he has thought of a way to resolve the dragon clan's karma of the heavenly Tao. The karmic force of the heavenly Tao is a punishment bestowed by the heavenly Tao. In contrast, there is the fortune of the heavenly Tao. One reward, one punishment. The dragon clan guards the 4 seas to obtain a small amount of fortune to resist the karmic force of the heavenly Tao, but it is insufficient to completely offset it. If there were enough fortune from the heavenly Tao, then the karmic force could be eliminated. Yi Xiao thought of this and felt a surge of excitement within. In his past life, the Dragon Kingdom was known as the descendants of dragons, and Yi Xiao had a natural fondness for the dragon clan. Thus, he decided to give it a try. He wanted the dragon clan to become the totem of the human race. In this way, the dragon clan could share in the protagonist fortune of the human race, using the vast fortune of humanity to resist and dissolve the encroachment of the karmic force of the heavenly Tao. Both races would rise and fall together. For the dragon clan, this was a breakthrough path, a chance for survival. For the human race, it was like adding wings to a tiger, the foundation for their rise. It was a win-win situation for both sides. Moreover, the intentions of the Candle Dragon were already quite clear, so Yi Xiao had no reservations. He then slowly spoke, "Senior, the karmic force of the heavenly Tao is indeed one of the most troublesome powers in the world. Once entangled, it is difficult to resolve. However, have you ever considered that while karmic force is strong, it is not insurmountable? There exists a force in the world that can precisely counter the karmic force and dissolve its erosion. Upon hearing this, the massive body of the candle dragon trembled violently, and its enormous dragon eyes suddenly erupted with brilliant light fixated on Xiao. Young friend, do you truly mean this? Its voice trembled with emotion. For billions of years, I have been tormented by karmic force for billions of years, and the dragon clan has been shackled by it for billions of years already in despair. He had merely wanted to test it, but unexpectedly, Xiao really had a solution. How could this not excite him? Xiao slowly nodded. I would not dare deceive you, senior. Is there truly a way? The candle dragon pressed again, its tone urgent. What is the method? I am willing to pay. As long as it can dissolve the karmic force of the dragon clan, I would be willing to give up everything. Xiao shook his head. Senior, you need not pay any price. How can that be? The candle dragon replied. If you can truly dissolve the karmic force of the heavenly Tao, my dragon clan is willing to serve you. Hearing this, Xiao smiled. This was exactly the effect he wanted. He continued, Senior Candle Dragon, the karmic force of the heavenly Tao is a punishment bestowed by the heavenly Tao, and the method to counter it is naturally the fortune of the heavenly Tao. I believe you know that the dragon clan guards the 4 seas, where the degree of erosion by the karmic force is lower than that on land. Am I right? Upon hearing this, a glimmer of insight flashed in the candle dragon's eyes. Indeed, that is correct. Young friend, could it be that your method is to use fortune to dissolve the karmic force? But how much fortune would that require? Xiao slightly shook his head. Senior, need not worry. What do you think of my human? The fortune of the human race is immense, but what does that have to do with my dragon clan? The candle dragon resisted its impatience. Even if fortune can dissolve the karmic force that is human fortune, what if I could allow the dragon clan to enjoy this fortune as well? Xiao said slowly. Hearing this, the candle dragon fell into contemplation. Young friend, I still do not understand. Xiao saw that and directly stated, Senior, my method is quite simple. That is for the dragon clan to become the totem of my human race, to become a part of the human race, which is to join the human race. As the sages say, my human race is destined to be the protagonist of the world. Once the dragon clan becomes a totem of the human race, it can share in the protagonist's fortune of the human race. With the vast and boundless fortune of my human race, it is sufficient to withstand the erosion of the karmic force of the heavenly Tao and gradually resolve the torment of the dragon clan bound by karmic force for billions of years. With the fortune of my human race, if the dragon clan is willing to join, not only can it dissolve the karmic force on them, but they can also pursue a higher realm. Even you, Senior, may strive for the realm of the sages. Now that external enemies have emerged and countless opportunities are present in the battlefield beyond the realm, it is not impossible for a chance to become a sage to appear in the future. By joining the human race and becoming the totem of the human race, the members of the dragon clan can cultivate peacefully without worrying about the backlash of karmic force, thus restoring the brilliance of ancient times. And for the human race, with the assistance of the dragon clan, we will surely rise rapidly. If both races prosper together and suffer together, the dragon clan will not perish, rather they will once again reach the peak with the fortune of the human race. Is this not better than dragging out an existence and ultimately facing destruction? Xiao's voice was calm and composed, yet it struck like a hammer, hitting the heart of the candle dragon with each word. The candle dragon fell silent. Its massive body trembled slightly, its eyes flickering with light, as if contemplating the pros and cons of joining the human race. On one side lay the pride and dignity of the dragon clan, on the other the survival and future of the race. Billions of years of stubbornness collided with this only path to breakthrough in his heart. As a peak figure on the verge of becoming a sage, he naturally aspired to become a sage one day. Although becoming a sage requires primordial purple energy, who can say for certain that one cannot become a sage without it? He wished to attain sagehood, and for the dragon clan to rise again, no longer eroded by the karmic force. Time slowly passed, as Xiao waited quietly. He believed that the candle dragon would surely agree. If it did not, then the dragon clan would become a vassal of the heavenly court, a summoned at will. By the time of the journey to the West Calamity, the dragon clan might not even have a single Deluo golden immortal left. This was not something the candle dragon could accept. Of course, the future of the wilderness might not necessarily see another calamity of heaven and earth. The calamity of heaven and earth might just be a trick devised by Hongjun. Eventually, after an unknown period, the candle dragon slowly raised its head, looking at Xiao, its voice hoarse and tinged with fatigue. Young friend, can you truly guarantee that as long as the dragon clan becomes the totem of the human race, the karmic force of the heavenly Tao can be dissolved? He was shaken. Xiao's heart leaped with joy, knowing that this matter was settled. He looked at the candle dragon with utmost seriousness and firmly stated, Senior, rest assured, I have a 90% certainty. In fact, there was something he hadn't mentioned. Even if fortune could not dissolve the karmic force, he had other methods. After all, he was a man with a system. If he couldn't handle it, he could just ask the system. If worst came to worst, he could still purchase a solution from the system. Good. Since young friend is confident, then I have no doubts left. I am willing to lead the dragon clan to join the human race and become the totem of the human race. However, I have one condition. Yi Xiao replied, please senior, go ahead. The Candle Dragon said the dragon clan joining the human race should be of equal standing. In the future, we will only be the most reliable allies, never betraying. Very well. Yi Xiao seized the opportunity and immediately made a vow to the Heavenly Tao. By the Heavenly Tao, I, Yi Xiao, the clan leader of the human race, promise that as long as the dragon clan joins the human race and becomes the totem of my human race from this day forth, the two races will be bound to each other, never betraying. If I break this vow, my Tao heart will be tarnished and my cultivation shall never progress. The Heavenly Tao's oath once spoken brands the void. If one violates the oath in the future, the Heavenly Tao will impose punishment. Buzz the Zhulong gazed at this scene, emotions surging within its enormous dragon eyes. Then it began to establish its oath to the Heavenly Tao above. I am Zhulong, the leader of the dragon clan. Today I lead my entire clan to vow to become a totem of the human race, to live and die together with the human race, to share glory and misfortune, to never betray, and to be each other's support, complementing one another as we move forward. If I violate this oath, the entire dragon clan shall have its foundation shattered, souls scattered, eternally falling into reincarnation, unable to attain rebirth. The weight of the oath was immense. This time, Zhulong wagered the future of the entire dragon clan. As the voice fell, the void trembled once more. This time the tremor was even more intense. In the next moment, the consciousness of the Heavenly Tao descended, seemingly to see who was making the vow. Approved. A single word echoed, slowly resonating throughout the vast wilderness. Boom! As the response of the Heavenly Tao concluded, the fortune of both the human race and the entire dragon clan surged dramatically, golden light radiating across the seas. Wherever the golden light passed, lotuses blossomed in the void, fragrant waves spread from the sea, and even the coral reefs that had lain silent for millions of years began to awaken with spiritual essence. The vast wilderness trembled once again. Countless powerful beings who were in seclusion training suddenly opened their eyes, staring in shock towards the east. Such overwhelming fortune. This human race possesses immense fortune. First two Daluo were born, and now they take the dragon clan as their totem. The heavens of the vast wilderness are about to change. Countless gazes turned towards the seas. There was both envy and jealousy. The human race once again became the focal point of discussion among the myriad clans. They never expected that the dragon clan would lower themselves to become a totem of the human race. At the bottom of the four seas, deep within the dragon palace, countless dragons totaling over 10,000 were present. They were originally entangled by the karmic burdens of the Heavenly Tao. Those with higher cultivation like Zhulong endured endless pain, their paths locked, unable to progress an inch. Those with lower cultivation struggled even to maintain normal training, fading away generation after generation. Many dragons spent their lives tormented by karmic burdens, suffering terribly. At this moment, when the vast golden fortune descended upon every dragon, all dragons trembled. Boom! The fortune entered their bodies like warm sunlight, melting ice like spring rain, nourishing withered wood. The karmic burdens of the Heavenly Tao entwined deep within their souls and flesh were wildly washed away, eroded, and purified at this moment. Ugh! Initially, there was extreme pain. After it receded, they began to roar in pleasure. Countless dragons could not help but let out long howls. It was not pain, but the exhilaration of finally being liberated after being suppressed for millions of years. The shackles that had bound them for countless years finally shattered at this moment. Karma. The karma on me is dissipating. It is truly disappearing. The karmic burdens of the Heavenly Tao are really being resolved. It no longer hurts. The feeling of being burned and gnawed at constantly is gone. How many years has it been? I no longer have to endure the suffering of karmic burdens. Some elder dragons who had lived for countless ages were tormented by karma, their scales dim, horns cracked, and vitality waning. At this moment, under the cleansing of fortune, they regained their brilliant divine light. Their fading vitality surged like withered wood encountering spring. Their murky dragon eyes became clear and bright once more, even bursting forth with astonishing spiritual light. Roar! A series of dragon roars echoed from every corner of the four seas. Initially just a few scattered sounds, they soon converged into a thunderous tide of dragon chants. 10,000 dragons roared, shaking the vast wilderness. Within, the dragon roars were filled with excitement, joy, gratitude, and the release of pent-up frustrations after millions of years. We are liberated. Our dragon clan is finally free. Thank you, human clan leader. Thank you, Zhu Long, ancestral dragon. Our dragon clan has a future. Countless dragons trembled with excitement, shedding hot dragon tears. When the dragon tears fell to the ground, they transformed into pearls, merging into the sea, causing the spiritual energy of the four seas to surge again. They thought that the dragon clan would struggle in the torment of karma until extinction. Now becoming the totem of the human race, they were liberated in an instant. In just a moment, the karmic burdens on the entire dragon clan were nearly exhausted, only leaving behind a trace of insignificant remnants. Under the overwhelming fortune, they could hardly stir any waves. It wouldn't be long before they would completely dissipate. The massive mountain that had pressed down on the dragon clan for millions of years crashed down. The supreme shackles that bound the dragon clan's path shattered completely. At this moment, all dragons felt the barriers between themselves and the heavens disappear. The Tao heart was transparent, the soul was clear. The cultivation that had been suppressed for countless years, the accumulated foundation, erupted at this moment without reservation, accumulating strength for a thin release. There was nothing more than this. Rumbling. The spiritual energy surged in the four seas, and the immense spiritual energy of heaven and earth was devoured wildly by the dragon clan. The aura of each dragon surged crazily. Break. The barriers of realms that had long been stuck at a bottleneck, unable to break through, easily shattered under the disappearance of karma and the influx of fortune. From golden immortal to Tai golden immortal, such breakthroughs were seen everywhere in the four seas. Dragons that were originally only at the golden immortal level broke through continuously, at this moment their bodies becoming even larger. And this was just the beginning. Soon several more dragons' auras soared again, the pressure of Daluo golden immortals spreading out. 4 Daluo golden immortal powerhouses were born in one breath. Now that the karma was gone and fortune had arrived, combined with millions of years of accumulation, it was only natural for them to break into the Daluo realm. And this still did not stop. Among the dragon clan, there were 2 of the oldest giants who belonged to the same era as Zhu Long. They were Zhu Long's right and left arms, born before the Dragon Phoenix catastrophe, and their cultivation had long reached the peak of Daluo golden immortal, but they too were trapped by karma before the quasi-Sage level, unable to progress for countless ages. At this moment, they simultaneously opened their eyes, golden light shooting into the sky, and a powerful pressure descended upon the four seas. 2 quasi-Sage powerhouses were born in succession. The overall strength of the dragon clan surged tenfold, even 100-fold in a single day. In the four seas, dragon roars shook the heavens, auspicious clouds filled the skies, and rays of light illuminated the world. Over 10,000 dragons continuously broke through their realms. Golden immortals broke into Tai broke into Daluo. Moreover, 2 Daluo achieved the quasi-Sage realm, making the entire dragon clan seem to be reborn from the ashes, once again bursting with vitality. Such a grand occasion made countless races yearn for it. The entire four seas became fervent due to the collective breakthrough of the dragon clan. In the dragon palace, Yi Xiao stood with his hands behind his back, smiling slightly at the incredibly excited Zhu Long before him. All of this was within his expectations. His plans were correct. The rise of the human race added yet another layer of strong foundation. Elder brother, did you see that? I didn't let you down. The eyes of Zhu Long glistened with moisture as he recalled the past. For 10,000 years he had endured far too much. Zhu Long looked deeply at Yi Xiao and bowed. Leader Yi Xiao, the great kindness today, Zhu Long and the entire dragon clan will remember it for eternity. From now on, the dragon clan will follow the leader's commands. Whether it be to climb mountains of blades or cross seas of fire, to battle all races and sweep away strong enemies upon the leader's command, my dragon clan's thousands of sons will have no complaints. We shall not hesitate to face death. Yi Xiao observed the scene before him, a faint smile appearing on his face. Elder Zhu Long need not be so formal. The dragon clan is the totem of the human clan, and both clans shall advance and retreat together. From now on, the dragon clan can once again step onto the grand stage of the primordial world. We are all working for the continuation of our clans and to seek a future. In the future, should the human clan face difficulties, the dragon clan will assist. Should the dragon clan be in peril, the human clan will surely come to aid. We are allies, brothers, not master and servant. These words resonated deeply within Zhu Long's heart, moving him profoundly. He had thought that as the dragon clan became the totem of the human clan, they would inevitably be relegated to a lower status, serving the human clan as a subordinate tribe. Even though Yi Xiao had promised before, he dared not be certain in the future. Yet Yi Xiao's words directly placed the dragon clan on equal footing with the human clan. Respect, openness, and grandeur. This is the true demeanor of a leader capable of achieving great undertakings together. The last trace of Zhu Long's hesitation completely vanished. Zhu Long again clasped his hands and said sincerely, "Thank you, leader Zhu Long. However, since the leader is working hard for my dragon clan, it cannot be in vain. My dragon clan may not have much, but we have accumulated treasures over countless years. Today I shall take the leader into my dragon clan's ancestral treasury. All the treasures inside are at the leader's discretion, but whatever catches your eye, please take it. Even if we empty the entire treasury, my dragon clan will have no regrets. Yi Xiao's eyes flickered with anticipation upon hearing this. The dragon clan's treasury. One must know that the dragon clan is the most adept at collecting treasures in the primordial world. Since before the calamity of the dragon and phoenix, they had begun gathering the rarest treasures of heaven and earth. Across the four seas, countless innate spiritual veins, innate spiritual treasures, and heavenly materials had almost all fallen into the hands of the dragon clan. Even after experiencing tribulations and decline, the treasures in the dragon clan's treasury are undoubtedly beyond imagination. For the human clan who urgently needed to enhance their strength and accumulate resources, this was undoubtedly a tremendous opportunity. If they could obtain something useful, that would be even better. Yi Xiao did not feign modesty. Since the elder has invited me so warmly, I shall not be polite. Zhu Long, upon hearing Yi Xiao's agreement, immediately waved his hand towards the depths of the Dragon Palace. Buzz. An ancient formation activated from the deepest part of the Dragon Palace, a protective barrier laid down by the Dragon Clan for millions of years with immense power that even quiescent powerhouses would find difficult to break. Here lies the location of the Dragon Clan's treasury, directly opened by Zhu Long. Leader, please. Zhu Long stepped aside, making a respectful invitation gesture. Yi Xiao nodded and stepped into the passage. As soon as he entered, a rich and intense spiritual energy rushed towards him. What he stepped on was not jade, but rather a series of incredibly smooth, innate spiritual jade. Each piece, if placed outside, would be a coveted treasure that ordinary earth immortal cultivators would fight over, yet here, in the Dragon Clan's treasury, it served merely as flooring. Yi Xiao marveled inwardly. No wonder they are an ancient clan of the primordial world. This foundation is indeed terrifying. Continuing forward, rows of shelves lined the sides of the passage. On them were piled various heavenly materials and earthly treasures, including innate spiritual fruits that bloom once every 1,000 years and bear fruit once every 10,000 years, exuding a refreshing fragrance. There were innate golden essences nurtured over endless ages, which could be refined into top-tier spiritual treasures. There were dragon scales and bones imbued with the rhythms of the Tao, the supreme materials for crafting magical artifacts and tempering the flesh. There were also many rare herbs whose names Yi Xiao could not recall, shimmering with divine light and possessing astonishing effects. Along the way, the brilliance of treasures overwhelmed him, leaving Yi Xiao deeply shaken. The Dragon Clan's treasury was filled with so many good things that he felt an impulse to take everything here. Leader, this area is merely the ordinary outer treasury where common treasures are stored. At this moment, Zhu Long's voice sounded again. Yi Xiao's heart trembled. What the heck? So many good things are merely stored on the periphery. What could be inside? Surely there are innate supreme treasures. With excitement in his heart, Yi Xiao followed Zhu Long to the innermost part of the treasury. The deeper they went, the more intense the glow of the treasures became, and soon the two arrived at the innermost part of the treasury. A massive, imposing palace gate stood before them. On the gate was carved the statue of the ancestral dragon, bearing its fangs and claws, exuding a pressure that seemed to dominate the seas, as if it could come to life at any moment. On the door were intricately carved ancient dragon characters. Ancestral treasury. Here is where the Dragon Clan stores its most core and precious treasures. Only the leaders of the Dragon Clan throughout the ages have the right to enter. Zhu Long stepped forward, using his own dragon blood as a key, and with the Dragon Clan's bloodline as a medium, gently tapped on the palace door. Crack! The ancient palace door slowly opened. In an instant, boundless treasure light surged upward, only to be blocked by a mysterious formation. The aura of innate spiritual treasures spread like a tsunami, wildly expanding. Yi Xiao felt his vision blur as he was enveloped by this endless treasure light. Innate spiritual treasures. Moreover, there was more than one. Yi Xiao's pupils constricted slightly. He scanned around. In the center of the treasury floated dazzling treasures, each radiating a power that sent chills down his spine. There were even more postnatal spiritual treasures, at least over 100. And there were also 7 or 8 innate spiritual treasures quietly suspended in the air, awaiting the arrival of their master. Although they were all low-grade innate spiritual treasures, they were still innate spiritual treasures, not cabbages. In today's primordial world, innate spiritual treasures are mostly owned, making them very hard to find. Even a Deluo Golden Immortal would be proud to possess one innate spiritual treasure, and even a quiescent powerhouse might not have many. Yet here in the Dragon Clan, they had brought out over 10 at once, leaving Yi Xiao utterly astonished. Elder Zhu Long, the Dragon Clan truly lives up to its reputation. Zhu Long laughed heartily, his face brimming with pride. Leader, you flatter me. These are all the accumulations of my Dragon Clan over millions of years. As long as the leader likes them, feel free to choose. Yi Xiao nodded. Then I shall not be polite. He then swept his gaze over the innate spiritual treasures. If he could take them all, the overall strength of the human clan would rise several tiers in an instant. But Yi Xiao still could not bring himself to take everything. After all, these were innate spiritual treasures, and it wouldn't be right to take them all. Thus Yi Xiao decided to choose one that was relatively better. His gaze finally fell upon a rather inconspicuous corner of the treasury, where 12 pearls were quietly. The pearls were a deep blue color, as if condensed from the waters of the four seas, surrounded by Dao Rune. The pearls did not appear remarkable, overshadowed by several dazzling innate spiritual treasures, but the instant Yi Xiao saw these 12 pearls, his breath hitched. An astonishing light burst forth from his eyes. The remaining 12 sea-calming pearls. It's actually 12 sea-stabilizing pearls. Yi Xiao never expected that the remaining 12 sea-stabilizing pearls would appear within the Dragon Clan's treasury. The sea-stabilizing pearls total 36 in number, capable of suppressing the universe with boundless power, and when gathered they are comparable to innate supreme treasures. Moreover, they can evolve into the 36 heavens, which are 36 great thousand worlds. Once gathered, their power is comparable to innate supreme treasures. In the past, his master, the celestial teacher, had bestowed upon him 24 sea-stabilizing pearls, which Yi Xiao had not utilized. He never anticipated that he would gather all 36. It was as if he had found something without the need for effort. The remaining 12 sea-stabilizing pearls were all within the Dragon Clan's treasury. Once he gathered these 36 sea-stabilizing pearls, Yi Xiao would be able to evolve into the 36 heavens. At first glance, it may not seem to have much significance, but these 36 heavens are indeed real great thousand worlds, naturally evolved rather than created by Yi Xiao. 36 brand new great thousand worlds, each filled with countless resources. Though they may not compare to the primordial era, they are extremely important for the human race. Furthermore, Yi Xiao could also place some members of the human race inside, taking them to the outer battlefield for cultivation at any time. The significance of the sea-stabilizing pearls to the human race is extraordinary. Yi Xiao suppressed the excitement in his heart and slowly extended his hand, pointing at the 12 sea-stabilizing pearls. "Zhulong, my friend, I will choose these 12 pearls." Zhulong followed the direction of Yi Xiao's finger and looked at the 12 sea-stabilizing pearls. He was momentarily taken aback, then a hint of confusion appeared on his face. In his view, although these 12 pearls are also innate spiritual treasures with considerable power, there are many other innate spiritual treasures in the treasury that are more dazzling and domineering. He had thought Yi Xiao would choose the most top-tier items, but unexpectedly, he only selected these 12 pearls that did not seem to stand out. Zhulong couldn't help but speak up. "Tribe leader, aren't you going to look a bit more? There are several more powerful innate spiritual treasures in our Dragon Clan's treasury. Why not select a few more?" Yi Xiao shook his head, smiling slightly. "No need. No matter how good the treasures are, they must suit oneself. These 12 sea-stabilizing pearls are enough for me to have a connection with. The Dragon Clan has its own strong members. You should leave them for them to use." Upon hearing Yi Xiao say this, Zhulong's fondness for Yi Xiao immediately rose to a new level. However, Yi Xiao only chose this one treasure, which made him feel a bit guilty. Yi Xiao had a debt of gratitude to the Dragon Clan, almost like a rebirth to his parents. He let Yi Xiao choose freely, yet in the end Yi Xiao only took the 12 pearls, which made Zhulong feel quite embarrassed. Does the tribe leader not think highly of these? Zhulong thought to himself as his eyes shifted, contemplating other ways. Soon he brightened up. "Tribe leader, since you don't think highly of these, how about choosing some treasures that can enhance cultivation for the human race's little ones? There are countless treasures in the outer treasury. If the strength of the human race increases, it will also benefit my Dragon Clan." Yi Xiao, upon hearing this, no longer declined, as he had the same intention. He then followed Zhulong to the outer treasury and selected many treasures to enhance cultivation. "The matters of the Dragon Clan are settled. I plan to return to the human race first, and then proceed to the outer battlefield. Do you have any thoughts, senior?" Zhulong did not hesitate at all upon hearing this. "I have the same intention and wish to accompany the tribe leader to the outer battlefield." "Good." Yi Xiao was quite satisfied, as Zhulong was indeed a formidable ally. Taking him to the outer battlefield, as long as a sage does not intervene, who could pose a threat? Just as Yi Xiao was about to leave, Zhulong suddenly called out. Immediately after, he flipped his hand, and an ancient and powerful dragon might emanated from his palm. A drop of golden blood lay quietly there. Yi Xiao's heart could not help but race. "This is..." Zhulong's eyes flashed with a hint of nostalgia. "Tribe leader, this is the essence blood left by my elder brother. It should be of great use to you, and you must accept it. I observe that your physical body is extraordinary. This essence blood can assist you in breaking through your physical limits. This way you will have more assurance when going to the outer battlefield. The essence blood left by the ancestor dragon is already quite scarce, And now that the Dragon Clan has become the totem of the human race, Zhu Long naturally hopes for Yi Xiao to become stronger. Yi Xiao had no motivation to refuse this item as it was far too tempting for him. This was the essence blood of the ancestor dragon of being close to the peak of quasi-saint status. Moreover, it belonged to the first dragon between heaven and earth, making it incredibly valuable. Although it cannot compare to the essence blood of Pangu, it is most suitable for tempering the physical body. Just right, his 9 turns mystic art also needed to break through. Now that his cultivation had reached the great Luo Golden Immortal, his 9 turns mystic art was still at the 5th turn, which was somewhat lagging. This drop of Ancestor Dragon's essence blood might enable him to break through to the 6th turn. Yi Xiao was not polite. "Thank you, senior. This essence blood will indeed be of great use to me, so I will accept it." After saying this, Yi Xiao waved his hand, and the essence blood of the Ancestor Dragon was stored in his system space. After securing the essence blood, Yi Xiao discussed matters regarding the outer battlefield with Zhu Long before leaving the Dragon Clan. Upon returning to the ancestral land of the human race, Yi Xiao called the 3 ancestral figures of the human race once again. "Tribe leader, you have also broken through. That's great, tribe leader. From now on, our human race will have 3 great Luo Golden Immortals." The 3 were extremely excited upon seeing Yi Xiao. They were even more thrilled about Yi Xiao's breakthrough than their. Yi Xiao smiled and said, "Indeed, I was quite fortunate this time. Not only did I break through to the great Luo Golden Immortal, but I also secured the Dragon Clan as the totem of our human race. From now on, the Dragon Clan will be our loyal partners." Hearing this, Sui Ren's eyes shone. The tribe leader is remarkable. The whole Honghuang is aware of this matter. If we count the Dragon Clan, our human race has already become a top-tier clan in Honghuang. I never expected that our human race would reach this level within less than 1,000 years of its birth. All of this is thanks to the tribe leader. Yu Chao said yes. If those fallen brothers and sisters knew, they would be very happy, right? Yi Xiao knew he was recalling the fallen innate human race and quickly changed the subject. Although the Dragon Clan is the totem of our human race, we must still strengthen ourselves. The human race must strive for self-improvement. We cannot stop yet. I plan to lead a group of human warriors to the outer battlefield for training with the number set at 100,000. You 3 should make arrangements. Sui Ren asked, "Tribe leader, should we accompany you?" Yi Xiao shook his head. "No need. It is best for you 3 to stay and stabilize the human race." Although Honghuang appears tranquil, it is filled with dangers requiring strong figures to hold the fort. Additionally, since the Dragon Clan has become our tribe's totem, we should maintain close ties, so I plan to move the entire human race to the shores of the East Sea. With the human race and the Dragon Clan watching over each other, it seems that no one in Honghuang would dare to provoke us easily. The 3 Sui Ren, Yu Chao, and Zi Yi listened to Yi Xiao's arrangements without any hesitation, fully trusting his decisions. What the clan leader says is absolutely correct. Surrounding Kunlun Mountain, there are many large clans, which is not suitable for the development and expansion of our human race. The shores of the East Sea are much more appropriate, as there are no top-tier races apart from the dragon race. The dragon race occupies the East Sea. If we relocate to the shores of the East Sea, we can both aid each other and nourish our people with the spiritual veins of the East Sea. This is indeed the best strategy. We shall arrange this at once. Sui Ren said, "I will select warriors. Only the elites of our clan are qualified to follow the clan leader to the battlefield beyond our domain." Yu Chao said, "I will handle the relocation matter. However, our clan is large, and it may take some time to complete the relocation. We will also need strong individuals to escort us." Yi Xiao frowned slightly upon hearing this and began to calculate. "You all prepare, I have my own arrangements." "Yes, clan leader." As the 3 departed, Yi Xiao took out 36 sea calming pearls. "Fortunately, I have the sea calming pearls, otherwise relocating the human race would have been quite troublesome. Once I evolve the 36 heavens, I can simply gather all the human race within them." Yi Xiao took a deep breath, his gaze sharpening. 36 heavens come forth. As his words fell, the 36 sea calming pearls soared into the air, arranging themselves in a profoundly mysterious trajectory within the void. The pearls were interconnected by chains of innate divine patterns. As Yi Xiao infused a substantial amount of mana, the 36 sea calming pearls began to operate at incredible speed. With each rotation, 10,000 years passed within the pearls. 3 months later, 36 grand worlds were fully formed within the 36 sea calming pearls. This was not a forced creation through mana, but rather a natural evolution stemming from the intrinsic essence of heaven and earth contained within the sea calming pearls. Each world contained mountains, rivers, sun, moon, stars, spiritual veins, and earthly fire. Although they could not compare to the vastness and abundance of resources in the primordial world, they were indeed genuine grand worlds. The grand worlds are 1 level lower than the primordial world. More importantly, these 36 heavens were entirely under Yi Xiao's control. With a single thought, he could draw beings into them or carry them along even into the perilous battlefield beyond their domain, ensuring their safety. Yi Xiao exhaled deeply. It's done. It's time to relocate the human race. He then immediately sent a message for the 3 ancestors of the human race to return. When they saw the 36 vaguely visible vast worlds in the void, all 3 stood dumbfounded. This is a grand world. And there are a full 36 of them. Clan leader, how did you accomplish this? All right, each of you take a sea calming pearl and gather all the clansmen inside. The elderly, the weak, women, and children. None shall be left behind. The 3 ancestors of the human race replied excitedly, yes, clan leader. With the 36 heavens as the vessel for relocation, the previously complicated and perilous migration of the human race became simple and safe in an instant. The 3 did not dare to delay and immediately took action, rushing across the lands of the human race, bringing one member after another into the grand world. Some individuals appeared in unfamiliar places without knowing what was happening. However, once they discovered the excellent cultivation environment and the abundance of heavenly materials and earthly treasures, the human race began to go wild. Not only were the clansmen gathered, but entire fields of spiritual crops along with their soil were also collected. Anything useful to the human race was brought in. The 36 heavens suddenly brimmed with vitality. As the 3 clans of the human race busied themselves, Yi Xiao began to consume the blood of the ancestral dragon and entered seclusion. Although my physical body is quite good, it is still insufficient for the core battlefield. After saying this, Yi Xiao opened his mouth and directly inhaled, swallowing the ancestral dragon's blood. Boom! The moment the ancestral dragon's blood entered his body, Yi Xiao felt his entire being swelling, while a powerful killing intent surged towards his soul. Immediately after, a vast energy rushed into his flesh and blood. Ugh! Yi Xiao felt pain once again, though it was still not as intense as with the blood of Pangu. 9 turns mystic art come forth. Yi Xiao hurriedly activated the 9 turns mystic art to refine the ancestral dragon's blood. The power within the ancestral dragon's blood wildly washed over his body. The barrier of the 5th turn of the 9 turns mystic art began to loosen in the face of this terrifying. Yi Xiao gritted his teeth, fully focused on guiding this power, repeatedly washing his body according to the path of the 9 turns mystic art. He could clearly sense that his physical body was undergoing a terrifying metamorphosis and sublimation at an astonishing speed. When the strength of his body, vitality, and bones reached a certain level, the aura emanating from Yi Xiao erupted. An even greater sense of oppression burst forth from Yi Xiao's body, stirring up a fierce wind. The 6th turn, it has finally succeeded. My current pure physical strength is likely stronger than that of most Deluo golden immortals, and even the mightiest of the Wu clan cannot match my strength. Feeling the power within him, Yi Xiao was filled with immense confidence. He recalled the past with Xing Tian and suddenly felt an urge to battle with him. Now Yi Xiao's cultivation was at the early stage of Deluo golden immortal. His physical body at the peak of Tai E golden immortal boasted strength comparable to Deluo golden immortal. Just these 2 points were enough to make him stand out among his peers at the Deluo golden immortal level. It was not arrogance on Yi Xiao's part, but rather the confidence brought by the 9 turns mystic art. In the past, he only dared to operate in the periphery of the battlefield beyond their domain, but now he could venture into the very core of the battlefield. Clan leader, all the clansmen and various items have been gathered. 100,000 warriors are ready to depart at any moment. At that moment, Sui Ren's voice rang out from outside. Upon hearing this, Yi Xiao swiftly stepped outside where the 3 members of the human race were waiting for him. The clan leader's aura has become even more powerful. The 3 were pleasantly surprised. With a wave of his hand, Yi Xiao commanded, "Let's set off." Over 10 billion humans were packed into the grand world, and after nearly a year, Yi Xiao led the 3 clans to finally arrive at the shores of the East Sea. At the moment of arrival, the Dragon Clan's leader Zhu Long personally came to welcome them, accompanied by 2 Quasi-Saints of the Dragon Clan and 4 great Luo Dragon Clan members. Clan leader, it hasn't been long since we last met, but your aura has become even stronger. Zhu Long smiled. Yi Xiao replied, "I owe it to Senior Zhu Long, which allowed my physical body to break through. By the way, I have relocated the entire human race. From now on, we shall assist each other with the Dragon Clan." Zhu Long's eyes brightened upon hearing this. That is wonderful. Indeed, the shores of the East Sea are very suitable for the survival of the human race, making it an ideal place to settle. However, there are many races within a 1,000,000 miles radius. If there's ever a need for the Dragon Clan to intervene, please do not hesitate to ask. Thank you for your kindness, Senior. If there are difficulties, the human race will not hesitate to ask for help. Yi Xiao smiled, and then looked at the 3 from the Swearing clan, continuing, In the future, if there are any problems you cannot solve, feel free to seek assistance from the elders of the Dragon Clan at the Dragon Palace. At this moment, the Candle Dragon chuckled and said, "Haha, clan leader, you are being a bit formal. I will have a quasi-saint of our clan station with the human race. If there is anything you need, just speak up, do not be too distant." Upon hearing this, the three ancestors of the human race were overjoyed and looked at Yi Xiao. Seeing Yi Xiao nod, the three of them excitedly said, "Thank you, senior." Yi Xiao said, "All right, the matters of the primordial world have been mostly settled. It is time for us to head to the outer battlefield." As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Xiao suddenly waved his hand, and three settling god pearls appeared in midair. Immediately, three spatial passages emerged, and the human race from the vast worlds were all thrown down to the ground. It's the sea-settling god pearl. The clan leader has actually refined it into the vast worlds. It becomes increasingly difficult for me to see through. The Candle Dragon watched as the human race continuously appeared from the vast worlds, feeling quite emotional. Countless streams of light erupted from the 36 vast worlds like stars falling from the sky onto the shores of the East Sea. Hundreds of millions of humans instantly spread across a vast territory of the East Sea, looking quite confused. From now on, our human race will thrive and multiply on the shores of the East Sea. I hope all our clansmen will diligently cultivate and strengthen the human race. Yi Xiao's voice instantly reached the ears of all the humans, thus revealing the truth. Yes, clan leader. This is wonderful. The shores of the East Sea will be the new homeland of our human race. In front of Yi Xiao and the others, there were also 100,000 human warriors. These 100,000 warriors were the elite of the human race, carefully selected by the Swearing clan. Except for 1,008 humans, the rest were all acquired humans. They were among the strongest talents of the human race, perfectly suited to follow Yi Xiao for training. As these individuals grew stronger, the human race would become stronger as well. After Yi Xiao's enhancement, the weakest among them had already reached the mystical immortal realm, while the strongest had entered the golden immortal realm. Yi Xiao looked at the Candle Dragon and smiled. "Senior Candle Dragon, what are the Dragon Clan's plans?" Hearing this, the Candle Dragon smiled slightly, and in the next moment, a powerful Dragon Clan expert approached, treading the waves. This group of 500 Dragon Clan elites all had a minimum cultivation level of the Golden Immortal Realm, with many being Tai Golden Immortal and 2 being Great Luo Golden Immortal. The Candle Dragon laughed heartily. "Clan leader, these are the experts of my Dragon Clan heading to the outer battlefield, and I will accompany you, clan leader. Including myself, the entire Dragon Clan will follow your command, clan leader." Yi Xiao nodded upon hearing this and was not surprised by the strength of the Dragon Clan. The Dragon Clan's foundation was already strong, and after the heavenly Tao karma was cleared, many powerful experts had emerged. It was natural for them to easily produce 500 golden immortals. This cooperation with the human race would perfectly compensate for the lack of strong individuals in the human race. Good. Yi Xiao's gaze turned to the 100,000 human warriors and the 500 Dragon Clan experts. With a wave of his hand, he drew them all into the vast world. In each vast world that the sea-settling god pearl evolved into, the spiritual energy was extremely rich, and the laws of heaven and earth were perfect, allowing them to continue their cultivation during the journey and maintain their peak condition. Then Yi Xiao turned to the 3 ancestors of the human race. "After I leave, I entrust the human race to the 3 of you. Clan leader, rest assured we will stake our lives to protect the human race and await your triumphant return. Take care." In the next moment, a flash of spiritual light appeared beneath Yi Xiao's feet, transforming into a stream of light that broke through the clouds. The Candle Dragon followed closely behind, roaring like a dragon, transforming into a 10th Sanqing golden dragon, accompanying Yi Xiao. One person and one dragon moved at an astonishing speed, tearing through the void, racing towards the spatial passage leading to the Buzhou Mountain. "Clan leader, although I have not been out in recent years, some juniors of my Dragon Clan have returned with news from the outer battlefield. It is said that after killing the insect race, there is a source energy that can be refined to directly enhance one's cultivation. Is that true?" In the spatial passage, the Candle Dragon transmitted his voice. Yi Xiao replied, "Indeed, killing the insect race is an opportunity for us primordial cultivators to advance. The higher the bloodline level and realm of the insect race, the more precious the source energy. However, with your realm, unless it is the source energy from a 9th-tier Emperor-level insect, otherwise it would be useless to you, senior." The Candle Dragon smiled. "That is true, but this source energy can still be given to the younger generation of our clan, allowing them to reduce countless years of arduous cultivation." Yi Xiao said, "My purpose for this trip is also this, to collect a large amount of source energy so that our 2 clans can grow stronger." Yi Xiao did not elaborate further. Now is not the time. For example, there are opportunities to become saints in the outer battlefield. In the past, the primordial era had Great Luo everywhere, and perhaps after some years there will be quasi-saints everywhere, making Great Luo seem insignificant. Yi Xiao and the Candle Dragon stepped out, and as soon as they landed, the heavenly teacher suddenly opened his eyes wide and looked in the direction of Yi Xiao. With just one glance, the heavenly teacher could see Yi Xiao's current realm. My disciple's cultivation speed is truly fast. He has become a great Luo golden immortal so quickly. Not bad. This Tao Enlightenment tea is truly a good thing. Among my 4 direct disciples, only Gui Ling has not yet become a great Luo. Not bad. However, the heavenly teacher was somewhat surprised by the Candle Dragon beside Yi Xiao. The Candle Dragon, being the brother of the ancestral dragon, was a peak quasi-saint. Such an existence was willing to stay by Yi Xiao's side, and his attitude appeared to be very respectful, which made the heavenly teacher quite curious. The heavenly teacher's fingers moved, calculating the heavenly secrets. Soon he deduced the recent condition of the primordial human race and the fact that the dragon clan had become a totem. The heavenly teacher was first taken aback, then burst into hearty laughter. Ha ha ha, good. As expected of my disciple. At this time, his newly accepted disciples all showed surprised expressions. Who is the master referring to? Could it be that the senior brother has achieved some great feat? The 4th direct disciple, Gui Ling, even laughed and said, Master, may I ask why you are so happy? Hearing this, the heavenly teacher smiled and said, It's nothing. Your 3rd senior brother has returned from the primordial, and today is a good opportunity for you to meet him. He has quite a few good things in hand. Whether you can obtain them depends on your own abilities. After speaking, the heavenly teacher immediately transmitted a message to Yi Xiao. Meanwhile, Yi Xiao, who originally planned to visit his master first, suddenly received this transmission. Senior Candle Dragon, I will go meet my master first. You can take a look around here. I will find you shortly. He turned to signal the Candle Dragon, then headed straight for the cave of the heavenly teacher. In the Bo Palace, the heavenly teacher sat at the top with disciples he had collected over the years on either side. Upon seeing Yi Xiao arrive, the heavenly teacher raised his hand and said warmly, Little Yi, come here. I congratulate you on your breakthrough to the great Luo Golden Immortal. Yi Xiao stepped forward, steadily, respectfully bowing. Disciple, Yi Xiao pays respects to master. It is just that the disciple had good luck. Master should not tease the disciple. Fortune. Fortune itself is but a facet of a cultivator's strength. A faint chuckle escaped Tontian Patriarch's lips. In the path of cultivation, there exists no true fortune. That you have shattered realm after realm in such a short span, ascending to the rank of great Luo Immortal, and elevated humanity from among the myriad primordial races of Honghuang, compelling even the ancient profound dragon clan to revere you as their totem. How could such feats be reduced to mere fortune? Yet today, I did not summon you here merely to hear such words. Now that you have returned, it is fitting you meet my other disciples. So saying, Tontian Patriarch turned his gaze toward both sides of the grand hall. Yi Xiao followed suit, lifting his eyes to behold several figures standing in solemn formation left and right. At the foremost position on the left stood a female immortal, elegant, aloof, and tall, her aura steady and profound. Though not yet a great Luo immortal, she had reached the apex of the Tai Golden Immortal realm. A spark of playful wit flickered within her eyes, instilling in Yi Xiao an immediate sense of affinity. Without Tontian Patriarch's introduction, he already surmised her identity. She was Gui Ling Xingmu, the Patriarch's original 4th direct disciple, though with Yi Xiao's arrival, she now ranked 5th. Compared to Tontian Patriarch's 7 attendant immortals, Gui Ling Xingmu possessed an innate simplicity and unwavering loyalty to her master. Even when the Fengshen cataclysm swept across the 3 realms, she remained steadfast by his side, until fate dealt her a sorrowful, tragic end. Beneath Gui Ling Xingmu stood 7 others, each radiating a distinct aura, their cultivation ranging from Golden Immortal to Tai Golden Immortal. Who else could they be but the 7 attendant immortals? After Tontian Patriarch's formal introductions, all bowed respectfully to Yi Xiao. We pay our respects to Senior Brother 4. Yi Xiao gave a slight nod and clasped his hands in return. No need for such formalities, junior brothers and sisters. These modest tokens are but a humble welcome gift from your senior brother. With a subtle gesture, Yi Xiao summoned 8 exquisitely crafted boxes, 7 drawn from the Dragon Clan's treasury of moderate grade, yet capable of augmenting cultivation. The 8th, reserved for Gui Ling Xingmu, contained a single leaf of enlightenment tea. Thank you, senior brother. All were delighted, unprepared for such generosity from their newly appointed 4th senior brother. The 7 attendant immortals were Pilu Xian Jing Gu Xian Chong, Er Dingguang, Xian Xiu Shou, Xian, Ling Yi Xian Jing Guang Xian, and Wu Yun Xian. The others posed no concern, except Chong Er Dingguang Xian, born with rebellious nature, masterfully adept at currying favor and shifting allegiance with the winds. During the final Fengshen cataclysm, he betrayed the Jie sect outright, stealing the 6-soul banner and inflicting irreparable damage upon it. The rest either fell in battle and were forcibly absorbed into the Buddha realm, or were captured by sovereigns. Such two-faced treachery stirred only deep revulsion within Yi Xiao's heart. Thus, when Dingguang Xian offered his effusive greeting, Yi Xiao responded only with a perfunctory nod, his tone calm, uninflected, and distant. Dingguang Xian, however, took no offense, preoccupied instead with speculating what treasures lay within his box. Tantian Patriarch, perceptive as ever sensed Yi Xiao's quiet disdain, and divined precisely what gifts he had bestowed. Once introductions concluded, he dismissed the disciples. Then turning to Yi Xiao, he asked, "Disciple, do you harbor reservations about these new disciples I've taken?" Yi Xiao paused, startled, unaware his master had perceived his sentiment so clearly. Yet unable to speak plainly, he smiled lightly. "How could that be, master? I was merely contemplating how best to settle humanity. As you know, our race remains frail. Of venturing into this extraplanar battlefield required great courage, and frankly, I feel little confidence in our readiness." "You rascal," Tantian Patriarch chided with a smile, then grew grave. "Disciple, should you lead humanity into battle, avoid the core battlefield at all costs." A profound upheaval looms over Honghuang. Yi Xiao's pulse quickened. "Master, what do you mean?" Tantian Patriarch replied, "Over these past centuries, we have fully probed the insectoid race's strength. The Dao ancestor has resolved to launch a full-scale assault upon their world ere long. When that hour arrives, all sovereigns shall march to war." A full-scale assault. Yi Xiao recoiled inwardly. "I never imagined it would come so soon. I thought it far too premature." Then Yi Xiao asked, "Master, has the timing been set?" Tantian shook his head slightly. "Not yet fixed, but we await only the opportune moment. The insectoid race has suffered grievous losses on this extraplanar front, not their match against Honghuang's myriad races. Perhaps before long, even their 9th-rank warriors will grow impatient. Remember, under no circumstances lead humanity into the core battlefield." A warmth bloomed in Yi Xiao's chest. He bowed deeply. "Thank you, master, for this warning. I shall hold it sacred." Tantian Patriarch nodded, a gentle pride softening his features. "You have always possessed sound judgment, so I need not belabor the point. The extraplanar battlefield is perilous beyond measure. Tread with utmost care." Disciple takes his leave. Yi Xiao performed a profound bow, then turned and exited the Bo Palace's grand hall. Scarcely had he stepped beyond its threshold when he spotted Zhou still waiting silently outside. Upon seeing Yi Xiao emerge, Zhou's eyes gleamed with quiet curiosity. "Clan chief, your audience with the sovereign is concluded?" "Yes," Yi Xiao replied, nodding. "My apologies for keeping you waiting, elder." "No matter. What shall we do next?" Yi Xiao paused in thought. "Humanity and the Dragon Clan enter this extraplanar battlefield for the first time. I propose we begin by acclimating them to its outer fringes." "Precisely my intention." With those words, the two transformed into streaks of radiant light, soaring skyward and vanishing swiftly toward the outer reaches of the extraplanar battlefield, leaving the Honghuang main camp behind. Yi Xiao withheld mention of Honghuang's impending counteroffensive, knowing well he must gather primordial energy before the assault commenced. Within the main camp, inside a secluded cave residence, Gue Ling Xingmu sat cross-legged upon her meditation cushion, eyes alight with anticipation. "Senior brother proclaims this item will enable my ascension to great Luo immortality. What then could it possibly be?" She opened the box, and there nestled within lay a single leaf of tea, exhaling an ethereal resonant fragrance. "It is enlightenment tea. How magnanimous senior brother for truly is. With this enlightenment tea, perhaps my breakthrough is truly within reach. I wonder what treasures the other junior brothers received." As Yi Xiao and Zhu Long traversed the skies, scattered bands of Honghuang cultivators appeared along the way, some hunting in coordinated squads, others reaping substantial spoils from battle. Occasionally, they witnessed swarms of insectoids besieging Honghuang cultivators, whereupon Yi Xiao intervened, without hesitation rescuing many. Eventually, they settled upon a terrain of intricate topography. This place lies far from the core battlefield, yet teems with insectoids of modest cultivation. "This shall suffice." So saying, Yi Xiao summoned forth 100,000 human warriors and 500 elite Dragon Clan cultivators. "We pay homage to our clan chief." The 10,000 warriors suddenly materialized into unfamiliar surroundings, brimmed with excitement. "No formalities necessary," Yi Xiao declared. "This is the outer fringe of the extraplanar battlefield. Acclimate yourselves here first. Establish camp immediately. Construct fortifications, and then hunt the insectoids." Yi Xiao directly issued the command, estimating that he would stay here for quite some time. It is not unusual to build fortresses in the outer battlefield. Several major clans of the primordial era operate this way, but they establish fortresses directly in the core battlefield and expand outward from there. For instance, the Witch and Undead clans directly occupied an area in the core battlefield to build fortresses. The human race lacks such foundation and can only advance step by step from the outer battlefield. Steady progress is the right path. Upon receiving Yi Xiao's orders, 100,000 soldiers began to perform their respective duties. Some started to construct the fortress, while others were tasked with clearing the surrounding insect tribes. This area belongs to the outermost part of the outer battlefield, where most of the insect soldiers are low no higher than the Tai Golden Immortal level, perfectly suitable for training 100,000 human soldiers and 500 Dragon Clan experts. They can accumulate combat experience and harvest primal energy without encountering significant danger. The 500 dragons also kept busy collaborating with human soldiers to hunt insects, achieving remarkable results. The battle commenced. Figures dashed out flames, surged golden light, exploded, and sword energy crisscrossed. Those low-tier first and second stage insect soldiers were utterly vulnerable before the human soldiers. A human soldier at the Xian Immortal level lifted his hand wielding a human war spear and unleashed a blazing light that instantly turned dozens of insect soldiers to ashes. A human commander at the Golden Immortal level flickered in, and with a punch like a mountain, he smashed down, obliterating a fourth-stage insect general into a mist of blood. When encountering opponents, the Golden Immortal Dragons actively stepped forward to assist. In this back and forth, the dragon experts gradually became familiar with the human soldiers, their cooperation becoming increasingly seamless. The human soldiers coordinated effectively, advancing and retreating with purpose, forming battle formations in groups of 3 to 5, achieving high efficiency in their killings. The 500 dragon experts were also exceptionally fierce. Some transformed into their true forms, and with a casual swipe of their claws they could slay the insect tribes. In a brief moment, the sounds of slaughter echoed like thunder as humans and dragons swept through the insect tribes like locusts, killing them on sight. They left no corpses or primal energy untouched. Countless insects fell beneath the joint assault of the humans and dragons. Groups of primal energy were collected by the human and dragon cultivators. Such rich primal energy. This is exactly what the clan leader spoke of. Just as the clan leader said, the outer battlefield is indeed the true place for the rise of our human race. Brothers, kill. Kill. One by one, the human experts, driven by bloodlust, were filled with thoughts of the primal energy from the insect tribes, which was also an important resource for the rise of the human race. The cultivators' fighting spirit surged even higher, and the slaughter became even more intense. Meanwhile, as the human soldiers battled the insect tribes, a series of system prompt sounds suddenly echoed in Yi Xiao's mind. Ding. Human soldiers killed 1 first-stage insect soldier 1. Congratulations to the host for gaining war value 10. Ding. Human soldiers killed 1 second-stage insect soldier 1, gained war value 20. Ding. Ding. Human soldiers killed 1 third-stage insect soldier 1, gained war value 50. Ding. Human golden immortal cultivator killed 1 fourth-stage insect general 1, gained war value 100. The flurry of prompts danced wildly in Yi Xiao's mind, and his war value steadily increased. Although the speed of increase was not as fast as when he personally killed insects, he didn't have to lift a finger. Yi Xiao's heart surged with an indescribable joy. What a delight! What an unexpected joy! This truly is a surprise. The decision to bring the human race to the outer battlefield was absolutely right. System, does this mean that I can gain war value for every insect killed by my subordinates? Ding. Applicable only to humans. The host can only gain corresponding war value when humans kill insects. Upon hearing this, Yi Xiao's eyes brightened. This is already quite good. Once the human race grows completely, there will be no shortage of war value. Right now, there are only 100,000 soldiers. If each kills 1 insect a day, I can gain an enormous amount of war value. This is fantastic. Yi Xiao had never felt this good before. Indeed, nothing is more pleasing than gaining without effort. Yi Xiao sat cross-legged in the void, quietly observing the battlefield below. He did not intervene. Instead, he silently felt the steadily rising war value in his mind. This feeling of gain without effort was exhilarating. Even if he slaughtered insects alone, no matter how fiercely or quickly he fought, he would ultimately find himself stretched thin. Now he was just lying back and reaping the rewards. As Yi Xiao looked at the constantly changing numbers, a single thought filled his mind. It's too little. It's still too little. There are over 10 billion humans. Next time, I must bring more people. Beside Yi Xiao, the towering figure of the Candle Dragon stood quietly, like a super bodyguard. The Candle Dragon's gaze fell upon the fiercely contested battlefield below, observing the human soldiers forming groups and decisively engaging in slaughter. In its eyes, a hint of admiration and satisfaction gradually emerged. It seems that I, the old dragon, made a correct choice. The Candle Dragon secretly sighed, increasingly grateful for its initial decision. Though the human race is weak, it possesses boundless potential for growth, which is the most terrifying aspect. With rapid growth and strong combat, well, they are truly a perfect race. Below, the slaughter continued unabated. With so many humans engaging the insect tribes, it gradually attracted the attention of passing cultivators. Around the outer battlefield, other primordial cultivators were drawn to the commotion. The outer battlefield is inherently dangerous. Usually cultivators travel in small groups. A scene like this, with 100,000 cultivators gathered and the sounds of slaughter echoing, is extremely rare. Such a scene probably only occurs in the core main battlefield. The first to notice this commotion was a group of passing loose cultivators. They had originally been hunting insects at the outer battlefield, but were attracted over by the humans. What a grand spectacle. Look at this scene. There must be at least 100,000 cultivators here. Which race is this? I've never seen them before. The loose cultivators were filled with doubts and curiosity. At that moment, a surprised tiger demon loose cultivator exclaimed, "Hey, these people look familiar. It seems like I've seen them somewhere before. I remember now, that's the human race." "Human race? Are you talking about the one created by the Saint Nuwa?" someone exclaimed. "How could the human race have so many golden immortal cultivators? Weren't they just created not long ago? I heard that the human race is weak and frail. How dare they come to the outer battlefield? I see quite a few golden immortals here stronger than us. Does this look like a race just created? And why are the Dragon Clan here too? Aren't they suppressed by the heavenly Tao and the four seas? Why do they seem like they are cooperating with the human race?" More and more passing primordial cultivators were left dumbfounded. In their understanding, the human race was the lowest tier of races within the primordial realm, short-lived, weak in aptitude, and lacking strong bloodlines. They were a race that could always be looked down upon. Not to mention the outer battlefield. Even on the primordial continent, the human race could only survive in the cracks. Yet now this scene has somewhat overturned their previous understanding, leaving them both envious and puzzled. It is quite normal that these cultivators have not returned to the Honghuang world for a long time, as they are unaware of the current situation of the human race. After all, among the myriad races of Honghuang, most have left only a handful of strong individuals to guard their homelands, while the rest of their elite forces have been taken to the outer battlefield. It can be said that only a few people on the outer battlefield are aware of the human race's circumstances, namely a few saints and Tao ancestor Hongjun. Xiao noticed the nearby Honghuang cultivators watching from a distance, but merely glanced at them and chose to ignore them. The few cultivators who were glanced at by him instantly felt their hair stand on end, as if they had been targeted by some great terror. It is a Deluo Golden Immortal. The human race actually has a Deluo Golden Immortal. I remember that person seems to be Xiao, a direct disciple of Tontian Cult Master. This place is not suitable for staying long. We should retreat quickly. The news of the human race entering the outer battlefield gradually spread, yet the human race was not affected in any significant way. Since Xiao led 100,000 human soldiers and allied with the dragon race to step into this battlefield, 30 years have passed in the blink of an eye. In the vast years of Honghuang, which are often measured in yuan meetings, 30 years is but a fleeting moment. However, for the human race, which has a shallow foundation and has only recently risen, these 30 years have been transformative, changing their fate and circumstances. In these 30 years, the 100,000 human soldiers have hardly had a moment's respite. Xiao led the army and remained in the peripheral areas of the outer battlefield for a full 30 years. The insect race is inexhaustible in number, fearless of death, and those below the Tai Golden Immortal realm rarely possess intelligence. Their minds are focused solely on one goal: to devour everything they see that possesses energy, whether living or dead. This is one of the terrifying aspects of the insect race. Because of this, every time the human race wipes out a wave of insect race, a new wave emerges. The human race inherently harbors an indomitable spirit, becoming more tenacious in the face of adversity. Coupled with the battle formations passed down by Xiao, the human army grew ever braver and stronger in each battle. The dragon race, on the other hand, is in its element. Their physical bodies are formidable, naturally suited for warfare. The human cultivators are meticulous and adept in formations, balancing offense and defense, compensating for the impulsiveness of some dragon race cultivators. The dragon race's powerful physique and wide-ranging divine abilities serve as the human race's most solid shield and sharpest spear. As time passed, many human cultivators forged deep bonds with dragon race warriors through life and death battles, even making solemn oaths of the Tao and forming life and death contracts, becoming bonded partners of blood. One person and one dragon share life and death, advancing and retreating together. With the bond of the contract, their thoughts became connected and their combat power surged exponentially. In the midst of slaughter, both human and dragon race cultivators experienced rapid advancements in their cultivation levels at a visible speed. The 100,000 soldiers brought by Xiao are the most elite seeds of the entire human race. Among them, the 1,000 innate human warriors have pure bloodlines and solid foundations, but they lacked resources and opportunities. After 30 years of slaughter on the outer battlefield, coupled with Yi Xiao's relentless training, all 1,000 innate human warriors have without exception broken through to the Golden Immortal level. The Golden Immortal realm is just the beginning. It is not particularly adept at anything. The remaining nearly 100,000 human soldiers have also stepped into the Xian Immortal realm under the dual nurturing of slaughter and resources. Xian Immortals are as numerous as clouds, while Golden Immortals are like rain. With Yi Xiao, a Deluo Golden Immortal stationed in the rear, the slaughter was relentless. In addition to their rapid growth in cultivation, the human race also accumulated a staggering amount of wealth during these 30 years. The bodies of the insect race are treasures in themselves. Their hard shells can be refined into top-tier defensive magical artifacts. Their sharp fangs can be forged into deadly weapons. The blood and essence within them are supreme materials for refining pills and strengthening the body. In 30 years, the human race has slain more than 10 million insect race. The mountain of insect corpses was collected by Yi Xiao using his great magical powers. Then he led the human cultivators skilled in artifact forging and alchemy to work day and night tirelessly forging. One after another, coldly gleaming, killing magical artifacts were forged. Numerous pills containing immense energy were refined into elixirs. These magical artifacts and pills were distributed among the human soldiers, further enhancing the overall combat strength of the army, creating a perfect cycle of slaughter, harvest, becoming stronger, slaughter again. As the leader of the entire human race and commander of the army, Yi Xiao's gains were even more terrifying. The war value panel in his mind was almost constantly fluctuating. For every insect race slain by the human race, he gains a varying amount of war value. After 30 years of slaughter, countless insect race have fallen. Yi Xiao now possesses a terrifying 500 million points of war value. This amount of war value surpasses what he could earn alone in the past. Such a large amount of war value has allowed Yi Xiao to taste the sweetness of success. After the grand assault on Honghuang, I will return to bring some of my kin here. But now it is time to purchase a complete inheritance for the human race. Yi Xiao had long wanted to do this, but only now had the capability. The Golden Core Dao was created by the sage Laozi, but it is not the most suitable cultivation inheritance for the human race, and at most one can only cultivate to the Deluo Golden Immortal level. The upper limit is ultimately constrained, and afterwards they can only rely on their own methods. For the human race to truly stand tall among the myriad realms, they must possess a more powerful, more perfect, and more compatible cultivation method. System: is there a cultivation method suitable for the human race? The system quickly responded. Cultivation method: Hongmeng refining chi technique created by an author-level expert, can be cultivated from mortal to peak quasi-saint. Features perfectly compatible with the essence of the human race, maximizing the utilization of spiritual energy from heaven and earth to transform into personal strength with an unmatched solid foundation, far surpassing peers, more complete and domineering than the Golden Core Dao. Exchange price: 200 million war value. Upon seeing this introduction, a glint of light erupted in Yi Xiao's eyes. Perfectly compatible with the human race. Can cultivate to the peak quasi-saint. More perfect than the Golden Core Dao. Each of these three characteristics hit the nail on the head for Yi Xiao's needs. What the human race currently lacks most is a fundamental great method that can support the entire race in reaching the peak. The Hongmeng refining chi technique is clearly the best choice. Exchange for the Hongmeng refining chi technique. Yi Xiao immediately initiated the exchange. As soon as he finished speaking, 200 million war value was swiftly deducted from the system panel, leaving him with 300 million from the original 500 million. Yet Yi Xiao felt not the slightest regret. In the face of the opportunity for the rise of his race, no amount of war value is more than just a number. As long as it can be transformed into the strength of the clan, it is worth it. In the next moment, a vast and profound inheritance of cultivation, like a rushing river, surged directly into Yi Xiao's mind. The enormous influx of information almost left Yi Xiao, the Deluo Golden Immortal, stunned. Countless profound runes and principles of the Tao were displayed in his sea of consciousness, and in just a moment Yi Xiao had already memorized the Hongmeng refining chi technique thoroughly. Yi Xiao could feel with crystalline clarity that this cultivation method harmonized with the human race to an almost inconceivable degree. This technique not only elevated realms, but also greatly amplified one's cultivation. If the entire human race were to convert to it, their future attainments would undoubtedly exceed those who followed the Golden Core path by 10-fold, 100-fold. Good. Yi Xiao repeated the word 3 times, his excitement barely containable. After years of striving, he had finally secured a legacy that belonged to his people. After his elation, Yi Xiao said again, "System, exchange 10 drops of Pangu Essence blood for me." System: ding. 100 war value deducted. Congratulations, host has received 10 drops of Pangu Essence blood. I have cultivated the Jiao Zhuan Xian Gong to the 6th turn. The final 3 turns are the most arduous. Reaching the 9th turn can sanctify the flesh, even to vindicate the Tao with force, and ascend to become a Honghuang de Luo Golden Immortal. There are still 200 million war value left. Let's see if there are any worthy treasures. Yi Xiao instructed system open the full shop interface. In the next instant, treasures of every category flooded into Yi Xiao's mind. Spirit treasures, pills, cultivation methods, bloodlines, materials, spiritual roots, array formations. Beneath each category lay artifacts that would make innumerable powerhouses green with envy. Yi Xiao let his gaze linger over each class and first opened the spirit treasures. One after another, relics that had once subdued the heavens and shaken the ages lay silently on display. Hundunzhong, Zhuxian 4 Swords, Pengafan, Xianwang Tower. A host of primordial treasures used by ancient titans were all present. Yi Xiao's first thought was blunt and incredulous. Good heavens, system, you're not trying to sell me fakes, are you? The system replied calmly, the myriad worlds are full of wonders. Host need not be alarmed. Everything the system offers is of superior quality. Very well. I won't consider those innate supreme treasures for now. Besides, I already have the Deluo Xianjian, which is a lower grade innate spirit treasure. I should instead exchange for items that can promote the Deluo Xianjian. Also exchange a supreme treasure for Zhulong, so I'll be safer on the extraterritorial battlefields. Saying so, Yi Xiao proceeded to search, and at last found a treasure perfectly suited to Zhulong. Zhulong Fist Gauntlets. Grade innate supreme treasure. Effect comprehensively amplifies bodily strength, attack, and defense, grants a domain, gravity domain. Within the domain, opponents of a lower realm suffer a halving of combat effectiveness, while those of the same realm suffer a 30% reduction. Note: best suited for draconic clans. Exchange price 100,000 war value. That's it. Exchange it for me. System ding. 100,000 war value deducted. Congratulations, host has obtained the innate supreme treasure, Zhulong Fist Gauntlets. In the next instant, a chaotic aura manifested. Yi Xiao hurriedly concealed it to prevent any leakage. Zhulong, however, sensed that faint aura belonging to an innate treasure. The chieftain actually possesses an innate supreme treasure. Startled, Zhulong immediately cast a magical shield over the surrounding space to keep outsiders from detecting it. With Zhulong's treasure handled, Yi Xiao returned to the spirit treasure listings. The 100,000 human soldiers had seen their cultivation skyrocket. Xianxian were abundant, and golden immortals walked the land. Yet the artifacts in their hands were somewhat shabby. The items Yi Xiao had half-bakedly forged were barely serviceable, scarcely reaching the level of acquired spirit treasures. After a moment's thought, Yi Xiao said, System exchange 100 high-grade acquired spirit treasures. System high-grade acquired spirit treasure unit price, 100 war value, 100 pieces total, 0 war value. Confirm exchange. Confirm. System ding, 100 war value deducted. Congratulations, host has received 100 high-grade acquired spirit treasures. 100 radiant beams were intercepted by Yi Xiao spears and swords, halberds and axes, banners and seals, armors and bracers, every imaginable variety of high-grade acquired spirit treasure. He would first allocate them to the strongest 100 human cultivators and deal with the remainder later. After completing the spirit treasure exchange, Yi Xiao purchased a pot of Jiao Zhuan Jindan to bolster realms. It cost another 100 war value. A single pill could add at least 10,000 years of cultivation. 10 of them could roughly elevate a Deluo Golden Immortal by a minor subrealm. Finally, Yi Xiao's eyes rested upon the Deluo Xianjian, and he opened the heavenly materials and terrestrial treasures category. There were listings of chaotic refined gold, innate Xianjin, star essences, Hongmeng Mother Gold. System exchange a large quantity of top-tier Xianjin exclusively for the Deluo Xianjian to devour and evolve into a mid-grade innate spirit treasure. System ding. A most suitable combination of Xianjin match for the sword's consumption, totaling 100 war value. Confirm. Confirm. System ding. 100 war value deducted. A massive amount of innate Xianjin and chaotic refined gold has been obtained. Yi Xiao placed the Xianjin directly into the Great Thousand World, and then cast the Deluo Xianjian in letting it consume and advance on its own. The long sword emitted an excited hum, its blade trembled violently. A tidal flood of Xianjin was ravenously consumed, refined, and fused. Deluo Xianjian. Current grade, lower grade, innate spirit treasure evolving. Potential not yet capped, can continue to evolve. At this point, Yi Xiao did a rough tally exchange for innate supreme treasure, Zhulong Fist Gauntlets, 100 war value. Exchange for 100 high-grade acquired spirit treasures, 100. Exchange for a pot of Jiao Zhuan Jindan, 100. Feeding the Deluo Xianjian for ascension, 100. A total expenditure of 4,000 war value. From the original 2,000 war value, 1,600 remained. Yi Xiao stared at the myriad treasures in the system, shop his heart itching. Enough for now. It's been a while since I tried the lottery. Why not test my luck, he thought. If fortune explodes, I might even draw an entire world. Yi Xiao began to draw. System notifications flashed. Thank you for your patronage. Spending 1,000 war value. Host obtained a high-grade innate spirit treasure. One draw cost 1,000 war value, and it took 500 attempts before he won once. Yi Xiao's face twitched. As expected, gamblers meet ill ends, he muttered. But I refuse to believe that. Again, give me a golden legend. 1,000 consecutive draws. Do it, he demanded. System messages trailed by. Ding, thank you for your patronage. And like a jinxed man, Yi Xiao persisted. After 10,000 draws, he finally obtained 100 acquired spirit treasures and a vast quantity of useless pills and materials. Seeing only about 5,000 draws left, Yi Xiao ground his teeth. Continue. If you don't give me anything good, I may not draw again next time. This is a ripoff. Gamblers deserve no good. After a deep breath, Yi Xiao threw all his remaining war value into the gamble at once. As the countless thank you messages flickered past, Yi Xiao's expression darkened. Whoa, a golden legend. System, tell me what I pulled. He was on the verge of giving up, yet the final 1,000 draw burst forth something truly worthwhile. Yi Xiao's voice broke in a startled cry, making him appear immensely excited. Finally, something good has come. Yi Xiao's pupils shrank suddenly, and his breath halted for an instant. The innate treasure, there are hardly many in the entire primordial world, most of which are possessed by powerful beings. Let alone the existence of the Chaos Pearl, a legendary artifact. Moreover, even just the incomplete version is considered an innate treasure. One can only imagine that the complete version would undoubtedly be of chaos grade. That is a supreme treasure, one rank higher than the innate treasure. The primordial world is not only a realm where cultivation is observed, but also one where artifacts are paramount. With powerful artifacts, crossing boundaries to slay enemies is commonplace. Otherwise, why would countless cultivators in the primordial world wish to become disciples of saints? Because saints possess many artifacts. Yi Xiao suppressed his excitement and quickly checked the information about the Chaos Pearl. Artifact named Chaos Pearl, incomplete. Grade innate treasure. It contains its own chaos world capable of accommodating all things unaffected by external influences and is infinitely marvelous. It can obscure the heavenly secrets undetectable by saints and unquantifiable by the heavenly Tao. As he read through the lines of information, Yi Xiao trembled slightly. An inner chaos world. Isn't that the world before the primordial opening? Moreover, even saints cannot trace Yi Xiao's whereabouts. With this item, he undoubtedly has gained the most solid talisman for protection. With the system by his side, Yi Xiao is destined to summon other worlds. If by chance he were discovered by a saint, who knows what might happen. But now that he has the Chaos Pearl, that hidden danger has vanished in an instant. I've hit the jackpot. This time I really have struck gold. Yi Xiao murmured to himself as he grasped the seemingly unremarkable pearl, which emanated an ancient chaotic aura. The pearl felt slightly cool to the touch, and a vast primal, almost pre-creation aura surged into his body through his palm. He felt his soul become ethereal as all the energies, fortunes, and fluctuations of his cultivation were instantly suppressed, converged, and hidden. Like a drop of water merging into the vast ocean, it could no longer be detected by the outside world. Good stuff. With this Chaos Pearl, it is also a fine treasure for killing and plundering. The human race is rising rapidly, and in the future it will undoubtedly affect the interests of certain individuals. If they dare to provoke him, Yi Xiao can make them understand what despair truly means. Although the lottery has drained Yi Xiao's resources, he feels no regret. Spending over 100 million war points for an innate treasure, the Chaos Pearl, is a blood-earning transaction. Let alone 100 million, even if it were 1 billion or 10 billion, it would be worth it. Yi Xiao took a deep breath, storing the Chaos Pearl within his body, as if merging with his surroundings, making it hard for anyone to notice. It's time to go out. Outside, Zhu Long maintained the spatial barrier, his expression grave as he stood guard nearby. He could vaguely sense that Yi Xiao might possess more than one innate treasure. Though he was at the peak of quasi-saint, he still did not possess a single innate treasure to this day. Clan leader. Zhu Long nodded slightly as he saw Yi Xiao emerge from seclusion. Yi Xiao smiled faintly and casually threw out the pair of ancestral dragon gauntlets, which exuded a treasure aura. Zhu Long, this is a gift for you. Zhu Long instinctively caught it. In the next moment, he was stunned. An innate treasure. Moreover, it is an innate treasure tailored for the dragon race. Zhu Long's voice trembled. Clan leader, this is an innate treasure specifically crafted for my dragon race. Are you really just giving it to me? Zhu Long couldn't believe this was true. Even if Yi Xiao was generous, he wouldn't just give away an innate treasure, would he? What Zhu Long didn't know was that for Yi Xiao, an innate treasure was just a matter of desire. That's only natural, Yi Xiao replied casually. The outer battlefield is fraught with peril, and my master has said that a total assault on the insect race is imminent. The stronger you are, the safer I will be. Moreover, I plan to visit the core battlefield to seize some benefits during the decisive battle. Otherwise, once the insect race is eliminated, we will lose much energy for cultivation. You should accept the gauntlets. I will still rely on you. Listening to Yi Xiao's words, Zhu Long's perception of his character was once again refreshed. Innate treasures are scarce even among saints, let alone given away. Yet Yi Xiao not only gave one away, but to him the newly joined leader of the dragon race in the human faction. Yi Xiao could not have imagined that because of this ancestral dragon gauntlet, Zhu Long completely regarded himself as a totem of the human race. Thank you, clan leader. If you have any orders in the future, I will not hesitate to sacrifice myself. Zhu Long bowed deeply. Yi Xiao raised his hand to help him up. Please rise, senior. It's just an innate treasure. As long as I desire it, I will have it. You will come to know that I can have as many innate treasures as I want. Zhu Long naturally did not believe Yi Xiao's words, but he did not dwell on it. You should first refine the ancestral dragon gauntlets. Once I finish dealing with some matters, we will head to the core battlefield together. Zhu Long, suppressing his excitement, began to silently refine the innate treasure. Yi Xiao stepped into the human camp. At this moment, the human camp was no longer what it once was. 100,000 warriors exuded a powerful aura with the number of Xian immortals and golden immortals surging, creating overwhelming waves of blood energy that soared into the sky, hinting at the gathering of the human race's luck in the form of a golden dragon. However, the artifacts in everyone's hands still appeared somewhat shabby. Most were the postnatal artifacts refined by Yi Xiao before, which were not well matched to their current cultivation. Yi Xiao then distributed everything he obtained from the system lottery and the purchased spiritual treasures. Looking at the rapidly progressing human youths, Yi Xiao felt very satisfied. He gazed toward the core battlefield with assurance, secretly sneering. I can't let the insect race go offline so quickly. Without external enemies, the witch and undead races will surely erupt into conflict again, making a war between them inevitable. Moreover, both races have made tremendous progress in strength due to the appearance of the insect race significantly stronger than their original trajectory. With the current strength of the human race, if the demon race were to act against us, I would be unable to stop them. The human race still needs the source of the insect race to enhance its strength. It seems I must stir up some trouble. The sole purpose of going to the core battlefield is to summon a world to descend. I wonder what expressions the saints of the primordial world will have at that time. Yi Xiao pondered internally. He would not allow the myriad races of the primordial world to have a moment of respite. A world so powerful cannot be allowed to engage in internal strife. External conquests are far more interesting. Why wouldn't he want to seize the myriad realms? For the development of the human race, the myriad races of the primordial world are doomed to cease internal conflicts. After all, fighting back and forth is either for resources, territory, or fortunes. These can also be obtained by seizing other worlds. Although it is a bit dangerous, the rewards are much greater. Yi Xiao believes that the strong among the myriad races of the primordial world would be very willing, and of course, even if they are unwilling, it won't matter. Yi Xiao will spur them forward. After distributing the items, the Candle Dragon continued to refine the ancestral dragon gauntlets, while Yi Xiao was not idle either, entering seclusion to digest the 9 turns golden core purchased from the system. The quality and effects were equivalent to those crafted by the sage Laozi, capable of rapidly increasing cultivation. Of course, the speed of enhancement was far inferior to that achieved by the source of the insect race. At the same time, Yi Xiao did not forget to practice the 9 turns mystic art. This time he had purchased 10 drops of Pangus Essence Blood, refining the 9 turns golden core and the Pangu Essence Blood simultaneously. Meanwhile, in the outer battlefield's headquarters of the primordial era, the 6 sages of the primordial and Dao ancestor Hongjun had gathered together. Hongjun sat in the main position, while the others each took their seats on a mat. All the sages of the primordial had finally gathered. The last time such a scene occurred was when the world of the insect race descended. The gathering of the sages was certainly not a trivial matter. If the sages did not take action, it was one thing, but once they did, it would inevitably concern significant matters regarding the primordial landscape. Today's gathering was naturally for the issues concerning the insect race. All the sages looked towards Hongjun, waiting for him to speak. Hongjun's expression was calm. After glancing at the sages, he slowly spoke. Everyone, the heavenly Tao has issued a warning. Devouring the sources of other worlds can elevate the primordial. Thus, I plan to launch an offensive against the insect race soon to annihilate all the 9th-tier powerhouses of the insect race and seize their world's source to elevate the primordial. Not only can the primordial world be elevated, but we sages can also ascend to an even higher realm. Being a sage is not the ultimate goal. Everyone was already aware of what Hongjun said, so there was no surprise. However, what Hongjun said next stirred the ambitions of all the sages. He continued, there are only 9 heavenly Dao sages, and now 7 have departed. Once the primordial is elevated, at least 3 sage positions will be added. In the battle against the insect race, I will determine the distribution of the sage positions based on your contributions. You may pass them to your disciples, or make other arrangements. I won't interfere. As Hongjun spoke, a unique glint flickered in his eyes. At this moment, the primordial had just begun to merge with the heavenly Dao and had not fully integrated yet, could only be considered a representative of the heavenly Dao. His goal in merging with the heavenly Dao was to break through to a higher realm. Before the world of the insect race descended, Hongjun had already made some preparations to weaken the primordial heavenly Dao, aiming to completely replace it. Events such as the battle of the witch and demon and the investiture of the gods were all meticulously planned by him. The arrival of the insect race world also provided Hongjun with other methods. Even without merging with the heavenly Dao, he could become even more powerful. Perhaps even more powerful than becoming the heavenly Dao. With better options available, Hongjun naturally did not intend to continue merging with the heavenly Dao. He had already reached a certain agreement with the heavenly Dao and was preparing to take action against the insect race. Upon hearing what Hongjun said next, the eyes of the sages flashed with desire. What? There can be more sage positions. That's excellent. I Yuanshi Tianzuan will take the sage position, since my disciples from the Chan sect are the most numerous. My western region is barren. I should obtain a few sage positions. The hearts of the sages were filled with passion. They had to give their all in this battle. After the excitement, the sages began to discuss how to launch an attack on the insect race. After a long while, Taishang Laojun slowly spoke. The witch and demon races can no longer hold back. Almost 80% of their fighting power has concentrated on the core battlefield. All 12 ancestral witches have arrived, and the demon race is nearly the same. The two races have fallen into a frenzied state over the source of the insect race. The insect race is being slaughtered, and I estimate that if this continues, the 9th-tier powerhouses of the insect race will not be able to hold back any longer. At this moment, Yuanshi Tianzuan laughed. That's very good. We need them to take action. We must lure those 9th-tier powerhouses out of the insect race world so that we can slay them and seize the world's source. The insect race has 9 9th-tier powerhouses. It will be difficult to slay them all. However, we can use the witch and demon races as bait to lure out a few 9th-tier insect race members and kill them first. As for the rest, the sages of the primordial will have no pressure dealing with them. This plan is feasible, but those who take action must possess sufficient strength to crush them. Among us sages, besides the Dao ancestor, you 3 from the Sanqing have the greatest strength. Therefore, I believe this heavy responsibility must fall on the Sanqing. As long as you eliminate 1 or 2 9th-tier insect race members, if more 9th-tier insect race members come out, we can take action then. Nuwa remained silent. In terms of strength, she ranked 3rd from the bottom, but she could not match the combined strength of the 2 sages from the west. She was not as capable as Tong Tian or Laozi in fighting several opponents at once. Her combat power could only be considered average. Thus, she did not intend to speak on this matter. At this point, Hongjun spoke again. Let's proceed according to this plan. Let the witch and demon races intensify their efforts to force out the 9th-tier insect race. Aside from the 9 9th-tier powerhouses, there is one heavenly Dao realm being to deal with, which I will handle. The rest will be up to you. Nuwa's expression changed slightly upon hearing this. She looked at Hongjun and said, Master, the witch and demon races are indeed great clans of our primordial, and who knows if other worlds will descend in the future. Therefore, I think we should avoid letting the 2 races suffer too much loss. Although she said this, Nuwa's main concern was to avoid too many losses for the demon race, as her elder brother Fushi was also in the demon race's heavenly court. Only those who survive have the opportunity to become sages. Hongjun nodded slightly upon hearing this, thinking Nuwa's words have indeed reminded me. This insect race world may just be the first world to arrive. I still do not understand why the insect race world has descended here. I must be cautious and the pace must be quickened. The more worlds there are, the better. This way I can break through to a higher realm without needing to merge with the... With this thought in mind, Hongjun looked at the Sanqing and said, this matter will be entrusted to you 3. If necessary, protect the 12 ancestral witches and Emperor Jun and Dongwang Fushi. Yes, Master, the Sanqing replied in unison. I hope the next world to descend is not the insect race, so that my brothers and I can enlighten the fated ones and strengthen the West. The 2 sages of the West were thinking happily. The sages were carefully discussing the details, and in the end Hongjun made the final decision. Alright, we can set off soon. The Sanqing is responsible for slaying the 9th-tier insect race powerhouses entering the outer battlefield, and then they must immediately head to the insect race world to join us. Yes, Master. The sages of the primordial began to take action. The Sanqing concealed the secrets of heaven and directly headed towards the core area of the outer battlefield. In the core of the outer battlefield, there was no need for them to hurry. They were already in the throes of a heated battle. Within the battlefield, the witch and demon races had fully emerged. Endless swarms of the insect race surged forth like a terrifying tide from behind, overwhelming the surroundings and threatening to completely engulf the entire outer domain. Opposite the tide of insects stood the two most formidable factions of the primeval world, the Witch Clan and the Monster Clan. After centuries of bloodshed, both sides had become bloodthirsty. Over the course of hundreds of years, both the Witch and Monster clans saw a plethora of quasi-saint powerhouses. This was the vast benefit brought about by hunting the insect race. The essence energy from a level 8 insect was sufficient for a peak de Luo Jinxian to break through a minor realm. The 12 ancestral witches had already reached the pinnacle of quasi-saint, their physical strength at its peak, just a step away from touching the legendary threshold of a saint. In the heavenly court of the Monster Clan, Emperor Jun Tai, Ifushi, and Kuanping also firmly stood at the peak of quasi-saint, with their 10 great monster saints each achieving quasi-saint status. The rapid rise in their realms drove them increasingly mad. This led to the imminent outbreak of a full-scale war. The only reason the saint-level powerhouses had not yet entered the fray was that they were still not present. In the core battlefield, the other 3,000 guests of the Zixiao Palace were scattered across various battles. Figures like Zhun Yuanzi Ming, He Hongjun, and the ancient scattered cultivators gathered here. Nearly all significant and powerful beings of the primeval world had converged. The entire outer battlefield had transformed into an endless slaughterhouse. The air was thick with an intense and inescapable stench of blood, murderous intent, and the unique, chilling, corrosive aura of the insect race. The great battle had already reached a white-hot intensity. In the center of the battlefield, the 12 ancestral witches stood in all directions, their witch power boiling, surrounded by overwhelming murderous aura. Di Jiang Gong Gong Zhu Rong Ho Tu Ju Meng, Chong Liang Zhu Jiu Yin, and Shi Bai Shi, the 12 ancestral witches, were all quasi-saint level existences. Each of their bodies reached tens of thousands of zhang, their physiques resembling ancient divine mountains, their blood and chi soaring to the heavens. The already gigantic insect race appeared somewhat small before them. Insect race, scum, hand over your essence. Gong Gong bellowed. Torrents of water surged around him, the laws of water coalescing into billions of water blades, decimating swathes of insects in an instant. He struck out with a punch, causing the void to collapse, as 1,000 zhang elite level 8 insect could not even let out a scream before being obliterated into a mist of blood. Ha ha ha, how exhilarating. Zhu Rong laughed, flames engulfing him, divine fire sweeping in all directions, turning insects to ash wherever he passed. His body, akin to a supreme innate treasure, instantly shattered this level 8 king insect into pieces, extracting its essence power. The 12 ancestral witches were renowned for their physical prowess in the primeval world. They did not cultivate their divine spirits. Their bodies were their most powerful weapons, and ordinary innate treasures could not breach their physiques. Though they had not cultivated the 9 turns mystic art, their physical strength was still terrifying. Now, having all reached the peak of quasi-saint, combined with the divine abilities of the Pangu bloodline, ordinary level 8 insects could not withstand even one exchange against them. Level 8 insect kings could barely fend off 3 to 5 strikes before being crushed and obliterated by the ancestral witches' absolute power. Even level 8 insect kings of the sovereign level were not their match in an unknown confrontation. Kill. For the Witch Clan. For the glory of Father Pangu. Sons of the Witch Clan, follow me to slaughter. Di Jiang wielded the path of space, his powerful physique acting like a terrifying life-harvesting machine, precisely finding one elite level 8 insect after another among countless insects. If one punch was not sufficient, then there would be 2, never empty-handed. Every strike brought back a surge of powerful essence energy. The millions of great witches, witch generals, and witch soldiers of the Witch Clan surged like a torrent of steel, crashing through, leaving heaps of insect corpses in their wake. They did not possess divine spirits or cultivate them. They focused entirely on their physical bodies and strength, fighting fiercely and growing bolder with each battle. The Monster Clan also refused to be outdone. Emperor Jun stood shoulder to shoulder with Tai, Either He Tu, and Luo Shu floating above his head. Second brother, we cannot allow those brutish witches to outshine us. Such a large-scale battle is a rare sight. Let's kill while gather more essence energy, and after this we can attempt to break into the Saint Realm when we return to the primeval world. Emperor Jun proclaimed. Tai Yi said nothing further and directly summoned the Eastern Emperor clock. As the bell tolled, waves of sound rippled through the void. Dong! The resounding bell echoed, shaking the laws. Before Tai Yi even made a formal move, swathes of insects were shattered, their souls destroyed, and their bodies exploded. The Chaos Clock served both offense and defense, suppressing time and space. It was the most top-tier innate treasure of the primeval world. Holding the hammer Tai, he enveloped a sovereign level 8 insect within it, and in an instant, it was slain and refined, leaving behind a pure essence of energy. Tai licked his lips, a fierce, killing intent in his eyes. Kill. Today we shall forge the unparalleled supremacy of our monster clan with the blood of the insect race. Fushi stood beside Emperor Jun, deducing the 8 trigrams guiding the monster army to avoid the main forces of the insect race, focusing on their weak points. Kuanping transformed into a streak of black shadow darting through the battlefield, targeting weaker level 8 insects, devouring their essence with blinding speed. He was a veritable expert at scavenging on the battlefield. The 10 great monster saints each showcased their divine abilities. Bai Zai Jiming Ing Zhao Fei Lian Jiuing Shangyang, and Bai Fang. All 10 monster saints had reached quasi-saint status, and together, even level 8 sovereign insects had to retreat. The millions of demon soldiers and generals of the monster clan swarmed forth, forming a pincer movement, with the witch clan firmly suppressing the insect army, even though the insect race outnumbered them by countless times. However, the single combat quality of the primeval world's cultivators was far too formidable. It was rare to find any that could match them across the myriad realms. Even Jin Xian were mere ants in the primeval world, easily able to eradicate insect kings of the same realm. At the edges of the battlefield in various corners, other great powers of the primeval world were also employing their methods to obtain the essence of the insect race. Zhen Yuanzi wielded the Earth Book. Surrounded by the laws of the Earth alongside Hongjun, they harvested the lives of numerous insect powerhouses. Both had already reached the pinnacle of quasi-saint, and Hongjun exuded an indescribable ethereal. Friend Zhen Yuanzi, over the years we have also collected a considerable amount of level 8 insect essence. Once this battle concludes, I plan to return to the primeval world for seclusion and attempt to break into the saint realm. Hongjun communicated. Zhen Yuanzi responded with delight. Do you have confidence, friend? I will protect. Currently, I only have a 30% chance, but upon returning to the primeval world, there will be rewards from the heavenly Tao, which gives me a 70% chance of becoming a saint. Zhen Yuanzi exclaimed with joy. Do you have confidence, my friend? I will protect you. Hongjun replied. Currently, I only have a 30% chance, but once we return to the primordial era, the heavenly Tao's merits will descend, and I will have a 70% chance to attain sainthood. Zhen Yuanzi quickly took out a mass of the insect race's essence and smiled. This is truly one. This insect race is indeed your lucky star, my friend. If it weren't for their appearance, I reckon those creatures from the demon race would definitely have aimed for your Hongmeng purple chi. Hongjun said, rest assured, my friend. After I attain sainthood, I will do my utmost to help you achieve it as well. Ha ha, good. In the distance, the ancestor of the Nether River stood alone, wielding 2 innate supreme treasures, while countless blood god children wreaked havoc on the battlefield. Kill, kill, kill. The more the better. In the sea of blood, the heavier the slaughter, the stronger my cultivation will become. This outer battlefield is truly a blessed land for me. Not only can the essence energy enhance my cultivation, but the bodies and blood of these insects are also supplements for my sea of blood. In the past, my path was misguided. If my sea of blood can grow to another level, perhaps I will be able to walk a different path to sainthood. I truly do not believe that I cannot attain sainthood without the Hongmeng purple chi. Kill. Continue killing. The Nether River laughed wildly, as wherever he passed the sea of blood devoured everything. The insects were swept into the sea of blood, instantly refined into the power of the sea. The corpses of the insects piled up more and more, and the sea of blood transformed from the Nether River grew increasingly vast. His single might was faintly able to rival several other battlefields. The 3,000 guests of the Zixiao Palace fought separately, yet they formed an implicit understanding. No one targeted another's goals, instead they each chose insects to slaughter. The entire battlefield was filled with the sounds of slaughter, the clash of laws echoing incessantly. The void shattered and reformed only to shatter again. Stars fell and the earth collapsed, while the spatial barriers of the outer battlefield had long been riddled with countless holes. Both sides fought to the point of madness. The cultivators of the primordial era killed any insect they saw. The insects devoured any living beings they encountered. There was no idle chatter, no holding back, only the most primal and bloody slaughter. Not long after the battle began, the witch and demon races joined forces and had already slain no less than 30 8th tier insects. Among them, there were even 5 8th tier royal insects that perished at the hands of the ancestor, Witch Emperor Jun and Tai Yi. Although the insect army was vast, they retreated step by step under the crushing strength of the top-tier powers of the primordial era, leaving corpses everywhere and rivers of blood. However, the sheer number of insects was truly terrifying. After one batch was killed, another batch arrived, as if they were endless. 8th tier kings, 8th tier elites, 8th tier royals, emerging in layers numbering in the thousands. Were it an ordinary battle, the primordial era would have long since collapsed under the pressure. But now everyone was driven mad by the essence of the insects. The lure of cultivation improvement was enough to make almighty beings abandon life and death to fight bloodily. After all, they were somewhat aware of the situation. With the primordial saints as their backing, the 9th tier powers of the insect race did not dare to appear. Thus, the cultivators of the primordial era had little to worry about, grabbing various spiritual treasures and attacking recklessly. Although the shells of the insects were hard and their techniques somewhat strange in the face of absolute strength, the result could only be one of crushing defeat. At the very moment when the battlefield was at its most intense and chaotic, the Sanqing had unknowingly arrived at the core battlefield. The three saints concealed themselves with innate supreme treasures, and no one could detect their arrival. Tisk, no wonder the witch and demon races are so formidable in battle. They have truly risen in these years. I didn't expect them to have so many peak Quasi-Saints. Tongtian sighed. He recalled that hundreds of years ago the demon race had only 2 Quasi-Saints, and now just the demon race alone had 4 Quasi-Saints. The witch race was even more terrifying with a full 12 peak Quasi-Saints. One cannot help but say this insect race is truly a boon for the myriad races of the primordial era. If it weren't for the heavenly Tao needing to devour the world's essence to elevate its status, the saints would not necessarily be willing to exterminate the insect race. After all, not every race possesses essence energy. Only the insect race is special, evolving by devouring all things, which leads to the formation of unique essence energy. It is the best stepping stone for nurturing the younger generation. Oh, Tongtian, do you see that person? Is it that kid Yi Xiao? At that moment, the voice of the Saint Laozi sounded. The Saint Tongtian looked towards the direction Laozi was pointing and was taken aback. It really is that kid. He has quite the nerve. A mere great Luo golden immortal dares to come to the core battlefield. Wait, how come I didn't sense this kid's presence earlier along with the Zhu Long beside him? That shouldn't be. Yuan Shi, Tianzun, and Laozi were similarly puzzled, but they were still captivated by Yi Xiao's actions. At this moment, Yi Xiao was leading Zhu Long to the core battlefield. Zhu Long had refined the ancestral dragon gauntlet, and Yi Xiao had refined 2/9 turns golden pills, reaching the peak of the early Great Luo stage, just one step away from the mid-stage. With the Chaos Pearl shielding the heavenly secrets, no one could sense his aura unless they saw it with their own eyes. The two successfully arrived at the core battlefield. Beside him was Zhu Long, and the two entered the core battlefield just like that. At this moment, Zhu Long had already preliminarily refined the ancestral dragon gauntlet. Although it was not yet fully integrated, his combat power had soared several times. No wonder it is the core battlefield. There are so many peak Quasi-Saints. The current primordial era is truly powerful, Zhu Long remarked as he looked at the grand scene on the battlefield. With so many Quasi-Saints and peak Quasi-Saints, weren't there any during the Dragon and Phoenix calamity? Yi Xiao laughed and replied, "This is all thanks to the insect race. In the future, both the dragon and human races will be the same, and this is not the end." Zhu Long nodded with a smile, having no doubts as the facts were right in front of him. However, he still did not understand the meaning of Yi Xiao's latter half of the sentence. He continued, "Patriarch, what should we do next? Should we directly join the battlefield, or?" After pondering briefly, Yi Xiao replied, "There are too many strong individuals here. Our purpose for coming is to obtain some essence energy, and I also want to slay some 7th tier insect powers. How about this, senior? Go hunt some Quasi-Saint level insects, just the elite ones, and obtain a few sources of essence energy. Let's make it quick." "All right, Patriarch, take care. Let me test the power of this ancestral dragon gauntlet." Zhu Long did not hesitate, planning to complete the task as quickly as possible and then protect Yi Xiao's safety. The two quickly separated to act, and Zhu Long directly targeted an elite 8th tier insect. He rapidly appeared above that insect, immediately catching the attention of the Sanqing. "Oh, is that an innate supreme treasure in Zhu Long's hands? Why have I never heard of it? Does such an innate supreme treasure exist in the primordial era?" Yuan Shi Tianzun was somewhat puzzled as he watched Zhu Long kill an 8th tier insect with a single punch, truly astonished. However, the next moment, he was shocked by Yi Xiao. He looked at Tongtian, his mouth twitching slightly. "Junior brother, could it be that Yi Xiao is trying to pick up the spoils again?" Hearing this, the Tongtian patriarch couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. This Yi Xiao, even as a Deluo golden immortal, still can't change his dogged ways. However, he was not one to shy away from ridicule, and he chuckled, "Brother Yuan Shi, my 4th disciple, just can't seem to shake this habit after all. The human race has been impoverished for too long. Aside from a bit of cultivation that is barely acceptable, he is clever, and the Dragon Clan serves as his totem. Otherwise, I would have a headache." Sigh. Yuan Shi Tianzun looked at the smug expression of the Tongtian patriarch and decisively ceased his teasing, fearing he might regret not accepting Yi Xiao as a disciple back then. Now it was too late. At this moment, Yi Xiao was still unaware that he had been discovered by the Sanqing upon entering the battlefield. He had already blended in among the Deluo cultivators of the primordial era. How numerous were the Deluo of the primordial era? With him suddenly appearing among them, no one would raise any suspicion, and for the time being he wouldn't have to worry about powerful beings breaking through to hunt him down. With the Chaos Pearl as a cover, Yi Xiao concealed his aura deliberately, hiding among countless cultivators, appearing quite ordinary and inconspicuous. No one would pay attention to such an ordinary initial stage Deluo Golden Immortal. At this moment, the gaze of the 8th-tier insect race's powerful beings was almost entirely drawn to the quiescent powers of the primordial era. It was a battle of kings' generals against generals, and the soldiers tearing each other apart. Just right, it provided Yi Xiao with the best convenience to rapidly accumulate war value. However, while Yi Xiao appeared ordinary the moment he decided to act, things took a rather extraordinary turn. He couldn't kill an 8th-tier insect for now, but a 7th-tier insect was worth 100,000 war value, and was arriving quickly. Yi Xiao's gaze subtly shifted as he scanned the battlefield, quickly locking onto a severely injured 7th-tier elite insect being forced to flee by the Witch Clan's Grand Witch, who was now heading in his direction. The surrounding cultivators were engrossed in battle, completely oblivious to this fish that had slipped through the net. Yi Xiao took a silent step forward. He did not unleash any earth-shattering divine abilities. He quietly summoned the Deluo Immortal Sword, which had been upgraded to a mid-grade innate spiritual treasure, and with a single stroke, a terrifying sword energy tore through space, instantly striking the head of the 7th-tier elite insect. With a soft sound, the soul of this 7th-tier elite insect was simultaneously severed. Yi Xiao raised his hand, collecting the source of the 7th-tier insect, 100,000 war value in hand. "It's you. You brat actually broke through to Deluo Golden Immortal, and even dared to snatch my prey." Just as Yi Xiao finished collecting the insect's source, he heard a few familiar curses. He quickly revealed a polite smile. "Ah, it turns out to be Taoist Xingtian. I was wondering who could severely injure a 7th-tier elite insect. I didn't expect it to be Taoist Xingtian," Yi Xiao said, showing no intention of returning the insect source. What a joke! Now that it was in his hands, how could he possibly give it back? Xingtian looked at Yi Xiao's familiar actions, and the corner of his mouth twitched slightly, thinking to himself, this human friend really hasn't changed a bit. Then, feeling speechless, he said, since you have already slain this fellow, let's leave it at that. However, when we meet next time, I hope to spar with you on physical strength. How about it?" Yi Xiao looked at Xingtian, who was holding a giant axe, knowing that if he didn't agree to the other's request, a fierce battle would likely ensue. "I don't have time to waste right now. The primordial saints might be planning a full-scale attack at this moment. I must quickly accumulate war value to draw from the next world." With that thought, Yi Xiao decisively laughed. "Haha, these are all minor issues. I have long wanted to witness the physical prowess of the Witch Clan friend. But not now. Oh, I will definitely visit the Witch Clan for a discussion in the future. Farewell." Without waiting for Xingtian's response, Yi Xiao locked onto another 7th-tier insect. I still have 9 drops of Pangus blood yet to refine. Once I break through to the 7th turn of the 9 transformations mystic art, I will surely be able to deal with you." While speaking, Yi Xiao had already arrived above this insect. This insect was rather cunning, hiding in the void, preparing to ambush a mid-stage Deluo Golden Immortal from the primordial era. Coincidentally, this person was Yi Xiao's elder brother, Taoist Duo Bao. This primordial cultivator has killed countless little ones. This time you are doomed. This insect was a 7th-tier king-level creature, its strength comparable to that of a late Deluo. Moreover, it had likely faced Duo Bao multiple times in combat. It was just that Duo Bao possessed too many treasures, making it difficult to slay him. It had only found the opportunity to launch a sneak attack now. Daiyu Void Mantis. In an instant, the Void Mantis suddenly appeared from the space, its 2 front legs akin to 2 lower-grade, innate spiritual treasures ready to strike at Duo Bao. At that moment, Yi Xiao's voice suddenly rang out. "You beast, daring to ambush my elder brother, come die." In an instant, Yi Xiao activated the 9 transformations mystic art, fully unleashing the 6th turn of the 9 transformations mystic art, infusing terrifying power into the Deluo Immortal Sword. An attack that astonished even peak Deluo Golden Immortals descended in an instant. Which rat dares to sneak attack? The Void Mantis sensed a life-threatening crisis and immediately abandoned its ambush, raising its legs to defend. However, its front legs were only comparable to lower-grade innate spiritual treasures. How could they possibly withstand the Deluo Immortal Sword? Moreover, under Yi Xiao's full-strength attack with no reservations, the Void Mantis' 2 front legs were instantly severed. "Mother Empress, save me." The Void Mantis quickly raised its remaining legs to continue blocking, immediately crying for help, its wailing echoing across the battlefield. This immediately attracted the attention of many primordial cultivators, including the now alerted duo Bao and a 7th-tier insect monarch. It's the 4th junior brother. Is he the one who came to my aid? Since when has his strength become so formidable? He must have caught up to me, right? Duo Bao immediately recognized the Void Mantis, and upon seeing Yi Xiao overpowering his old rival, he felt quite emotional. Although he was not afraid of this Void Mantis, even its ambush couldn't kill him. He was simply astonished by Yi. Though he had previously heard the master and his 2 junior sisters mention Yi Xiao's feats, Duo Bao still believed Yi Xiao was just average, and that catching up to him was impossible. Now it seemed that he had overestimated himself. Yi Xiao was no longer weak compared to him, and might even be slightly stronger. Roar damn ants. At this moment, a 7th-tier Void Mantis of royal caliber suddenly emerged from nowhere, leaping out from the space. Its 2 sharp claws aimed directly at Yi Xiao's face, moving at incredible speed. Watch out, junior brother. I will block this beast for you. Duo Bao shouted, immediately flashing to appear above Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao replied, Thank you, elder brother. Let me first slay this beast. As the voice fell, Yi Xiao began to wield his magical power. With the dual enhancement of magical and physical strength, the several legs of the 7th-tier Void Mantis could no longer withstand the pressure. The Deluo Immortal Sword instantly severed its legs and struck fiercely upon its body. I am unwilling. The Void Mantis emitted a voice of resentment, and the next moment it fell at Yi Xiao's hands. Junior brother, your cultivation is impressive. How about we join forces to slay this 7th-tier insectoid monarch? At this time, the voice of Taoist Duo Bao sounded. He found it somewhat difficult to deal with this 7th-tier insectoid monarch alone, as the opponent's combat power was comparable to the peak of the Deluo Golden Immortal. Hearing this, Yi Xiao let out a hearty laugh. I have just the same intention, junior brother. Duo Bao was not yet the future Buddha of Buddhism, and Yi Xiao had no other thoughts about him, even considering surpassing Duo Bao long ago. Now it was almost time. Yi Xiao was very interested in fighting alongside Duo Bao. After all, during the first battle, he had not yet qualified to participate. After saying this, Yi Xiao brandished the Deluo Immortal Sword and joined the battle. The 7th-tier insectoid monarch was both furious and enraged upon seeing this, but could do nothing but rage helplessly. Unable to kill, and seemingly unable to fight back. In the void, the 3 pure ones were astonished by Yi Xiao's power. The old man sage spoke first. I didn't expect Yi Xiao's combat power to be so formidable. He can slay 7th-tier insectoid elites comparable to the late Deluo Golden Immortal at the early stage. Moreover, his physical body is exceptionally strong, perhaps not inferior to the great shaman of the Witch clan. Junior brother truly has a good disciple. This child's strength should be considered the best among our 3 teachings. The old man sage spoke sincerely, a hint of regret flashing in his eyes, though it vanished in an instant. Conversely, Yuan Shi Tianzun was completely at a loss for words, regretting his previous decisions. So how did I not realize Yi Xiao was so extraordinary back then? Why didn't that kid choose me? Taoist Tong Tian stroked his beard, his eyes filled with pride. This is all just luck. Luck? Ha ha ha. Let's not dwell on that. I estimate that the 9th-tier insectoid powerhouse might not be able to hold back much longer. The number of 7th and 8th-tier powerhouses falling is increasing, and this level is not infinite. The old man sage said, Indeed, everyone prepare well. Try not to let the 9th-tier insectoids harm our people from the primordial era. Yi Xiao, of course, was unaware of the conversation among the 3 pure ones. At this moment, he was engaged in a fierce battle with Taoist Duo Bao against the 7th-tier monarch of the insectoids. The claws of the mantis, comparable to a mid-grade innate spiritual treasure, were able to match the blade of the Deluo Immortal Sword. With similar levels, Yi Xiao found it difficult to break through its defenses. However, his physical body could not withstand the attacks of innate spiritual treasures, so he could not gain an absolute upper hand. At this moment, Duo Bao took out a supreme innate spiritual treasure. Junior brother, I will break this beast's defense, and you distract it. Okay. Yi Xiao nodded, and suddenly flashed, appearing directly behind the 7th-tier insectoid monarch. It seems I must use some techniques. In that case, let me show you the new technique I have comprehended. 9 turns mystic art. Pangus Phantom, suppress it for me. In an instant, Yi Xiao's body began to rapidly swell, growing over 100 times in size, almost pinning the 7th-tier insectoid monarch down. This move was a divine ability comprehended after the 6th turn of the 9 turns mystic art, capable of summoning a trace of Pangus Phantom, possessing even a fraction of Pangus might. However, it could only last for a few breaths. Although the time was short in front of true powerhouses, even a fraction of a moment could be deadly. SSS. At the moment the Pangu Phantom appeared, an aura from the chaotic period suddenly descended. Pangu was an invincible powerhouse. Even if it was just a trace of his phantom, it caused the 7th-tier insectoid monarch to fall into a brief moment of fear and dread. Its limbs trembled wildly, and the fear from deep within made it afraid to move recklessly. Thus it was suppressed in place by Yi Xiao. Senior brother, act quickly. Yi Xiao hurriedly communicated with Duo Bao. Duo Bao, awakening from his daze, replied, "This move of junior brother is incredibly powerful, but this beast must die. Kill. This is Panga's phantom." In the distance, the old man sage and Yuan Shitianzun were once again stunned. How did Yi Xiao achieve this? On the other side of the battlefield, Zhu Long was delivering a crushing blow. He was already at the peak of Quasi Saint, and was the oldest among the Quasi Saints of the primordial era, surpassing even the qualifications of the 300 guests of Zhixiao Palace. Having accumulated immeasurable magical power over countless epochs, his strength was unfathomable, far surpassing countless strong beings of the same realm. Now possessing the ancestral dragon gauntlet, a supreme, innate treasure, killing insectoids of the same realm without innate treasures was almost effortless. At the moment Yi Xiao and Duo Bao were slaying the 7th-tier insectoid monarch, Zhu Long also accomplished his objective, even exceeding it. He had slain 6 elite insectoids of the 8th tier and above, including 3 elite level 2 monarch level and 1 emperor level. He harvested 6 sources of 8th tier insectoids. Then, sensing Yi Xiao's position, he decisively exited the battlefield and flew towards Yi Xiao. So that is a powerful being of the ancient dragon race. Truly terrifying. I thought the dragon race was weak, but unexpectedly they are so powerful, we should not provoke them. Thankfully my clan has never offended the dragon race. The human cultivators, witnessing Zhu Long's formidable power, began to discuss among themselves. Junior brother, let's split this source, 1/2 for each of us. Duo Bao divided the source of the 7th-tier monarch in half and handed it to Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao did not mind the small amount of source and immediately accepted it. Thank you, senior brother. Zhu Long has arrived. Junior brother has matters to attend to, so I will not chat with you for now. Here are 2 pieces of enlightenment tea, a gift for you, senior brother. Yi Xiao tossed out 2 pieces of enlightenment tea and went to join Zhu Long. Duo Bao looked at the enlightenment tea in his hand, a fiery glint in his eyes. 4th junior brother is indeed generous. After refining the source of the insectoids, I will be able to attempt severing the 3 corpses and break into the Quasi Saint realm. How are you, Elder Zhu? Yi Xiao asked. Zhu Long shook his head. I am fine. How was your harvest? Yi Xiao's eyes lit up. Great. So much. In that case, I ask you, Elder, to assist me next. I need to slay a large number of insectoid powerhouses. Zhu Long, though unaware of Yi Xiao's intentions, readily agreed. That's simple. I will directly half-kill the insectoids. You just need to slay them. What level of insectoids do you need? Yi Xiao smiled and replied. It's hard to kill 8th tier ones, so let's go with the 7th tier. Alright, just watch me, clan leader. As the voice fell, the candle dragon's figure flickered and instantly rushed into the chaotic battle not far away. In the next moment, a great Luo practitioner felt a blur before his eyes, and then discovered that his opponent had vanished. What is happening? Where is my large insectoid? This practitioner felt somewhat disoriented in the wind. He could hardly grasp the situation at hand. In truth, it was just that the candle dragon's speed was too fast, so fast that even a great Luo golden immortal could not clearly see how he struck. In an instant, the candle dragon heavily injured the 7th-tier insectoid, then tore open the space to deliver it beside Yi Xiao before moving on to find the next insectoid victim. Yi Xiao looked at the massive insectoid body lying before him, a smile spreading across his face as a flash of sword light appeared, and he collected 100,000 battle points. Not bad, not bad. And there's also the source energy. I wonder how much source energy I can harvest this time. Will it allow me to break through to the Quasi Saint realm in one go? While thinking this, another elite 7th-tier insectoid's heavily injured body appeared before him. Without any hesitation, Yi Xiao struck again, claiming another 7th-tier insectoid corpse along with the source energy and another 100,000 battle points. Awesome. This is just too exhilarating. Senior Candle Dragon is truly a super fighter. If only I had known the proper way to utilize him sooner, although it seems it's not too late now. In just this short time, Senior Candle Dragon has helped me slay 12 7th-tier insectoids, earning me 1,200,000 battle points. Let's keep going. While Candle Dragon was fully engaged in heavily wounding the insectoids, none of the 7th-tier insectoids, regardless of their bloodline level, could withstand his fist, empowered by innate treasures. They were directly left heavily injured and unable to fend for themselves. They were immediately torn through space by the Candle Dragon and delivered to Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao always struck directly, waiting for the spoils to come to him. Time passed little by little. The remarkable operations of Candle Dragon and Yi Xiao drew the eyes of more and more onlookers. Many practitioners engaged in battle with the insectoids simply stopped to watch the duo's performance. Although they didn't understand the significance of what the two were doing, it appeared to be incredibly entertaining. With their increasing synergy, the losses of the 7th-tier insectoid powerhouses became more and more severe. Moreover, the rate of their demise became faster and faster. The insectoids gradually grew frantic, with powerful insectoids of all levels starting to go mad. Congratulations to the host for slaying a 7th tier elite insectoid, earning 100 battle points. Congratulations to the host for slaying a 7th tier elite insectoid, earning 100 battle points. Congratulations to the host for slaying a 7th tier insectoid king, earning 100 battle points. As Yi Xiao killed each 7th tier insectoid, the system's notification echoed. By this time, the number of 7th tier insectoids that had died under Yi Xiao's Great Luo Immortal Sword had reached 70. Excluding over 40 ordinary 7th tier insectoids, the remaining 20 or so 7th tier insectoids had provided more than 20 sources of energy. Yi Xiao's haul was substantial, having earned 7 million battle points. Even the Great Luo Immortal Sword in his hand emitted a strange aura of slaughter due to the large amount of insectoid blood it had absorbed, vaguely hinting at an impending breakthrough. 7th tier insectoid powerhouses are comparable to Great Luo Golden Immortals. Their blood is equally precious, and the Great Luo Immortal Gold can also be absorbed and refined. Meanwhile, the Candle Dragon became Yi Xiao's most capable assistant. Wherever he passed, 7th tier insectoids were heavily wounded and then fell. Yi Xiao moved like a reaper, darting through every corner of the battlefield, with his finishing speed growing ever faster. The two of them were becoming increasingly in sync. Having killed so many 7th tier insectoids and gathered so much source energy that human Great Luo is going to strike it rich. Seeing this battlefield had lost its appeal, I might as well change locations. The primordial practitioners gradually dispersed, leaving only Candle Dragon and Yi Xiao performing. A vast number of 7th tier insectoids were slain by their combined efforts, and battle points flowed into Yi Xiao's account like a river. However, their rapid and astonishing achievements also drew the attention of the 9th tier insectoid powerhouses. Damn it, how could our 7th tier powerhouses be lost so quickly? In this battle, too many 7th tier have died. My insectoid race relies on consuming all things to grow, and we have countless powerful beings, yet we cannot endure such losses. Thus spoke a 9th tier insectoid powerhouse. I calculated that this is the work of 2 practitioners from the primordial world, one at the pinnacle of Quasi-Saint and the other at the early stage of Great Luo. Quite a clever strategy. Another 9th tier insectoid powerhouse spoke gloomily. Any insectoid that could become a 9th tier powerhouse has a royal bloodline. They can hatch insectoids of any bloodline level below 9th tier. Now, not only are the 8th tier insectoids falling rapidly, but the 7th tier ones are as well. They ultimately could not hold back. At this moment, a particularly eerie 9th tier insectoid powerhouse remarked, the individual strength of the primordial practitioners is significantly stronger than our race. If this continues, we will surely be unable to hold out and will eventually retreat back to the insectoid world. I will not allow such a thing to happen. The stronger the primordial practitioners become, the more delicious their flesh will be, enabling our race to grow rapidly. As long as we consume more primordial powerhouses, our race can continue to give birth to new 9th tier beings. Therefore, we must act now to stop the primordial practitioners' advance. We need not push them back. We only need to eliminate some of the top combatants from the major primordial powers. The 2 worlds should maintain balance, which is most beneficial to our race. After the 9th tier insectoid finished speaking, the other 9th tier insectoids did not voice any objections, all tacitly agreeing. The 9th tier insectoid was pleased by this response and said, Void Darkness and Venom, you 3 will act. Quickly resolve this. Be wary of the primordial saints. If they appear, retreat immediately. Do not get entangled with the primordial saints. Our race is currently not their match. Yes, Mother Sovereign. The 3 designated 9th tier insectoids spoke in human language, and then the void trembled as 3 massive 9th tier insectoids vanished from the insectoid world. Among them, the 9th tier void mantis directly headed towards Yi Xiao's location at full speed. Just after Yi Xiao had slain a 7th tier insectoid king with the assistance of the Candle Dragon, he saw the Candle Dragon fly to him with a serious expression. Before Yi Xiao could ask anything, the Candle Dragon said alarmingly, Chief, we must leave. I have a troubling premonition. This premonition has saved me several times. We are in for big trouble. Hearing this, Yi Xiao's brow furrowed. What the hell is happening? Even Senior Candle Dragon feels it is a big, damn it, I only killed 87th tier insectoids. Surely a 9th tier insectoid powerhouse won't come after me. This is serious. Let's get out of here. Without any hesitation, Yi Xiao dashed away. Yi Xiao had immense faith in his intuition. The Candle Dragon had existed for countless epochs, a primordial divine beast present since the dawn of creation, and its strength had already reached the pinnacle of Quasi-Saint, mere steps away from becoming a saint. If even such an existence uttered the words great trouble, then the impending danger was surely something he could not contend with at this moment. What face, what demeanor, what aura of a strong person. In the face of absolute life-and-death crisis, they all became worthless. Run. This was the only thought in Yixiao's mind. He didn't even have time to utter a word to the candle dragon. His feet surged with celestial light, and he directly urged the Deluo celestial sword to its utmost limit, channeling all his magical power. His entire being transformed into a streak of extreme light, frantically fleeing toward the outskirts of the battlefield. The candle dragon, seeing this, made the same move. At this moment, neither the man nor the dragon had any desire to fight. But just as they were fleeing, the enemy had already arrived. You think you can escape after killing so many of my clan's powerful beings? Dream on. Die. A voice filled with murderous intent echoed in Yixiao and the candle dragon's minds, and then they heard a sharp crack. In the next moment, the void before them exploded, revealing a massive void mantis that had appeared before them without them noticing. Both were firmly pinned in place by the terrifying pressure, unable to move. The candle dragon managed to remain standing, but Yixiao was pressed flat against the ground. Let alone escape, he didn't even know if he could stand up alive. Is this it? Am I really going to die? Yixiao felt a twinge of regret, wishing he had left sooner. At this moment, the candle dragon transmitted a message. Clan leader, I will exert all my strength shortly, though I should be able to hold off this 9th-tier insect for a moment. You must escape. Yixiao immediately rejected, saying, Senior candle dragon, you must not going, is just seeking death. I still have the trump card given to me by my master, which is enough to create an opportunity for our escape. We will separate and run. The candle dragon was overjoyed. Wonderful. Even a glimmer of hope is enough. I wish to see the dragon clan rise again. Clan leader, it's up to you. While conversing, Yixiao had already taken out the jade talisman given by the master. At this moment, the 9th-tier void mantis stepped out from the shattered space. Its figure was an eerie shade of dark green with a body at least tens of thousands of feet long, looking extremely terrifying. A terrifying pressure far exceeding that of a quasi-saint swept across the entire battlefield like a tsunami. The instant it appeared, all the cultivators and insects still fighting on the battlefield froze in their movements. Countless primitive cultivators turned pale. Is this a 9th-tier powerhouse of the insect race? How could a 9th-tier insect appear? Damn it, run. The 9th-tier insect has made its move. If you don't flee now, it will be too late. Isn't that the candle dragon and the Deluo from the human race? They actually provoked a 9th-tier insect. This place is not safe. In an instant, the primitive cultivators on the battlefield began to retreat. While the primal energy is indeed important, it now threatened their lives. All the cultivators were intimidated by the aura of the 9th-tier void mantis fleeing desperately toward the distance. The chaotic battlefield now only had the insect race's powerhouses roaring across it. The 9th-tier void mantis fixed its gaze firmly on Yixiao, then suddenly opened its massive mouth, unleashing a powerful suction toward Yixiao. Meanwhile, the Sanqing hidden in the void had long been prepared. The reason they hadn't intervened to help Yixiao immediately was that they were sealing off this area. Just as Yixiao was about to crush the jade talisman, a streak of green sword light suddenly appeared in front of him. The 9th-tier void mantis sensed this aura and quickly dodged. Qingping's sword. The primal untainted saint has also arrived. Come out. With that, the primal untainted saint wielding the Qingping sword grabbed Yixiao and the candle dragon. Then with a cold gaze, he looked at the 9th-tier void mantis. If a cowardly beast dares to attack my disciple. Since you enjoy bullying the weak, then you shall remain here today. As he spoke, Laozi and Yuanshi Tianzuan also appeared behind the 9th-tier void mantis, the three forming a triangular formation to surround the 9th-tier void mantis. Few, we are saved. Thank you, master. Yixiao said to the master. The master replied irately, You really have some guts. A mere Deluo golden immortal dares to come here. However, well done, you are indeed my disciple. Ha ha ha. The master laughed heartily, genuinely pleased. Yixiao had given him too many surprises lately. It's all thanks to master's teachings. Yixiao smiled and continued, But master, why not let us leave this place first? The master nodded slightly and directly flung Yixiao and the candle dragon outside the barrier. Sanqing, you actually appeared at the same time. How is this possible? No, this was deliberate on your part. Despicable primitive cultivators, you shall die. The 9th-tier void mantis wanted to flee the moment it saw the three, but the space here was sealed off, and it was a combined effort of 3 saints. It simply couldn't escape in a short time. You beasts with fur and shells dare to act arrogantly before me. Yuanshi Tianzuan shouted angrily, immediately taking action. The primordial supreme treasure, the Panga banner, surged into action, launching an attack. Unprincipled. Despicable primitive cultivators. The 9th-tier void mantis let out an enraged voice, knowing it stood no chance against the 3 more powerful saints. It could only endure. Boom. A terrifying explosion resounded as the 9th-tier void mantis bore the brunt of the 3's supreme treasure attacks. Its massive body was instantly reduced by more than half, and its aura plummeted. However, being a 9th tier being, it wouldn't fall from such damage. In the blink of an eye, the 9th tier Void Mantis recovered. Although its aura felt somewhat unstable. I will fight you all. Perhaps realizing it could not escape, the Void Mantis took the initiative to attack, charging at the Master. The Master felt somewhat disappointed. This 9th tier Void Mantis is truly weak. It doesn't require all three of us to take action at once. Elder brother, second brother, leave this to me. You two should go oversee the battlefield of the Witch and Demon clans. Laozi and Yuanshi Tianzuan did not refuse upon hearing this. They also felt that the Void Mantis' strength did not warrant all three of them acting simultaneously, and they left. This filled the 9th tier Void Mantis with an overwhelming sense of humiliation. Tong Tian, I will kill you. Patriarch, are you alright? I'm fine, just a close call. Fortunately, my master and the others arrived early. Outside the spatial blockade, Yi Xiao and Zhu Long were whispering. Yi Xiao gazed at the terrifying battle before him, feeling a twinge of reluctance in his heart. Why is the insect race so impatient? It's obvious that my master and the others had set an ambush long ago, just waiting for them to come out. Truly a group of beasts. I estimate that the other saints of the primordial era are already prepared, but I wonder how many 9th grade insects will emerge this time. If several of them get killed, the insect world might truly struggle against the onslaught of the primordial era. Although saints can be resurrected, it still takes time. I've only accumulated 800,000 war value. What should I do now? To just walk away would be such a loss. Yi Xiao murmured to himself, feeling a bit anxious. If the insect race is annihilated, he and the human race would lose a stepping stone for rapid rise. Refining the source energy is much faster than cultivating. Patriarch, are we not leaving? The primordial cultivators here have mostly left. It seems the saints of the primordial era are planning to attack the insect world. At this moment, Zhu Long's voice rang in Yi Xiao's ears. Hearing this, Yi Xiao noticed that it seemed only the Tongtian teacher and the two of them remained on this battlefield. Yi Xiao looked at the countless, endless insect race with a flicker in his eyes. Ordinary 1st, 2nd, and 3rd grade insects were naturally below his notice. But he needed the war value that these insects provided. With such a massive number of insects, the higher grade ones are the least numerous. All of these are precious resources. If only I could slay all these insects, it would be perfect. Yi Xiao's mind raced, and just as he was about to leave, a sudden inspiration struck. Damn. Zhu Long was startled. Patriarch, what did you say? Yi Xiao, ha, it's nothing. I just thought of a brilliant... Zhu Long, my dear predecessor, our two races are about to rise. Saying this, Yi Xiao immediately took out a completed sea stabilizing pearl and said, Predecessor Zhu Long, inside this is a great 1,000 worlds. What if we collect all these insects in there? Hearing this, the somewhat dazed Zhu Long's eyes shone with brilliance. Patriarch, you can't be thinking of. Exactly. Taking advantage of the 9th grade insects being held back by the saints, let's collect as many as we can in the shortest time. You are at the peak of Kwasa Saint, you handle those above De Luo Jin Xian, and I'll take care of the rest. Alright. Zhu Long exclaimed, excitedly ready to collect the insects. At this moment, Yi Xiao added, by the way, let's first collect from this battlefield, then we'll check the battlefield of the witch and demon races. After saying this, the two began to split up and act. Ha, I'm about to get rich. Why didn't I think of this sooner? I have 36 great 1,000 worlds, or I can fit as many insects as I want. Yi Xiao chuckled slyly, flying into the air and opening the great 1,000 worlds, sucking in fierce. He just needed to open the gate of the great 1,000 worlds, and then with the power of the World Master, he could directly annihilate these insects. With war value secured and source energy in hand. Both safe and efficient without worrying about being ambushed by insect race powerhouses. It was simply perfect. Ha, I'm truly a genius. Yi Xiao couldn't help but feel ecstatic. Gate of the world, heed my command. Open. In an instant, a passage filled with devouring power quietly opened in the void of the outer battlefield. The terrifying devouring force made it impossible for insects below De Luo Jin Xian to resist. They were sucked into the great 1,000 worlds. One after another, a swarm followed. Insects are sentient too, and with Yi Xiao's early De Luo Jin Xian cultivation, he could only forcibly collect those below De Luo Jin Xian without consent. But even with this limitation, mosquitoes may be small, yet their numbers are plentiful. Countless insects suddenly felt an irresistible, terrifying pull pulling them away. Buzz. A 4th grade insect, unable to even struggle, was directly sucked into a gate of the world, disappearing without a trace. Roar. A 5th grade insect roared in resistance, but in the face of the world's power controlled by Yi Xiao, its struggles were like an ant trying to stop a chariot, instantly devoured. A 6th grade insect, all helpless under this terrifying devouring force, was forcibly pulled into the great 1,000 worlds. Seeing this terrifying unknown scene, the 7th grade insects turned and fled. Yi Xiao's figure darted around in all directions, collecting more and more insects. Before long, the insects on this battlefield had been collected nearly entirely. To take the risk, he only needed to patiently wait for the war value to be credited. Refreshing. This is the true harvest. On the other side, Tontian teacher had completely suppressed the 9th grade void mantis of the insect race. He naturally noticed Yixiao's actions and couldn't help but twitch his lips. This kid, Yixiao, really has quite a few tricks up his sleeve. The effect of the sea stabilizing pearl has actually been brought out by him, creating 36 heavens. It seems that under the leadership of my disciple, the human race will soon become a true major clan of the primordial era. The third major race of the primordial era is just around the corner. Truly worthy of being my Tongtian's disciple. Zhulong, it's about time. On the battlefield of the witch and demon races. This place was even more lively than Yixiao's side. The quasi-saint powers of the witch and demon races were almost all concentrated here. This was truly the main battlefield of the outer domain. The number of 7th and 8th grade insects slain by the two races was not small, and naturally the insect race could not hold back. Yixiao had only slain 87th grade insects before being targeted by a 9th grade void mantis. The situation was similar here. However, the battle situation with the void mantis was sealed off, so they temporarily did not know. The poison and darkness, two 9th grade powerhouses of the insect race, had quietly arrived. They did not reveal themselves, but had locked their sights on at least two quasi-saint peaks. They were from the demon and witch races. Darkness, following the will of the Mother Empress, slay a few quasi-saint peaks so that these primordial cultivators understand pain, but be sure not to kill them all. Poison transmitted a message. Darkness, rest assured, I have a measure. I am ready. When do we start? The two 9th grade insects chatted casually. Unbeknownst to them, in the void of the battlefield, Lousy Saint and Yuan Shi Tianzun had already discovered each other. Big brother, just write one for each. Yuan Shi Tianzun transmitted. Lousy Saint, all right. Be careful not to let these two beasts kill the 12 ancestor witches or the Eastern Emperor Jun. Kill. Zhurong roared, and divine flames engulfed the heavens and earth, instantly incinerating swathes of 6th and 7th tier insectoids into nothingness. Dijuan wielded the river map and Luo book, orchestrating a stellar formation. The power of countless stars descended each strike, claiming numerous insectoid lives. Tai gripped the chaos bell, its toll resonating through time and space, causing the approaching insectoids to be shattered in spirit. Darkness, you may act now. Just slay the 4 peak quasi-saints and teach the Honghuang races a lesson. Don't kill too many lest you force the saints to intervene. The voice of venom echoed, and the two 9th tier insectoid powerhouses could no longer hold back. In that instant, the two 9th tier insectoids revealed their forms. Boom. The terrifying 9th tier aura erupted instantly, freezing the air over the entire battlefield of witches and demons, causing countless cultivators' hearts to stop. The combatants of the witch and demon races suddenly changed their expressions. Not good. It's the 9th tier insectoids. How could 9th tier insectoids appear here? Dijuan and Tai turned pale, terror gleaming in their eyes. Hutu Gonggong and Dijiao, among others, felt their blood boil, their eyes revealing defiance. How could the 9th tier insectoid powerhouses interfere in the battle here? Is a decisive battle about to commence? Where are the saints of Honghuang? Dijiao felt anxious. Although the witch race had 12 peak quasi-saints, those below the saints were mere ants. If the enemy wanted to kill them, no number of peak quasi-saints would suffice. Damn it, if I had known, I would have completed the 12 capital heavenly gods formation first. At least I could have contended with the saints. I hope the saints of Honghuang arrive soon. Venom shouted, fiercely transforming into a dark poisonous glare, heading straight for the witch races Hutu and Gonggong. The dark venom coalesced into a poison blade that pierced through heaven and earth, shattering laws and cracking the void, nearly invisible to the naked eye. Hutu, be careful. Gonggong's eyes widened, expending all his strength to summon the laws of water, hoping to shield her. But he was also within the range of the enemy's attack, rendering any effort futile. Hutu, be careful. Gonggong, watch out. Water, be careful. The remaining 10 ancestral witches were equally wide-eyed, rushing frantically towards the two ancestral witches' positions. However, their speed could not match that of the 9th tier insectoid powerhouses. At the same time, Darkness also moved. He raised his hand and grasped infinite darkness, coalescing into a colossal hand, reaching for the demon races Dijuan and Fushi. Your Majesty, be careful. Shihuang, watch out. Big brother, be cautious. The 10 demon saints Donghuang, Tai, and other demon powerhouses exclaimed in unison, but it was too late to rescue. Dijuan and Fushi sensed the imminent threat of death, their faces ashen. Against the assault of the saints, they found themselves powerless. Am I to perish now? I am unwilling. I have yet to attain sainthood. Sister, I ultimately could not reach that step. At this moment, countless cultivators of the witch and demon races closed their eyes, unable to bear the sight. These individuals, targeted by the 9th tier insectoids, were virtually doomed. Yet just at this critical moment, a clear and melodious Tao voice suddenly resonated across the battlefield. Absurd. Immediately, a pure white cloud descended from the heavens, transforming into an unadorned hand that gently landed on the poison blade. Bang! That terrifying poison blade, capable of slaying peak quasi-saints, shattered instantly. Venom himself was thrown back by an irresistible force, his eyes displaying shock for the first time. "I am a saint. Why are you here?" Venom exclaimed in shock. Meanwhile, on the other side, a black supreme treasure smashed through darkness, colossal hand blocking his attack. "Primordial Lord, know you have been here all along, waiting for us to act." Darkness seemed to realize a dreadful outcome, feeling a sense of foreboding. In the next moment, the void slowly cracked and two figures stepped out. "It's the saints, the sage and the primordial saint. Thank you both, saints. Thank you for rescuing us, saints." At this moment, the powerhouses of the witch and demon races expressed their gratitude to Laozi and the primordial lord. Hutu, Gonggong, Dijuan, and Fushi all breathed a sigh of relief. Just a moment ago, they truly believed they were about to die. "The extermination of the insectoids is imminent. You all should retreat for now." The primordial lord glanced indifferently at the Honghuang cultivators before issuing a direct order to retreat. Upon hearing this, the cultivators of all races in Honghuang began to retreat. Venom and Darkness exchanged glances, both seeing the gravity in each other's eyes. Something feels off, the strength of these two ranks among the top among the Honghuang saints. If they are lying in ambush here, their intentions must be significant. We must return to inform the Empress Mother, otherwise. The space has been sealed. For now, we can only defeat these two first. I suspect the saints of Honghuang are preparing to strike at our insectoid world. They must not succeed. Kill. The two 9th-tier insectoid powerhouses considered briefly before launching an attack on Laozi and the primordial lord. One chi becomes 3 purities. Panga Banner. Laozi and the primordial lord, seeing the enemy appear, unleashed lethal attacks, fully intending to end the battle swiftly. A battle of saintly proportions erupted. At the same time, two figures silently appeared at the edge of the battlefield. It was Yi Xiao and Zhu Long, who had just finished harvesting a large number of insectoids and rushed over. "Leader, are we really going to do this under the noses of the 9th-tier insectoid powerhouses?" Zhu Long asked, looking at the 9th-tier insectoids battling the Honghuang saints. Yi Xiao shrugged nonchalantly. "No problem. After all, with two masters here, they won't be able to come over. There are plenty of insectoids here. We can collect a few at will. This battlefield has many more insectoids than the previous area. There are even more 7th and 8th-tier insectoids. For the development of our two races, Senior Zhu Long, let's stick to the old rules. Insectoids above the Golden Immortal level are yours. Take as many as you can, and once you're done, leave without lingering. Let's finish this job and go." Hearing Yi Xiao's words, Zhu Long nodded immediately. "All right, let's get started. It's been a long time since this old bone of mine has felt this exhilarated." Zhu Long complied, charging into the swarm of insectoids. With a single grab, he captured an 8th-tier insectoid and threw it directly into the Great Thousand World. Gate of the world open. Yi Xiao's low voice echoed across the battlefield, and a terrifying force of devouring emerged, using the power of the Great Thousand World to forcibly pull these insectoids. The terrifying suction force instantly engulfed all directions. One 1st-tier, 2nd-tier, and 3rd-tier insectoid after another, unable to resist, even slightly, were forcibly sucked into the gate of the world like kites with broken strings. A multitude of 4th, 5th, and 6th-tier insectoids struggled desperately, their roars echoing endlessly, yet they were ruthlessly devoured by the world's force. However, Yi Xiao was well prepared. "Trying to escape? You might as well come in." Countless insectoids surged into Yi Xiao's grand world like a tidal wave. The entire battlefield of the Lich and the sorcerers erupted in chaos. The ancient cultivators, still caught in the fray, were dumbfounded, staring in shock at the figure high in the sky. "Is that the leader of the human race, Yi Xiao? What is he doing? Is he devouring the insectoids? What kind of treasure is that? Can it really swallow so many insectoids directly? Damn, this treasure is amazing. We can slowly eliminate them after collecting them. This is an immense source of energy. Damn it, having a sage as a teacher is fantastic. He even has treasures that contain a small world. I'm so envious." Di Jun and Tai Yi's pupils shrank in unison. "Human race? Is that the race created by the goddess Nuwa? They've actually reached the level of a great Luo Golden Immortal." The 12 ancestors of sorcery were equally shocked, looking at Yi Xiao as if he were a monster. "This kid is too reckless, isn't he? In the battlefield where sages fight against 9th-tier insectoids, he dares to harvest insectoids so brazenly. Is he not afraid of being casually slapped to death by a 9th-tier insectoid?" At that moment, the great sorcerer Xing Tian suddenly spoke. "Several ancestors, that person's physical body is very strong, not inferior to mine. Oh, it seems this person is not simple. However, we should leave now. When sages fight, they won't care about us, and you can't withstand even a residual wave." Di Jiang waved his hand, and after a ripple of spatial fluctuation, the sorcerer army vanished. In the void, the Venom and Darkness, two ninth-tier insectoids battling against Laozi and Yuan Shitian Zun, also took notice of this scene. When they saw their countless kin being frantically devoured by Yi Xiao, like cutting wheat, the two insectoid powerhouses' eyes nearly popped out. Roar! The Venom was infuriated, its entire body boiling with venom, nearly going berserk, eyes bloodshot, fixating on Yi Xiao with a murderous intent. You little bastard. You dare? I will kill you. The Venom struggled madly, trying to break free from Laozi to slay Yi Xiao. But who is Laozi? The foremost of the three pure ones, able to transform into the three pure ones, one could stand against four sages. With a gentle spin of the Tai Chi diagram, all of the Venom's attacks were effortlessly neutralized and firmly suppressed. Don't even think about escaping, you abominable creatures don't understand yet. The doom of the insectoids is approaching. Once you die, the insectoids will enter a countdown to destruction. Second brother, don't hold back, use your full strength to eliminate them. The indifferent voice of Tai Shang Laozi echoed as various powerful techniques were unleashed instantly. Yuan Shitian Zun was the same. The two quickly suppressed their opponents. In terms of strength, Yuan Shitian Zun might be slightly weaker than Tongtian Sage, but dealing with a ninth-tier insectoid was no problem. Not to mention Tai Shang Laozi. Once Laozi dealt with his opponent, the other ninth-tier insectoid would have only a dead end awaiting. Awesome. This is fantastic. I wonder how many insectoids we've collected this time. Killing these insectoids should give enough war value to draw the next world right. Yi Xiao was overjoyed in his heart, his face beamed with a smile. 36 grand worlds, like 36 bottomless abysses, could devour however many insectoids came. This was not merely source energy for Yi Xiao, it was double the utilization. Zhulong was also growing increasingly excited. As an ancestral dragon, when had he enjoyed such a thrill? The power of the peak Quasi-Saint erupted fully. Seventh-tier insectoids were like chicks in his hands, with a casual grab producing a large batch directly thrown into the grand world. He targeted only the 7th and 8th tiers, capturing numerous high-tier insectoids. Many of these insectoids were elite levels, and the source energy was sufficient to allow the Dragon Clan to give birth to several more Quasi-Saint level powerhouses. The saints of the primordial world have already begun to act. I should leave here soon. Yi Xiao glanced at the battlefield. At this moment, many insectoids from the battlefield of the Lich and the sorcerers had been collected by him, but there were still many that could not be gathered completely. The battle among the sages was growing fiercer. Staying longer would be meaningless and could lead to drawing danger. After all, being too ostentatious in front of sages is not a good thing. Zhulong, let's retreat. The two no longer hesitated, transforming into two streaks of light, quietly exiting the main battlefield of the Lich and the sorcerers, racing away from this land of troubles. In the outer battlefield, a remote and desolate area suddenly fluctuated, and then Yi Xiao and Zhulong flew out from the void. Both of them wore joyful expressions, as the gains from this trip were truly enormous. Zhulong was the first to exclaim, "Leader, we struck it rich this time. I've captured no less than 100 7th-tier insectoids, and there are also 28th-tier ones. At least half of them possess source energy." Zhulong's excitement was unrestrained. He was genuinely thrilled. Yi Xiao laughed heartily. "Zhulong, we've not just made a fortune. This wave of harvesting is enough for both our clans to soar. Let me take a closer look at the specifics first." Yi Xiao directly created a cave dwelling in the ground, obscuring the heavenly secrets with the Chaos Pearl, then sat cross-legged, immersing his mind into the Pearl of the Sea. Within the Grand World, countless insectoids were exiled to a specific area. First tier to 6th tier, they were densely packed, innumerable. The insectoids inside roared and crashed wildly, attempting to break through the world barrier. Yet in the face of the complete laws of the Grand World, all was in vain. There are actually so many. 100 million first-tier insectoids, 60 million second-tier insectoids, 40 million third-tier, 10 million fourth-tier, 600,000 fifth-tier, and surprisingly 30,000 sixth-tier. Yi Xiao couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Just the number of insectoids he collected exceeded 30,000 sixth-tier insectoids corresponded to 30,000 powerful beings at the Tai Golden Immortal level being captured alive. How much war value is this worth? And there's also source energy. Yi Xiao couldn't help but swallow. The harvest was so immense it left him dumbfounded. Zhulong, standing by, said nothing, quietly waiting for Yi Xiao to recover. After a long while, Yi Xiao excitedly said, "Zhulong, I might need to stay here for a while." Zhulong smiled. "I will protect you here. Anyway, the 100,000 soldiers of the human race and the 500 dragon soldiers of my clan are all within the leader's Grand World, so there's no need to worry about their safety." Yi Xiao replied, "Good, then I will handle these insectoids first." So many insect tribes, each one worth 10 points of war value, totaling 100 million heads. Wouldn't it be a bit unwise to kill them all? One 6-stage insect tribe is worth 10,000 points, and 300,000 heads would yield 3 billion. And then there are the 5-stage insect tribes, each worth 1,000 points. 600,000 heads would equal 6 billion. 36 billion should be enough, right? Insect tribes can also devour each other. Let the lower ones consume themselves, and when they grow stronger we can reap the benefits. Isn't that even better? With that thought, Xiao had made up his mind. He then used his magical power to infiltrate the divine sea pearl, and in the next moment all the insect tribes within the vast world were within Xiao's divine sense. He only needed to move a thought to harness the great power of the vast world to eliminate all insect tribes. However, Xiao focused only on the 5-stage and 6-stage insect tribes. Power of the world, heed my command. Kill. Boom. In an instant, the power of the entire vast world surged violently, pouring down in an instant. The golden power of the world shone down upon the insect tribes. One by one, the insect tribes let out piercing screams, their souls instantaneously obliterated, leaving only their shells and energy sources. Xiao did not intervene with the 1st to 4th stages, only dealing with the 5th and 6th stages, totaling nearly 1 million heads. Congratulations to the host for gaining war value. The system notification sound was frantically spamming in Xiao's mind. War value skyrocketed like a rocket. Originally 8 million war value. In this moment, it instantly soared to 36 billion and 8 million points. Enough for him to exchange countless treasures in the system shop. Innate spiritual treasures. Just exchange. Innate supreme treasures. Also just exchange. Pangus essence blood. That can buy even more. Looking at so much war value, Xiao's heart couldn't help but race. 36 billion should be enough, right? First, let's collect the source energy. Thinking this, he moved his mind, and a large amount of insect source energy was gathered by Xiao in a certain area of the vast world. I didn't expect to have over 100,000 sources of energy, enough to boost 10,000 human warriors. And the dragon tribe. With a thought, Xiao took out the vast world housing 100,000 humans and 500 dragons, collecting all the 5th and 6th stage source energy. All of this is prepared for you, whether human or dragon can refine it. I only have one request, that is to diligently cultivate break through realms and strengthen our human race. The 10,000 human warriors, seeing so much source energy, looked excitedly to the sky. Thank you, clan leader. Rest assured we will not disappoint you. It's time to draw a lottery. I hope to draw a decent world, otherwise if the insect tribe is annihilated the new world won't be able to withstand it, and I would have to draw another world. Xiao took a deep breath, suppressing his excitement, and directly communicated with the system. System, open the lottery panel. Ding. The system lottery panel is now open. Normal lottery, each draw costs 1,000 war value. Items that can be drawn, techniques, divine abilities, treasures, essence, blood sources, special items, etc. 10,000 war value per draw is but a drop in the bucket for Xiao now. He possesses a full 36 billion and can draw at will. Draw 1,000 times all at once. Xiao did not hesitate and gave the command directly. Ding. Lottery started. Congratulations, you have obtained low-grade spiritual material 100. Congratulations, you have obtained medium-grade spirit stones 1,000. Congratulations, you have obtained a book of ordinary level techniques. Congratulations, you have obtained low-grade healing pills 50. The first 10 draws of 1,000 consecutive draws were almost all trash. Spiritual materials, spirit stones, ordinary pills, ordinary level techniques. These things are trash in the primeval era. Xiao twitched his lips. If it weren't for drawing world coordinates, I absolutely wouldn't draw. It's so damn pitiful. Continue. A million draws have just begun. This little interlude does not affect his mood at all. The lottery wheel was still spinning wildly, with system notifications constantly spamming in his mind, finally yielding something decent. While Xiao was immersed in the lottery, madly collecting system rewards, the atmosphere on the outer battlefield had already become extremely tense. The 3 great saints of the primeval era, Laozi of Taiji Yuanshi Tianzuan and Tongtian Jiao Master, were engaged in a fierce battle with their respective opponents. The 9-stage insect tribes were equivalent to the existence at the saint level of the primeval era. This battle had been prepared for a long time, and they aimed to take down the entire insect tribe world in one fell swoop. Not for anything else, but to ascend to a higher level and to gain new saint positions. The 3 purities combat power was defiant, almost invincible among the same rank, but the 9-stage insect tribes were equally fearless, employing strange tactics, and their physical bodies were incredibly strong, making it difficult to eliminate them completely. However, as time passed, the 9-stage insect tribes could not hold on any longer. Laozi of Taiji, under the influence of the Taiji diagram, with chaotic aura permeating the yin and yang energies, strangled everything. The insect tribe 9-stage he faced was as massive as a star, with countless tentacles tearing through the void, each strike carrying the power to destroy the universe. But before the Taiji diagram, all attacks were easily neutralized. Tao begets 1, 1 begets 2, 2 beget 3, 3 beget all things. Laozi of Taiji recited the Tao sound, gently closing his 5 fingers. In an instant the yin and yang reversed, and the universe fell silent. The terrifying power of the Tao directly suppressed that 9-stage insect tribe. No matter how it struggled or roared, it could not escape that terrifying restraint. Roar. The 9-stage insect tribe let out a reluctant and desperate roar, its voice shaking the entire outer battlefield. Yet before the Taoist Saint Laozi of Taiji, all struggles seemed pale and powerless. It's over. Laozi of Taiji spoke indifferently, his voice not loud, yet it resonated like the voice of the Tao. His 5 fingers suddenly contracted. Crack. A crisp sound of shattering echoed through heaven and earth. The dark body of the 9-stage insect tribe shattered directly, its soul instantaneously obliterated. In an instant, a rain of scarlet blood fell upon the outer battlefield. Even this outer battlefield sighed for the fall of the 9-stage insect tribe. This is the treatment of a 9-stage powerhouse. Having cultivated to this level, their fall can still evoke the sigh of the Tao. Since the arrival of the insect tribes, the first 9-stage powerhouse has finally fallen. Yet this seemed merely the beginning. Almost simultaneously, Tongtian Jiao Master also dealt with his opponent, the 9-stage Void Mantis. The rain of blood on the outer battlefield grew heavier. Countless primeval cultivators displayed expressions of horror. This was the first time they had witnessed such a shocking scene. The fall of a saint made the Tao weep. Laozi the saint freed up his hands, and the third 9-stage powerhouse of the insect tribe, the Venomous One, did not last long. Under the joint attack of Laozi and Yuanshi Tianzuan, it soon fell. On the same day, almost at the same moment, 3 9-stage powerhouses of the insect tribe fell simultaneously. In that moment, countless minds within the insect tribe were filled with a sense of sorrow, as if they had lost something of great importance. The once dim, bloody sky, permeated with the scent of slaughter, suddenly began to rain a strange downpour. This was no ordinary rain. It was blood rain. The fall of the saints brought sorrow to heaven and earth. Even in the outer battlefield far from the insect tribe's world, such a phenomenon could not be concealed. The blood rain fell incessantly, growing heavier, quickly enveloping the entire outer battlefield. At this moment, far in the center of the insect tribe's territory, lay the supreme sanctum known as the insect tribe's nest. Similarly, a torrential blood rain began to pour. Within the nest, countless insects felt the anguish and fear emanating from the depths of their bloodline. The lower-tier insects trembled, crawling on the ground, afraid to make the slightest movement. The mid-tier and high-tier insects with terrified expressions looked up at the sky, emitting uneasy shrieks. Even the 8th-tier insect powers changed drastically, their bodies trembling. They could clearly sense it. The presence of 3 9th-tier monarchs had vanished. 9th tier, that is the zenith of the insect tribe, their faith, the supreme monarchs of the insect tribe. Throughout the long history of the insect tribe, 9th tier beings rarely fall. Each can endure for countless ages. But today, 3 had perished at once. Hiss. Roar. The entire insect tribe world was in fear, anger, despair, unease. Various emotions spread among the insect tribe. All insects became aware of a devastating truth: 3 9th-tier monarchs had fallen. The news of the fall of 3 9th-tier insect powerhouses struck like 3 world-destroying thunderbolts, reverberating throughout the vast insect tribe world. Such beings were the pillars of the insect tribe world, the sharpest blades beneath the queen's throne, and the source of the insect tribe's confidence to suppress all realms. Yet now 3 9th-tier insects had fallen without even a ripple of resistance. Although they could be revived within the insect tribe world, the cost would be immense. In the core region of the insect tribe world, within the insect nest, the supreme ruler, the insect queen, suddenly opened her eyes. They have actually fallen. It seems the saints of the primordial chaos have long plotted this, intending to attack our insect tribe world. Since they wish to come, let them come. I shall see how you intend to destroy my insect tribe. All 9th-tier powerhouses assemble to welcome. The insect queen's voice was calm, yet within that calmness surged an overwhelming rage and intent to kill. She understood that this was no coincidence. This was the long-planned strike of the primordial chaos saints. The insect tribe world felt the same. Had they possessed sufficient strength, they would have attacked the primordial chaos long ago. How could they possibly remain hidden in the outer battlefield? Now the time for decisive battle had arrived. The insect queen sensed the true spirits of the fallen 3 9th-tier monarchs and awakened them. Recover well, I will settle the score with you later. Outside the insect tribe world, Hongjun and Yuhua and the 2 western saints had been waiting here for a long time. Hongjun seemed to sense the presence of the insect queen, his brow slightly furrowing. Tao ancestor, why haven't the 3 pure ones arrived yet? If they don't come soon, the insect tribe will be ready. At this moment, Jane spoke with some concern. Yuhua's eyes flashed with a hint of mockery at his words. Regardless, we must wait for them. Otherwise we won't stand a chance against the insect tribe as we are. Implying that the three of them were not as strong as the three pure ones who could each handle several foes, while they could only manage Onianon and needed to hurry, or it would be tantamount to seeking death. However, it seemed that Zhu and Ti did not catch Nuwa's meaning, continuing, what is there to fear? With the Tao ancestor and us dealing with the remaining 9th-tier insect powerhouses should be manageable. Nuwa chuckled. Zhu and Ti, you must understand that saints can indeed fall. There is still one more powerful being among the insects similar to our master, and there are still 6 9th-tier beings. Are you sure you can handle a few of them? Enough. Hongjun's voice rang out. The 3 pure ones are almost here. It's time to attack the insect tribe. For the primordial chaos, let us eradicate the insect tribe world. As soon as he spoke, his form moved, tearing open a massive spatial passage that spanned the heavens. Nuwa, the 2 Western saints Jane and Zhu and Ti almost simultaneously responded. 3 figures followed closely behind Hongjun, stepping into that spatial passage. Hongjun, with absolute resolve, led the 3 saints straight towards the core of the insect tribe world. In an instant, 4 supreme beings of the primordial chaos descended upon the insect tribe world. Heaven and earth changed color, the void collapsed, and the pressure of the saints swept across the entire insect tribe world. The sky of the insect tribe world was covered in the golden light of the heavenly Tao and the brilliance of the saints, instantly causing countless lower-tier insects to be crushed by the pressure, unable to let out even a scream. Such simple pressure was unbearable for countless insects. However, the next moment, the insect queen managed to withstand the pressure of these saints and brought forward 6 9th-tier powerhouses to stand against Hongjun and the others. Everyone be careful, once we enter the secondary realm, our powers will be restricted. Leave the strongest insects to me, and you all just need to hold on until the 3 pure ones arrive. Hongjun's voice entered the minds of Nuwa and the 3 saints. At that moment, the insect queen's voice echoed. Hongjun, you primordial chaos saints dare to intrude upon my insect tribe world. Do you truly fear falling? If you could achieve that, you wouldn't say such things. There's no point in talking, you let us fight. If you lose, the heavenly Tao will be swallowed by the primordial chaos, and you will fall completely. Before his words could finish, Hongjun had already made his move. The order of the heavenly Tao transformed into countless golden chains like gigantic hands of the heavens wrapping around the insect queen. The duel between the saints of the heavenly Tao realm and the strongest insects was about to erupt. This was the ultimate clash between the heavenly Tao realm and the insect queen, the direct confrontation of the supreme powers of 2 worlds. At the same time, the 2 Western saints Jane and Zhu and Ti, as well as Saint Nuwa, each locked onto their targets and launched their attacks. Seeing this, the insect queen flew into a rage and immediately commanded her 9th-tier powerhouses kill. Wipe them all out. Boom. 6 different types of 9th-tier insects divided into 3 groups attacking Nuwa, Jane, and Zhu and Ti. Saint Nuwa wielded a primordial treasure, the map of mountains and rivers, along with a treasure of merit, the red embroidered ball, facing 2 foes at once. The power of creation surged endlessly, showing no sign of defeat in the short term. On the other side, the 2 Western saints Jane and Zhu and Ti exchanged glances and unhesitatingly faced 2 9th-tier insects each. Saint Jane brandished a treasure of merit, exuding a fierce, killing intent amidst compassion, illuminating all, purifying all insect toxins and malevolence, battling fiercely with the 9th-tier insects. Saint Zhu and Ti summoned the 7 treasures mysterious tree, effortlessly dispelling the frenzied assaults of the 9th-tier insects with a gentle sweep of the tree. The battle style of the saints of the primordial chaos was notably reliant on their treasures, awaiting the arrival of reinforcements. In a moment, the core of the insect tribe world was shaken by the tremendous battle. Hongjun faced off against the insect queen, both being the strongest of their respective worlds and representatives of the heavenly Tao. Both used the rules of the heavenly Tao to attack, clashing in a way that was hard to separate, and the situation grew extremely intense. The entire insect tribe world began to shake violently due to the battles of these many saint-level powers. With so many powerful saints recklessly releasing their auras, only a few insects could barely withstand it. Even the very heavens and earth of the insect tribe became unstable, though any attack from the saints that landed would instantly erupt into terrifying disasters. As the main battlefield, the insect tribe world was soon left in ruins by the saints' onslaught, reminiscent of the devastated primordial world after the Battle of the Gods. Regardless of the outcome of this battle, the losses of the insect tribe world were already inevitable. On the other side, Xiao was utterly unaware that a great battle among the saints was erupting in the insect world. His lottery plans were still underway. He had already drawn several excellent items, such as postnatal treasures, abundant spiritual materials, and dragon blood, among others. These items, if placed in the outside world, would be enough to cause fierce competition among the Deluo Golden Immortals. However, what pleased Xiao the most was a formation known as the Nine Heavens Mystic Yellow Array. This formation could serve as a defensive array or be combined for offensive purposes. Its power was formidable and the method of operation was simple. 3 humans could combine to enhance combat capabilities. The more participants, the greater the power. It could also serve as a protective formation for his clan, making it a truly valuable item. However, none of these were his ultimate goal. Xiao's target was an entire world. Continue drawing. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a postnatal treasure, Primordial Pearl. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a divine ability, Chaos Divine Thunder. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a high-level defensive divine ability, All Laws Cannot Invade. Congratulations to the host for obtaining. As the number of lottery draws increased, the prizes became increasingly better, yet Xiao showed no signs of stopping. With 36 billion in war value, having only spent a few billion barely scratching the surface, he had plenty of capital to squander. Only when he drew a world would it be considered the end. Give me more. The lottery continues. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a congenital spiritual treasure, 8 trigrams purple robe. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 drop of Pangus blood. Congratulations to the host for obtaining. The speed of the lottery was rapid and soon half of the 36 billion was spent, with Xiao receiving very good rewards. Several congenital spiritual treasures, 10 drops of Pangus blood, 1 fragment of the Daos origin, and various top-tier divine abilities. Xiao looked at this pile of rewards and nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. There are no eternal losers, only the impoverished. Even if the insect race is truly annihilated, the things I possess now are sufficient to elevate my strength to the Quasi-Saint level, and I might even reach the peak of Quasi-Saint. But I still need to continue. With a thought, Xiao began to draw again. As the number of war values rapidly dwindled, his mood started to become a bit restless when only 6 billion remained. System, what's going on? I've drawn so many times without getting a single world. Are you secretly messing? The system did not respond to Xiao's question. Of feeling helpless, he could only continue drawing. Finally, when only 3 billion in war value remained, the item he had been anticipating finally appeared. Congratulations to the host for spending 33 billion war value to obtain the coordinates of the Marvel. The Marvel world is descending. Please continue to strive, host, to draw more powerful worlds. A new world had been drawn, but Xiao felt somewhat gloomy. Is that it, eh? I spent tens of billions of war value to draw this kind of thing. Marvel world. What kind of tier is this? It's probably not even comparable to a toe of the primordial or insect race. This is simply courting. Even if the spatial passage has 1,000 years of protection, after 1,000 years the Marvel world will definitely be annihilated. I still need to find other worlds. Xiao felt a bit frustrated. Drawing a world had cost so much war value, and it would likely be similar in the future. It seems there is still a long way to go. Meanwhile, the Candle Dragon, seeing Xiao wake up, hurriedly asked, "Chief, how is the situation?" Hearing the Candle Dragon's words, Xiao came back to his senses and smiled. Haha, very good. We collected over 200 million insect races, and I wiped out all the 5th and 6th tier insect races, obtaining over 100,000 units of origin energy, which has already been distributed. The remaining insect races will have other uses, and the 7th and 8th tier insect races you collected can be eliminated later to enhance our strength. The Candle Dragon asked, "When shall we return to the primordial?" Xiao replied, "No rush, something big will happen next. Let's wait and see for now." Boom. Just as Xiao finished speaking, the entire battlefield in the outer domain began to shake violently. This commotion, could it be that a new world is descending? This commotion is similar to when the insect world descended. I wonder what world it will be this time. I hope it's something similar to the insect race. At that moment, the primordial cultivators on the outer battlefield were filled with excitement and anticipation for the arrival of the new world. The 12 ancestors of the witch gathered together, saying, "Brothers and sisters, our strength is still a bit lacking, so I plan to return to the primordial first and successfully practice the 12 capital heavenly gods' great array. At that time, our combat power will rival the saints, ensuring we are not without means to fight back." Emperor Jiang spoke thus, and the other ancestors nodded in agreement. "We have no objections." In the demon camp, Emperor Jun gazed at the various Quasi-Saints and slowly spoke. "Everyone, it seems the outer battlefield will continuously present new worlds. If our demon race wants a share, we must possess the combat power of a saint. Therefore, I also plan to return to the primordial and accept merits to enhance my strength while thoroughly researching the great array of the stars of the demon race. This matter still requires the assistance of the Honghuang. At that time, we will only need 36 Quasi-Saints as focal points, and even saints can be resisted. Your Majesty is wise." Countless cultivators in the primordial were planning for the new world. The 3 pure ones also arrived in the insect world to join the battle. However, just as this battle was reaching a fever pitch, such a change in the outer battlefield could not escape the eyes of these powerful beings. This battle was nearing its conclusion. The insect empress laughed mockingly. Hongjun, it seems the heavens do not intend to wipe out my insect race. If you primordials continue to attack my insect world, you must weigh this newly descended world carefully. This account has been noted by me and the entire insect race. Hongjun's expression darkened. He had not anticipated that after so long of planning a new world would actually descend. It truly is a time of troubles. It seems that in order to surpass the heavenly Tao, a considerable amount of effort is still required. As the spokesperson for the heavenly Tao, Hongjun quickly accepted reality and immediately left the insect world with the unwilling Hongjun's 6 saints. The insect world had almost turned into ruins, but it did not affect the survival of the insect race. They lived by devouring Eve as long as they consumed other worlds or beings they could quickly recover. Master, what is the situation? Zhuan-Ti asked unwillingly. Hongjun replied indifferently, a new world has descended on the outer battlefield. It is an enemy, not a friend. The rest should return to recover. Tong Tian, you go investigate the situation of the newly descended world. Yes, master. Tong Tian flashed and darted away into the distance. Meanwhile, changes were rapidly occurring before. Originally, the outer battlefield was divided into 2. Now it was instantly divided into 3. However, the entire outer battlefield had expanded by a full half, becoming larger than before. The primordial world, the insect world, and the marvel world were separated by 3 distinct areas, forming a triangular shape. What a breathtaking spectacle this is. Below the sages all are but insignificant insects. Yet could even a sage achieve such a feat? Yi Xiao murmured softly to himself. Beside him, Zhu Long also raised his head, gazing upward at the celestial upheaval. What had once been the extratemporal battlefield now split cleanly in 2. One half a projection of the Honghuang World, the other the insectoid race's homeworld. Then with a thunderous rupture the void exploded open. Countless torrents of primordial chaos surging backward, giving birth to an entirely new world, vast, radiant, and brimming with unfathomable alien laws. Like a blazing star forged in cosmic fire, it slammed itself unyieldingly between the Honghuang and the insectoid realms. The extratemporal battlefield was now divided into 3 distinct domains. Moreover, its total expanse had dramatically expanded. The fabric of the void grew markedly more resilient. Tearing open space would henceforth demand far greater power. A natural buffer zone spontaneously emerged between each world, shielding them from direct cataclysmic collision. Thus the triangular world order was born. The Honghuang World, the insectoid world, the marvel world. 3 powers stood in solemn, distant equilibrium. Yet the marvel world, compared to both the Honghuang and the insectoid realms, appeared startlingly frail. Perhaps its sole purpose was to have averted for the insectoid race an imminent existential annihilation. Whether the insectoid race would acknowledge this boon remained entirely their own choice. Each time a world descends, the extratemporal battlefield expands anew. And if I were to draw in 10, 100, 1,000 more worlds, would this battlefield not then evolve, truly evolve, into the battlefield of 10,000 realms? At that thought, Yi Zhao's heart hammered violently within his chest. By then the Honghuang would no longer be a sealed, insular realm, but an aggressive, outward-thrusting dominion. Such a Honghuang aligned perfectly with Yi Zhao's vision. A truly mighty world must command such a grand, dynamic configuration. As a native son of the Honghuang, he could not afford to stand idle while it tore itself apart in internal strife. It ran utterly counter to his interests. And humanity would soon stride across the myriad realms, waging conquests among the infinite heavens. The marvel world. Yi Zhao's gaze settled upon the newly stabilized realm, his eyes narrowing ever so slightly. Though in his estimation the marvel world's overall combat prowess fell far short of the Honghuang, even lagging behind ordinary great realms. Its denizens knew nothing of the sages, yet most they possessed a handful of so-called gods or multiversal tier beings. Within the Honghuang, such figures would barely rank as golden immortals, perhaps at best perfected immortals of the Tai rank. Indeed, Yi Xiao might even be overestimating them. Yet even the smallest mosquito yields meat. Far more valuable still were the world's primordial essence, its celestial spirit veins, and its unique cosmic laws. For any world, such treasures held irresistible allure. First observe, cautiously, Yi Xiao suppressed the urge to enter the marvel world. Entry, after all, was far from guaranteed. After all, the marvel world contained a modern era. Not his former world, perhaps, yet still stirring faint echoes of nostalgia. He wondered only whether the land of Huaxiao still existed within it. Furthermore, the spatial conduit carried a millennium-long cool-down period, the so-called newcomer protection phase. For 1,000 years the marvel world would endure. Beyond that threshold, its fate remained uncertain. On the insectoid world's side, the sage-level conflict had just been forcibly suspended. Its two great sages were undoubtedly already en route. How could they ignore the sudden emergence of an entirely new world? Yi Xiao had no desire to encounter another ninth-rank insectoid and suffer pursuit once more. I shall return to the Honghuang first, then ascend my cultivation immediately. With those words, Yi Xiao vanished in a flash of light. Meanwhile, deep within the star-flecked expanse of the Marvel Universe, the once-stable star systems, planets, and very fabric of space-time convulsed violently, without warning, without cause. In Asgard, Odin the All-Father sat upon his high throne observing the 9 realms, when suddenly his face paled and he surged upright. Cough, cough. Disbelief flooded his eyes. The world is moving in. The entire Marvel Universe has been dragged, by an irresistible, transcendent force, into an alien void. What manner of power is this? It surpasses God Kings, shatters cosmic law, even eclipses the multiverse itself. Hel, Thor, Loki, and all the others stared skyward in utter horror, transfixed by the horizon's edge. They're spanning the galactic river like a colossal, boundless wound. A titanic spatial conduit slowly coalesced. Beyond it loomed a desolate ancient land, an endless expanse radiating overwhelming primordial authority. The aura emanating from that realm choked even Odin, a god king, into breathless silence. Wow, where's that place? Thor gripped Mjolnir tightly, his voice trembling. I do not know. Yet I sense it clearly. Countless beings dwell there. Beings whose strength dwarfs ours beyond measure. One among them could obliterate Asgard with a single effortless gesture. That single sentence plunged all the gods of Asgard into glacial dread. Beyond Asgard alone, the Kree Empire, the Skrull Empire, Xander. Every major civilization, every formidable entity across the cosmos felt the universe itself convulse. Thanos sat upon his throne, watching the infinity stones on his gauntlet tremble faintly, his violet eyes for the first time filled with genuine terror. The universe has changed. Higher-order entities have intervened in our world. This is not mere power. It is annihilation at the level of fundamental law. He had once believed that gathering the infinity stones would render him invincible across all realities, fulfilling his sacred purpose. Now, however, sensing the sheer suffocating terror emanating from that unknown realm, Thanos felt for the first time the crushing weight of helplessness. Before such beings, the infinity stones were little more than ornamental trinkets, slightly more dazzling toys. At the heart of the universe, Earth. Above New York City, a colossal jet-black spatial conduit, tens of thousands of meters wide, hung motionless above the clouds like the open eye of an ancient primordial beast. Cold, imbued with absolute sovereign majesty. Through the aperture one glimpsed mist-shrouded lands, ancient mountain ranges, roaring spirit veins, and silhouettes whose auras screamed of unimaginable apex-tier power. New York fell into utter, deathly silence. Then, panic erupted. My God, what is that? The sky has split open. A gateway to another world has opened. Is this an alien invasion? Crowds flooded the streets, faces contorted in terror, fleeing in every direction, screams erupting in chaotic disarray. Looting broke out instantly. At S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, Nick Fury watched the massive spatial conduit on his monitor, his single eye grim heavy with unprecedented gravity. Contact the Avengers, immediately. Now. This is no ordinary extraterrestrial incursion. It is a catastrophe on a world scale. Within minutes. Iron Man, Tony Stark, Captain America, Steve Rogers, Thor, Hulk, Bruce Banner, Black Widow, Hawkeye. All Avengers assembled in formation above New York City, confronting the terrifying spatial conduit Hedon. Everyone's faces were extraordinarily grim. This thing is unlike any form of spatial teleportation technology one knows. Tony Stark, clad in the latest Mark armor, had the internal systems of his suit operating frantically, continuously analyzing the data of the spatial passage. Yet the more he analyzed, the more shocked he became. Unable to resolve the source of energy, unable to decipher the spatial structure, the technological level of the other side. Or rather, the level of power completely exceeds our understanding. It's like primitive humans facing a spaceship. Captain America tightened his grip on his vibranium shield and said solemnly, Tony, can you tell what lies on the other side? Tony shook his head, his tone serious. I can't tell, but I can feel that the world on the other side is very ancient and vast, and every single breath emanating from it is more terrifying than Thanos or Odin. We may have provoked an existence that we cannot possibly contend with. At this moment, Thor's expression was complex as he whispered, My father just sent a message. The entire Marvel universe has been forcibly dragged into an unfamiliar void. On the other side of that passage is an entirely new, immensely powerful, unknown world. Asgard couldn't withstand a single blow. Boom. This statement rang in the ears of all the Avengers like thunder. Asgard couldn't withstand a single blow. What does that make Earth in front of them? An ant that can be crushed with a flick. The Hulk banner suppressed the rage within and said solemnly, "We can't just leave it be. If the other side really has malicious intent, Earth is completely defenseless." Black Widow said, "We must send someone in to investigate the situation, understand their intentions, strength, and technology." Everyone exchanged glances. Who will go? The level of danger is unknown. The disparity in strength is unknown. Going in could very likely mean going in and not coming back. "They'll go." Tony Stark stepped forward, his tone calm, but filled with undeniable determination. "My armor is equipped with the most advanced detection system, defense system, and escape system. Even if I encounter danger, I can relay data back immediately or retreat entirely. Therefore, I am the most suitable candidate." Captain America immediately objected. "No, it's too dangerous." "Tony, you." "Captain, there's no time to argue." Tony interrupted him. "That spatial passage could unleash enemies at any moment. We must gather first-hand intelligence in the shortest time possible. I am Iron Man, and I will go." With those words, Tony no longer hesitated. The armor's engines roared, transforming into a red streak of light as he decisively charged towards the massive spatial passage in the sky. Everyone looked up, their hearts in their throats. Tony Stark, representing the entire Earth and the Marvel Universe, stepped into the unknown and terrifying battlefield beyond the primal realms. Note, this world does not have Huaxia. Xiao still didn't know that he had just left when someone from the Marvel world. Otherwise, he would have wanted to check the situation before proceeding. At this moment, he had already returned to the base with Zhulong and was on the way to the primal realms. In the battlefield beyond the realms, a red streak of light suddenly shot out. Iron Man stood steadily on the ground. But in the next moment, Tony's expression changed drastically. An indescribable, terrifying pressure surged from all directions. This was not Earth, nor was it the cosmic void. This was the battlefield beyond the realms, extending from the great primal world, filled with chaotic energy. The essence of heaven and earth, fragments of laws, and the residual holy power from the battle between the insect race and the primal realms. These were not things a mere mortal body could withstand. Merely by breathing, alarms blared urgently from the mark armor on Tony's body. "Warning! Warning! External pressure exceeds design limits. Energy shield on the verge of collapse. Spatial structure extremely unstable. The structural integrity of the body is collapsing." Crackle, crackle. The incredibly hard vibranium alloy armor twisted and deformed under the terrifying pressure of the heavens and earth as if it were paper. The surface of the armor developed fine cracks. Tony felt a tightness in his chest, a suffocating sensation surged into his mind. Just standing here felt like a mortal falling into an abyss, being crushed by millions of tons of water pressure. Damn it, what kind of hellish place is this? Tony gritted his teeth, desperately urging the energy of the armor as the arc reactor operated at full capacity, barely stabilizing the body from being crushed on the spot. With the death crisis temporarily averted, Iron Man began to curiously observe his surroundings. Through the visor, he looked around and saw only the vast ancient Earth. On the Earth, chasms crisscrossed, each crack immensely large and comparable to the East African Rift Valley. It looked as if it had been carved out by some kind of weapon. In the distorted starry sky, countless enormous corpses floated in the void. Some resembled gigantic worms, their shells as hard as stars, even larger than Earth. Others resembled ancient ferocious beasts, emitting a terrifying aura that sent shivers down his soul. This was not an alien battlefield at all. This resembled a place that existed only in myths, the burial ground of the gods. What kind of world is this? Tony's heart was completely submerged in endless fear and the unknown. He found that what he recognized could not even begin to describe what he was seeing. Thanos, Odin, the Infinity Stones. In the face of this world, they seemed trivial. He even suspected that if he moved slightly, he would be directly crushed into meat paste by this world. While he couldn't die just yet, it seemed he also couldn't return. Just as Tony was in a state of horror, unable to move, a voice suddenly echoed in the void, a light exclamation. "Edge, what is a little human doing here?" The voice was not loud, but it resonated in Tony's ears like the roar of the great Tao. Tony abruptly looked up and saw a green figure standing in the void. The figure wore a Taoist robe fluttering lightly in the wind, with a handsome face and eyes like those of the heavens. There was no leakage of energy from his body, yet he seemed to merge with the entire world. He simply stood there quietly, making Tony feel that this person was incredibly powerful. At the same time, hope arose within him, for he at least saw a human. However, he was mistaken. This was not a human, but Tongtian, the master of heaven. Tongtian's gaze fell upon Tony, raising an eyebrow slightly. "So weak. Is this not my disciple's kin with a crooked appearance? Could it be someone who just emerged from a newly descended world?" Tongtian instantly saw through Tony's origins. He then became intrigued by Iron Man's appearance. This strange skin forged from metal, neither immortal nor demon, neither monster nor ghost, is truly bizarre. Could it be an uncivilized world? In Tongshin's eyes, Tony's iron armor was crude, lacking any trace of Dao charm, and was simply a blasphemy against the human form. Tony felt as if his soul had been frozen by Tongshin's gaze. He wanted to move, but could not. He didn't even dare to entertain thoughts of attacking. In front of this figure, he couldn't even produce a thought of resistance. Who are you? Tony struggled to squeeze out a few words from his throat, his voice trembling uncontrollably. The Tontian master, upon realizing that he was not a member of the Honghuang human race, adopted a rather indifferent attitude. My name is Tontian. I am a saint of Honghuang. The word saint exploded in Tony's mind. A saint? Isn't that a being from Eastern legend? That is a being even more exalted than Odin and the cosmic pantheon. I have encountered a living saint. Tony was profoundly shocked, unsure of what to say. At this moment, only one thought occupied his mind: to leave this place as quickly as possible. It was far too terrifying here. The Tontian master looked at him and could hardly be bothered to waste words. He still needed to investigate the secrets of this new world, and now there was someone here. The most direct and expedient method was to search his soul. Then, under Thor's bewildered gaze, Tontian extended a finger and gently tapped. A divine thought transcending the laws rushed directly into Tony's mind. Soul-searching technique. When a saint makes a move, it is extraordinarily domineering, completely disregarding whether Tony was willing. Oh, Tony let out a chilling scream. His consciousness, memories, knowledge, the history of Earth. The powers of the Marvel Universe, the Avengers, Asgard, Thanos, the Infinity Stones, the Cosmic Empire. Everything in that moment was forcibly extracted, examined, and comprehended by the Tontian master without reservation. Tony's eyes rolled back, his body convulsing violently. The Iron Man armor lost all effectiveness under the saint's soul search like scrap metal. His prideful intelligence, technology, and armor did not even amount to dust before the Honghuang saint. The Tontian master closed his eyes for a moment and had already seen all of Tony's memories. When he opened his eyes again, a glimmer of understanding and disdain flashed within. So it is just a weak little world. The strongest here can't even touch the threshold of the Deluo Golden Immortal. The so-called Infinity Stones are merely fragments of a world's rules, barely qualifying as innate spiritual objects. The cosmic consciousness is too weak, probably not even comparable to the Great Thousand Worlds. This world poses no threat. As for this so-called Iron Man armor, it is even more poorly crafted, not worth mentioning. Tontian curled his lip and casually waved, tossing the unconscious Tony out. Tony was thrown back into the spatial passage like a kite, with its string cut, hurtling towards Earth in the Marvel Universe. He didn't even have the interest to kill Tony. Such an ant to kill would only soil a saint's hands. A weak little world, I wonder how long it can hold out. Tontian suddenly expressed a hint of interest, then smiled lightly, turning to return to report. Above New York at the spatial passage, a disheveled figure like a rag caught in a whirlwind was violently ejected from the void's rift. It was Iron Man. His iconic Mark armor had long lost its former luster, with multiple dents and cracks, the energy core dim and lifeless, resembling a piece of abandoned scrap metal. Inside the armor, Tony convulsed, his eyes rolled back, a trickle of blood oozing from the corner of his mouth, his consciousness plunged into chaos. His brain felt as if it were pierced by countless steel needles, with fragmented memories, knowledge, and images surging wildly in his mind. It was the trauma left behind after being forcibly soul-searched by the Honghuang Tontian saint. Even though the saint did not deliver a killing blow and merely tossed him aside, it was enough to bring Earth's greatest technological genius to the brink of death. Tony, Captain America, wielding his vibranium shield, was the first to rush out, his gaze fixed intensely on the unresponsive Tony, his heart tightening suddenly. Following closely were Thor, Black Widow, Natasha, the Hulk, Bruce Banner, Hawkeye, Barton, and Doctor Strange, who had just arrived at the base. The expressions of everyone turned incredibly grave at that moment. They had witnessed Tony stepping into that spatial passage, venturing into unknown dangers. But merely a few minutes had passed, and what returned was a sight more miserable than death. God, what exactly happened? Natasha hurried forward, trembling fingers pressed against Tony's carotid artery. Feeling the faint pulse that was almost imperceptible, her face paled instantly. Thor gripped his hammer tightly, the power of the thunder god silently surging, his eyes filled with disbelief. He could clearly sense the immense power that had just propelled Tony from the spatial rift. A terrifying presence that made him shudder with dread and awe from the depths of his soul. Banner, quickly, check his vital signs. Steve spoke in a deep voice, urgency unprecedented in his tone. The Hulk Banner immediately restrained his ferocity, transforming into doctor mode, quickly retrieving the medical equipment he always carried and connecting it to Tony's damaged armor. The vital sign data flashing on the screen was frighteningly low, with brain activity nearing zero, as if it would extinguish completely at any moment. The situation is dire. His brain has suffered unprecedented trauma. The neural center is on the brink of collapse. Even the most advanced medical technology would struggle to repair. Dr. Strange stepped forward, his gaze deeply fixed on Tony. He waved his hand, and the eye of Agamotto silently appeared, a golden time magic enveloping Tony, attempting to probe into his injuries and experiences. But the next second, Strange's expression changed dramatically. He stepped back sharply, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. Unable to probe. Deep within his memories and consciousness lies an unshakable supreme force. My magic is like a firefly facing the bright moon, before that power shattering at a mere touch. Strange's voice carried a hint of undeniable fear. He had witnessed the horrors of the multiverse, seen the evil of dimensional demons. Yet he had never felt such a domineering, such a supreme, such an unassailable power. That force seemed to be the ruler of heaven and earth, the creator of laws, the endpoint of all things. What on earth could have harmed Tony like this? Barton tightened his grip on his bow, his gaze warily fixed on the still open spatial rift. Thor took a deep breath and said solemnly, I can sense that there exists a being of supreme power, with more powerful than Odin, more mysterious than the cosmic pantheon, more terrifying than any deity of the 9 realms. Tony was simply discarded by that being. Simply discarded. Those words struck like a heavy hammer, slamming down on the hearts of every Avenger. Tony Stark, Earth's strongest technological guardian, wielding an Iron Man suit capable of destroying an army, with exceptional intelligence and extraordinary combat power. Yet in the hands of that unknown existence, he was like an ant, casually squeezed and tossed aside, without even the right to resist. We must awaken him, Steve said firmly. We need to know what lies beyond that rift, and what that exists. Strange nodded, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, and raised his hand once more. This time, he did not forcefully probe into the memories. Instead, he invoked pure life magic, flowing gently into Tony's brain, like spring rain, repairing the shattered nerves and awakening his fading consciousness. The golden light was tender yet resilient, gradually dispelling the darkness in Tony's mind. After a moment, a faint groan escaped Tony's throat with great difficulty. His eyelids trembled slightly, and he slowly opened his eyes. Deep within his pupils lingered profound fear and shock, a reverence and despair etched into his soul from facing the primordial sage. Tony, you're awake. How do you feel? The others quickly surrounded him, their gazes filled with anxious concern. Tony turned his stiff neck, glancing around to see his familiar Avengers partners, causing his taut nerves to finally relax a little. But then the terrifying images from the soul-searching flooded back into his mind like a tide. The indifferent and supreme figure of the Tongtian master, and the words, my name is Tongtian, I am the primordial sage. The unmatched and overwhelming divine consciousness that invaded his mind, along with the disdain and contempt that followed after reviewing all his memories. A weak world, unable to even touch the threshold of the Deluo golden immortal. Rudely crafted. Kill them, it sullies the hands of a sage. Those words echoed in Tony's ears like a curse. He trembled uncontrollably, once more, his teeth chattering, his face as pale as paper. Water. Give me water. Tony struggled to speak. Natasha immediately handed him a glass of water, carefully feeding him. After taking a sip, Tony's breathing steadied a little, but the fear in his eyes did not diminish at all. Tony, what exactly happened? Steve crouched down and asked softly, what did you encounter behind that space? Tony took a deep breath, trying to calm himself, but thinking of that sage, his voice trembled uncontrollably. I encountered a person. An unimaginable existence. The others held their breath, listening quietly without interrupting. After I stepped into the rift, I arrived in a realm I had never seen before. There was no earth, no universe, only endless vastness and an ancient aura. Then I saw him. He stood there without any movement, without any aura revealed, yet merely existing made me feel as if the entire world revolved around him, all laws and all powers bowed beneath his feet. Thor's heart skipped a beat. Who is he? Tony closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, he enunciated each word with all his strength, revealing that name. He said, he is called Tongtian, the primordial sage. Primordial. The others exchanged glances, their faces filled with confusion and bewilderment. These terms were unfamiliar to them. He was neither an Asgardian god, nor an emperor of the cosmic empire, nor a dimensional demon, and certainly not any known powerful being in the Marvel universe. Strange furrowed his brow. The primordial sage. Is this a being from Eastern mythology? As a supreme sorcerer well-versed in the multiverse and mysticism, he was aware of ancient legends from all over Earth, naturally knowing of the supreme sage legends in Eastern mythology. But that was merely a legend. How could a legendary existence possibly appear in reality? It's true. Tony smiled bitterly, his smile filled with despair. It's not a legend, not a myth, but a real existence. He personally told me he is the primordial sage. Before him We everyone are, but ants. Thor's expression changed dramatically. Impossible. Odin is the lord of the 9 realms. The cosmic pantheon created countless planets, and the infinity stones control the rules of the universe. How could we be mere ants? He must be bragging. In the Asgardians' perception, Odin was already the supreme god, and the pantheon was a cosmic-level terrifying existence unmatched by anyone. But now Tony was telling him that compared to that so-called primordial sage, they were not even worth being called ants. Tony looked at Thor, his eyes filled with helplessness. Thor, you are too naive. He directly used a terrifying method on me, forcefully reading all my memories, my life, my knowledge, the history of Earth, everything about the Marvel Universe. He knew it all. Including you, including Asgard, including Odin, including the Infinity Stones, including Thanos, including the Cosmic Empire, including the Pantheon, even including the Cosmic Consciousness. The crowd was instantly in an uproar. Forcefully reading all memories. What a terrifying ability. Not leaving a shred of privacy, not leaving a single secret, laying everything of a person completely bare before the other. Moreover, what was read was not just Tony's memories alone, but through Tony he gleaned the entire details of the Marvel Universe. What did he say after looking at it? Strange asked urgently, a strong unease rising in his heart. A bitter, powerless smile appeared at the corner of Tony's mouth. He said, "The Marvel Universe we are in is just a weak world. The strongest beings in our universe cannot even touch the threshold of what he referred to as the Deluo Golden Immortal. The so-called Infinity Stones are merely fragments of the rules of a world barely considered innate spiritual objects. Our cosmic consciousness is far too weak, not even comparable to the myriad worlds." He said, "This world is nothing to be concerned about, and my prideful Iron Man armor in his eyes is just rudely crafted, unworthy of mention." Each word pierced the hearts of every Avenger like a cold dagger. A weak world, nothing to be concerned about, rudely crafted. This was the primordial sage's evaluation of their entire Marvel Universe. Arrogant, domineering, contemptuous. Yet, it left them without a retort. Because Tony's plight lay before them, and the other party merely waved his hand, bringing the Earth's strongest technological genius to the brink of death, without even the interest to kill him. Tony continued, "He had no interest in killing me, because in his eyes, I didn't even qualify to make him take action." Everyone fell silent, their expressions darkened to the extreme. They had always believed that the Marvel Universe was vast and boundless, filled with countless powerful beings. The Avengers protected the Earth, Asgard safeguarded the 9 realms, and the Infinity Stones possessed the power to overturn the universe sufficient to handle any crisis. But now they suddenly realized, before a higher dimension, an older, more powerful existence, everything they had prided themselves on seemed so small, so vulnerable. Iron Man was considered among the more powerful of them, and such a person could be extinguished with just a wave of the hand. What about the others? Will he invade our universe? Natasha asked, her voice trembling. This was the question that weighed on everyone's minds, the one that instilled the deepest fear. An immortal sage transcending all laws, if he wished to invade the Marvel Universe, what could they use? The Infinity Stones were merely fragments of rules in his eyes. The Asgardians couldn't even touch the threshold of the Deluo Golden Immortal realm. They may not know how powerful the Deluo Golden Immortal was, but they could assume he was certainly much weaker than the sage. The Avengers didn't even have the qualifications to make him act. Resistance. In the face of absolute power, any resistance was merely a joke. Tony closed his eyes and shook his head in pain. "I don't know." After he finished watching my memories, he just scoffed disdainfully and then threw me back. He didn't seem to have much interest in our weak universe. He just wanted to probe the new world, while I was merely a tool he used for exploration. After using me, he just discarded me. Tool. That word pierced the pride of everyone present deeply. Tony Stark, one of the core members of the Avengers and the protector of Earth, was merely a tool for the other party's exploration. What about the others? Not even qualifying as tools. The primordial sage. Strange murmured, "What kind of existence possesses such terrifying power?" Thor tightened his grip on Mjolnir, his arm trembling slightly. He was afraid. He had never known fear before, but faced with an unknown power, he was scared. No matter what he is, we cannot sit idly by. At that moment, Steve suddenly raised his head, his gaze scanning the crowd with determination. "We must be prepared. Since he already knows everything about our universe, we must be vigilant against his future invasion. At the very least, we need to be prepared. We cannot just surrender. We must unite all forces, Asgard, and even all civilizations in the universe, to jointly resist the impending crisis. We cannot just sit here and let others dictate our fate." Steve's words were filled with unwavering will. His knowledge determined his courage like an ant. The captain is right. Tony took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the fear within his gaze, once again becoming resolute. "We are the Avengers. We protect the Earth and the universe. No matter what kind of enemy we face, we cannot. Although the primordial sage is powerful, he currently shows no intention of invading. This is our opportunity. We must seize the time, enhance our strength, study the information about him, and prepare thoroughly. Strange nodded slightly, his gaze shifting towards the spatial passage. To truly understand the primordial and the higher levels of power, staying on Earth will only make us frogs in a well. The only way is to venture out, to step into that unknown territory. Once these words were spoken, the entire room fell silent. Everyone's expressions changed. Tony's earlier situation was still fresh in their minds, and they found it hard to remain calm. However, someone had to move forward. Thor took a step forward, Mjolnir trembling slightly in his hand, producing a low rumble of thunder. Asgardians never fear war. The more dangerous it is, the stronger we become. If we keep hiding in this universe, we will eventually be crushed by stronger beings. Only by stepping out can we have a glimmer of hope. Dr. Banner adjusted his glasses, his expression serious. From a scientific perspective, this is an extremely dangerous exploration, but it is also the only way to gain information from higher dimensions. I agree. Natasha spoke calmly. We cannot charge blindly. We must be cautious. A glint of brilliance flashed in Tony's eyes as he said in a low voice, I have a plan. First, not everyone should act. We should form an advance team to probe the outside environment power levels and danger levels. Second, Thor should return to Asgard to contact major cosmic forces and form a truly meaningful Marvel Universe coalition. Third, the coalition should enter in batches supporting each other. If we encounter insurmountable dangers, we will retreat immediately to preserve our forces. This plan is steady, cautious, yet bold. There were no objections from anyone, and it was unanimously approved. The next 3 days saw the entire high command of the Marvel Universe thrown into turmoil. Thor personally piloted the Asgardian Rainbow Bridge warship traversing between the major cosmic forces. He first returned to Asgard to inform the gods about the primordial sage and the news from the outer battlefield. After heated discussions, the Asgardian Council ultimately decided to send Asgardian warriors to follow Thor and join the Marvel coalition to confront the outer battlefield. Then Thor contacted the Kree Empire, the Skrulls, the Nova Corps, the Cosmic Elders, and many other cosmic. At first, all cosmic civilizations scoffed at it, believing it was merely Earthlings' alarmism, until Thor revealed part of the information he learned from Tony. Furthermore, Doctor Strange used the Time Stone to showcase some possible apocalyptic visions of the future. All cosmic empires fell silent before a supreme existence that even the Celestial Group looked down upon. Any empire's hegemony was as fragile as paper. If they didn't want to perish, they could only band together to survive. In less than a year, a Marvel coalition spanning countless star systems officially took shape. The total number exceeded 100,000. Thousands of warships with divine power, technology, and superpowers intertwined presented a grand momentum. This was the largest, most complex, and most united coalition in the history of the Marvel Universe. Meanwhile, the list of the advanced team on the Avengers side had also been confirmed. Tony Stark, Steve Rogers, Thor, Natasha Banner, Strange, Hawkeye, Vision, Scarlet Witch, Wanda, and Thanos. 10 people would serve as the vanguard of Marvel, the first to step into the outer battlefield. The Avengers base's landing pad. In the sky, the spatial passage remained dark, ancient, and vast. From a distance, it resembled a wound torn in the heavens. Below, the Marvel coalition stood in neat formation, warships lined up, energy cannons fully charged, ready for action. The 10 members of the advanced team stood at the forefront. Tony donned the latest Mark 85 armor, radiating a brilliant glow with blue flames spewing from the thrusters on his back. Remember, once we enter, everything should focus on probing and survival. Do not engage in battle lightly, and do not venture deep into danger. Steve tightened his grip on his vibranium shield and instructed solemnly. Understood. Everyone responded in unison. Let's go, Tony shouted lowly and took off first. The others followed closely, 10 figures dashing into the spatial passage. Crossing the spatial passage, the Marvel Universe had officially entered the outer battlefield. Tony and the others felt the laws around them twisting, the fabric of time and space folding as an aura foreign to the Marvel Universe enveloped them, vast, ancient, and boundless. In an instant, 10 figures were thrown out of the passage by an invisible force, crashing heavily onto a barren land of dark red. The ground was cracked and riddled with dark ravines, and the air was thick with the stench of blood and decay. Is this the other side of the passage? Indeed, it is a brand new world. What is that? The Marvel team suddenly spotted others. They saw a figure standing upon a cloud, wielding a long sword, its blade slicing through the air for thousands of miles. This terrifying scene was merely to slay a giant beast. Who is that person? What kind of monster is that massive creature? Natasha held her breath, her voice barely above a whisper, as the sight before her completely overturned her understanding of the word battle. In the Marvel Universe, they had witnessed interstellar warships in fierce combat and seen infinity stones obliterate planets. Yet everything before them had far surpassed the realms of technology and divine power. Tony's armor automatically initiated a comprehensive scan, but the screen was instantly overwhelmed by countless garbled characters with energy readings exceeding detection limits by billions of times. Warning, warning, unable to analyze energy levels. Cannot assess opponent's strength. Thor gripped his hammer tightly, his fingertips tingling slightly. His proud thunder in the face of the nine heavens, divine thunder summoned by those primordial cultivators, felt like a firefly compared to the full moon. These people must be in the same camp as that saint, they are all so powerful. Strange murmured, not daring to make any excessive movements. Tony took a deep breath, perhaps, but even so, their strength far exceeds our imagination. Just that man from earlier, I fear, even the gods team would not stand a chance against them. A chill swept through the hearts of the group. If even the lower-level cultivators were this powerful, how terrifying must the true great Luo golden immortals and saints be? They had barely entered this world when they witnessed such a powerful battle. It was as if they were not meant to survive. Just then the battlefield in the distance underwent a drastic change. A bug-like creature comparable in size to a planet erupted from the ground, countless tentacles sweeping through the void, each one carrying corrosive laws that melted space into dark holes. Roar! A deafening insect roar echoed through the domain, causing the ground to sink. A primordial demon of the great Luo golden immortal realm had cold eyes, wielding a spear, and leapt into action. With no extra movements, just a simple thrust, the spear tip burst forth with a brilliant golden light. The bug-like creature the size of a planet was pierced through the core by this one strike, its body disintegrating into countless ashes. One strike, slaying a bug creature. The action was clean and straightforward. The pioneers of Marvel stood frozen, a wave of cold rushing from their feet to the top of their heads. So strong. Wanda murmured, my magic in front of them is like a child's play. The usually silent Thanos squinted slightly, his gaze fixed on the primordial cultivators and the bug corpses on the battlefield. No one knew that a storm had already surged within his heart. He had fought across the universe for countless years, sweeping all before him, believing himself to be at the pinnacle of the Marvel universe. But upon arriving here, he finally understood. The so-called cosmic overlord was nothing more than a frog at the bottom of a well. The so-called infinity stones were mere fragments of rules that higher beings didn't even look at. Especially the scene before him made Thanos feel as if his goals had shifted. The Marvel world is still too small. Only such a grand world is where Thanos should wage war. I must become stronger. Suddenly, as everyone was stunned by the sight before them, Hawkeye Barton suddenly tightened his grip on his bow. He came from humble beginnings, becoming an Avenger through top-tier skills and enhancement agents, always possessing strong confidence in his own strength. Even when facing deities and alien beings, he had never truly feared. At this moment, looking at those beings who could casually obliterate stars, a rebellious thought of unwillingness and defiance began to breed wildly in his heart. No matter how strong they are still flesh and blood, right? Those bugs seem to be large in size only, and I might still be able to give it a try. Barton spoke softly, his eyes filled with a hint of stubbornness and testing. Barton, don't be impulsive. At this moment, everyone suddenly noticed his situation. Tony's expression changed drastically as he hurried to stop him. The power system here is completely different from ours. We can't use the common sense of the Marvel universe to judge. We are here to investigate, not to stir up trouble, and certainly not to seek death. Steve also shouted sternly. Stop. Everyone was alarmed, but at this moment Barton could no longer hear what they were saying. He wanted to prove that even from a weak universe, the Avengers were not entirely useless. He wanted to see if the attack he was proud of could pose even a slight threat to the existences on this battlefield. I will just give it a try, merely testing the waters. As Barton finished speaking, before anyone could stop him again, he suddenly drew back his bow. The enchanted arrow glimmered with a sharp light infused with all his strength, even drawing on a hint of cosmic energy, aiming at a solitary bug soldier in the distance. This bug soldier was only a few zhong in size, insignificant among the massive tide of bugs, appearing to be the weakest. Barton thought this was a very safe target for testing. Die! He let out a low roar and released the arrow. The arrow shot through the air with extreme speed, accompanied by a piercing sound, heading straight for the bug soldier's head. In the Marvel universe, this arrow would be enough to penetrate a warship's armor and slay a god-level powerhouse. Hawkeye was confident that this strike would at least injure his opponent. However, the next second, a scene that filled everyone with despair unfolded. The seemingly weak bug soldier simply raised one of its forelimbs. Clang! The arrow struck the bug shell, producing a crisp sound, then shattered into countless fragments, leaving not even a trace. Immediately afterward, the bug soldier turned its head sharply, its crimson compound eyes locking onto Barton, filled with brutality and disdain. It didn't even approach, it merely opened its mouth slightly. A pitch-black, corrosive beam erupted in an instant, moving at an unimaginable speed. "Barton, watch out! Get away!" Tony, Steve, and Thor cried out in unison, wanting to rescue him, but it was already too late. The beam traversed space, directly striking Barton. In the next second, Barton didn't even have time to react before being instantly melted away under this inconspicuous beam, leaving not even a speck of ash behind. No cries of despair, no struggles. A profound silence enveloped the scene. Barton died just like that, without any value in his death. Everyone stood frozen in place, their minds blank. Just moments ago, a living comrade had been annihilated in an instant. There was no chance to resist, not even a bone left behind. Of the 10 advanced team members, one was lost the moment they stepped onto the battlefield. Yet it was in this most humiliating and powerless manner. Gulp. Natasha swallowed hard, her body chilled, her hands shaking uncontrollably. She had seen death and witnessed the sacrifice of comrades, but she had never encountered such a despairing demise. There was not even a qualification to fight back, as if an ant had been crushed. The green madness within Dr. Banner surged violently, but was forcefully suppressed. Anger burned within, yet deeper still was the fear. Even Hulk's power seemed trivial in the face of this level of battle. Strange's face was pale, as the eye of Agamotto operated at full capacity, yet he dared not rewind time. He could feel numerous subtle divine senses scanning the surroundings. Once the forbidden power was used, he would be the next to die. "Did you see that?" Tony's voice was hoarse, trembling with barely concealed fear. "This is the gap between the wilderness and us. We can summon storms in the Marvel Universe, but here we are even inferior to ants." Barton merely wanted to test the weakest bug, yet he couldn't withstand even a second. Steve tightened his vibranium shield, his knuckles turning white, and for the first time a crack appeared in his unyielding will. He had always believed that as long as their will was firm and they stood united, there was no enemy they could not defeat. But now, in the face of an absolute power gap, will courage and unity all seemed so pale and powerless. Thor lowered his head, gazing at the hammer of the thunder god in his hand, filled with a sense of helplessness. The glory of Asgard, the pride of the gods, was worth nothing on this battlefield. "We are too weak," Thanos coldly spoke, his voice devoid of emotion. "The practitioners of the wilderness can easily extinguish stars. The cannon fodder of the insect race can annihilate top Avengers. Our so-called Marvel Advanced Team is but food for the slaughter on this battlefield. If we continue to remain ignorant, the Marvel Universe will not survive. Protecting the universe is but a Thanos' eyes gleamed. Unlike the Avengers when he was in the Marvel Universe, he merely wanted to extinguish half of all life. Now he no longer needed to do so, nor did he have the desire to continue. A stronger goal had appeared, and he had his own plans. Marvel Alliance. Thanos didn't care at all, saying all this was merely a moment of exasperation. The crowd fell silent, no one daring to refute. For what Thanos spoke was the naked reality. That scene moments ago shattered all the pride and confidence of the Marvel heroes. They finally saw reality for what it was. This was not their home turf, not a universe they could traverse freely. This was a battlefield of the outer realms of purgatory, where the mighty of the wilderness clashed with the insect race. They were merely weaklings who had stumbled into this place, potentially facing death at any moment, even dying without value. "What do we do now?" Wanda's voice trembled with fear. "Barton is dead. What should we do?" "Retreat." Natasha looked at Tony. "We can still return to the Marvel Universe now." Tony closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, only calmness and determination remained. "We cannot retreat. If we do, everything we have done will be in vain. The strong ones here already know of our existence. Retreating means a slow death. Only by staying here to understand the battlefield, the insect race, and the wilderness can we have a glimmer of hope." "But Barton's death has sounded the alarm for us." Tony's gaze swept across everyone, his tone heavy. "From now on, everyone will follow my orders. First, absolutely do not provoke any existence, whether it be wilderness practitioners or that strange race. Second, do not approach the main battlefield and do not engage in direct conflict with any party. Third, specifically seek out isolated, severely injured, or low-level strange races for ambushes, primarily to plunder corpses and gather information. At the same time, investigate the wilderness practitioners, and if we can ascertain why our universe appeared here." Strange paused slightly, "Plundering insect race corpses. What use is that?" Tony brought up the armor's scanning data, displaying the analysis of the insect race corpses on the screen. "That insect-like creature that was just slain by the wilderness practitioner, let's call it an insect race for now, the energy dissipating from its corpse was directly devoured by that powerful being. I detected that the energy of the insect race could directly enhance strength and fortify the body. This might be an opportunity for us to grow stronger. Barton's death has shown us that direct combat is a dead end. So ambushes, opportunistic strikes, and plundering the essence of the insect race are our only paths forward." Only by enhancing our strength can we hope to speak directly with the wilderness practitioners. Dr. Banner's eyes lit up. Exactly. We are too weak. Direct combat means certain death, but if we only ambush isolated insect races and seize their essence to steadily improve, perhaps we can survive on this battlefield. Our strength is weak, but perhaps this world contains many things that can enhance our power. Steve tightened his grip on the shield. Let's do as Tony says. From today onward, we are merely weaklings struggling to survive on the battlefield of the Outer Realms. Survival and enhancing our strength are the primary goals. Everyone nodded in agreement. The last vestiges of pride and arrogance shattered completely. They finally recognized reality, humbled themselves, and chose the safest and most correct path. In the time that followed, these few finally discovered a path to becoming stronger. Although the group's strength was weak, they were still able to deal with some of the weaker insect races. After seizing a portion of the insect race essence, the swift enhancement of their strength gave them hope for improvement. They no longer approached the main battlefield, but instead kept their distance from the wilderness practitioners and the insect race's main forces, specifically seeking out those who had become separated from the army, were severely injured, or were low-level solitary insect race warriors. Perhaps due to some peculiarities of the Marvel Universe, they surprisingly went undetected by the wilderness practitioners. Or perhaps it was because they were so weak that the wilderness practitioners had no desire to act. The Marvel team worked together seamlessly, striking fiercely, retreating after a single blow, never lingering in battle. Each time they killed an isolated insect race, they immediately collected the core essence and swiftly withdrew. Even Thanos joined them, becoming a rather good partner. At first, the group felt a bit uncomfortable, thinking that such ambush tactics were too disgraceful. But with each absorption of the insect race essence, they clearly felt their strength rapidly increasing. The strength of the Marvel heroes is steadily increasing, gradually leading to the idea of establishing a stronghold on the outer battlefield. Meanwhile, they want to test whether the technological weapons of the Marvel Universe can be effective here. Years have passed, and the primordial world has become increasingly lively. Countless primordial cultivators have shone brightly on the outer battlefield, and now it is time to return. Years have passed, and the primordial world has become increasingly lively. Countless primordial cultivators have shone brightly on the outer battlefield, and now it is time to return and receive their merits. This is a great tonic capable of enhancing cultivation and integrating with the physical body, making it difficult for others to easily step in. In the world, the grand and majestic voice of the Tao reverberated continuously on the outer battlefield. Countless races waged war, slaying millions of insectoid creatures, safeguarding the primordial territories, meriting the heavens and earth, meriting the myriad races of the primordial world. Today, merits are being awarded and heavenly merits are descending. In an instant, golden light flooded countless areas of the primordial world, auspiciousness filling the air. Golden beams of merit descended from the sky, like a torrential rain showering upon every participant in the battle. Those with merits received much, while those without received little, and the meritless received none. For those cultivators who had slain numerous insectoid creatures, the golden light of merit coalesced around them, as if they were clad in golden armor. This is the merit of the Tao. The Tao personally rewards us. Ha ha ha, with this merit breaking through, my bottleneck is just around the corner. Countless cultivators rejoiced and laughed heartily towards the sky. The power of merit is the most precious and tyrannical force in the primordial world. It can cleanse inner demons, strengthen the physical body, enhance comprehension, accelerate the path to enlightenment, and even reduce the power of heavenly tribulations during breakthroughs, or directly assist in transcending realms. Combined with the vast amounts of insectoid essence they harvested on the battlefield, both internally and externally, their strength grew exponentially. The overall power of the myriad races in the primordial world was soaring at a terrifying rate. First and foremost, it was the demon race. In the demon heaven this time, on the outer battlefield, the demon race dispatched the most troops, fought the fiercest battles, achieved the greatest victories, and reaped the most heavenly merits. In the territory of the demon race, the embryonic form of the heavenly star array enveloped a part of the heavens and earth. Emperor Jun sat upon the sun star holding the river diagram and the Luo book, surrounded by intertwining golden merit light and the true fire of the sun exuding an unfathomable might. He held the chaos bell, and as the bell rang, all demons submitted. Under the massive influx of heavenly merit and insectoid essence, the sound of breakthroughs echoed within the demon race. Those demon powerhouses who had been stuck at the peak of the great Luo golden immortal realm saw their barriers shatter in that moment. The aura of quasi-saints erupted like bamboo shoots after a rain. 1, 2, 3. In a short span, the demon race birthed a total of 12 new quasi-saints. Along with the existing veteran quasi-saints, including the 10 great demon saints, the demon master Kunping and the 3 great demon emperors. The number of quasi-saints in the demon race has now reached a terrifying 27. Among them are 4 at the peak quasi-saint realm. Dong Huang Tai Yi and Emperor Jun have even stepped half a foot into the realm of saints. With such strength, if it weren't for the invasion of the insectoid world, the demon race would be stronger than ever before. Whether in the future or the past, in the primordial world of old, apart from the powers of saints, they would be able to sweep through the entire primordial realm. Emperor Jun's eyes sparkled, looking down at the many powerful demons beneath him, his voice resonating with authority. Our demon race is thriving, and the signs of great prosperity have appeared. Let us fully devise the heavenly star array, using billions of stars as the foundation, with the river diagram and Luo book as the core, and all quasi-saints of our demon race as the array eyes. Once the array is completed, even if a saint comes, we can resist for a time. Our demon race will surely stand tall at the peak of the primordial world, ruling all realms. The eyes of the demons sparkled, their voices shaking the clouds. We comply with the decree of the heavenly emperor. Alongside the demon race, the witch race was equally unwilling to be outdone. The witch race has a strong physical body, cultivating only the body and essence without training the spiritual core. On the battlefield, they are the most fearless, and every witch warrior is a human-shaped killing machine. This time on the outer battlefield, while the witch warriors suffered significant casualties, they also slayed countless insectoid creatures. Heavenly merit descended like a golden torrent, flooding into every witch's body. They did not choose to use it to enhance their cultivation, as that was beneath their disdain. Instead, they integrated the power of merit into their bodies, making them even stronger. The witch race has a unique physique, allowing them to absorb merits and essence far more efficiently than other races. In the ancestral hall of the witches, the ancestral witches like Gonggong Zhurong and Hutu sat upon their thrones, their auras increasingly terrifying. Below them, countless great witches and witch generals, even those who chose not to enhance their cultivation, naturally began to break through due to their deep foundations. Suddenly, 2 auras that spanned the heavens erupted from the ancestral lands of the witch race. The witch race had actually birthed 2 new ancestral witches, namely Xingtian and Hui. The ancestral witches of the witch race represent not only strength, but also the return of their bloodline. Only when the bloodline reaches a certain level can one be called an ancestral witch. There are some quasi-saints among the witch race apart from the 12 ancestral witches, but they have not achieved the status of ancestral witches due to bloodline issues. Now, with the return of Xingtian and Hui's bloodlines, they successfully stepped into the realm of ancestral witches, along with breaking into the quasi-saint realm. Thus, the number of ancestral witches in the witch race has increased by 2. Gonggong laughed loudly, his voice shaking. Mount Buzhou, our witch race has added 2 more ancestral witches. Indeed, we are the true descendants of Pangu. With 2 more ancestral witches, we can completely form the 12 capital heavenly god-slaying array, and we will even have 2 more participants. Great fortune. Ancestral witches are mighty. As long as the witch race exists, we will endure for eternity. The demon race and witch race rose together, their momentum soaring, already becoming the trend of the 2 great overlords of the primordial world. However, beyond these 2 races, other factions are also rising rapidly. On the eastern sea, Immortal Mountain, the Eastern King sits upon a cloud bed wearing a purple crown and a Dao robe, recognized as the male celestial being by the Dao ancestor. Although the great powers of the primordial world do not regard him highly, his strength is indeed genuine. Especially on the outer battlefield, the Eastern King led many male celestial beings into battle, achieving substantial victories and receiving abundant heavenly merits. Under the dual nourishment of merit and insectoid essence, the aura surrounding the Eastern King surged wildly, and he successfully broke through to the peak quasi-saint realm. He became a powerful figure among the second tier of the primordial world. The Eastern King opened his eyes, his divine light restrained a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. The path of the saints is exceedingly arduous, but I have already seen hope. Now that all races are rising, the demon race and witch race are immensely powerful. We scattered immortals, if we do not unite, will inevitably be eliminated by the times. From today onwards, I will join forces with the Western Queen Mother to establish a new faction, Zifu, to gather all scattered immortals, hermits, and friends unwilling to submit to the demon and witch races. Let us venture to the outer realm. Let us pursue the great Tao together. With the establishment of the Purple Mansion, the entire Honghuang trembled. Many loose cultivators rushed to join, including numerous De Luo golden immortals, and even those at the quasi-saint level. The current Honghuang is no longer what it was hundreds of years ago. Only by uniting can one gain greater benefits. Especially after the arrival of the Second World, everyone senses that other worlds will descend in the future. Thus, many hidden powers began to seek a strong backing. The Wu clan does not accept outsiders, and many have previously rejected the enticing offers of the Demon clan. The emergence of the Purple Mansion has become a favorable option. In a short time, the number of Quasi-Saint powerhouses in the Purple Mansion exceeded 10, while the Luo Golden Immortals numbered in the dozens. In terms of overall strength, although it cannot compare to the Demon and Wu clans, it has undoubtedly become the third major force in Honghuang. The Eastern King and the Western Mother jointly rule the Purple Mansion, commanding respect from all directions. In an instant, the land of Honghuang was filled with tumultuous winds and clouds. The Demon clan flourished, the Wu clan rose, and the Purple Mansion was established. With countless races vying for supremacy and powerful figures emerging, an unprecedented prosperous scene unfolded. Yet amidst this bustling tide, one individual appeared somewhat forlorn, carrying a hint of regret and unwillingness. Above the 9 heavens, the Red Cloud Taoist sat peacefully among the clouds. Red Cloud possessed a kind heart and treated others generously, earning the title of the first good-hearted person in Honghuang, with friends across all races and extensive connections. In the recent battle in the Outer Realm, Red Cloud contributed significantly, aided by Zhang Yuanzi, slaying countless insect creatures and accumulating immense merit from the Heavenly Tao. He intended to seize this opportunity to break through to the position of a saint. A saint is imperishable through countless tribulations, transcending time, the true supreme being of heaven and earth. For this step, Red Cloud prepared for countless years, starting from the moment he acquired the primordial purple energy, until now, when others who received it had already become saints. How could he not be anxious? If no one was paying attention, it would be fine, but if someone was, he even worried that someone might be plotting against him in the shadows. Thus, at the moment the heavenly merit descended, Red Cloud chose to enter seclusion, fully focused on breaking through to the saint realm. In an instant, the world changed color. Red Cloud surged forward to challenge the saintly fruit with his full strength. All the great powers of the races watched, anticipating the birth of another saint. Emperor Juntai, the 12 ancestor witches, the Eastern King, the Western Mother, Zhen Yuanzi Ming, He Kun Peng Fu Shi. Countless powerful figures of Honghuang turned their gazes toward the direction where Red Cloud was. However, the path to sainthood is not something that can be achieved simply by desire. Throughout history, only a handful of saints have emerged. Ultimately, Red Cloud's foundation fell slightly short. Or perhaps for other reasons, he ultimately failed to achieve sainthood. At the most critical moment of his breakthrough, the rules of heaven and earth rejected him, making it difficult for the saintly position to stabilize. Red Cloud spat out a mouthful of blood, and the saintly aura around him dissipated. He had failed in his breakthrough. He did not perish and was not severely injured. His realm did not fall, but merely advanced a small step toward the edge of failure, touching the threshold of sainthood. Half-saint realm. It is just below the saint level, surpassing all quasi-saints. Under normal circumstances, breaking through to the half-saint would have made Red Cloud ecstatic, looking down upon Honghuang. Yet at this moment, Red Cloud's face bore only bitterness and regret. A step away made all the difference. Being slightly short meant a lifetime of unfulfilled hopes for the saintly fruit. Was it a failure to become a saint after all? Red Cloud sighed softly, his voice filled with endless loneliness. He possessed primordial purple energy and immense heavenly merit, yet still could not take that final step. What could be the reason? My merit should be sufficient, and I have primordial purple energy. The foundation for becoming a saint is entirely adequate. But why is this so? Red Cloud shook his head, filled with confusion and reluctance. Even though his strength had significantly increased, it still did not reach the realm he pursued. The might of a half-saint is unparalleled in the entire Honghuang, except for those few true saints. Forget it. Perhaps the timing is not yet right. In the end, Red Cloud could only comfort himself this way. Looking ahead, Red Cloud's mindset remained relatively optimistic. Inside Wuzhuang Temple, Zhen Yuanzi and Red Cloud sat and discussed the Tao. Zhen Yuanzi said, "I am aware of the matters regarding becoming a saint." Red Cloud nodded, sitting cross-legged. He picked up the spiritual tea in front of him, took a gentle sip, and bitterly said, "In the end, it was still just a step short. With primordial purple energy in hand, heavenly merit on me, a complete Tao foundation, and an unwavering heart, yet I still fell short by that one step. I cannot comprehend where the mistake lies. The three purities became saints, Nuwa became a saint, and Jian and Zhuanti became saints. Which of them did not rely on primordial purple energy and great merit? Yet when it comes to him, despite all conditions being met, the rules of heaven and earth rejected him, leaving his saintly position unstable. He ultimately could only remain at the half-saint level." Zhen Yuanzi pondered for a moment and slowly spoke. "My friend, do you know the three essential elements for becoming a saint?" Red Cloud raised his eyes. "Primordial purple energy, supreme merit, and the foundation of the Tao. Oh, I possess all three." "Not so," Zhen Yuanzi gently shook his head. "Perhaps there is one more thing you have overlooked." "What is it?" Red Cloud inquired. "Fate." Zhen Yuanzi enunciated each word clearly, his voice ringing in Red Cloud's ears like a thunderclap. "Fate. Red Cloud paused, then seemed to ponder deeply. In his view, his fate was robust, far surpassing that of ordinary great powers. However, compared to the few saints, it still fell short, otherwise he would not be in his current state of not having attained sainthood yet. He had to admit this point. Jin Yuanzi sighed softly and slowly explained, "You have plenty, but not. The three purities have the fate of the Chan sect, the intercepting sect, and the human sect Nuwa has the dual protection of the demon and human races, and Jane and Juni have the support of the sentient being's willingness from the Western teachings. Their Tao is not just an individual's path, but the path of an entire race or sect. Yet you, Red Cloud, have always been just one person. Without a sect, without followers, without any beings to rely on, no matter how high your merits, it is difficult to sustain this saintly position. Of course, this is just my speculation. After all, I am merely a peak quasi-saint." Although Jin Yuanzi said this, Red Cloud listened very attentively. He had never thought of it from this perspective. All along he believed that as long as he worked hard enough, he could step into the saint realm. Little did he know that a saint was no longer just an individual. They were a representative of a force in heaven and earth. The fate of a clan, a sect, or a nation is what supports a saint's unyielding stance. Clan fate. Red Cloud murmured to himself, his heart suddenly enlightened, but then a hint of confusion arose. "I have always been solitary and dislike establishing a sect. I do not wish to bind the myriad races. Where would my clan fate come from?" Zhan Yuanzi paused for a moment and continued, "Do you still remember the clan created by Nuwa when she molded clay to create humans?" "The human race," Red Cloud exclaimed. "This name has not been particularly prominent in Honghuang over the years. The human race has a short history. Their physical bodies are inferior to the Wu clan. Their primordial spirits are not as strong as the demon clan. Their lifespans are short, and their cultivation is low. Even Yi Xiao, the leader of the human race, is not well known, and the most memorable recent event was perhaps the acceptance of the Dragon Clan as their totem. For a half-saint powerhouse like Red Cloud, the human race truly did not occupy a place in his heart." Jin Yuanzi could tell from his expression that Hongjun did not know much about the human race. However, he knew quite a bit, and continued, "Friend, I speculate that the future of the human race is extraordinary and may replace the witch and demon tribes to become one of the great pinnacle races of the primordial era. Moreover, the leader of the human race is not ordinary. He has made quite a name for himself on the battlefield beyond the realm. Recently, the dragon tribe has even volunteered to become their totem. Currently, the human race is still in a weak stage, and you might consider starting with them." Upon hearing this, Hong Yun's heart shook violently. Indeed, the human race was personally created by Nuwa, inheriting the fortune of creation. Though small, they have boundless potential. Their reproductive speed surpasses all in the primordial era, and their understanding is unmatched by any other tribe. Now the human race is still weak. Whoever can first protect them, pave the way for their cultivation, and safeguard their place of existence will capture the boundless fortune of the human race in the future. But if I, a humble Taoist, do this, will Laozi and the two saints Nuwa and Laozi agree? It must be said that Hong Yun's thought was indeed correct. The 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors of the human race were not just a ploy for the saints of the primordial era to contend for fortune. Hong Yun actually thought of a similar method. At that moment, Jin Yuanzi smiled slightly. "You have understood, friend. Your kind heart is most suitable for protecting this weak and nascent race. Of course, you cannot engage in matters of education, otherwise the saints will not permit it. Indeed, the best time has already passed. The human race has formed an alliance with the dragon tribe, and the specifics will require you to consider yourself." Jin Yuanzi expressed all his thoughts while Hong Yun slowly paced in the great hall. Jin Yuanzi's words were like a bright light illuminating his previously confused path. Failing to become a saint was not the end, but the beginning of another path. He possessed the primordial purple energy, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, he could be said to have a 100% chance of becoming a saint. It was merely a matter of timing, and perhaps the human race held the key to his ascension. After a long while, Hong Yun seemed to have made a certain decision. After bidding farewell to Zhan Yuanzi, he left the Wuzhuang temple conveniently, taking some ginseng fruits. On the shores of the East Sea, Yi Xiao had returned for some time now, and during this period, he had been sorting through his... First, there were over 200 million insect tribes. After Yi Xiao's intervention, they had fought among themselves, and all advanced in ranks, evolving into levels 4, 5, and 6. Yi Xiao slaughtered all the insects of levels 5 and 6, obtaining a large amount of insect origin and 400 billion war points. Excluding the corpses of the insect tribes, this was the greatest harvest, and it might even allow him to extract another world. Besides this, there were the items drawn from the system lottery. Many good things, including quite a few acquired treasures and innate treasures. There were also Pangus blood and several powerful divine abilities. All of these could enhance Yi Xiao's strength. And there was the 9 heavens mystic yellow formation for the human race. Leader, over 100 7-level insect tribes have already been slaughtered along with 38-level insect tribes. At this moment, Zhu Long appeared in front of Yi Xiao holding a sea-settling pearl. Upon hearing this, Yi Xiao smiled and said, I almost forgot there are still 7-level and 8-level insect tribes. Indeed. Keep the 8-level ones for now. Take half of the 7-level insect origin to enhance the strength of the dragon tribe's members. In a few years, we will return to the battlefield beyond the realm. Next time, our numbers will be greater and stronger. After saying this, Yi Xiao directly took the sea-settling pearl and waved his hand, revealing 27-level insect origins in front of Zhu Long. Among the more than 100 7-level insect tribes, 40 had fallen but had origin energy. Thank you, leader. Zhu Long was not polite. He knew that this amount meant little to Yi Xiao. After taking the insect origin, Zhu Long quickly left. Subsequently, Yi Xiao summoned the 3 ancestors of the human race, waving his hand, and an endless stream of resources poured out from the vast world. Piles of innate spiritual materials, countless cultivation ores, and spiritual herbs with immense vitality. There were also numerous insect corpses and a large amount of insect origin. The levels range from the lowest 1st level to the 6th level with at least 100,000 in number. The 7-level ones were not brought out as most people in the human race could not digest them. The 3 ancestors, including Suerin, were dumbfounded, their breath halting. SSS, the 3 simultaneously inhaled sharply. Leader, this is too much. With so many resources for our human race, we can at least cultivate out 10 great Luo golden immortals, or even more. Listening to the excited words of the 3 ancestors, Yi Xiao smiled slightly and said, a portion will be used to expand the human race's treasury. A portion will be distributed as rewards for the cultivators who participated in the battle. The rest will all be used for the foundational construction of the human race, accelerating the reproduction of the human race and increasing the number of strong individuals. The 3 ancestors were overjoyed after hearing this. They did not expect that the leader would return with so many resources. What they valued most was the insect origin. These are the foundation for the strong. Zi exclaimed excitedly, leader, rest assured we will ensure these resources are utilized in the most reasonable manner to cultivate more strong individuals for our tribe. Yi Xiao smiled and said, I naturally believe in you. However, the cultivation levels of the 3 of you cannot lag behind. Though Great Luo Golden Immortal is good in the entire primordial era, and even on the battlefield beyond the realm, a Great Luo Golden Immortal is not much. In the future, Great Luo Golden Immortals will only be considered ordinary combatants. Only quasi-saints will be the main force. Without waiting for the 3 to respond, Yi Xiao directly gave each of them 3 levels of 7 insect origins. Take these resources for cultivation. Zi, you must quickly break through to the Great Luo Golden Immortal. Thank you, leader. The 3 ancestors were immensely excited as they accepted the 7-level insect origins. Yi Xiao paused for a moment and continued, from now on, I have set a development plan for our tribe for the next 500 years. Upon hearing this, the 3 ancestors became even more serious. First, within 500 years, the human population must exceed 100 billion. 100 billion people. The 3 of Suerin were shocked. Now, the human race already had over 1 billion. After migrating to the shores of the East Sea, there was much more living space, and the strength of the human race was sufficient to protect more clansmen. This first goal was indeed easy to achieve. After all, apart from cultivation, the human race had no other entertainment, and making children was a tradition passed down. Growing to 100 billion in 500 years is certainly not difficult. Yi Xiao continued. Second, within 500 years, all cultivators at the immortal realm and above must master the 9 heavens mystic yellow formation. Use the formation to protect the law, strengthen the clan, and fight as a formation so that the weak can overcome the strong and the few can defeat the many. Third, strive to have over 10,000 cultivators at the Tai Golden Immortal level within 500 years. Boom. As soon as this last sentence was spoken, the 3 of Suerin were instantly shocked by Yi Xiao's bold, the Tai Golden Immortal breaking the myriad. Is there really no mistake in this? The 3 of them were quite certain, and Yi Xiao had made it very clear. However, this was truly shocking to them. Currently, there aren't many Tai Golden Immortals among the human race, and all of them are within the 100,000 warriors. Besides that, the human race has no surplus. Not to mention 100,000, there aren't even 100 in total. To reach 10,000 Tai Golden Immortals within 500 years is an extraordinarily difficult task. Even with a large amount of insect race origins, the human race still needs time to digest them. However, if there are difficulties, then one must solve them. With resources presented right before them, there's no reason to back down. The 3 ancestors of the human race immediately agreed, pledging to strive for the 3 goals set by Yi Xiao for the next 500 years. A population of 10 billion is the foundation. 10,000 Tai Golden Immortals would be the preparation for the human race to completely shine in the wilderness. These are just some of Yi Xiao's thoughts. Whether or not they can be realized depends on the actual situation. After formulating the 100-year plan, Yi Xiao sent the 3 ancestors of the human race to make arrangements. Then Yi Xiao released the 100,000 warriors and 500 dragon race members from the Great Thousand Worlds. Having experienced the bloody baptism of the outer battlefield, they would impart teachings ensuring that the future cultivators of the human race would be even more courageous and resilient. In the future, more members of the human race would enter the outer battlefield, resulting in lesser losses. After everything was instructed, Yi Xiao prepared to enter seclusion. Yi Xiao first took out the essence of Pangu, intending to enhance his physical cultivation first. Currently, the 9 Revolutions mystic art had reached the 6th revolution, but it still lacked a bit. He had drawn a lot from the lottery, and combined with what he bought himself, the essence of Pangu could be created at will. However, Yi Xiao did not expect that after reaching the 6th revolution, the cultivation became increasingly difficult. In the past, it only required a drop of Pangus essence to break through a revolution, greatly enhancing physical strength. But now the situation had changed. After the 9 revolutions mystic art reached the 6th revolution, each breakthrough brought far greater enhancement than the previous 6 revolutions. This applied to both physical strength and the augmentation of power. Moreover, it could condense a more substantial Panga phantom similar to the 12 heavenly gods and demons' great formation of the witch race. If the 9th revolution could be successfully cultivated, perhaps he could embody Pangu in battle. With such effects, the required cost is naturally very high. The strength of the body is sufficient to withstand a strike from a Quasi-Saint. With a thought, Yi Xiao swallowed a drop of Pangus essence. The familiar pain struck again, but Yi Xiao had long since grown accustomed to it. Not daring to be distracted in the slightest, he fully operated the 9 revolutions mystic art with the intricate technique circulating wildly within his body. Using his own meridians as a furnace and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth as a guide, he began to refine the essence of Pangu bit by bit. Within the essence of Pangu lies boundless power. With each strand melted, Yi Xiao's body was forcibly expanded a bit, and then quickly compressed, refined, and transformed under the influence of the mystic art. The bones emitted thunderous sounds. Within the flesh and blood, it seemed as if millions of giant dragons. On the surface of his skin, a faint red glow emerged, as if forged from innate divine gold, giving Yi Xiao a somewhat primal appearance. Even Yi Xiao's body began to uncontrollably enlarge, evolving in the direction of the witch race. This process was incredibly painful. It felt as though his flesh was being torn apart repeatedly and then reassembled. If it were an ordinary cultivator, they would have long since collapsed under such terrifying power, their souls scattered. Yet Yi Xiao's will was resolute, aided by the system, his Tao heart as steady as a rock. He gritted his teeth and persevered, allowing the essence of Pangu to wash over his body and transform his foundation. Time passed little by little. 100 years. 300 years. 500 years. In the blink of an eye, 500 years had swiftly elapsed in the outside world. During these 500 years, under the leadership of the 3 ancestors, the human race developed vigorously, full of vitality. The population surged wildly, territory continuously expanded, and countless human cultivators diligently practiced day and night. The human race's presence was no longer limited to the shores of the East Sea, gradually reaching beyond to other places. With several Deluo golden immortals stationed, the dragon race served as a totem. Although the dragon race faced numerous strong enemies, they were ultimately resolved. In 500 years, the human race completely entered the sight of the myriad races in the wilderness. The human race had grown from mere ants to participants in the great matters of the wilderness. This rapid change in status made countless races envious. Although the human race had not yet given birth to Quasi-Saint powers, the dragon race had, and not just one, but even a peak Quasi-Saint. With Yi Xiao's reputation in the outer battlefield and the title of his 4th direct disciple, the myriad races in the wilderness knew that the emergence of Quasi-Saint powers in the human race was merely a matter of time. Thus, life had been fairly comfortable for the human race over these 500 years. Minor issues arose continuously, but no powerful enemies had actively provoked them. Even the demon race had not actively antagonized the human race. In these 500 years, the number of immortals among the human race continued to increase, and the 9 heavens mystic yellow great formation had become a necessary assessment after achieving immortality. Only by passing through it could one enter the genealogy of the human race, having their name listed among their kin and receiving unparalleled glory. Ultimately, Yi Xiao's 3rd requirement was still not fulfilled. Out of 10,000 Tai golden immortals, only 1/10 were born, which is to say 1,000 Tai golden immortals. It wasn't that resources were insufficient, but that the time was too short. After all, not everyone had a system like Yi Xiao allowing them to cultivate without bottlenecks. Others in the human race would ultimately take time. This outcome was within Yi Xiao's expectations, yet the 3 ancestors of the human race felt somewhat guilty for not fulfilling Yi Xiao's trust. Besides that, there was good news: the human race had produced its fourth Deluo Golden Immortal, ZE. At this point, all three ancestors of the human race had achieved the status of Deluo Golden Immortal. The fortune of the human race steadily rose each year, seemingly without end. Meanwhile, Yi Xiao remained seated in seclusion, unmoving. Over 500 years, Yi Xiao gradually refined all the essence of Pangu he had, and the 9 Revolutions mystic art also made a significant breakthrough, reaching the 7th Revolution, and even the peak of the 7th Revolution. The peak of the 7th Revolution corresponds to the pinnacle of Deluo Golden Immortal. However, in terms of physical strength, it was already comparable to a Quasi-Saint, even capable of suppressing some ordinary Quasi-Saints unilaterally. The hardness of his body had already reached the level of a low-grade, innate spiritual treasure. With the means and abilities Yi Xiao now possessed, relying solely on his physical body could place him among the top tier in the wilderness. Among the Deluo Golden Immortals, he was considered invincible. In the same realm, Yi Xiao dares to say that the physical strength of the witch race could not match his. The price was the complete consumption of all the essence of Pangu he had. Yet this was not Yi Xiao's fault. Recalling the resources consumed during this closed-door cultivation, Yi Xiao couldn't help but smile wryly. The 9 turns mystic art truly lives up to its reputation as the supreme body refining method passed down by the Pangu god, dominating with unmatched prowess, rendering the physical body invincible among those of the same rank. But the energy required for this cultivation is terrifyingly high. Since he embarked on the path of practicing the 9 turns mystic art, he has deeply understood what it means to have a dreadful consumption of resources. For each turn, each layer, and every minor breakthrough in the 9 turns mystic art, the energy required is several times, dozens of times, or even hundreds of times that of cultivators at the same level. The greater the advancement, the more exaggerated the disparity becomes. At first, a single drop of Pangus blood could suffice for a breakthrough, but that is a treasure that countless people dream of. Previously, the breakthrough to the Great Luo Golden Immortal stage did not consume much of the insect clan's essence, but now from the early stage of Great Luo to the late stage, he actually needed to devour a total of 14 7th-tier insect essences to successfully break through. Yi Xiao estimated that to break through to the Quasi-Saint realm, he would require even more energy from the insect clan's essence. However, no matter the cost, it is worth it, for he can clearly feel his physical strength drawing infinitely closer to that of a Quasi-Saint. Ordinary Quasi-Saint cultivators may not even be his match. With a peak 7th-tier physical body and Great Luo latest-stage cultivation, Yi Xiao has no rivals below the Quasi-Saint level. Fortunately, the primordial chaos is not lacking in energy, and the battlefield beyond the realm is even more abundant, so Yi Xiao does not need to worry about his breakthrough situation. Just as Yi Xiao was pondering, a strange phenomenon suddenly erupted from the shores of the East Sea. An incomparably vast, pure, and warm aura suddenly erupted from the shores of the East Sea. My. Yi Xiao paused, his gaze instantly directed towards the source of the anomaly. He could clearly sense that the human race's fortune, which had been steadily increasing, was at this moment surging explosively, like a volcanic eruption. The power of fortune, resplendent in golden hues, surged forth, soaring into the clouds and permeating the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Across the entire primordial chaos, every cultivator whose cultivation reached the Tai Golden Immortal stage and above sensed it at the same time, all looking up towards the east. On Kunlun Mountain, Laozi suddenly opened his eyes. The human race's fortune is flourishing, and a phenomenon of the heavens and earth is about to emerge. It seems a treasure of the human race is about to be born. The master of heavenly Dao's eyes sparkled with brilliance, the aura of an innate treasure. Such a rich humanistic aura. In the Western blissful world, Zhuan Ti and Jia Yin exchanged glances, each seeing a flicker of excitement in the other's eyes. The Eastern human race actually has an innate treasure emerging. Should we go and take a look? Jia Yin. Zhuan Ti shook his head. The time is not right. This item is closely related to the human race. If we forcefully seize it, we will only entangle ourselves in boundless karma. For now, let's observe the change. Yi Xiao's heart trembled, and he stepped forward, directly employing the earthly golden light to arrive at the scene of the anomaly. He saw the East Sea, where the waves surged violently, not due to a tsunami, but because of the overwhelming aura of a supreme treasure. In the void, the resplendent golden aura condensed into a gigantic lotus of fortune, and at the center of the lotus a beam of golden light broke through the clouds, drawing the sun, moon, and stars into resonance. Following that, a square seal entirely formed from the innate essence of humanistic energy slowly emerged from the lotus of fortune. On the jade seal, the 2 characters Kontong were inscribed, ancient, profound, and mystical. Each character contained unparalleled fortune. This is... Yi Xiao's pupils constricted, and he was overjoyed, nearly exclaiming, Kontong seal. The treasure of the human race's fortune, the Kontong seal, has actually emerged at this moment. He was immensely excited. He knew very well the origins of the Honghuang seal. It is the foremost treasure of the human race, closely tied to the fate of the human race. Not only does it have the power to suppress fortune and protect the race, but it also allows the human race to thrive, extend their lifespans, and awaken innate talents. It is like the spiritual treasures of the three teachings capable of suppressing fortune. The Honghuang seal is the supreme treasure specifically used by the human race to suppress fortune. The holder of the Honghuang seal is the nominal overlord of the human race, able to draw upon the boundless fortune of the human race, significantly boosting their combat power. Previously, although the human race had continuously developed and grown under his support, they still did not possess a treasure of their own. Now, with the emergence of the Honghuang seal, this issue has been resolved. With this treasure, the development of the human race will accelerate. With the treasure in the hands of the human race, no one will be able to restrict their growth. Xiao extended his right hand and gently reached for the Honghuang seal. The Honghuang seal offered no resistance, obedient as a lamb falling into his grasp. It felt cool to the touch, yet warm. A vast torrent of human fortune surged through the Honghuang seal into his body. Xiao felt as if an invisible connection had been established between himself and the entire human race. He could clearly sense the life and death of every member of the human race across the primordial lands, feeling their joys and sorrows, sensing their indomitable will to live. What a treasure! Xiao rejoiced in his heart and immediately absorbed the Honghuang seal into his body. With the Honghuang seal, he could not only summon the fortune of the human race at any time to empower himself, but also firmly stabilize the foundation of the human race. After putting away the Honghuang seal, Xiao focused on sensing the overall situation of the human race. Upon this sensing, a look of contentment appeared on his face. Now, after so many years of recuperation and the cultivation resources he provided, the number of the human race has surged to a terrifying extent. Hundreds of billions of humans are spread across the shores of the East Sea. Among them, countless cultivators have emerged, from human immortals and profound immortals to golden immortals and Tai golden immortals. The tribes of the human race have sprung up like bamboo shoots after rain, each establishing themselves in an orderly manner with widespread education commencing. Indeed, it is truly impressive. The human race has truly developed its foundation, growing deep talents emerging one after another. Even the treasure of fortune, the Honghuang seal, has emerged on its own. This is the heavenly Tao, recognizing the status of the human race. Xiao nodded, but there was still a hint of worry in his heart. As the human race rises following the trajectory of the primordial chaos, the two races of witches and demons, in their struggle for supremacy, will inevitably lead to the outbreak of the war between the witches and demons. That would be a calamity sweeping across the entire primordial chaos. The demon race's heavenly court would spring into action with the great array of constellations operating and the power of the stars obliterating all. The 12 ancestral witches of the witch race would emerge, summoning the true form of Pangu through the 12 capital heavenly gods formation to destroy the heavens and extinguish the earth. The two races would fight until the skies crumbled and the earth shattered, causing the primordial chaos to break apart and countless beings to perish, leading to the extinction of numerous races. The witch and demon races would also suffer heavy losses, completely withdrawing from the position of the primordial overlord, paving the way for the rise of the human race. However, the human race also paid a heavy price, being slaughtered by the demon race and crafting the slaughter, which soared, nearly facing extinction. Fortunately, the passage to the myriad realms has now opened, and with the invasion of the alien insect race, the primordial chaos is united against external threats, likely preventing any internal strife. But how long can this situation last? No one can say for certain. If the witch and demon races were to go to war, the human race would undoubtedly be the first to be affected, and given their current strength, they would also suffer significant losses. Preventing future troubles is the key to survival. It seems I still need to be cautious. Including the Longzhu, the humans have but a single quasi-saint at its peak. That number is far too small. Relying solely on the humans to produce another quasi-saint at the summit could take an age. Perhaps we could recruit other ancient powers from the primordial realms to join the human race. Xiao murmured as he weighed the feasibility in his mind. In former times, enticing great powers to the human side was nearly impossible because humanity was too weak and offered little value. But now Xiao believed it might be possible. More importantly, he possessed a system and thus knowledge unknown to others. Knowledge such as the path to becoming a saint. Among the myriad clans of the primordial world, the loftiest ambition was to attain sainthood. Yet how arduous is the road to becoming a saint? Xiao asked the system whether saints could be born in the current primordial world. He posed the question aloud, and soon the system answered. The number of saints in any chaotic world is fixed. It varies from world to world according to each world's nature. The system continued that in the present Honghuang there is only the Tian Dao, which has ordained 7 saint seats, and it can no longer accommodate additional saint-strength beings. Hearing this, Yi Xiao frowned in disbelief. He asked what of Yang Mei. The system explained that Yang Mei attains the Dao by force, and therefore does not belong to the Tiando's saints. Yi Xiao exclaimed at the notion of proving the Dao by force. He understood at once. Proving the Dao by force could potentially claim an unlimited number of saint seats. Moreover, if the Tian Dao holds saint seats, might there not also be possible saint seats for Di Dao and Ren Dao? After all, the Wuzu's Hutu is destined to become a saint in the future. The system affirmed Yi Xiao's thought a chaotic world is a complete cosmos composed of 3 ways: heaven, earth, and man. Each way can possess its own saint seats. In the current Honghuang, the Di Dao and Ren Dao have not yet fully awakened. At this, Yi Xiao's eyes brightened. The Dao ancestor is the Tiando's emissary and thus determines the Tiando's saint seats. So if I can control Ren Dao or win Ren Dao's recognition, might I not also determine Ren Dao's saint seats? He wondered whether in the original course of events the many great calamities that befell Honghuang were meant to weaken Di Dao and Ren Dao. Would the Dao ancestor persist in undermining earth and man ways? Or perhaps the Dao ancestor might intentionally allow Di Dao and Ren Dao to awaken. The thought stirred hope within Yi Xiao. By Yi Xiao's reasoning, Hongjun would more likely choose the latter. As external threats grow, the scarcity of Honghuang saints would be a grave liability. In any case, further weakening Di Dao and Ren Dao seemed unlikely unless Hongjun wished Honghuang to be outstripped by other worlds. After much reflection, Yi Xiao judged the plan highly feasible. He asked the system how might he seize control of Ren Dao or gain Ren Dao's recognition. The system chimed the Kongtong seal is not only a treasure of the human race, but also a sacred relic of Ren Dao. If the host refines the Kongtong seal, he may commune with Ren Dao. I see. So Ren Dao has yet to awaken like Di Dao. But I need not incarnate through rebirth cycles. With Ren Dao at my side, would it not be easy to recruit the great powers of Honghuang? Yi Xiao smiled a crooked, scheming smile. 2 figures flickered through his mind: Jin Yuanzi and Hongyun. These 2 were undoubtedly the prime candidates to enlist. First, Jin Yuanzi. He is the patriarch of terrestrial immortals in Honghuang, born at the dawn of that age. His cultivation is unfathomable. He has already reached the peak of quasi-saint standing, but a single step from full sainthood. He presides over the Wuzhuang Temple, cultivates innate spirit-rooted ginseng fruit trees, and wields the Earth Book, a supreme treasure of unparalleled defense. Below a saint, he has few rivals. Most important, Jin Yuanzi is steady and uninterested in power struggles. He devotes himself to secluded cultivation and has always harbored deep goodwill toward the human race. When humanity first emerged, Jin Yuanzi secretly intervened to shelter several human tribes from monstrous slaughter. In short, he is a latent friend of humanity. If Yi Xiao approaches him with proper entreaties and generous rewards, there is little fear Jin Yuanzi would refuse to join. Next is Hongyun. Hongyun is the most kindly soul in Honghuang, gentle and helpful, beloved by all. Born from clouds, he possesses the 99 Hongyun soul-scattering gourd and is no weakling in strength. Crucially, Hongyun carries the Hongmeng purple qi, yet has not become a saint. He must be anxious about his inability to ascend. Yi Xiao happens to know the reason Hongyun cannot attain sainthood, and by offering a solution, Hongyun would likely accept. With Jin Yuanzi, the patriarch of terrestrial immortals, Hongyun the kindly elder, and the dragon clans, Zhulong, 3 quasi-saint peaks, would be enough to place humanity unassailable within Honghuang. Combined with Yi Xiao's own strength, the human race need fear no force short of a saint. That settled it. Yi Xiao made his decision, swiftly recruiting Jin Yuanzi and Hongyun was essential. For now, the immediate task was to refine the Kongtong seal and open communication with Ren Dao. At the same time, Hongyun had long since taken a humble guise and wandered among the human clans for 5 centuries. During those 500 years, Hongyun felt many impressions concerning humanity. What struck him most was the humans' prodigious capacity to multiply. It was staggering. Though their innate talents were modest, their plasticity seemed boundless. This only deepened Hongyun's sense of humanity's extraordinariness. The emergence of the Kongtong seal also made him keenly aware of the humans' vast, surging destiny. 5 centuries have passed. Perhaps this human race truly is the place where my Tao will be proven, he thought. That human clan leader's aura is remarkably deep. Beneath a quasi-saint, none could match him. I only hope if I approach of my own accord, I will not be refused. On the shores of the eastern sea outside the human sacred ground, Hongyun gazed at the human sanctuary and murmured to himself. From his current half-saint vantage, the entire human sanctum held no true secrets. Moreover, with Yi Xiao revealing little and no attempt at concealment, Hongyun discerned Yi Xiao's cultivation as well. In an instant, Hongyun slipped into the human sanctum. 10 years passed in a breath. Yi Xiao successfully refined the Kongtong seal and made first contact with Ren Dao. He did not expect Rindao to already possess a nascent consciousness, only that it resembled a child for the moment. Without the Kongtong seal, future communication would have been difficult. What astonished him further was that Rindao bestowed upon him 3 streams of Hongmeng purple qi. When Rindao fully awakens, 3 additional Rindao saint seats could be formed. Ecstatic, Yi Xiao stored the Hongmeng purple qi and planned to pay a visit to the Wuzhuang temple. Suddenly his expression shifted as a voice called, "Who goes there? Why not step forth and be seen?" A hearty laugh answered. Yi Xiao saw Hongjun before him. The kindly voice declared that Chief Ye's strength was indeed formidable, and that after many years within the human sanctum, the humble Taoist had finally awaited Chief Yi. Hongjun bowed and greeted Yi Xiao as a fellow cultivator. When Yi Xiao heard the name, surprise flashed across his eyes, followed by delight as he recognized Hongjun's seniority. Yi Xiao courteously asked what business the elder had come to the human race for. Hongjun replied that he indeed had matters of consequence to discuss with Yi Xiao. In the Zixiao Palace, Hongjun Laozu abruptly opened his eyes and gazed toward the shores of the eastern sea of the primordial chaos, his eternally placid Tao heart stirring for the first time. The supreme treasure of humanity has emerged prematurely, and the human Tao appears to be reviving. In Yi Xiao, this youth is Tongtian's direct disciple. Indeed, his fortune is profound. Humanity has already flourished, only its timing has advanced. In Hongjun's gaze paused momentarily. Humanity was his preordained protagonist of the primordial chaos, destined to become the sovereign force of heaven and earth. Yet his meticulously ordained timeline had placed humanity's awakening after the Wuyao cataclysm only once the heavenly Tao had fully stabilized, and after he himself had merged with it. To achieve complete fusion with the heavenly Tao, he required the weakening of the primordial chaos. Hence the Wuyao cataclysm, the investiture of the gods cataclysm, and all subsequent tribulations. In fusion with the Tao, these 4 characters had been the ultimate goal of his cultivation across countless eons. Since the conclusion of the Longhan cataclysm, his discourses at the Zixiao Palace and bestowal of the Hongmeng purple qi had established the sacred hierarchy of the primordial chaos. Every act undertaken solely to culminate in his merger with the heavenly Tao to become its sovereign master, or even its very embodiment. Then at last all beings of the primordial chaos would fall beneath his dominion. The birth and death of heaven and earth would hinge upon a single thought. And until the arrival of the insectoid realm shattered Hongjun's certainty, revealing that his entire path might have been mistaken. Especially after nearly annihilating the insectoid realm, Hongjun's conviction in a new path solidified. I was wrong. In this Tao I walked. The Tao of my past self was wrong. Countless scenes flashed through Hongjun's mind like lightning. Founding the Zixiao Palace, accepting disciples, ordaining the sacred seats, orchestrating incalculable cataclysms. Naviri deed had served one purpose: to merge with and ultimately command the heavenly Tao. Yet now reflection brought clarity, and fusion with the Tao meant only dissolving oneself into a fragment of the Tao itself. And even success would not grant transcendence. It would merely forge a new heavenly Tao. Still bound by cosmic law, still compelled to uphold celestial balance, still condemned to endure the endless cycles of creation and dissolution within the primordial chaos, never truly free. In apparent omnipotence masked in eternal imprisonment within heaven and earth. I who embody the supreme Tao stooped to dwell within the heavenly Tao. How utterly foolish. In clarity flooded Hongjun's heart, the obsessions of countless eons dissolved like mist at dawn. He had erred from the very beginning. And the realm of the primordial chaos did not exist in isolation. And the arrivals of the insectoid realm and the Marvel universe had already confirmed this truth. The myriad realms of existence stretch infinitely across the void. There is no single supreme world, only the primordial chaos among many. Beyond the boundaries lie countless extraplanar worlds teeming with peerless cultivators. Should he remain entrenched in the primordial chaos, fixated solely on merging with its Tao, even attaining sovereignty over its heavenly Tao would leave him helpless when formidable extraplanar forces inevitably invade, dooming the primordial chaos to crisis once more. And he himself would remain trapped forever within its confines, never transcending. In the true supreme Tao lies not in dominating one realm, but in soaring beyond all heavens and earths, traversing the myriad realms unchained. The primordial chaos inherently embodies the 3 Taos: the heavenly Tao, the earthly Tao, and the human Tao. United as one, they constitute a perfected sovereign world. Only when all 3 Taos awaken in harmony can the primordial chaos attain true consummation, ascending to become the supreme chaotic world. In ages past I exalted the heavenly Tao alone, suppressing the earthly and human Taos, weakening the fortunes of all races through incalculable cataclysms. Though it appeared to fortify the heavenly Tao, in truth, I was severing the primordial chaos future. Hongjun awakened completely, in harmony among all races and contention among all Daos. This alone is the authentic path to the primordial chaos' supreme strength. Relentless suppression, scheming, and cataclysmic purges could only weaken and isolate the primordial chaos, until in the fierce competition among the myriad realms, it would be utterly discarded. The arrival of extraplanar realms had finally shattered Hongjun's illusions. And the primordial chaos is not unique, the apex of power knows no limit. And if it does not rapidly strengthen itself and elevate its collective might, it will inevitably become a vassal, or worse, be erased entirely by extraplanar powers. Cataclysms. A faint self-mocking smile touched Hongjun's lips. And now the incalculable cataclysms appeared nothing more than slaughtering the hen to seize its eggs, cutting away one's own foundation. Should the Wu Yao cataclysm erupt, both the Wu and Yao clans would perish together, depleting half the primordial chaos supreme cultivators. And even if humanity rose thereafter, centuries would pass before recovery, and by then extraplanar invaders would descend. With what would the primordial chaos resist? Could the sages intervene in every crisis? Such reliance was untenable. In that instant Hongjun made his decision, all prior schemes were nullified. He refused to be the heavenly Tao's prisoner. He would become the primordial chaos guide, leading it forth into the myriad realms, forging its true, enduring greatness. To strengthen the primordial chaos, the three Taos, heavenly, earthly, and human, must first be restored in full. In Hongjun's gaze deepened as he recalculated the realm's destiny. Though the heavenly Tao stands supreme, the earthly and human Tao slumber in weakness. Imbalance reigns, and thus the primordial chaos cannot ascend to true zenith. For the primordial chaos to reach its apex, all three Taos must coexist, and all three must flourish equally. And to accelerate the revival of the earthly and human Taos, only two paths exist, swiftest and most effective. First, establish the netherworld and ordain the wheel of reincarnation, completing the earthly Tao. And the divine Lady Ho Tu of the Wu clan possesses boundless compassion and the innate capacity to manifest the wheel, yet the appointed moment, she shall transform her being into the cycle itself. Establishing the netherworld and pacifying the six realms will awaken the earthly Tao fully and crown its sovereign as the earthly sage. And second, nurture humanity and invigorate the human Tao. And humanity is the predestined sovereign of heaven and earth, its latent potential infinite, its power of propagation unmatched across the primordial chaos. Once humanity rises definitively, giving rise to the three sovereigns and five emperors to anchor its celestial fortune, the human Tao's fortune will peak, its primordial essence fully revived, interwoven inseparably with humanity's ascent. Then the heavenly, earthly, and human Taos, united as one, will elevate the primordial chaos foundational power 100-fold, 1,000-fold. And cataclysms need no longer be invoked. Let all races of the primordial chaos resonate in unison. And having clarified his vision, Hongjun immediately transmitted his decree to the three pure ones and the sage Nuwa. And soon after, the four sages of the primordial chaos gathered within the Zhixiao Palace. They stood reverently before the lotus thrones, bowing deeply to Hongjun. And your disciples pay homage to our master. And Hongjun slowly opened his eyes, his gaze sweeping across the four below. Without preamble, he declared, I summon you today for a matter concerning the very survival of the primordial chaos. In hearing this, they exchanged glances, eyes alight with fervor. Are we to move against the insectoid realm once more? The primordial chaos is not the sole realm among the myriad heavens. Countless extraplanar worlds exist, and powerful adversaries may one day descend upon us. Should the primordial chaos remain isolated and insular, its annihilation at the hands of the myriad realms is inevitable. And the four sages looked puzzled, uncertain of Hongjun's meaning. After all, the primordial chaos currently knew no internal strife. And Hongjun offered no further explanation, proceeding directly to unveil his plan. For the primordial chaos to achieve perfection, the three Taos, heavenly, earthly, and human, must coexist and thrive in unison. Your foremost duty henceforth is to nurture humanity and hasten the revival of the human Tao in humanity. In the human Tao, shared realization stirred within each sage. They recalled humanity's astonishing meteoric rise in recent times. Tantian sage remembered his own disciple Yi Xiao, through whom he had gained immense benefits. Naturally, he now keenly wondered why the Tao ancestor had raised humanity. Laozi and Yuanshi Tianzuan furrowed their brows, pondering Hongjun's intent in silence. Nuwa, as the mother of humanity, bore an intrinsic sacred bond with humanity, and at Hongjun's words a flash of profound understanding lit her eyes. Master, do you mean humanity's prosperity is intrinsically linked to the human Tao? Nuwa asked softly. And Hongjun turned his gaze upon her, his eyes holding quiet approval. The essence of the human Tao resides in humanity itself. When humanity prospers, the human Tao flourishes. The human race is destined to be the main character possessing great fortune. You must assist the human race to quickly give birth to the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, with the 3 sovereigns governing the world and the 5 emperors establishing order, suppressing the fortune of the human race to ensure its greatness, allowing the source of humanity to completely revive. At this point, Hongjun fell silent, having left unsaid matters such as the human path saints. Of course, this was a bit of Hongjun's selfishness. Although he had abandoned the thought of merging with the Tao, his identity remained that of the first saint of the heavenly Tao. Naturally, he did not wish to see a saint of the earthly path or human path emerge who could threaten him. If he could control the earthly and human paths, Hongjun would not have let them be. If the human path awakens, Yi Xiao, holding the Kongtong seal and merging with the source of humanity, is destined to become a saint of the human path. With 1 earthly path and 1 human path, along with the original 7 saints of the heavenly Tao, the number of saints in the primordial chaos will far exceed the past. Under this balance, his authority as a saint of the heavenly Tao would inevitably be weakened. Thus, when he spoke of the simultaneous rise of the 3 paths of heaven, earth, and humanity, he deliberately concealed key information regarding the saint positions of the human and earthly paths. He only spoke of supporting the human race, giving birth to the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, and reviving the source of humanity. As for how many saints would emerge after the revival of the source of humanity, and who would hold the saint positions, Hongjun said nothing. This is the selfishness of the Tao ancestor. Saints are ruthless, yet not without their own interests. Even as Hongjun looked down upon the countless primordial gatherings, he was unwilling to see his position easily shaken by later generations. What he could do was control the pace, ensuring that the revival of the 3 paths was within his grasp, allowing the myriad races of the primordial chaos to continue to respect him. In the end, even without merging with the Tao, he would still be the leader of the primordial chaos. However, he did not anticipate that the human leader Yi Xiao had already established communication with the human path, the 3 sovereigns, and 5 emperors. Several saints silently noted this. They might not care about who the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors were, but they certainly were interested in the fortune of the human race. If they could share a piece of the pie, their disciples could also make great advancements in cultivation. Achieving quasi-saint status would be no problem. This is the competition for fortune, but it now diverges significantly from its original trajectory. Nuwa's heart burned with excitement. As the mother of the human race, she once molded humans from clay, achieving the supreme saint position, and was intricately linked to the fortune of the human race. The stronger the fortune of the human race, the stronger her power would become. Now, with the Tao ancestors' decree to fully support the human race and foster the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, she, as the mother of the human race, naturally held the greatest advantage. In the future, when the fortune of the human path flourished, she would undoubtedly be the primary beneficiary. Yuan Shitianzun's gaze shifted, and he began to calculate in his heart. The 3 teachings, human teaching, expounding teaching, and intercepting teaching, were distinct, yet all were authentic to Pangu, originally being one. However, in the competition for fortune, they had always been unyielding to each other. The 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors consist of 8 major positions, each carrying vast fortunes of the human path. Whoever can claim more will gain more fortune for their sect. Tongtian Jiaozhu appeared indifferent, thinking of his direct disciple. Yi Xiao brought him much joy. With this relationship, even if the intercepting teaching could only secure 1 or 2 positions among the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, he was entirely unperturbed. Among the 4 saints, only Laozi's state of mind was the most profound. He practiced the path of non-action, seemingly indifferent to worldly matters, yet in reality, he observed the world with the most meticulous thoughts. The changes in the Tao ancestor were indeed too great. The former Tao ancestor would not concern himself with your internal struggles and would even secretly stoke the flames. Now this series of transformations was too rapid and too abrupt. Laozi felt that the Tao ancestor was somewhat different. Where exactly was the difference? Laozi was also unclear. After a moment of silence, he stepped forward. Master. Hongjun slowly opened his eyes, his gaze falling upon Laozi Taiching. Do you have something to say? Laozi slightly bowed and asked, Master, you mentioned earlier that the 3 paths of heaven, earth, and humanity must coexist and thrive together. Now that the heavenly Tao is established and the human path will rise, I dare ask, how will the earthly path awaken? Upon hearing this, Yuan Shitianzun and Nuwa were slightly taken aback. Just now they were all focused on the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, all on the fortune of the human race, but they had overlooked this point. The 3 paths of heaven, earth, and humanity. Heavenly Tao is the leader, humanity is in the midst, but what about the earthly path? How should the earthly path be addressed? Hongjun's gaze was profound, looking into the depths of chaos as if he were deducing or observing the vast land of the primordial chaos. After a moment of silence, he spoke lightly. The earthly path will awaken naturally. The timing is about right. A simple statement without further explanation. Yet when Laozi heard it, his heart shuddered. Naturally, the timing is about right. These 8 words contained 2. The Tao ancestor clearly knew the method for the awakening of the earthly path. In fact, he had long been laying plans in secret, yet was unwilling to speak openly. Laozi subsequently refrained from questioning further. Some matters should be left unspoken. Disciple understands. Laozi bowed and withdrew, saying no more. Seeing this, Hongjun slightly nodded and resumed his indifferent demeanor. My decision is made. You all proceed to execute it. Remember, the overall situation of the primordial chaos is paramount. Do not let personal interests lead to internal strife and delay the revival of the human path. Yes, master. The 4 saints all bowed in response. You may withdraw. Hongjun waved his sleeve. A vast and incomparable power of the heavenly Tao enveloping them, gently lifting the forms of the 4 saints. In the next moment, the 4 saints were simultaneously sent out of the Zixiao palace, disappearing into the chaos. On the lotus platform, Hongjun gazed at the empty palace and sighed softly. Hudo, Yixiao, I hope you do not disappoint me. The 4 saints of the Sanqing and Nuwa did not immediately return to their respective Taoist sanctuaries. Laozi glanced around. This place is not suitable for a prolonged stay. Let us return to Kunlun Mountain to discuss further. Agreed. Yuan Shi and Tongtian replied in unison. Nuwa also nodded. All right. At that moment, Kunlun Mountain, the ancestor of all mountains, the source of the dragon vein. The 4 saints moved, transcending time and space, and instantly arrived at the peak of Kunlun Mountain. The sea of clouds surged, celestial mists swirled, Qilin roamed, and celestial cranes cried out, with countless innate spiritual roots taking root in the divine mountain, exuding a captivating Tao rhythm. Atop Kunlun Mountain, the Sanqing had yet to separate. Currently, Laozi and Yuan Shi Tianzun each occupied a space. The group entered Yuan Shi Tianzun's Taoist sanctuary Yushu Palace and took their seats in order of precedence. With the 4 saints gathered, the atmosphere instantly became serious. There were no unnecessary pleasantries. The decree of the Tao ancestor had been given, and what they needed to discuss next was the affiliation of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. This is not a simple struggle for titles. This is a naked competition for fortune. Once the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors emerge, they will carry the majority of the fortune of the human race, receiving worship from the human race for generations. Whoever can push their own people to the positions of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, their sect, will enjoy boundless fortune and advance rapidly in cultivation. Achieving quasi-saint status is not a challenge, provided they can bring the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors under their banner. Among the second-generation disciples of the 3 teachings, many have already reached the realm of the great Luo Golden Immortal. Whoever breaks through to the quasi-saint rank will be the foremost among the second-generation disciples. The 3 purities were originally one family, but those who can suppress the others will undoubtedly not miss the opportunity. Hence, everyone wishes to have the most. Inside the grand hall, the 4 saints fell into silence for a moment, and then Nuwa spoke first. As a saint of the demon race, and also the holy mother of the human race, her identity is unique. The human race was created by her, so her tone carried a sense of inevitability. 3 fellow Taoist Tao ancestor has decreed that the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors must be quickly nurtured to revive the human path. I am the holy mother of the human race. In the past, I shaped humanity from clay, giving rise to the human race, a truth known to heaven and earth. The fate of the human path should naturally include a share for me. In my opinion, the positions of the 3 sovereigns should rightfully belong to my sect. As for the remaining 5 emperors, you 3 purities can distribute them among yourselves. As soon as she finished speaking, the expression of Yuan Shi Tianzun instantly darkened. Knew your words are mistaken. Yuan Shi Tianzun, proud by nature, always protective of his own, was determined to support his 12 golden immortals, hoping they would achieve the quasi-saint path and strengthen the momentum of the Chan teaching. The positions of the 3 sovereigns are immensely precious, each carrying boundless fate. How could Nuwa dare to swallow them all? He could not tolerate it. Nuwa, although you are the holy mother of the human race and have the merit of creating humanity, you lack a sect's inheritance, and your disciples are few. The 3 sovereigns are rulers of the world, requiring the education of the populace and leadership of the human race, not mere reclusive cultivators. Furthermore, you are a saint of the demon race, and your fate is connected to them. For the human 3 sovereigns to submit to a saint of the demon race is inappropriate, highly inappropriate. This statement was quite direct. The underlying implication was, as a saint of the demon race, how could you control the 3 sovereigns of the human race? Even if you are the holy mother of the human race, it is unacceptable. Nuwa's expression grew slightly cold as she looked at Yuan Shi Tianzun. What do you mean by that, Yuan Shi? When I created humanity, your Chan teaching had yet to be established, and the human race was still in its primal state. What have you done for the human race? If it weren't for me, where would the human race be today? How would there be the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors? Why should I not seek the positions of the 3 sovereigns? Yuan Shi Tianzuan snorted, coldly refusing to give an inch. The merit of creating humanity can be witnessed by heaven and earth, and I have never denied it. But the two matters cannot be conflated. The future of the human race is the protagonist of heaven and earth. The 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors concern the rise and fall of the human path. How can it be controlled solely by a saint of the demon race? In my opinion, you can at most claim 1 sovereign position. The remaining 2 sovereigns and the 5 emperors should be distributed by the 3 purities and the 3 teachings. Nuwa was immediately infuriated. She did not expect Yuan Shi Tianzuan to be so disrespectful, leaving her with only 1 sovereign position. At this moment, Laozi slowly spoke. What Yuan Shi said is not without reason. Nuwa, you have the merit of creating humanity. You can protect the human race and bless the human path, but the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors concern the future inheritance of the human race. Our 3 teachings also have deep ties with the human race. You are a saint of the demon race, and if the 3 sovereigns were to all fall under your sect when conflicts arise between the witch and demon races in the future, what position would the human race take? 1 sovereign position is already the limit. Considering that you are the holy mother of the human race, I can allow you to take the position of the heavenly sovereign. Nuwa looked at Laozi and Yuan Shi, who were united in pressure, feeling both angry and anxious, yet helpless. She was indeed a saint of the demon race, which was indisputable. Her identity in the future matters of the human race was indeed somewhat sensitive. Moreover, she had previously not managed the human race. If it were to be deeply examined, her stance would be somewhat untenable. Yet how could she willingly give up 2 of the great positions among the 3 sovereigns? Nuwa gritted her teeth, her gaze shifting to the Tongtian teacher, who had been silent beside her. Tongtian, you should speak a fair word. As the holy mother of the human race, am I not worthy to occupy a few more positions among the 3 sovereigns? All eyes instantly turned to Tongtian teacher. Tongtian teacher had been watching the quarrel with his arms crossed, looking quite interested and detached. Yi Xiao, the leader of the human race, is his disciple. Tongtian is well aware that whatever is said now cannot escape Yi Xiao in the end. In the end, Yi Xiao would certainly not let his master suffer losses, right? Seeing everyone looking at him, Tongtian decided not to continue pretending to be mute, and then chuckled, a fair word. To speak of fairness, you all are quarreling so fiercely, turning red in the face, and what use does it have? The 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors are the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors of the human race, not the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors of us 4 saints. Are you all fighting here to the point of bloodshed without asking the one who can actually make the decision? Yuan Shi Tianzuan frowned. Tongtian, what do you mean by this? Laozi also looked at Tongtian, a hint of understanding flashing in his eyes. Tongtian stood up and his azure robe swirled without wind. It's quite simple. Who is the current leader of the human race? It is Yi Xiao. Who is Yi Xiao? He is my direct disciple of Tongtian. He is the leader of the human race, the true power holder of the human race. Such a major matter as establishing the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors cannot bypass him as the leader of the human race. The 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors are internal matters of the human race. Who can be a sovereign and who can be an emperor should be decided by Yi Xiao himself. As elders, if we argue here, it will reflect poorly on us if it gets out. This statement caused Laozi, Yuan Shi, and Nuwa to simultaneously be taken aback. Immediately, they all revealed a look of realization. Right? They had been so busy fighting for fate that they actually forgot the most crucial person. The leader of the human race, Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao's current identity is too special. He is the leader of the human race, an ally of the dragon race, and a direct disciple of the Jie sect. It can be said that throughout the entire human race, from tribal leaders to ordinary clansmen, no one does not respect him, no one does not obey him. The 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors are the sovereigns and emperors of the human race. These outsiders are fighting fiercely here, which is indeed unreasonable. If in the end Yi Xiao is dissatisfied with the selection, it would be troublesome. As for whether or not to make things difficult for Yi Xiao, one can test how effective Tongshin's 4 swords of extermination are. Allowing Yi Xiao to decide is the most legitimate and aligns with the will of heaven and the people. Yuan Shi Tianzuan pondered for a moment, quickly calculating in his heart. Yi Xiao is a disciple of Tongtian, and he feels a bit pained, almost becoming a disciple of his own. Thinking of Yi Xiao, Yuan Shi Tianzuan only felt he had missed countless opportunities. If I had known, I would have taken Yi Xiao as my disciple long ago. Yuan Shi Tianzuan regretted again. At this time, Laozi also slowly nodded. What Tongtian said is reasonable. Yi Xiao, as the leader of the human race, indeed has the qualifications to decide the ownership of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. Nuwa also took a deep breath and nodded. As the holy mother of the human race, she believed that Yi Xiao would not make things difficult for her and would at least grant her a few positions. Leaving it to Yi Xiao to decide is far better than being suppressed by Laozi and Yuanshi only to receive one sovereign position. Good, I agree. Let Yi Xiao decide the ownership of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. Seeing the 3 saints agree, Tongtian teacher laughed heartily, his spirit high. That's more like it. Since that's the case, then I shall summon my good disciple to come to Kunlun Mountain. Immediately Tongtian sent a message to Yi Xiao. Within the sacred land of the human race, Yi Xiao has been conversing with Hongjun for quite some time. They discussed the chaotic scenes from the very beginning of the world, the struggle for supremacy among the Dragon Phoenix and Qilan clans, the rise of the witch and demon races, and finally the emergence of the human race. Yi Xiao, possessing vast knowledge, not only had a thorough understanding of the great trends in the wilderness, but also a remarkably clear plan for the future development of humanity. As Hongjun conversed with Yi Xiao, he grew increasingly astonished. He realized that this clan leader of the human race, despite being merely 1,000 years old, had already reached the later stages of the great Luo Golden Immortal Realm, showcasing rare talent. Yi Xiao was even more surprised by the purpose of Hongyun's visit. Who is Hongjun? He is an ancient power on par with Jun Yuanzi, mastering the Red Cloud Escape technique, and has now achieved the status of a half-saint. Such a figure, not to mention joining the human race, even the witch and demon races would treat him as an esteemed guest. Yi Xiao did not expect that just as he was about to extend an invitation, Hongjun had already arrived and expressed his desire to join the human race. How could this not leave Yi Xiao in shock and delight? He had no chance to even state the conditions he had prepared in advance. Seeing Yi Xiao's astonishment, Hongjun chuckled lightly, speaking in a calm tone. Every word I say is true. I am without a sect or faction, alone and unaccompanied. Now that the pattern of the wilderness is about to change, I seek a place to settle and establish my life. The human race is the future protagonist of the heavenly realm with immense fortune. I am willing to join the human race and contribute my humble strength, flourishing together with humanity and sharing in its fortune. Perhaps in the future, I may also have the chance to become a saint. Hongjun spoke with great sincerity. In an instant, Yi Xiao understood. Ultimately, Elder Hongjun was drawn to the fortune of the human race. It was likely that due to his inability to break through this time, Hongjun was anxious, hence, he placed his hopes on the human race. Joining the human race, serving its sharing in its fortune, and leveraging the momentum of humanity to make up for his own shortcomings was undoubtedly an excellent path for Hongjun. However, what Hongjun did not know was that this would be futile. The current sacred positions in the wilderness were already filled. Unless one could prove their path through strength, it was impossible to achieve the status of a saint. Alternatively, if the wilderness became stronger and more sacred positions emerged, or if humanity experienced a complete resurgence, one could choose to become a human saint. Yi Xiao pondered, but decided not to voice this. He would wait for the right moment to speak. As for Hongjun's desire to share in the fortune of the human race, Yi Xiao paid it no mind. Hongjun's willingness to join was a blessing for the human race. Even if he was motivated by the fortune of humanity, so what? It was merely a matter of mutual benefit. The human race needed a top-tier power like Hongjun to stand firm and intimidate others, while Hongjun needed the fortune of the human race to aid his cultivation. This is a win-win cooperation. Good, good, good. Yi Xiao exclaimed 3 times, clasping his hands towards Hongjun, saying, "The human race is indeed fortunate to have an elder like you join us. On behalf of the entire human race, I welcome you, elder. From now on, you shall be the first grand elder of our human race, holding a status equivalent to that of the clan leader, sharing glory and disgrace with the human race." Seeing this, Hongjun also smiled in good spirits. "There is no need for such formalities, clan leader. Since I have joined the human race, I shall naturally be a member and devote myself to the human race." Yi Xiao's heart was filled with joy. His plan to bring Hongjun on board had succeeded. With the addition of Zhu Long, the human race now had 2 peak powers at the quasi-saint level, with Hongjun being a half-saint. Under the saints, the term half-saint itself is a form of deterrence. If Jin Yuanzi could be recruited, as well, the human race would truly be stable. I will order a welcome banquet immediately, inviting the powerful members of the clan to join in welcoming the Grand Elder. Hongjun nodded, not refusing. Everything is at the clan leader's arrangement. Yi Xiao turned around to give instructions for the clan members to prepare the grand banquet. Just then, he received a transmission from his master Tongtian cult leader. Yi Xiao's body froze, and he suddenly stopped. "Xiao, come to Kunlun Mountain at once. It concerns the paramount matter of the human race's future. Do not make any mistakes. Hurry here." After hearing this, Yi Xiao's mind jolted. Concerning the rise and fall of the human race. Could it be the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors? The Tao ancestor can no longer sit still. Of this should not be a bad thing. Yi Xiao began to speculate, realizing it was about time. Alright, it just so happens that I have some ideas as well, and I can use this opportunity to plan for the complete growth of the human race. He turned to Elder Hongjun, revealing a hint of apology. Grand Elder, I sincerely apologize. I was going to hold a welcome banquet for you, but now I have urgent matters to attend to, and must go to Kunlun Mountain immediately. Upon hearing this, Hongyun's eyes flashed with surprise, then he nodded in understanding. Is it the Saint's transmission? Yi Xiao nodded. Indeed, it is my master Tongtian cult leader, who has summoned me to discuss matters concerning the human race. Hongyun frowned upon hearing this, and Yi Xiao added, this matter is lengthy to explain, let me return and discuss it in detail with the Grand Elder. Hongyun relaxed his brow. No problem, the matters of the human race are more important. Just as it happens, I also need to say goodbye to an old friend at Wuzhuang Temple, so the clan leader need not feel guilty. Hearing this, Yi Xiao's eyes brightened. Jin Yuanzi, the ancestor of Earth Immortals. His strength is unfathomable, a seasoned Quasi Saint at the peak, and very few in the wilderness would dare provoke him. If he could also be drawn into the human race, it would be like adding wings to a tiger. Yi Xiao smiled and said, Elder Hongyun, I have heard that Elder Jin Yuanzi possesses extraordinary strength and is without a sect or faction. I wonder if he could be brought into our human race. Hongyun replied with a bitter smile, this poor Taoist cannot guarantee that. My old friend is steady in character and does not like to get involved in the disputes of the wilderness. It would be extremely difficult to win him over. I can only relay the clan leader's words. Yi Xiao waved his hand, not worried at all. He had plenty of bargaining chips and was not afraid of Jin Yuanzi's unwillingness. He then activated the Chaos Pearl to obscure the heavenly secrets. Elder only needs to invite Elder Jin Yuanzi to the human race. Oh, I have a strand of Hongmeng Purple Qi. If he is interested, he will come to the human race. Boom. Hongyun was struck as if by lightning, the smile on his face instantly frozen, replaced by utter shock and disbelief. He widened his eyes, staring fixedly at Yi Xiao, his heart filled with astonishment. Hongmeng Purple Qi. Yi Xiao actually possesses Hongmeng Purple Qi. Hongyun's first thought was disbelief. How could there still be Hongmeng Purple Qi in the wilderness? Even if there was, it should be in the hands of the Dao ancestor. How could Yi Xiao, a mere great Luo golden immortal, possess it? Yi Xiao looked at Hongyun's shocked expression, his heart calm and unperturbed. He indeed has Hongmeng Purple Qi, and not just one strand. It's merely the human Dao Hongmeng Purple Qi. After all, it would only be after the complete resurgence of the human Dao that a saint would be born from it. Yi Xiao thought that offering a strand of Hongmeng Purple Qi to recruit Jin Yuanzi, the ancestor of Earth Immortals, was very worthwhile. Establishing a human Dao saint would mean he belonged to the human Dao. As the initial controller of the human Dao, Yi Xiao was not afraid of any potential backlash from the human Dao saints. The heavenly Dao has Hongmeng Purple Qi, and so does the Earth Dao. The human Dao is no different. Though the positions differ, the effects are the same. Hongmeng Purple Qi is a necessary medium for proving the Dao other than through strength, and it has functions beyond merely enabling one to become a saint. The ancestor Hongyun was in a daze for quite a while, before he slowly regained his senses. He swallowed hard, his voice trembling slightly. Tribe leader, do you know what you're saying? That is the primordial Purple Qi, the foundation for attaining sainthood. Yi Xiao smiled faintly. I am naturally aware of it. Although the primordial Purple Qi is precious, it is of no use to me at the moment. I do not intend to take this path. If Jin Yuanzi wishes to join the human race, then it is worth this primordial Purple Qi. He continued, as long as he can join the human race and share their fate. What is a strand of primordial Purple Qi? At this point, Yi Xiao knew that Hongyun would not fully believe without seeing the primordial Purple Qi. After all, it was far too precious. Then Yi Xiao directly took out a strand of primordial Purple Qi. In that instant, Hongyun felt a familiar aura. He had a strand of primordial Purple Qi within him, making him exceedingly familiar with it. This is actually real. It truly is the primordial Purple Qi. Hongyun completely believed. Seeing is believing. Before him stood the leader of the human race, whose vision was not only broad, but whose audacity was astonishing. He could take out the primordial Purple Qi, the foundation for attaining sainthood, without hesitation, as a bargaining chip to recruit powerful beings. Such audacity was unparalleled in the wilderness. Not even the Dao ancestor could compare. Hongyun remarked. Looking at Yi Xiao, only deep respect and admiration remained in his eyes. He finally understood why the human race could rise so rapidly under Yi Xiao's leadership. Hongyun nodded heavily, his expression extremely serious. Rest assured, tribe leader, I will personally go to Wuzhuang today and meet with my friend Jin Yuanzi. With this primordial Purple Qi as a bargaining chip, I believe Jin Yuanzi will have no reason to refuse. I will do my utmost to persuade Jin Yuanzi to join the human race. Yi Xiao clasped his hands and said, then I shall trouble you, elder. This matter is of great importance, so please, elder, keep it confidential. The matter of the primordial Purple Qi must not be leaked to any third party. Hongjun nodded. I understand, my young friend, do not worry. Even if I were to die, I would never leak a word. The primordial purple chi was too astonishing. Once leaked, not only would Yi Xiao face great calamities, but the human race would also instantly become the target of all in the wilderness. At that time, many would have wicked thoughts. Currently, the number of peak Quasi-Saints in the wilderness is not small. It was merely the arrival of the insect race and the Marvel universe that made them temporarily forget about Hongyun's matter. Hongyun was still able to discern this balance. There is no time to delay. I shall go to Honghuang now. Hongyun immediately rose, not wasting any more time. Having said that, he said no more, giving a slight bow to Yi Xiao. A red light flashed around him, transforming into a red escape light that vanished at the horizon. Hongyun's escaping method was renowned for its speed, living up to its reputation. Watching Hongyun disappear into the distance, a glint of sharp light flashed in Yi Xiao's eyes. Hongyun's joining was already a certainty. Zenyuanzi would undoubtedly be moved. Two ancient powers were about to serve the human race. Next, there would be the journey to Kunlun Mountain, likely due to the positions of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, as Master Tongtian and several saints were still waiting for him. Yi Xiao took a deep breath, suppressing his thoughts, and stepped forward. The space around him slightly distorted. In the next moment, he vanished from the meeting hall. Destination, Kunlun Mountain. At this moment, in the direction of Honghuang ancestor, Hongyun drove the escape, light moving swiftly, still lingering, with ultimate shock in his heart. The primordial purple chi. Tribe leader, Yi actually has a strand of primordial purple chi. I have underestimated the human race too much. I know the whole world has underestimated the human race. Finally, I have done something significant. Zenyuanzi, this time, you probably can no longer sit still. In the future, both of us have the chance to attain sainthood. Hongyun murmured to himself, a hint of anticipation appearing on his face. He could almost see Zenyuanzi's shocked and disheveled expression upon hearing the words primordial purple chi. These good friends were also about to join the human race and attain sainthood together. Atop Kunlun Mountain, the space slightly distorted as a figure slowly stepped out. It was Yi Xiao. He gazed at the majestic ancient divine mountain before him, feeling a slight sigh in his heart. This was his first time here, and he had many feelings. Now he was already at the late stage of the great Luo golden immortal, far beyond his previous self. As soon as Yi Xiao appeared, the 4 great saints, Taiji, Laozi, Yuanshi, Tianzuan, Tongtian, Jiao Master, and Yuhua, came out of the great hall together. This kind of treatment throughout the entire wilderness, besides Dao ancestor Hongjun, was unique to Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao's gaze swept over and finally landed on Yuhua. His heart stirred. Yuhua, the holy mother of the human race, created humans from clay, endowing them with the foundation of life. Although she later entered seclusion, hardly inquired about the affairs of the human race. Yet the grace of her creation was unforgettable for the human race. Yi Xiao's feelings towards Yuhua were complex. She created the human race, but did not care for them. Rather, her relationship with the demon race was closer. To Yuhua, the human race seemed more like a tool for attaining sainthood. However, without Yuhua, there would be no human race, and Yi Xiao had no strong opinions. Yi Xiao bowed respectfully, his attitude reverent. Yi Xiao pays respect to Master and greets the Holy Mother, as well as the 2 esteemed seniors. Yuhua looked at Yi Xiao, a complex expression flashing in her eyes. There was comfort, nostalgia, and a hint of unnoticeable guilt. This young man had forcefully brought the weak human race to the forefront of the wilderness. Meanwhile, she, as the Holy Mother, appeared somewhat remiss in her duties. Tongtian, Jiao Master, known for his straightforwardness, disliked formalities the most. He stepped forward and directly said, I didn't expect you to break through to the late stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal. Even your senior brother is only at this level now. Indeed, you truly have the demeanor of the foremost among the 2nd-generation disciples of the 3 teachings. Tongtian, Jiao Master began with an invisible boast, causing Yuanshi, Tianzuan, and Laozi to roll their eyes. Yi Xiao chuckled and said, Master, you flatter me. It is all thanks to your teachings. However, Master, you summoned me in such a hurry. May I ask what is the matter? At this time, Laozi Saint spoke. Tongtian, let's get to the point. Tongtian nodded and said, it's not a secret matter. Previously, the Dao ancestor issued a decree indicating that the human path should rise, urging us to accelerate the revival of humanity and bring forth the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. When the fortune of humanity reaches its peak, it will be the moment of the revival of humanity. The positions of the 3 sovereigns concern the very foundation of the human race and the future pattern of the wilderness. You are the leader of the human race. Today I have called you here to consult your thoughts as the leader of the human race. As he spoke, Tongshin's tone suddenly shifted. However, you need not worry. No one in the wilderness can force you to do what you do not wish to. While speaking, Tongshin's gaze inadvertently shifted towards the other 3 saints. Yuhua, Laozi, and Yuanshi Tianzuan exchanged glances, but said nothing. Since Yi Xiao appeared here, it meant they had already expressed their stance. Yi Xiao understood in his heart, as expected it was just as he had anticipated. It seems the four saints wished to guide the fortunes of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. Yi Xiao pondered, feeling somewhat troubled. From the looks of it, the major saints have been debating for quite some time, and calling him here likely means they want him to make a decision. At this moment, the Saint Nuwa suddenly spoke up. Yi Xiao, I have something I wish to discuss with you. Yi Xiao cupped his hands and replied, Saint Mother, please go ahead. Nuwa continued, as the Saint Mother of humanity, I rarely involve myself in worldly matters, yet I am deeply concerned for humanity. I shall not interfere with the selection of the 3 sovereigns. However, I hope to secure 2 imperial positions among the 3 sovereigns for myself. As soon as this statement was made, the atmosphere in the hall fell silent. Laozi's eyes narrowed slightly as if he already knew everything. Yuan Shitian Zun raised an eyebrow, glancing at Nuwa, and then at Yi Xiao without saying a word, but his gaze was filled with displeasure. Tontian also remained silent, leaving the decision to Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao fell into a brief silence. He looked at Nuwa, the Saint Mother of humanity, and understood that she had indeed made her request. He felt no dissatisfaction. It was only reasonable for the Saint Mother to seek imperial slots. Besides, not to mention anything else, Nuwa had already granted humanity a millennium of development time. After all, she was indeed the Saint Mother of humanity, so Yi Xiao couldn't be too unreasonable. However, on the other hand, before humanity demonstrated sufficient value, Nuwa likely would not do too much. As the leader of humanity, Yi Xiao felt gratitude towards Nuwa for creating humanity, but he could not simply comply with all her wishes just because she was the Saint Mother. Humanity must strive for self-improvement. Perhaps this matter can be a point of division with Nuwa. With this thought, Yi Xiao raised his head and smiled. Saint Mother, you jest. You created humanity and are our Saint Mother. You should rightfully enjoy the incense and fortunes of humanity. However, the emergence of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors is not merely a title, it signifies the onset of turmoil. Yet now our humanity is in a state of peace with no major conflicts or signs of division within the clan. Therefore, the method of electing the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. Yi Xiao stopped there, for humanity could not erupt into chaos as it originally did. Among the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, most were those who unified wars or made significant contributions to humanity, thus qualifying for the ranks of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. Now that Yi Xiao was leading humanity, there was no opportunity for division. It was from the start a large whole. At this moment, Laozi spoke. What my disciple said is reasonable. However, the earlier emergence of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors would revitalize humanity. If my disciple has ideas, it would be best to express them directly. Upon hearing this, everyone turned their attention back to Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao nodded slightly. He indeed had a plan. With the Kongtong seal in hand, he could decide who the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors would be. Moreover, this was also an opportunity for humanity. Each position among the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors possessed immense fortunes and would bring down merits from the heavens. If humanity seized this opportunity, it could produce several formidable beings. Thus, Yi Xiao would not miss this great opportunity. He glanced at the saints and slowly said, the 3 sovereigns shall be the heavenly sovereign, earth sovereign, and human sovereign. The 3 sovereigns are an important part of humanity, holding esteemed ranks. I already have candidates in mind. Only by relying on their own merits and independently gathering the fortunes of humanity can they ascend to their imperial positions. As the Saint Mother of humanity, the heavenly sovereign position can be taught by Saint Nuwa. The earth sovereign and human sovereign can be integrated into the teachings of the human sect and the Chan sect. What do the 3 saints think about this? As Yi Xiao spoke, he suddenly fell silent, and everyone looked at him. Yuan Shitian Zun frowned and said, Yi Xiao, are you suggesting to give us only 3 sovereign positions? What about the 5 emperors? Laozi asked, isn't that a bit few? Nuwa frowned slightly, as Yi Xiao's answer was somewhat unexpected to her. Tontian was slightly dumbfounded, staring at Yi Xiao with wide eyes. You little brat, did you forget about your master? I have recently taken in quite a few disciples, and they desperately need these merits. Don't forget your own people. Seeing this, Yi Xiao immediately explained, Dear uncles and Saint Mother, the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors belong to humanity. We also have cultivators among our ranks. We can't possibly leave humanity with nothing, can we? If all 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors were to join your ranks, it wouldn't sound too good, would it? The positions of the 3 sovereigns are the most important. Handing them all to you 2 uncles and Saint Mother would ensure that at the very least one more Quasi-Saint cultivator emerges from your ranks. My master's sect can only have 2 positions of the 5 emperors. The rest, I as the leader of humanity, wish to arrange myself. I hope my uncles and Saint Mother can be accommodating. Hearing this, Tontian was the first to say, Ha ha ha, my disciple is right. The 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors belong to humanity. We cannot take them all, can we? To create at least one Quasi-Saint is quite a lot already. In my opinion, let's proceed as Yi Xiao suggests. After pondering for a moment, Laozi, Yuan, Shi, Tianzun, and Nuwa nodded in agreement. In fact, the three's expectation was for at least one human sovereign position. Now that their goal was achieved, they no longer felt the need to dwell on it. Especially Nuwa, who had no one under her, could not arrange more even if given more. She herself did not care about that little merit if it were not for repaying a favor. Yi Xiao felt she had been given too much. Subsequently, the three saints all voiced their agreement. Laozi said, "Yi Xiao, my disciple, I only have one person under me, Xuandu, who is currently just a Tai golden immortal. I will ensure he cooperates with you." Yi Xiao nodded. "Rest assured, Master Uncle." Yuan Shi Tianzun said, "If that's the case, then it's settled. When the time comes, I will send someone to find you in humanity." Nuwa added, "I still need to consider the heavenly sovereign position. I will give you a response later. However, you must pay attention to this matter." Yi Xiao smiled and said, "Rest assured, I know what to do." As he spoke, Yi Xiao secretly transmitted a message to Nuwa, and upon receiving it, she promptly took her leave. After Nuwa departed, Tongtian also took Yi Xiao away from Kunlun Mountain, leaving only Laozi and Yuan Shi Tianzun, who went to arrange their disciples. The emergence of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors follows a sequence, and they still have time to prepare. At the same time, within the Wuzhuang temple, the ancestor Hongjun had already arrived. Jin Yuanzi looked at the mysterious and visibly excited Hongjun before frowning. "What brings you rushing to my Wuzhuang temple in such a hurry? What has happened?" Hongjun chuckled and leaned in with an air of mystery. "Jin Yuanzi, I ask you, do you want the chance to become a saint?" Jin Yuanzi's eyelids twitched. "What nonsense are you talking about?" Hongjun smiled slightly and slowly uttered 4 words, "Primordial purple chi." Jin Yuanzi abruptly stood up, looking at Hongjun. "You don't mean to give the primordial purple chi to me, do you?" The Red Cloud ancestor looked at the astonished expression of Jin Yuanzi as he suddenly stood up, revealing a hint of a smile. "The primordial purple energy. This is the foundation for becoming a saint, the supreme treasure that all mighty beings in the world yearn for." Back in the day, during the Tao lecture at the Purple Cloud Palace, the Hongjun ancestor distributed 7 portions of primordial purple energy, 1 to Laozi, 1 to Yuanshi, 1 to Tongtian, and others to Nuwa and Jane. The remaining portion was obtained by Red Cloud. It was precisely because he possessed the primordial purple energy that he was coveted by many mighty beings. If not for the sudden arrival of the insect race, Red Cloud would have faced calamity. Now that Red Cloud suddenly mentioned the primordial purple energy, Jin Yuanzi immediately thought that the other party intended to gift him this opportunity to become a saint. Jin Yuanzi took a deep breath, flicked his sleeves, and spoke with solemnity, even carrying a hint of unyielding firmness. "Red Cloud, we have known each other for countless years, akin to brothers. But the primordial purple energy is the root of becoming a saint, and it is your own Tao foundation. I absolutely cannot accept it. Let's not mention this again, or I will have to turn against you." Red Cloud was momentarily taken aback upon hearing this, but then he burst into hearty laughter, his voice bright and filled with relief and comfort. "Jin Yuanzi, our friendship over countless years has not gone astray. Do not worry, I do not intend to give you the primordial purple energy. If I truly offered it to you with your temperament, you would likely sever ties with me on the spot." Jin Yuanzi furrowed his brows, increasingly puzzled. "Not giving it to me. Then why did you mention the primordial?" Red Cloud reined in his smile, his expression turning serious as he concealed the heavenly secrets around him. "I ask you, do you wish to become a saint?" Jin Yuanzi replied gravely, "Isn't that a given? Who in the wilderness does not wish to become a saint? But without this primordial purple energy, how can it be easy to attain sainthood? It is utterly unimaginable to prove the Tao through power. Even the Pangu great god could not succeed. To say he did not wish for it would be a lie." Seeing this, Red Cloud no longer withheld, speaking emphatically. "Yi Xiao, do you know?" Jin Yuanzi nodded. "The leader of the human race, the direct disciple of Tongtian, the human race, is now on the rise. I naturally know." Red Cloud's eyes sparkled with brilliance. "What I speak of the primordial purple energy belongs to Yi Xiao. If you are willing to join the human race, Yi Xiao is willing to gift you the primordial purple energy." Upon hearing this, Jin Yuanzi's body trembled. "You? What did you say? How could he possibly have the primordial purple energy? This cannot be true." Red Cloud, seeing Jin Yuanzi's disbelief, replied affirmatively. "How could I deceive you about such matters? I have seen it with my own eyes. There can be no mistake. Now I have joined the human race and become the first supreme elder of the human race. If you are willing to join, you can receive a portion of primordial purple energy. The primordial purple energy is absolutely real. In the future, you and I will have the opportunity to achieve the position of saints together." Jin Yuanzi took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the tumultuous waves in his heart, and fixed his gaze on Red Cloud. "Red Cloud, this matter is of great importance. You do not deceive me." Red Cloud smiled faintly, his tone extremely assured. "I swear by my Tao heart, every word I say is true. If any of it is false, I willingly suffer the backlash of the heavenly Tao, and my Tao foundation shall be destroyed." Yi Xiao is a person of unfathomable depths. His schemes have long surpassed our imagination. The world underestimates the human race and underestimates Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao has already reached the late stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal, has the Zhulong of the Dragon Clan, and with me the human race has quietly become the third largest clan in the wilderness. If you join us, the human race will stand undefeated in the wilderness aside from the saints. Furthermore, Yi Xiao possesses primordial purple energy. Who can say for certain that he has only one portion? At this point, Jin Yuanzi inhaled sharply. Does this mean that the human race will have at least 2 saints? And Jin Yuanzi was once again shocked. Red Cloud's words left him no room for disbelief. He acknowledged that he was moved. Becoming a saint. This was a goal he had pursued for countless years, yet had always seemed out of reach. Now this goal lay before him within reach. With the foundation for becoming a saint, achieving sainthood was merely a matter of time. Red Cloud observed the changing expressions of Zhun Yuanzi, knowing that the other party was already swayed. He immediately seized the opportunity. Zhen Yuanzi, we are both solitary individuals without sects or schools. Even if our strength reaches the peak of quasi-saint, or even half-saint, we are ultimately like floating weeds without roots. Do not forget the battlefield outside the domain. In the future, saints will be the top combat power, and even the peak of quasi-saints may not be able to protect themselves. Now that the human path is on the rise, it is the trend of heaven and earth. By joining the human race and promoting the human path, you can not only ensure your own safety, but also have the opportunity to achieve the supreme position of a saint. At that time, you and I will be saints together, witnessing the Tao. How wonderful would that be? Zhen Yuanzi suddenly raised his head, no longer hesitating. Instead, he was filled with determination and excitement. Good. I trust you. I also trust that Yi Xiao wants. I do not want to miss this opportunity to become a saint. As his words fell, Zhen Yuanzi waved his sleeves, and the phantom of the ginseng fruit tree flickered above the Honghuang temple. The entire Taoist venue was instantly enveloped by an unmatched barrier guarded by a young acolyte. Time is of the essence. Zhen Yuanzi looked at Red Cloud, his tone urgent. Red Cloud, quickly take me to the human race to meet Yi Xiao. I must confirm this with him in person. Red Cloud laughed heartily. Good. It should have been this way. We shall set off now, heading to the human race. After saying this, the two figures transformed into streams of light rushing out of the Honghuang temple toward the territory of the human race. Meanwhile, at Golden Ao Island. Golden Ao Island, the headquarters of the GS sect, is the Taoist venue of Tongtian, a place where countless GS sect disciples cultivate grand and imposing, far-surpassing Kunlun Mountain. Yi Xiao followed closely beside Tongtian, his expression calm, but in his heart there was a slight ripple. In his past life, the GS sect welcomed myriad immortals, its might grand, yet ultimately met with the calamity of sealing the gods, leading to death and the dissolution of Tao. The joint assault of the four saints broke through Golden Ao Island, leading to the destruction of the GS sect with heavy casualties among the disciples. Daobao Daoran was captured, Sanshao perished tragically, and Zhao Gongming fell. Just thinking of those scenes sent a chill through Yi Xiao's heart. In this life, with him here and Tongtian present, the tragedy of the GS sect will never repeat. Disciple Tongtian suddenly spoke. Your cultivation is now at the late stage of Great Luo, on par with your senior brother Daobao. In terms of combat power, with the enhancement of the 9 turns mystic art, you might even be stronger than him. This time back, it's just right for the disciples to see their 4th senior brother. As they spoke, they had already arrived above the East Sea. Countless GS sect disciples were cultivating on the island, with strains of immortal music filling the air and exotic beasts running about, creating an aura of immortality. Tongtian brought Yi Xiao directly to the entrance of the Bo Palace on Golden Ao Island. In front of the palace gate, numerous GS sect disciples had already gathered. At the forefront stood the GS sect's eldest senior brother, Daobao Daoran. Behind Daobao Daoran stood 7 accompanying immortals: Jingguang Xian, Huiyan Xian Pilu, Xian, Lingya Xian, Xiaoshou Xian, Jinggu Xian, and Changer Dingguang Xian. Further back were the 3 direct disciples, Wudong Jinling and Gailing, and finally, Zhao Gongming alongside Yunxiao, Qiongxiao, and Bixiao. Upon seeing Yi Xiao standing beside the Tongtian sect leader, everyone's gaze fell upon him in unison. Taoist Duobao stepped forward first, bowing respectfully. Disciple Duobao, welcome back, master. All the disciples of the GS sect bowed in unison, their voices resonating through the sky. Welcome back, master sect leader. The Tongtian sect leader gave a slight nod. Not bad, it seems you all have not been slacking off during this time. At that moment, the mother of No Dao exclaimed, Master, the 4th junior brother has actually reached the late stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal, catching up to the senior brother. As soon as these words were spoken, all eyes turned to Yi Xiao. Only then did Duobao notice Yi Xiao's cultivation, his pupils contracting sharply. He had not paid attention to Yi Xiao's realm before, but now it seemed that Yi Xiao's aura was not at all inferior to his own, and perhaps even slightly stronger. Have I really been surpassed by the 4th junior brother? Duobao felt a mix of emotions, recalling that hundreds of years ago Yi Xiao was just a golden immortal practitioner following behind him. Now just a few hundred years later, Yi Xiao had reached the late stage of the Great Luo, catching up to him. So it's the fourth senior brother. I have heard from several senior sisters about you, but I never expected you to have broken through to the late stage of the Great Luo Golden Immortal. I am still just a tiny Golden Immortal. Yun Xiao slowly spoke, bowing. Yun Xiao, greetings to the fourth senior brother. Xiong Xiao and Bi Xiao also bowed, their eyes filled with curiosity and admiration. Zhao Gongming laughed heartily, clasping his fists. Fourth senior brother, I have long admired your name. I look forward to your guidance in the future. Yi Xiao returned the gestures one by one, his expression calm, and neither servile nor overbearing. There is no need for formalities, fellow disciples. We are all disciples of the Master, so there is no need for such courtesies. The 7 celestials in attendance wanted to reminisce, but there was no opportunity. Yi Xiao's gaze briefly lingered on the long-jeered Lingguang immortal, yet he did not show any unusual expression. The events of his past life were all behind him. In this life with him present, even if the long-jeered Lingguang immortal had thoughts of betrayal, there would be no opportunity for it. He would not deliberately target anyone out. Everything would depend on sincerity and future performance. If one were loyal and served well, naturally they would share in the blessings. But if anyone dared to have ulterior motives, they would have to face his ruthless side. The Tongtian sect leader looked at his disciples, satisfied with their camaraderie, nodding. Disciple, I believe you have a plan in mind regarding the matters of the 5 emperors. See if there are any suitable candidates to accompany you to meet the human race and gain some experience. Yi Xiao nodded. Disciple understands. He looked at everyone and smiled slightly. Fellow disciples, the human race is about to flourish regarding the matters of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. The positions of the 3 sovereigns belong to the mother of Nuam, Master Taiji and Master Yuan Shi, while the positions of the 5 emperors are all in my hands. This time returning is to see my fellow disciples, and also for the matter of the 5 emperors. Daoist Duobao's eyes lit up. If I can become the teacher of the 5 emperors, I will surely break through to Quasi-Saint status quickly. Thinking of this, Duobao immediately said, Junior brother, the merits of the 5 emperors are an unparalleled opportunity for us disciples of the Jia sect. I wonder, does the junior brother have any suitable candidates in mind? Yi Xiao smiled. I have basically determined the candidates, but since everyone is gathered today, I have some gifts to present. With that, Yi Xiao raised his hand, and a handful of enlightenment tea appeared in his palm. He then tossed 3 pieces of enlightenment tea toward Yun Xiao, Xiong Xiao, and Bi Xiao. 3 senior sisters, this is a small gift for our first meeting, not much of a courtesy. The 3 sisters received the enlightenment tea and felt an incredibly pure Tao rhythm surge into their bodies, causing their cultivation to subtly shift, and they couldn't help but be startled. Yun Xiao hurriedly said, Fourth senior brother, this is the legendary enlightenment tea, isn't it? Yi Xiao nodded. Indeed. Yun Xiao was instantly flabbergasted. Senior brother, such a treasure is too precious, we cannot accept it. Yi Xiao smiled. Senior sister, you are being too polite. We are all fellow disciples, a few treasures are not. He then took out another piece of enlightenment tea and handed it to Zhao Gongming. Junior brother Zhao, this tea aids in enlightenment and will greatly benefit your cultivation. Zhao Gongming, being straightforward, did not decline taking the tea and laughing heartily. Good. Then I won't be polite, thank you, senior brother. Finally, Yi Xiao took out 3 pieces of enlightenment tea and handed them to Daoist Duobao. Senior brother, thank you for your assistance in the past, for providing the essence of the insect race, which helped me break through my cultivation. Please accept these 3 pieces of enlightenment tea. Daoist Duobao's eyes widened in surprise. 3 pieces of enlightenment tea. With these 3 pieces, he could also sever 3 corpses. Junior brother, you. Yi Xiao smiled slightly. There is no need to decline, senior brother. Without your assistance back, then there would be no me today. This is what you deserve. Moreover, becoming the teacher of the 5 emperors is not quite suitable for you, senior brother. This enlightenment tea might help you in severing your corpse. Upon hearing the words severing the corpse, Daoist Duobao's eyes flashed with excitement, and he no longer declined accepting the tea. Good. Senior brother has accepted it. The other Jia sect disciples present looked on with envy at this scene. Enlightenment tea was something they had only heard of but never seen. The 4th senior brother made such a grand gesture. The 7 celestials in attendance also wanted some, but they felt too shy to ask, especially since they had already received their own gifts. The Tongtian sect leader sat above, watching this scene with a slight smile of satisfaction on his face. His disciple was not only strong, but also generous. In the future, with Yi Xiao and the Jia sect, how could they not thrive? All right, the 5 core disciples Zhao Gongming and the 3 Xiaos can stay, the rest may leave. The Tongtian sect leader issued a dismissal order to the others. He then looked at Yi Xiao and said with a smile, Yi Xiao, you can arrange the matters regarding the 5 emperors as you see fit. I will not interfere. With that, the Tongtian sect leader disappeared, leaving only Yi Xiao Duobao, Zhao Gongming Yunxiao Qiongxiao Bixiao, as well as Jinling Wudong and Gui Ling. Duobao seeing this also smiled, and said, Junior brother, I plan to enter seclusion, so you all can discuss among yourselves. Having said that, Duobao also left, and the Bo Palace instantly fell silent. The others witnessing this scene knew that Yi Xiao was about to bestow them opportunities, and they were filled with it. Yi Xiao did not keep them guessing and directly stated, Fellow disciples, I plan to have you serve as the teachers of the 5 emperors. You have time to prepare. To be brief, what you need to do is very simple: help the 5 emperors fulfill their missions, and teach them. You cannot hold back, teach them everything you know. This will also leave a legacy for our GS sect among the human race. Whether it's alchemy, artifact forging formations, or anything else, you can teach them. Once this matter is concluded, I guarantee that everyone will break through their realms. As Yi Xiao finished speaking, Jinling Xingmu Wudong Xingmu, Guiling Xingmu, Yunxiao Qiongxiao Bixiao, and Zhao Gongming all wore unmistakable expressions of exhilaration upon their faces. Serving as the mentors of the 5 emperors conferred immense merit and profound cosmic fortune. Once the 5 emperors ascended their thrones, advancing 1 or 2 minor cultivation realms would become as effortless as drinking water. Those at the Celestial Immortal of Tai level could even ascend directly to the rank of Great Luo Celestial Immortal. How could such an extraordinary opportunity fail to stir them? Jinling Xingmu stepped forward and declared, Fourth young master, rest assured. We shall instruct the 5 emperors with utmost sincerity, withholding nothing. For the sake of humanity's legacy and the Jiejiao sect's enduring flame, we pledge our full devotion. The others echoed her vow. Fourth senior brother, younger brother, rest easy. We shall teach them diligently. Should anyone slack off, I Bixiao shall be the first to oppose it. Zhao Gongming pounded his chest and laughed heartily. Brother, leave it to us. The matter of the 5 emperors rests firmly in our hands. Alchemy, formation, arts, divine abilities. If I possess it, I shall impart it without reservation. Yi Xiao surveyed the assembly and nodded in quiet satisfaction. Very well. You may proceed to the human realm to settle yourselves and await the descent of the 5 emperors. When the moment arrives, I shall summon you without delay. Understood, they replied in unison. Thereupon Yunxiao Qiongxiao Bixiao, Zhao Gongming, Jinling Xingmu Wudong Xingmu, and Guiling Xingmu each paid their respects to Yi Xiao before transforming into streaks of radiant light and departing from Jineo Island, leaving the grand hall empty save for Yi Xiao alone. Yi Xiao stood upright, hands clasped behind his back, gazing across the vast expanse of the Honghuang World, his eyes deep and inscrutable. The selection of mentors for the 5 emperors had been settled. Human incense offerings flowed steadily. The Jiejiao sect's celestial fortune continued to swell. Yet this was still insufficient. Earlier he had transmitted a message to Nuwa asserting he possessed a method to elevate Fuxi to sagehood. First, Fuxi was destined by heaven to reign as the celestial emperor of humanity. With the war between the tribes of Wu and Yao yet unkindled, Fuxi remained unharmed. The netherworld had not yet been established, nor had the wheel of reincarnation taken form. To ensure Fuxi's rightful rebirth as the human sovereign, the cycle of reincarnation itself must first be set in order. Secondly, this gesture also served to silence Nuwa. Henceforth, should she seek further aid from Yi Xiao or humanity, he would weigh his consent with deliberate care. As for the netherworld, only one being in all existence was fated to establish it and govern the wheel of reincarnation, Hutu, the ancestral witch. It is time I journey to the witch tribe. With those words his figure shimmered, and with a single stride he tore open the void and vanished from Jineo Island. Beneath Mount Buzhou, upon the Honghuang World's ancient earth, turbid qi churned overhead. The land stretched vast and desolate. Mighty tribal settlements sprawled across mountains and rivers, radiating awe-inspiring majesty and overwhelming authority. This was the domain of the witch tribe. The witch tribe possessed unparalleled physical might. Eschewing spirit cultivation, they forged only body and blood essence, standing as the most formidable race upon the Honghuang world. The 12 ancestral witches were born Great Luo Celestial Immortals, each presiding over a sovereign Tao. The Tao of space, metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, rain, thunder, and lightning, each peerless in strength. Yi Xiao emerged serenely from the void, halting upon the clouds, below which warriors traversed the land, each towering 100 zhang high, their vital energy surging heavenward like miniature demon gods. Even the very air thrummed with a savage, domineering aura of bloodqi. Yi Xiao neither concealed nor flaunted his presence, merely gliding forth as a streak of light toward the Hutu tribe. Hutu, the ancestral witch, stood apart among the 12, not only for her boundless compassion, but also for her unique destiny. Upon the extraplanar battlefield, myriad races waged endless war across the Honghuang world. Countless lives perished, their souls left homeless, drifting through heaven and earth, wailing ceaselessly day and night. Hutu witnessed this suffering and felt deep sorrow. Lately, she had secretly pondered ways to provide sanctuary for these wandering spirits. Yet she had not yet fully realized that her path would culminate in self-sacrifice, transforming her very being into the wheel of reincarnation, founding the netherworld, and delivering all sentient beings from suffering. No sooner had Xiao approached the Huta tribe than witch warriors detected his presence. Who dares intrude upon our sacred territory? Several great witches surged skyward instantly, their blood-key roiling massive bone clubs gripped in hand, fierce gazes locked upon Xiao, as if confronting a mortal foe. Xiao remained calm, and spoke softly. Xiao of the Jiejiao sect requests an audience with ancestral witch Hutu. Xiao of the Jiejiao sect. These four characters had long ceased to be obscure in the Honghuang world, and among all tribes the witch clan held the strongest impression of him. Xiao of the Jiejiao sect. Why have you left Janeo Island to enter our domain? A clear, crisp voice rang. A stunningly beautiful woman glided gracefully toward Xiao. Her appearance bore no resemblance to a witch, stirring a sudden surge of admiration within him. By the heavens, Hutu is truly breathtaking. A profound shock reverberated through Xiao's heart, followed by an inexplicable rising tide of emotion. Whether mere infatuation or instant devotion, he could not tell. For a fleeting moment, he hesitated, reluctant to reveal his plan for establishing the wheel of reincarnation. Yet after only a brief pause, he bowed respectfully. Xiao pays homage to ancestral witch Hutu. I have come on urgent matters requiring your counsel, honorable ancestral witch. Hutu nodded gently and gestured aside. This is no place for discourse. Master, please follow me inside. Xiao stepped forward, walking beside Hutu into the heart of the tribe. Along the way, witch clansmen watched in astonishment as their revered ancestral witch treated this diminutive human with such deference, wondering what merit could possibly warrant such an honor. They had barely reached the central plaza when, suddenly, an overwhelming volcanic torrent of battle intent erupted with cataclysmic force. Boom. Vital energy exploded skyward. A tyrannical, ferocious aura, akin to that of a god of war, engulfed the entire Hutu tribe. Xiao paused mid-step and lifted his gaze. A colossal figure strode forward with thunderous strides. He towered thousands of zhang tall, his body a landscape of coiled mountainous musculature. In his grasp loomed a titanic axe. His presence exuded raw, terrifying dominance, his blazing eyes fixed unblinkingly upon Xiao. This was Xingtian, Xiao's longtime acquaintance, newly elevated to ancestral, which who had attained his rank through unrelenting combat, his spirit consumed by the thirst for battle. He had been cultivating within the tribe when he sensed the foreign presence, initially dismissing it as insignificant. But upon detecting the faint, indomitable resonance of primordial bloodkey emanating from Xiao, rivaling even that of an ancestral witch, his battle lust ignited beyond restraint. To encounter a worthy opponent meant only one thing: to fight. To his surprise, the intruder turned out to be none other than his old friend Xiao. Xiao, you arrived just in time. I have just undergone ancestral blood evolution. Dare you face me in combat? Xingtian's voice crashed like thunderclaps, shaking the very earth beneath them. Before his final syllable faded, he slammed his foot down upon the ground. Crack! The earth splintered, shards of stone burst skyward. His body became a living projectile, hurtling straight toward Xiao, employing no esoteric techniques, invoking no cosmic laws, only pure, unadulterated physical might. A single fist launched forward, a howling gale tearing across the heavens, air exploding violently with deafening sonic booms. Terrifying force locked onto Xiao, leaving no avenue of escape. Hutu's expression shifted subtly. Xingtian, cease this folly. She moved to intervene, yet Xiao raised a hand, gently halting her. Honorable Hutu, there is no cause for concern. A faint, confident smile curved Xiao's lips, a flicker of fierce battle lust gleamed in his eyes. Just in time, I also want to test the limits of my physical body. Xingtian, my friend, you have arrived at the right moment. Xiao shouted softly. Without dodging or avoiding, he did not use any magical artifacts, divine abilities, or laws, only operating the power of his physical body. Boom! With the same punch, he struck out directly, and two pure physical powers collided violently. Bang! A tremendous sound shook the heavens, echoing through the clouds as a terrifying shockwave erupted from the two, wildly sweeping outwards. The ground collapsed, and the massive stones upon it were instantly reduced to dust. The surrounding Wu clan warriors' faces changed drastically as they quickly retreated, filled with horror. Such power is simply terrifying. This human possesses an incredibly strong body. To be able to contest with a newly ascended ancestor witch without losing ground. Who is this person? A physical body that can rival our Wu clan. Many Wu clan members turned their heads, brimming with curiosity. Xingtian stepped back several paces, each step creating a massive pit in the ground. His gaze towards Xiao instantly became fiercely intense. What a strong physical body. I didn't expect you to be able to withstand a punch from this ancestor, which you deserve my full effort in battle. Come again. Yi Xiao's form wavered slightly, his blood energy surging, yet internally, he nodded in approval. The reputation of the Wu clan's physical prowess was indeed well-deserved, and he was equally satisfied with his own physique. It should be noted that Xingtian has now reached the initial stage of quasi-saint cultivation, his physical body much stronger than when he was a great Luo golden immortal. That Yi Xiao could fight him without falling short is a testament to the strength of his own physique. Xingtian, my friend, since you desire battle today, I shall accompany you for a thrilling fight. However, let us engage solely with our physical bodies without the use of laws or magical artifacts. How does that sound? Xingtian laughed heartily upon hearing this, his voice wild and unrestrained. Perfectly agreeable. Today let us see whose physical body is truly stronger. As his words fell, Xingtian charged once more. This time he did not hold back, pushing his physical power to its limits, his form swelling, becoming thousands of feet tall, resembling a towering demonic god. His right hand transformed into a blade sweeping down, without any technique, merely a simple strike. Yet this slash contained the essence of his physical power, the force becoming explosively violent. Yi Xiao was not to be outdone, his body flashed with light, also swelling into a giant thousands of feet tall, facing Xingtian from afar. He raised his hand and unleashed the same technique. Clang! The sound of metal clashing was piercingly loud. Yi Xiao's palms sparkled with golden light, pushing his physical strength to the peak, firmly blocking Xingtian's strike. Open up! Xingtian roared angrily, exerting tremendous force. Yi Xiao's footing was as steady as Mount Tai, rooted to the ground, unmoving with a calm expression on his face. Xingtian, ancestor, which your strength is impressive, but not quite enough. Yi Xiao twisted his wrist and struck back with force. Boom! Xingtian felt a tremendous power surge through him, forcing him to retreat a few steps involuntarily. His battle intent intensified, a frenzied expression crossing his face. Thrilling. It's been too long since I felt this exhilaration. Xingtian shouted, charging at Yi Xiao once again. Punches, kicks, headbutts, shoulder charges. The most primal and domineering combat techniques were executed with utmost finesse. Each strike was capable of shattering stars and exploding mountains. Yi Xiao faced it all fearlessly. The pinnacle of the 7th revolution of the 9 turns mystic art left him unafraid. The two exchanged punches and kicks, colliding shoulders and elbows. Two colossal figures engaged in a fierce battle before the Ho-Tu tribe. The sounds of their physical bodies colliding echoed through the heavens and the earth. The ground continued to fracture, and the void slightly distorted under the violent power of the two. Ho-Tu stood aside, her beautiful eyes filled with astonishment. She watched the figure in the arena who was evenly matched with Xingtian, her heart filled with shock. Although Xingtian was a newly ascended ancestor witch of the Wu clan, within the same realm few could surpass him in physical prowess. But what about Yi Xiao? A human, and one who is not particularly skilled in physicality, yet possesses a physical strength comparable to Xingtian. Moreover, Yi Xiao was facing an opponent of a higher realm. It seemed evenly matched, but Ho-Tu knew that Yi Xiao had the upper hand. The surrounding Wu clan members were already dumbfounded. In their minds, ancestor witches were invincible beings in terms of physical strength. Yet this outsider was able to contest with Xingtian, relying solely on their physical bodies, creating a stalemate without a clear victor. This completely subverted their understanding. Aha! Xingtian grew more and more vigorous in battle, emitting a thunderous roar, his blood energy igniting, and his power surged once more. In his life, he loved to fight, and the stronger the opponent, the more excited he became. Yi Xiao too felt increasingly invigorated, having never fought so freely, relying solely on his physical body. Each collision deepened his control over his own physical body. At the same time, his heart raced with excitement. The latent power within his physical body was gradually unleashed through this relentless battle. Indeed, this kind of battle is the true contest between men, always able to stir the competitive spirit within. The two fought from the ground into the sky, then back down again. The shadows of their fists loomed like mountains, and the winds of their feet roared like thunder, not knowing how long they had fought. Boom! The final punch from both collided once more, a terrifying shockwave sweeping in all directions. Yi Xiao and Xingtian were both knocked back 1,000 feet. Xingtian halted, gasping for breath, his blood energy churning, yet his gaze remained sharp, fixated on Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao also stopped, his breath disordered, blood energy boiling, a faint smile on his face. The two exchanged a glance. Xingtian suddenly laughed heartily, his voice brimming with exhilaration and admiration. Good. What an impressive Yi Xiao. Your physical body is very strong. Not weaker than this ancestor witch. Yi Xiao slightly cupped his hands. You are also quite formidable. Today's battle ends in a draw between us. Xingtian waved his hand grandly. I acknowledge you as a worthy opponent. If you wish to battle in the future, feel free to come and find me in the Wu clan. Yi Xiao smiled slightly. After this battle, he already had an understanding in his heart. His physical strength was indeed on par with Xingtian in the initial stage of Quasi-Saint. In the entire primordial world, few can match him solely based on physical prowess. Hotu stepped forward, looking at Yi Xiao with a hint of astonishment and confusion. Yi Xiao, my friend, your physical body truly astonishes me. I didn't expect that humans could possess a physique comparable to my Wu clan, truly rare. Could it be that you have cultivated some special technique? Why do I sense a feeling of familiarity from you? Xingtian also spoke loudly. Yes, yes, yes. I feel the same way as if brother Yi Xiao is one of our Wu clan, giving me a sense of shared bloodline. Could it be? At this point, Xingtian's mouth dropped open in disbelief. Seeing this, Yi Xiao's expression darkened, and he quickly explained, Don't misunderstand, I merely practiced a special technique somewhat akin to the 8-9 mystic art. Yi Xiao was not lying. The 9 turns mystic art is indeed similar to the 8-9 mystic art. So it is. Xingtian cannot be impolite. Friend Yi Xiao, your physical body is quite remarkable. My witch clan enjoys forming bonds with strong individuals. Should you ever need assistance, feel free to seek me at the Huda tribe. Huta spoke slowly. Xingtian, from now on you shall be my brother Xingtian. Listen to your brother's advice and do not engage in those opportunistic endeavors on the outer battlefield anymore. Given your current strength, you need not fear anyone but the saints. Hearing this, Yi Xiao felt a mix of laughter and tears. It seemed his previous actions had left quite an impression. Yi Xiao retracted his aura, returning to his normal form, and bowed to Hudu. I apologize for any embarrassment I may have caused you, friend Hudu. Earlier, friend Xingtian was brimming with combat spirit, and I too wanted to test my physical prowess, hence my impudence. Hutu gently shook her head. No harm done. Xingtian is naturally combative, and it's fortunate to encounter an opponent like you. In fact, I am quite eager to test my strength against you. Yi Xiao was momentarily taken aback when Huda suddenly smiled and said, You did not come here solely for a battle with Xingtian, did you? Yi Xiao nodded, his expression becoming serious. I have indeed come to the Witch Clan for a crucial matter that I wish to discuss with you, friend Hudu. This matter concerns the myriad beings of the world and, more importantly, your own great opportunity for enlightenment. Upon hearing this, Huda's beautiful eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. Oh, what is this matter you speak of? Yi Xiao raised his gaze, looking into the endless void, his voice slowly resonating. Do you often ponder the countless souls lost in this world, dying in battle, unmoored and unable to rest? Have you never considered finding a place of rest for these souls? His words struck Huda's heart like a thunderclap. She trembled at his words, staring at Yi Xiao in shock. How do you know this? I have never mentioned this matter to... Her beautiful eyes were fixed on Yi Xiao, initially filled with surprise, but were soon shrouded by a layer of vigilance and coldness. The aura around her coalesced, making the air feel heavier. As the ancestral witch Hutu was perceptive, this individual had entered the witch clan and immediately battled Xingtian, boasting a physical strength beyond measure. Now he had effortlessly unveiled the secret thoughts she had buried deep in her heart, never shared with anyone. How could this not make her wary? Who exactly was this person? Was he a pawn sent by the saints? Huda's brow furrowed slightly, and her originally gentle demeanor gained a hint of distance and scrutiny. Her lips pressed slightly together, her breath steady, yet carrying an imperceptible pressure. Friend Yi Xiao, she spoke slowly, her voice no longer as calm as before. What you just said is rather peculiar. What I have thought in my heart has never been disclosed to anyone, yet you have articulated it clearly. Who exactly are you? What is your purpose in approaching me? Each word was clear and resonant, and even Xingtian, who had been filled with combat fervor, suddenly sensed that the atmosphere had shifted. His tiger-like eyes widened in shock, fixating on Yi Xiao. So it is you, Yi Xiao? It turns out you did not come here to fight. Yi Xiao observed the two's expressions, one defensive and the other furious, and suddenly understood. He had indeed been too hasty. Hutu was concerned for the souls of the deceased, secretly contemplating their resting place, a great secret before her ascension. Anyone would feel suspicious after having such abrupt revelations thrown at them. However, now that the words had been spoken, it was too late to retract. If he failed to clarify at this moment, not only would he fail to enlighten her, but he would also foster animosity with the witch clan. Yi Xiao revealed a calm and gentle smile. Friend Hutu, you worry too much. I have no grudges, no ulterior motives, and I harbor no schemes against the witch clan. What I said was not an attempt to pry into your thoughts, but rather an observation of the grand trends of heaven and earth, discerning your true intentions naturally, hence my knowledge. Hutu raised an eyebrow, clearly not fully convinced. Her lips curled slightly coldly as she replied softly, The trends of heaven and earth. My true intentions. Your words seem overly abstract. The wandering souls between heaven and earth are a result of the warfare between the witch and demon clans, the slaughter of the wilderness. Oh, what do they have to do with the grand trends? What is their relation to my great path? Yi Xiao gently shook his head. You only know one side, unaware of the other. He raised his eyes to the void, his voice slowly echoing. The Tao of heaven has its flaws, as it is said heaven has bestowed talents for a purpose, and everyone has their own mission. The witch and demon clans are the favored children of heaven and earth, inherently powerful. But the more powerful they are, the heavier the slaughter, and thus the more souls that fall. In the outer battlefield among the 4 seas and 8 wildernesses in the mountains and rivers, wherever there is war, there are boundless souls. These souls, without the acceptance of heaven and earth, have no place to rest, lamenting day and night without cease. As resentment accumulates over time, it will inevitably disturb the order of heaven and earth, disrupting the tranquility of the wilderness. Hearing this, Huda's spirit trembled slightly, as she had never contemplated these matters deeply. At this moment, Yi Xiao's gaze shifted back to Hutu, his eyes deep and his words clear. And you, as the ancestral witch of earth, govern the laws of the land, encompassing all things and bearing all life. Among heaven and earth, only you can provide a place of rest for these souls. Huda's body trembled, a flicker of uncertainty flashing in her eyes. Her lips moved slightly, wanting to speak, yet momentarily unsure of what to say. Yi Xiao did not pause, continuing with a tone of enticement. In these recent days you have been restless, with a thought circling in your mind. What you wish to accomplish is still unclear to you, isn't it? Am I right? Huta suddenly raised her head, her eyes filled with greater astonishment. Does he even know this? She subconsciously nodded, her voice softening. Yes. Yi Xiao smiled slightly, his gaze brightening. That is not a mere distraction, nor is it an empty fantasy. That is the revelation of heaven's Tao, your own mission. The heavens have flaws, and you are destined to come and fill this gap. Huda's breath hitched, her gaze locked onto Yi Xiao as she awaited the answer he would reveal. Yi Xiao saw that the time was ripe, no longer concealing the truth, and spoke slowly, word by word. The world requires reincarnation, and all beings need a place of rest. What you must do is open the 6 paths, establish reincarnation, and build the underworld. The 4 words 6 paths of reincarnation floated into Huda's ears like 4 thunderclaps, resounding explosively in the depths of her soul. Buzz! Huda felt her mind roar, her entire body trembling, and the countless days of confusion she had experienced suddenly converged at this moment. Before her, the clouds seemed to part, revealing the blue sky. Everything became clear. She finally understood what she was meant to do. Huta stood there in a daze, her beautiful eyes first filled with confusion, then awakening, and finally a clarity as pure as glass. Her long eyelashes trembled softly, her lips slightly parted, and a sense of profound realization spread across her face. Nearby, Xingtian was taken aback. He could not comprehend the concepts of 6 paths or reincarnation. Yet he could see that the state of the ancestral witch Hutu at this moment was extraordinary. It was as if she had suddenly gained enlightenment. After a long while, Hutu slowly regained her senses. She looked at Yi Xiao with a gaze completely devoid of vigilance, her cold demeanor vanished, replaced by gratitude and admiration. She took a step forward, slightly bowing to Yi Xiao, showing respect as an ancestral witch. I misjudged you earlier, my friend. Your words have illuminated my path, allowing me to understand my own great Tao and my mission in this world. Such great kindness I Hutu can never forget. Yi Xiao quickly stepped aside, cupping his hands and replying, There is no need for such courtesy, my friend. I merely pointed out the obvious. It is you who must ultimately achieve this step. Hutu straightened up, a gentle smile appearing on her face, her brows and eyes softening, exuding a captivating brilliance. She was already graceful and beautiful, but now fully enlightened, her aura surpassed that of the past, radiating a divine beauty. There is no need for you to be overly humble, my friend. If it were not for you, Hutu would still be lost for many more years. This favor cannot go unreturned. Hutu gazed at Yi Xiao earnestly. Speak without reservation. As long as I can do it, I promise to fulfill any request you have. As soon as she finished speaking, Xingtian immediately nodded in agreement. Yes, Hutu, the ancestral, which speaks her mind. Ask for whatever you wish. We of the Witch Clan can provide you with elixirs, magical treasures, techniques. Yi Xiao looked at Hutu, her aura pure, and her earth-toned long dress simply stunning. For some reason, an unexpected thought surged in his heart. An idea, one he had not anticipated himself, impulsively rose to the forefront of his mind. He opened his mouth and almost blurted out, How about you become my Tao partner? With that one sentence, the entire scene fell into silence. The air seemed to freeze. Xingtian, who had been standing nonchalantly nearby, widened his eyes and shook his mouth agape, as if it could fit a fist. He looked at Hutu, then at Yi Xiao, his expression dazed. You want to become Tao partners? With the ancestral, witch Hutu? Courageous. You are truly brave. Xingtian was completely stunned. He was unafraid of heaven or earth, nor of other ancestral witches. However, he was genuinely afraid of several female ancestral witches in the witch clan, especially Hutu. Although she appeared gentle, that was merely her exterior. Hearing Yi Xiao's words, Xingtian instantly felt that Yi Xiao was indeed brave, daring to express his love to Ho Tu. Good luck, brother. Xingtian had prepared to witness Yi Xiao's embarrassment, but Ho Tu's reaction left him astonished. She stood frozen in place, her long eyelashes lightly fluttering, a faint blush slowly spreading across her cheeks. In her usually calm and gentle eyes there flickered a hint of panic, a trace of shyness, a glimmer of surprise, and even a subtle hint of joy. As an ancestral witch, she had devoted herself to cultivation since her birth and had never entertained even a fraction of romantic feelings. Never had she thought that someone would be so direct in asking for a Dao partner in such a setting. Ho Tu slightly lowered her head, her cheeks flushed, her lips pressed together, her heartbeat inexplicably quickening. After a moment of silence, when she looked up again, the blush had not faded, but she had regained her composure. She gazed at Yi Xiao, her eyes carrying a profound smile, gentle, cunning, yet also generous and open. There was no rejection, no anger, and certainly no reprimand. My friend, you are indeed straightforward. Yi Xiao felt somewhat regretful. How did I get so carried away? I hope I won't be reprimanded. Then they heard Ho Tu's voice. It is not impossible to become Dao partners with me. Xingtian seemed to have heard something unbelievable, his eyes darting between Ho Tu and Yi Xiao, looking utterly. Before Yi Xiao could rejoice, Ho Tu swiftly changed the subject. However, now that I have understood my mission, I must establish the cycle of reincarnation and create the underworld to ferry all beings across the vast wilderness. If you are willing to walk this path with me to assist me in establishing the 6 paths of reincarnation and stabilizing the order of the underworld, when the great cycle of reincarnation is achieved, I will agree to you and become your Dao partner, never depart in the vast wilderness. As she spoke the last sentence, Ho Tu's cheeks flushed slightly, yet her gaze was firm as she stared at Yi Xiao, showing no signs of evasion. In her eyes there was shyness, seriousness, anticipation, and a deep trust that signified a lifelong commitment. Yi Xiao's heart suddenly trembled, followed by an overwhelming wave of joy. He had initially spoken impulsively and hadn't truly harbored much hope. After all, Ho Tu was an ancestral witch, a peak quasi saint, and a core figure of the witch clan, how could she easily vow a lifelong commitment? Yet he never expected that not only did Ho Tu not refuse, but she instead took the initiative to set a condition for their agreement, linking it to the establishment of the reincarnation cycle. Yi Xiao took a deep breath, suppressing the tumult within, and solemnly cupped his hands, his voice resolute. Rest assured, my friend. As for the matter of reincarnation, I, Yi Xiao, will ensure it. No matter the dangers, no matter the difficulties, I will assist you in establishing the 6 paths of reincarnation. When the great cycle of reincarnation is achieved, I will welcome you as my Dao partner. Ho Tu looked at his earnest and resolute demeanor, her smile growing softer, her eyes shimmering with a hint of moisture, and she gently nodded. All right, I shall wait for you. At this moment, Xingtian finally regained his senses. He looked at Ho Tu, then at Yi Xiao, his expression dazed as he muttered to himself, so, this is settled. Just had a fight, discussed significant matters, and suddenly decided to become Dao partners. Are all you humans so quick? He was completely bewildered, unable to keep up with their pace. Just a moment ago they were cautious and probing, and now they had already made lifelong commitments to each other, agreeing to establish reincarnation and witness the great Dao together. Xingtian scratched his head, feeling that what had transpired today was more bizarre than a billion years of cultivation. No, I need to discuss this with the other ancestral witches. My ancestral witch is about to be taken away by Brother Yi. He scratched his head and said, I still have something to do, so I will take my leave. After saying this, Xingtian quickly left this place of potential trouble. Yi Xiao and Ho Tu exchanged glances, unable to suppress their laughter. The atmosphere between the two subtly shifted, gaining a touch of tacit understanding. Ho Tu restrained her smile and said seriously, as for the matter of reincarnation, we must not delay. I will leave the witch clan immediately to find a suitable place to deduce the cycle. Yi Xiao nodded. I will go with you. I happen to know a place that is perfect for establishing the underworld. Great. Then let us set off. Ho Tu exclaimed joyfully. Immediately Ho Tu and Yi Xiao ceased their delay, exchanged glances, and in a flash tore through the void, transforming into 2 streams of light, disappearing into the horizon. At the foot of Buzhou Mountain in the Pango Hall, the remaining 12 ancestral witches of the witch clan all turned to look at Xingtian, each displaying expressions of surprise along with a hint of gossip. The first ancestral witch, Di Jiang, slightly smirked. I never expected anyone would dare to become Dao partners with a woman from my witch clan. Before he could finish his sentence, he felt a wave of killing intent coming from beside him. The ancestral shaman of ice, Xuanming, coldly stared at Di Jiang, her beautiful eyes filled with a chilling aura and unmistakable killing intent. What? Do you find the women of my witch clan so frightening? Are you saying that the women of my witch clan are unworthy of being partners, unworthy of having their own choices? Daijang's body stiffened, and the smile on his face instantly froze. A wave of coldness surged from his feet to the top of his head. He suddenly shivered, quickly forcing a stiff smile and waving his hands repeatedly. Misunderstanding, misunderstanding. Sister, you have misunderstood. I was merely curious about what abilities that Yi Xiao possesses to have taken our sister away. I meant no offense. Looking at Daijang changing the subject, Xianming snorted coldly, it better be so. Meanwhile, deep within the primordial underworld, two streaks of flowing light tore through the void, slowly descending. Yi Xiao stood shoulder to shoulder with Hutu, gazing at the world before them. As they looked around, the heavens and earth were dark, fierce winds howled, and foul miasma rolled, creating a chilling atmosphere all around. The ground was as black as ink, and the sounds of wailing ghosts echoed endlessly in the void. Countless wandering souls and specters drifted aimlessly in this place, muddled and oblivious, ultimately devoured by the murky underworld energy, completely vanishing. Here the Yin energy was dense, and the deathly aura was overwhelming, starkly contrasting the vibrant life of the primordial continent, resembling a forsaken land of death abandoned by the heavens and earth. Hutu's gaze swept across the area, and a hint of undeniable delight appeared in her eyes. She extended her jade hand, gently feeling the Yin energy and essence of this place, her face revealing a moved expression. What a great place! The dense Yin energy and the settled death aura here perfectly match the requirements for a reincarnation underworld. If we establish the underworld here, setting up the 6 paths of reincarnation will not only be twice the result with half the effort, but also stabilize our foundation. It's simply the perfect place. Hutu grew increasingly satisfied, surprised that Yi Xiao had brought her to such an ideal location. Hutu turned to Yi Xiao, her eyes filled with gratitude and tenderness. Thanks to you, my friend. If not for you, I wouldn't know how much longer it would take to find such a suitable underworld. Yi Xiao smiled slightly, gently shaking his head. There's no need to be so polite between us. Moreover, we won't be partners for long. However, Yi Xiao paused, his brow slightly furrowing. This place is not unowned. This is the territory of the Lord of the River of the Underworld. To establish the underworld here, we must first obtain his consent. If he is the master of this place, then let's go meet him. Hutu's expression was calm. I wish to borrow his underworld blood sea to establish the underworld, setting up the 6 paths of reincarnation and ferry all wandering souls of the primordial realm. This matter holds great merit for the beings of the primordial realm and should greatly benefit him. I believe he won't obstruct it for no reason. Yi Xiao chuckled bitterly. Obstruct? The Lord of the River of the Underworld was not one to reason with. This person was decisive in killing, and the underworld blood sea was his taboo. Moreover, the River of the Underworld's cultivation was also at the peak of a quasi-saint. Unless all 12 ancestral shamans came together, he might not agree. The difficulty of borrowing his territory to build the underworld was evident. But now that it had come to this, they could only go and see. Yi Xiao nodded. All right, I will go with you. The two no longer hesitated. Their figures moved and flew deep into the underworld blood sea. The deeper they went, the heavier the Yin energy became, the blood sea roiling with a pungent smell. Countless Ashura warriors patrolled the blood sea, holding weapons, their auras fierce and their gazes brutal. The moment Yi Xiao and Hutu appeared, the entire underworld blood sea suddenly roiled violently. Within the blood sea, a blood-red beam of light shot up into the sky, transforming into the figure of an elder clad in a blood-red robe, his expression grim and his gaze icy. Blood mist swirled around him, his killing intent soaring, and his eyes like blood lamps coldly locking onto Yi Xiao and Hutu. It was none other than the Lord of the Underworld Blood Sea, old ancestor of the River of the Underworld. The old ancestor of the River of the Underworld scanned Yi Xiao and Hutu, and when he sensed Hutu's peak quasi-saint aura, his pupils slightly constricted, a flicker of wariness flashing in his eyes. Why has Hutu of the Witch Clan come to my Blood Sea? This place is my dojo, and you are not welcome here. The River of the Underworld immediately issued an eviction order, quite rude. It was no surprise. The old ancestor of the River of the Underworld was inherently reclusive and unfamiliar with the Witch Clan, thus not inclined to be polite. Hutu stepped forward, her posture graceful and her aura sacred, forming a stark contrast to the killing intent of the old ancestor of the River of the Underworld. She slightly cupped her hands towards the old ancestor of the River of the Underworld. I am Hutu of the Witch Clan. Greetings to my friend of the River of the Underworld. I come this time not to disturb you intentionally, but to request something. The old ancestor of the River of the Underworld frowned. Hutu, ancestor. You are the ancestral shaman of the Witch Clan. Why are you here in my underworld blood sea? Speak plainly, no need for roundabout words. Hutu wasted no time, directly getting to the point, her tone serious. My friend, I have recently comprehended my own Tao, wishing to establish the 6 paths of reincarnation in the primordial realm and build an underworld ferrying all wandering souls to give them a place to return after death so they do not dissipate aimlessly in the world. Your underworld blood sea is rich in energy and its essence is a perfect fit. It is the best place to establish the underworld. I come to borrow your underworld blood sea for use as the foundation for the underworld to set up reincarnation and pacify all spirits. This matter holds immeasurable merit benefiting the beings of the primordial realm and will also allow you to share in boundless merit. You may propose conditions, or as long as I can fulfill them, I will never refuse. As her words fell, the old ancestor of the river of the underworld's expression grew increasingly cold. He wondered if he had misheard. Borrow the underworld blood sea. Build the underworld. Establish reincarnation. A wave of overwhelming rage surged within the river of the underworld. What was the underworld blood sea? It was his birthplace, the source of his power, the foundation of his dojo, and his reverse scale. Whoever touched the underworld blood sea was severing his foundation and destroying his Tao. This Hutu ancestor right from the start wanted to borrow his underworld blood sea and even establish some underworld and reincarnation on his territory. This was simply too much. The old ancestor of the river of the underworld was infuriated, blood mist swirling around him, laughing in anger. Ha ha, what a Hutu ancestor. You want to borrow my underworld blood sea and to build an underworld and establish reincarnation here. Why don't you just say you want to turn my underworld blood sea into your witch clan's territory? Hutu's brow furrowed slightly, still patiently explaining. My friend, you misunderstand. Building the underworld and establishing reincarnation is not to seize your underworld territory. The underworld will still exist in the underworld territory. You will still be the master of the underworld blood sea. Oh, I can guarantee that the underworld will never interfere with matters inside your underworld blood sea. Enough with the nonsense. The old ancestor of the river of the underworld interrupted sharply, his tone resolute. My underworld blood sea is the foundation of my existence. No one else can touch it. What underworld, what reincarnation? I don't know what they are and don't want to know. Hutu, my friend, I respect you as the ancestral shaman of the witch clan, and I will not hold you accountable for trespassing. Now immediately take yourself and your companions and roll out of the underworld blood sea. Otherwise do not blame me for being rude. The attitude of the Mingi ancestor was extremely firm, leaving no room for negotiation. Hutu's patience began to dwindle. She was never one to be easily dealt with. If a fight were to break out, she would be even more ferocious than many other ancestors. As an ancestor of the Wu clan, she possessed her own dominance and dignity. Her earlier kind words had already given the other party ample face. Yet the Mingi ancestor remained unyielding, obstinately ignoring any explanations. The warmth in Hutu's eyes gradually faded, replaced by coldness and authority. Mingi Dao, friend, my advice was given in good faith. The realm of reincarnation must be established here, and no one can obstruct it. If you consent, there will be merit for you in the future. If you do not consent, then I will have to forcibly establish my presence here. Moi. A surge of killing intent rose in the Mingi ancestor's eyes. Forcibly establishing presence. Hutu, do you truly think I am afraid of you? This is the blood sea of the nether, my territory. You, an ancestor of the Wu clan, dare to wreak havoc in my domain and even threaten me, truly seeking death. With a rumble, the Mingi ancestor's blood energy surged, causing the blood sea to boil. Two unmatched fierce swords slowly emerged behind him. One sword was as black as ink, exuding a terrifying killing intent, named the Abijna sword. The other sword was blood-red and horrific, slaughtering all living beings, named the Yuan Tu sword. As the two swords appeared, the entire nether void was enveloped in an endless aura of slaughter, as if everything would be torn apart. Holding the Yuan Tu and Abijna swords, the Mingi ancestor's gaze was as cold as a blade pointing directly at Hutu. Since you insist on this, let us fight. My territory of Mingi is not something anyone can trespass. Yet the Mingi ancestor still harbored some apprehension towards the Wu clan, not completely sealing his words. In the next moment, the aura of a peak Quasi-Saint erupted without reservation. The aura of slaughter shot up to the clouds, and the blood sea of the nether surged with towering waves, making the entire nether realm tremble. Seeing this, Hutu no longer held back. A yellow divine light burst forth around her, and the nether earth beneath her feet trembled violently, gathering countless laws of earth, creating an intimidating momentum. With the same peak Quasi-Saint aura erupting, it crashed violently against the Mingi ancestor's aura of slaughter. Boom! The two terrifying auras collided in the nether void, unleashing an immense storm, instantly turning countless ghostly souls to ashes, while the blood sea roiled endlessly. Two peak Quasi-Saints faced off, swords drawn, and tension palpable. A great battle was on the verge of breaking out. Yi Xiao stood to the side, watching the scene unfold, suddenly feeling a headache. He rubbed his forehead, feeling helpless in his heart. As expected, things had developed to this point. The Mingi ancestor was solitary and Hutu was equally unyielding. If the two peak Quasi-Saints truly clashed, the consequences would be unimaginable. The blood sea of the Nether would undoubtedly be destroyed, and not only would the establishment of the underworld be impossible, but the entire Nether realm might directly collapse. At that time, finding another suitable place to establish reincarnation would be as difficult as climbing. Taking a deep breath, Xiao quickly stepped forward, standing between the two, and said, "Both of you, let us discuss this calmly. Oh, why must we resort to violence? Mingi Dao, friend Hodu ancestor, does not seek to seize your territory. She merely wishes to borrow land to establish reincarnation. Once reincarnation is established, the merits will be boundless, benefiting you without any detriment. Huta Dao, friend Mingi Dao, friend, is the master of the blood sea of the Nether. This place holds profound significance for him. Forcing a confrontation will only lead to mutual destruction, yielding no benefits for establishing reincarnation." However, at this moment, both were enveloped in anger and the will to battle, completely disregarding his persuasion. The Mingi ancestor coldly glanced at Xiao, filled with disdain and killing intent. "Human youth, do you think you have a say here? Get out of the way, or he'll kill you too." Huta said in a deep voice, "Dao, friend, you need not interfere in this matter. If Mingi insists on obstructing, I will push him back. Reincarnation must be established, and no one can stop it." Xiao looked at the two adversaries, feeling overwhelmed. Observing the churning blood sea, Huta's resolute gaze, and the Mingi ancestor's unabashed killing intent, Xiao pondered in his heart. He then thought of a plan. Soon after, Xiao used the Chaos Pearl to conceal the heavenly secrets, preventing anyone or any entity from peering into what was happening here. Xiao then fixed his gaze on the Mingi ancestor and slowly spoke. "Mingi Dao, friend, you have cultivated for millions of years, born in the blood sea of the Nether, mastering the Yuan Tu and Ubijna swords, creating the Azura clan. Your cultivation has reached the peak Quasi Saint level, making you a formidable figure in the wasteland. But do you truly wish to remain at the Quasi Saint level for all eternity?" This statement, neither too heavy nor too light, struck the Mingi ancestor's heart like a heavy hammer. Quasi Saint. This was his pride after countless years, as well as his deepest obsession. In the past, he imitated Nuwa to create the Azura clan. Nuwa achieved sainthood, yet he remained a mere Quasi Saint. Later, when the insect clan descended, he thought he could break through to sainthood, yet he had still not succeeded. He had gained much merit and essence, yet ultimately could not attain sainthood. From Quasi Saint to saint, it was just a step away, yet it felt like an insurmountable chasm. Saints are immortal and indestructible, eternally enduring, their words manifesting the laws. Was he content? Of course not. Who does not wish to attain sainthood and be eternal? The Mingi ancestor stared fixedly at Xiao, his grip on the Yuan Tu and Ubijna swords tightening slightly, yet he did not rebuke him further or attack him immediately. The killing intent remained sharp, yet it was no longer reckless. He wanted to hear what this human youth could say that was so astonishing. Hutu also looked at Xiao, hoping he could persuade Mingi. It would be best if they could avoid fighting, as she did not want to ruin the Nether realm. If it were destroyed, where would the underworld be established? Seeing the Mingi ancestor's reaction, Xiao knew his words had taken effect. In the wasteland, there are three paths: heaven, earth, and humanity. The heavenly path is the principal one, and there are now 7 saints governing the order of heaven and earth, exerting pressure on the wasteland. The earth path should carry the Nether reincarnation and life and death, yet it has not manifested thus far. Beneath the heavenly path are the saint positions, which is why there are the 3 pure ones, Nuwa, Jin, and Junti, who successively attained sainthood. At this point, Xiao paused slightly before countering. "So, Dao, friend, do you think the earth path, which carries the Nether and governs reincarnation, could also have its own saint position? If the underworld is established, Hutu will undoubtedly achieve the saint position, and if the Mingi Dao, friend, offers the Nether realm, there will be great merit. If the earth path truly has a saint position, wouldn't the Mingi Dao, friend, also have the opportunity to become the saint of the earth path?" The words "saint of the earth path" exploded in the Mingi ancestor's mind. He trembled violently, his entire being engulfed in a swirling mist of blood. His hand gripping the swords trembled uncontrollably. The Mingi ancestor felt his heartbeat accelerate. He suddenly realized that Xiao's words made perfect sense. If there were saints of the heavenly path, why couldn't there be saints of the earth path? Although it was merely a conjecture, if the earth path truly had a saint position, then he, the Mingi ancestor, would surely be the most hopeful to attain that existence. The Mingi ancestor's breathing quickened, his blood-red eyes filled with an uncontrollable excitement, and he only needed to provide the Nether realm for establishing the underworld. As long as the Nether realm still existed, he would not suffer significant losses and could also seize the opportunity to attain sainthood. In Huda's eyes, a glimmer of joy flashed. She never expected that Xiao could actually persuade Minghe. This man before her truly brought her many surprises. Although she also thought that Xiao was speaking nonsense, it didn't matter. As long as the underworld was established, even if he wanted to go back on his word later, he would have no chance. Yi Xiao looked at Ancestor Ming, he who finally retracted his killing intent, and secretly breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. As long as Ancestor Ming, he was persuaded there would be no problem. The position of the Underworld's saint was not something he could casually mention. However, whether Hutu could communicate with the Underworld and obtain the Hongmeng purple qi remained uncertain. In any case, he had not deceived Ming He, and that was enough. After contemplating Ming He's two great killing swords Yuan Tu and Abi transformed into two streaks of flowing light and merged into his body. He looked at Hutu, his cold gaze softening considerably. "Dao friend Hutu," he said, "if you wish to establish the 6 paths of reincarnation in the Netherworld and build the Netherworld Underworld, I can agree to it. I can allow you to establish the Underworld in this Netherblood Sea in the Nether region." Upon hearing this, Hutu's eyes flashed with a hint of joy. She instinctively glanced at Yi Xiao beside her, her eyes carrying a touch of gentle astonishment. This man always managed to give her unexpected surprises at the most critical moments. Hutu herself believed that the so-called Underworld Saint position that Yi Xiao spoke of was mostly fabricated to deceive Ming He. But so what? As long as the Underworld was successfully established and the reincarnation functioned normally, when the time came the raw rice would be cooked, and even if Ming He wanted to backtrack, it would already be too late. Yi Xiao seemed to sense Hutu's gaze, slightly turning his head and offering her a faint smile. Only he knew in his heart that the Underworld Saint position was not a mere illusion. With the 3 paths of heaven, earth, and humanity running parallel, there were naturally corresponding saint positions in the paths of earth and humanity as well. However, whether Hutu could ultimately communicate with the Underworld and attract the Hongmeng purple qi remained unknown. But at least he had not deceived Ming He. At this moment, Ancestor Ming, he continued, "However, I have 2 First, if the Underworld truly gives birth to a saint in the future, then the position of the Underworld's saint must have a seat for me. Second, once the Underworld is completed, my Azura clan must enter the Underworld to hold positions of authority, and you must not marginalize or suppress us. If you agree to these 2 conditions, I will fully assist you in establishing the 6 paths of reincarnation." Ming He's tone was firm. This was his final bottom line. Hutu did not hesitate at all. "Okay, I agree to you. As long as the 6 paths of reincarnation are established and the Underworld revives, if a saint descends, there will definitely be a chance for you, Ming He. Once the Underworld is established, the Azura clan can enter the Underworld and coexist with it." As soon as she finished speaking, Hutu raised her hand. "I am Hutu of the Witch clan, swearing by the great Tao. If there is a saint in the Underworld, there must be a place for Ming He. The Azura clan can enter the Underworld and hold authority over a domain. This oath heaven and earth bear witness. The great Tao serves as a mirror. If this oath is violated, my body shall turn to ashes and my foundation shall be destroyed." A mysterious and vast power of the great Tao descended from the heavens, enveloping Hutu. The oath was established, and the imprint of the true spirit could not be violated. "Good. From now on, this nether region shall be at your disposal," Ming He said. Hutu smiled as the greatest obstacle to establishing the Underworld was finally resolved. She then turned to Yi Xiao, speaking softly. "Dao friend, I need to enter seclusion to deduce the 6 paths of reincarnation. During this time, I will trouble you and Dao friend Ming He to protect me." Yi Xiao smiled slightly. "All right." Ming He also spoke calmly. "Since a pact has been established, I will naturally ensure the peace of this place." Hutu nodded, saying no more. Her figure slowly descended, hovering above the nether blood sea, her eyes gently closing as she devoted herself fully to deducing the 6 paths of reincarnation. Time quietly passed in the netherworld. 1 breath, 1 moment, 1 day, 1 year. Years flowed by, and in the blink of an eye a century had passed. During this century, Yi Xiao and Ancestor Ming He sat in the netherworld, one on the left and one on the right. Yi Xiao continuously concealed the heavenly secrets, blocking all external prying. Ming He mobilized the power of the blood sea to guard the surroundings. Any who dared to approach recklessly were wiped out by his sword. The 2 occasionally exchanged a few words. Ming He's attitude towards Yi Xiao had long transformed from initial disdain to an inscrutable depth. Facing him, a peak quasi saint, this mere latestage de Luo Jingxian showed no fear, and he was even clear about the secrets of the 3 paths of heaven, earth, and humanity, as well as the saint position of the underworld. Especially after learning that Yi Xiao was the leader of the human race, Ming He felt a trace of admiration for him. Yi Xiao, while safeguarding, was silently cultivating and comprehending the laws. The path he walked was one of proving the Tao through strength, different from severing the 3 corpses to prove the Tao, requiring an understanding of a complete law. He was also observing Hutu's changes. During Hutu's seclusion, she seemed to merge with the netherworld. The violent aura of the witch clan on her body gradually faded, while the aura of compassion and sanctity grew stronger, as if she were a saint about to descend to the mortal realm. One day, Hutu, who had been sitting quietly with her eyes closed, suddenly opened her eyes. In that instant, two divine lights shot up into the sky, piercing through the netherworld and the nine heavens. Buzz! The entire Netherblood sea churned wildly. Millions of Een souls simultaneously knelt down, and countless Azura clan members prostrated in worship. Huta stood, her posture upright, her countenance compassionate, and her aura had long since transformed. After a century of enlightenment, she had thoroughly comprehended the 6 paths of reincarnation. She waved her hand, and her voice echoed throughout the netherworld, resounding through the vast and primordial world. I, Hutu of the Witch clan, today comprehend the great Tao and wish to establish the 6 paths of reincarnation and create the netherworld, underworld, and the netherworld, determining life and death, judging good and evil, dividing reincarnation, and bringing peace to all spirits. After the beings of the primordial world fall, they can return to the paths of heaven, earth, humanity, Azura, beasts, and hungry ghosts. After death, there is a return, and souls have order, no longer drifting aimlessly in emptiness. This wish is reported to the heavenly Tao. Huta's words resonated throughout the primordial world. In the next moment, the skies above the 9 heavens changed dramatically. Endless golden light descended from the heavens, illuminating the entire netherworld with heavenly flowers falling, golden lotuses erupting from the earth, celestial music echoing, and Tao sounds booming. A vast and boundless energy of merit like a sea of clouds poured down towards Hutu and the entire netherworld. The primordial earth trembled instantly. At Mount Bujo in the Pango Hall, the 12 ancestor witches simultaneously looked up towards the direction of the netherworld, their faces filled with shock. Is that the aura of Hutu? What a great commotion! An anomaly of the heavenly Tao. The heavens are bestowing merit. What is going on? Could it be that Sister Hutu has become a saint? Let's go hurry to take a look. What happened in the netherworld? What a terrifying aura of merit. Could it be that another person has become a saint? The entire primordial world was shaken by the phenomenon of the establishment of the underworld. In the netherworld, Hutu bathed in boundless merit, her expression solemn, ready to act and fully evolve the 6 paths of reincarnation. But just at this critical moment, a message from the depths of the great Tao suddenly surged into her mind. The 6 paths of reincarnation are the fundamental great Tao of heaven and earth. To establish reincarnation, one must merge with reincarnation, merging body and netherworld, never to be separated. Huta's expression suddenly changed. She stood there in a daze, a hint of confusion and bitterness flashing in her eyes. To merge with reincarnation. Then would she still be herself? Once she transformed into the 6 paths, she would no longer be Hutu, but reincarnation itself. There would be no personal feelings, no self, only eternal guardianship of the underworld and the operation of reincarnation. It was difficult for her to finally feel a spark of emotion, yet now she found herself in this predicament. She instinctively glanced at Yi Xiao, her eyes filled with helplessness. After a long silence, Hutu ultimately made her decision. With her eyes slightly reddening, Hutu communicated with Yi Xiao through sound transmission. Yi Xiao, I may have to break my promise. For the cycle of reincarnation to be established, I must transform into the 6 paths and eternally guard the underworld. I am going to go against our agreement. As she spoke the last words, Hutu felt a sharp pain in her heart. Although they hadn't spent much time together, this latest human man, a great Luo golden immortal, had already deeply imprinted himself in her heart. Oh no, she exclaimed, how could I forget this? In the original plan, Hutu was meant to establish the 6 paths of reincarnation, sacrificing herself to become the goddess Pingxin, forever unable to escape. How could she have overlooked such a crucial detail? Seeing the deep guilt in Hutu's eyes, Yi Xiao's heart tightened. He absolutely could not allow Hutu to transform into the reincarnation. Yi Xiao took a deep breath and immediately roared inwardly, System, come out quickly. Is there a way to stabilize the 6 paths of reincarnation without requiring Hutu to transform into it? Ding. The host can purchase the 6 paths of reincarnation. Item description: a heavenly grade treasure that creates its own reincarnation, can replace the physical body and soul, directly evolving the 6 paths without sacrifice. Exchange price: 100 billion war value. 100 billion war value. This was an astronomical number. However, Yi Xiao hesitated not at all. Exchange. Do it immediately. Ding. Exchange successful. 100 billion war value has been deducted. The treasure of the 6 paths of reincarnation has been issued to the host. Yi Xiao took out the treasure of the 6 paths of reincarnation, and in the next moment an arcane power swept across the entire realm of the underworld. Yi Xiao waved his hand forward. A gigantic disc, completely black, yet shimmering with 6 colors and engraved with countless life and death runes, slowly emerged in the void of the underworld. The disc rotated, life and death intertwined, good and evil clearly distinguished. The 6 paths, heavenly path, human path, Azura path, animal path, hungry ghost path, and hell path, appeared distinctly profound and majestic. What is this? Ho-Tu's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at the enormous disc. Yi Xiao looked at Ho-Tu and smiled gently. You must not break the promise with me. Here you will be safe. With this item to assist you, you need not transform into the reincarnation. Go, I await your good news. Ho-Tu looked at Yi Xiao, her eyes filled with shock and joy. At this moment, the feelings she harbored for Yi Xiao surged forth, filling her entire heart. Ho-Tu no longer hesitated and put away the treasure of the 6 paths of reincarnation. The treasure rumbled and the 6 paths revolved. In the underworld, magnificent and solemn palaces of the underworld began to manifest automatically. Yin Luo Hall, 10 halls of reincarnation, Naiha Bridge, Wangshan platform. Each appeared, forming a natural order. The entire underworld was completely encompassed within. At this moment, profound changes occurred within Ho-Tu. The brutality of her witch clan and the murderous aura of the ancestral witches dissipated completely. An aura that surpassed the Quasi Saint's, vast as the heavenly path and heavy as the earth, erupted from her body. In the void of the underworld, the overwhelming aura continued to rise intensely. Ho-Tu stood in the void, surrounded by radiant lights and auspicious colors. She raised her gaze towards the heavens, her eyes piercing through layers of chaotic clouds, directly aiming for the supreme origin of the heavenly path. Heavenly path above. Today, Ho-Tu establishes the 6 paths of reincarnation, opening the underworld. From now on, beings of the primordial world will have a place to return after death, with reincarnation orderly, good and evil rewarded, and no more wandering spirits roaming between heaven and earth. As her voice fell, Ho-Tu raised her hand, and the treasure of the 6 paths of reincarnation suddenly roared, hovering above her head. 6 beams of light shot upwards, piercing the heavens. The order of the 6 paths: the heavenly path, human path, Azura path, animal path, hungry ghost path, and hell path, was completely solidified at this moment, transforming into an indelible rule within the heavens and earth. Today, Ho-Tu voluntarily abandons her ancestral witch form, guarding the underworld's reincarnation, protecting the path of reincarnation for countless beings. From henceforth, there will no longer be the ancestral witch Ho-Tu, only the goddess Pingxin. As her words fell, the heavens and earth trembled. Above the 9 heavens, the heavenly path rumbled, seemingly responding and recognizing her. In the next moment, boundless golden clouds of virtue descended from the heavens. The richness of that virtue far surpassed that of Nuwa, creating humanity. The golden light stretched for millions of miles, illuminating the entire primordial world. Even the darkness of the underworld, which had never seen the light of day, was completely brightened by this golden virtue. A vast amount of virtue surged into Ho-Tu's body like a tsunami. Following that, her realm skyrocketed without any bottleneck. Boom. A voice of the Tao that resonated throughout the primordial world exploded, and Ho-Tu's aura instantly broke through to the pinnacle of Quasi Saint. Primordial Great Luo, Golden Immortal. In the primordial world after Yang, May, the second true primordial saint. Her physical body became a saint, ascending to the heavens in one step. The saint has become. Yi Xiao felt relieved in his heart, a smile of comfort appearing on his face. The moment after Ho-Tu became a saint, a purple aura ascended for 30,000 miles. Vast purple energy spanned the sky, stretching from the shores of the East China Sea all the way to the entrance of the underworld, endlessly continuous with auspicious energy in abundance. This was a unique phenomenon, heralding the birth of a saint. Purple energy rising in the east, 10,000 immortals paying their respects, heaven and earth celebrating. At this moment, the entire primordial world was shaken. This is the aura of a saint. Another saint has been born in the primordial world. How could the witch clan's Ho-Tu possibly become a saint? Countless powerful beings were utterly astonished, looking up towards the direction of the underworld with faces full of disbelief. No one had anticipated that the witch clan's Ho-Tu would quietly achieve the primordial Tao within the underworld. The ancestor of the River of the Dead looked at the divine Ho-Tu, his face filled with excitement. It worked. It really worked. This means I, the River of the Dead, also have a chance to achieve sainthood. That's wonderful. Ho-Tu knew at this moment she should be called Goddess Pingxin. Goddess Pingxin turned her gaze slightly towards the ancestor of the River of the Dead and smiled. Tao, friend of the River of the Dead, from now on you shall preside over the Azura path, becoming the master of the Azura clan, guarding the Azura path. The River of the Dead was overjoyed in his heart. Thank you, Goddess Pingxin. Within the territory of the witch clan in the Panga Hall, 13 ancestral witches gathered together, their expressions quite grim. Di Zhang looked at Xing Tian. Didn't you say that my sister went out traveling with that human Yi Xiao? Why did my sister suddenly withdraw from the witch clan? Damn it, let's hurry to the underworld. Quickly to the underworld. All 13 ancestral witches sprang into action, transforming into beams of light that shot through the void straight to the underworld. On Kunlun Mountain, Laozi sat on the lotus platform meditating. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, looking towards the underworld with a hint of surprise. Ho-Tu actually became a saint. It seems that the revival of the earthly path is not far off. Laozi stepped forward and disappeared directly from the 8th Scenery Palace. Yuan Shi Tianzun, the leader of the Tongti sect Nuwa, and the two saints of the West, seeing the phenomenon of the saint's birth, all set off towards the underworld. Hongjun Daozu narrowed his eyes slightly, appearing somewhat surprised. The underworld appeared so quickly. The revival of the earthly path is not far off. Indeed, only the human path remains.